Seeing my wife seeking thrills with someone else at home, I didn't recklessly rush in to catch them in the act. Instead, I called my mother-in-law to tell her that her daughter was being mistreated. Then, I grabbed a kitchen knife and blocked the doorway, my eyes red with fury as I menacingly threatened my wife and her lover. You wouldn't want this to escalate and end up getting hacked by me, would you? Now, slap her hard. If you satisfy me, I might just let you walk away alive. It wasn't until my wife fought back frantically, clawing and scratching, that I knew my plan had succeeded. Now, I stared at the unfamiliar woman before me. Her eyes roamed over me as she smirked and said, "Are you just not up to it? Is that why your wife cheated on you with my husband?" Hearing this, I took a sip of coffee expressionlessly while studying her carefully. I knew she wasn't mocking me, she was provoking me. About an hour earlier, while I was at work, I received a call from an unknown number. The caller addressed me by name, claiming a mutual acquaintance had referred her and that she had a business deal to discuss. But the moment we met, she dropped a bombshell. She told me my wife was having an affair with her husband. And that wasn't all. She then asked if I wanted to retaliate against her husband in the same way. The same way, which meant, the young woman before me had an exquisitely oval face, skin as smooth as mutton fat, and a slender figure, a beautiful young lady exuding elegance at every turn. My mind raced. If what she said was true, what should I do? If it was a lie, what was her motive? It seems I was right. The beautiful young woman, seeing that I still remained silent, added another indifferent remark. I neither confirmed nor denied, looking at her as I said, "Whether I'm capable or not is beside the point. There's a saying you must have heard, trust none, suspect all. Why should I believe you? Show me some evidence." The beautiful young woman seemed taken aback by my response, clearly pausing for a moment. "Of course I have evidence, but I can't show it to you. I gathered this evidence to use in my divorce from my husband. If I gave it to you and it somehow got exposed, alerting my husband, it would be very bad for me. If that's the case, then I can only say I think your approach to me today is some kind of prank," I said, standing up to leave. "I might even go so far as to suspect malicious intent on your part. Who knows what kind of trap might be waiting for me in that room upstairs." Shinjishia saw me turning to leave and called out to stop me. I looked at her without speaking, and she unlocked her phone again, displaying a QR code, saying succinctly, "Add me." I immediately took out my phone, scanned the code, and added Shinjishia as a friend. She promptly handed me a photo. The photo showed the backs of a man and a woman, taken from a distance, but it was clear the location was right outside this hotel, though it was just their backs. My heart still skipped a beat. The woman's figure was almost certainly my wife's. "Just this one?" I asked Shinjishia. "Of course not. There are more, including clear front-facing shots." Shinjishia gestured toward the elevator. "Come with me to the room. Afterward, I'll consider whether to give you those photos." It seems she's determined to make something happen between us today, and this might be the only chance. Shinjishia noticed my hesitation, took a sip of her coffee, and said, "Or are you really not up to it? You were provoking me before, and now you're challenging me." I took a deep breath and tilted my head toward the elevator. Shinjishia immediately stood up, picked up her small bag, and walked with me toward the elevator. After a few steps, she gently linked her arm with mine, and we stayed that way until we entered room 2808. "You go take a shower first," Shinjishia said, releasing my arm. She locked the door behind us and walked straight into the room, sitting on the sofa and watching me. I took a bathrobe from the closet, took off my shirt, and tossed it onto the dresser. "I didn't realize you had such a good figure." Shinjishia glanced at me, then averted her gaze. I just smiled and then walked into the bathroom to take a shower, but I turned on the cold water, trying to calm myself down. Soon, I came out of the bathroom wearing a robe. Shinjishia stood up, took a robe from the closet, and went into the bathroom as well. Before long, the sound of running water stopped, and Shinjishia emerged in a robe just like me, walking straight toward me by the window. She hugged me, then stood on her tiptoes to lean in for a kiss. I tilted my head back slightly to avoid it, making an excuse. "I just smoked. My breath smells like cigarettes." "I don't mind the smell of smoke on you." Shinjishia leaned in for another kiss. Seeing me dodge again, she stopped and repeated her old trick. "Are you really not up to it? Whether I'm up to it or not, haven't you already felt it?" Using the last shred of my rationality, I pushed Shinjishia away, pulled out a cigarette and lit it, taking a deep drag. "Sit down. Let's talk." I pointed to the sofa. Shinjishia looked at me in confusion. I told her honestly, "I only came up with you for the evidence. I never intended to do anything with you." "Are you messing with me?" Shinjishia's pretty face darkened. "Then you'll never get the evidence from me." I looked at Shinjishia and shook my head slightly. "You're not ready at all." "What?" Shinjishia frowned and asked in confusion. "At the lobby bar, when you had your coffee and finally forced me to come up with you, the hand that wasn't holding the cup was trembling slightly. You took my arm, but your hand was sweating. You said I had a good figure, but you looked away with averted eyes. I stared at her with a burning gaze and said word for word, "This all shows that you're nervous, and that you're not ready to have anything with me at all." Shinjisha opened her mouth to speak. I directly waved my hand and interrupted her. "What you want to happen with me is purely to get back at your husband for cheating on you. You're actually angry in your heart right now. You're not calm at all. You'll regret it if we really do happen." "I won't regret it," Shinjisha said with a stiff upper lip. I sighed and said, "Shinjisha, I can understand the actions you made under this kind of anger, but what you did precisely shows that you can't tolerate marital cheating. You hate this kind of behavior. What we really happened today means that you live into what you hate." This time, Shinjisha didn't mouth off anymore, and her eyes dimmed. "I also hate marital infidelity." I then said in a deep voice, me, are not divorced. And I know that if I really have something with you today, I'm living as what I hate, and I will not be able to get over this hurdle in the future, and I will never forgive myself in my heart, and I will always be tormented. You are bound to be the same, because we are the same kind of people." I took a deep breath and extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray. My words seemed to be sharp blades piercing Shinjisha's heart. 2 lines of tears slid silently down from among her beautiful eyes, sliding down her cheeks and falling silently onto the carpet of the hotel room. "But I'm telling the truth. The truth. The truth often hurts the most." I lit a cigarette again, let Shinjisha silent tears, and did not go to comfort her. At this point, all comfort is futile. What she needed was to vent. Crying was actually the best way to vent. Within a few minutes, Shinjisha's silent crying turned into small sobs, which then turned into bawling. Until this time, I picked up the hotel room's tissue box and handed it to her. Shinjisha wordlessly took it and wiped away the tears on her face. Crying again, wiping again. After this repetitive action, which lasted for more than 10 minutes, she stopped her tears and slowly stopped crying. When this is over and we both become free, I wouldn't mind having something with you." I said at this time, of course, the prerequisite is that you are still willing to have something with me. After all, a woman like you should have been in existence that I could never touch in my entire life. Hearing my words, Shinjisha looked at with a complicated expression, but did not say anything. "Now, can you give me the evidence of your husband's cheating and also my wife's cheating?" I took a deep breath, looked at Shinjisha, smiled a little and asked. "Your smile is very forced and ugly." Shinjisha didn't answer my question, but said this. Chapter 3, The Victims' League. Of course I knew that my smile was ugly. Because things had come to this point, it was basically possible to conclude that my wife had definitely cheated on me. I didn't say anything, just quietly looked at Shinjisha. I knew that she would give me the evidence. As expected, what I predicted was exactly right. Shinjisha opened her cell phone, called up the photo album, and opened a photo, handing the phone to me. "Flip it yourself." Shinjisha's voice was very soft, but it was like a knife sticking into my heart. I took Shinjisha's cell phone and flipped through those photos one by one. There were dozens of photos, and a few of them, taken at the entrance of this 5-star hotel, were photos of my wife and a man entering the hotel, as well as coming out of the hotel. There was no doubt that the man in the photos was definitely Shinjisha's husband. In the lower right corner of each photo, there is a shooting time. It looks like it was not taken by a cell phone, it should have been taken with a DSLR camera. I glanced at Shinjisha at this time and understood why she was asking me out here. The latter few photos, surprisingly, were taken in my neighborhood as well as downstairs of my house. The content was still my wife and Shinjisha's husband. Things had gotten to the point where she brought Shinjisha's husband back to my house. I finished looking at all the photos, forced down the anger in my heart, and handed the cell phone back to Shinjisha. But my trembling hand betrayed my mood at this time. Shinjisha sighed silently, took the phone, and said, "Calm down." Hearing Shinjisha say this, I took big steps into the bathroom, and then opened the shower in the bathroom, or turned on the cold water. I'm going to use cold water to suppress the boundless rage within me. I have to say, the role of cold water is very big, did not take long to extinguish the anger in my heart. When I walked out of the bathroom again, I had already calmed down completely, and said to Shinjisha in a self-deprecating manner, "I was just saying that you were very angry, and not calm at all. It's really the way of the heavens, and the heavens have spared no one. You are better than me." Shinjisha said seriously, "Calm down quickly." I nodded, taking off my bathrobe and putting on my own clothes, obviously leaving. "These photos, do you want me to send them to you?" Shinjisha asked after a moment of hesitation. "No need." I shook my head and said, "These evidences, perhaps useful to you, are useless to me." "Why?" Shinjisha asked in surprise. "For words, it varies from person to person. I shook my head slightly and said, I need more direct, more explosive evidence. I'll find a way to get it. And then? Shinjisha saw me heading towards the door of my room and stood up to follow. It's definitely going to be a divorce. I took a deep breath and said, however, I definitely need to get out of this bad breath. Otherwise, I'll feel suffocated for the rest of my life. I also want to get out of this bad breath. Shinjisha said this without saying any more. However, I understood very well that she meant to say that even though she approached me today out of the idea of getting revenge on her husband, her ultimate goal was still to get out of this bad anger. I know. I nodded and said, I can empathize. I was telling the truth because it was my wife that her husband cheated on. Keep in touch. Both of us are victims, and both of us want to get out of this. Shinjisha said, the two of us are sort of victim allies. I promised, opened the door of the room and walked out, followed by taking the elevator down to the first floor and drove back to the company to continue working. But where do I still have the heart to go to work? All day long, I was in a state of delirium, and my mind was full of thoughts about how to get out of this bad anger. Although I could not think of how to get out of this bad anger, but I know in my heart, to get the most direct evidence is the first step I need to do. After work in the afternoon, I drove home as usual, but also without any accident met the evening peak. Peak, blocked in the road. Usually when I encounter traffic jams, I will always have some irritation. But today, I encountered traffic jams, but I am very calm, and even vaguely look forward to traffic jams longer, so that I can go home a little later. Subconsciously, I have such a thought, I follow the car gap is a little larger, there are constantly cars crowded in front of me, led to the car behind me honked wildly. I am indifferent to the behavior of the car behind the honking, still driving slowly to follow the traffic toward the front. Night fell without me realizing it, and the streetlights came on at regular intervals. Suddenly the streetlights, the light pierced the front windshield of the car, also pierced my eyes. My mind suddenly crossed a bright light, thought of the most direct evidence, what can be done next? I thought along this line of thought, and when I drove back to my neighborhood, a plan quietly took shape in my mind. After I parked my car in the parking space, I took a few deep breaths and adjusted my mind before I went upstairs to go home. Why are you back so late today? My wife Jolyn immediately asked when she saw me come home. Took care of the work at hand and left 10 minutes late. I replied with a calm demeanor, the road was particularly jammed again today, so I came back late. Go cook, I bought the food. Jolyn said directly. I no longer say anything more, turned around and entered the kitchen, but in my heart, I admire Jolyn, cheating and still be able to remain so calm, completely with nothing. The mental quality is really not generally strong. Time is not long, I fry 2 dishes to the table, as usual with Jolyn together to eat. After eating, Jolyn proposed to go downstairs for a walk. I'm a bit tired today, go by yourself. I got up and made myself a cup of tea. Jolyn no longer said anything more, took the dishes to the kitchen and scrubbed them clean before going downstairs for a walk by herself. Jolyn and I met 3 years ago. At that time, our company and Jolyn's company had cooperation, and I was in the project team of that cooperation. The project lasted for about half a year, and Jolyn and I met often and got into a conversation. After less than a year, Jolyn and I got married. Before we got married, she said that she didn't know how to cook and didn't want to learn how to cook. And I will fry cooking, naturally, will not use her, but I also said, I can fry cooking, but she has to brush the dishes. After marriage, I have been responsible for frying and cooking, she is responsible for washing dishes. The above is just an example of how things are going in both of our marriages. That said, we both have a marriage that is basically a complementary situation. She does what I don't do, and I do what she doesn't do. I thought for a while that this complementary situation between Jolyn and I was the perfect marital status in life. How could I have ever imagined that she would cheat on me? After Jolyn left, I got up and walked around the house, my eyes locking onto one location after another, ready to start implementing my revenge plan and get out of this bad mood. Chapter 4, The Heart is in the Right Place. When Jolyn came back from her walk, I was already washed up and lying in bed. When I heard the sound of her opening the door, I immediately pretended that I had fallen asleep. I was afraid that she would see my abnormality. I don't have the same strong psychological quality as her, cheating on her and still able to pretend to be fine. I now see her feel nauseous. In fact, the heart can never be completely calm, is to force themselves to remain calm. There were no words all night. But this night, I'm all in my head, I don't know what time I fell asleep. The next morning, I still got up and made breakfast as usual. What's wrong with you? Why does your face look so bad? Jolyn asked with a concerned face when she saw that I didn't look too good during breakfast. The company recently had a new project, there's a lot more work at hand, I'm a bit tired. I yawned to cover myself. Jolin didn't doubt it, and said something about letting me take care of my rest, and left for work after breakfast. I also left the house immediately after Jolin left. But I didn't go to the company, but called for a vacation and went straight to the electronic city. My electronic devices, cell phones, laptops, and whatnot in the past few years were all bought at a store in Electronic City, and I was quite familiar with the owner. Even my company to replace office equipment, I also recommended to him here. The boss surnamed Song, a few years younger than me, I called him Song, he called me Chen. I came to his store, told him to buy cameras, the smaller the better, can be connected wirelessly, it is best to have a dedicated app, recognizing strangers can also be early warning. Brother Chen, you're talking about miniature cameras, that stuff is long gone from being sold. Xiao Song heard my requirements, immediately came to this sentence. Then, he turned his words around and said with a cheap smile, however, there is now a smart cat eye that fits your requirements. But I don't have it here. Bastard, fooling me? I laughed and kicked him, go get the goods. I'll see if it fits. Xiao Song immediately laughed and went to another store, and soon came back with a small compact box in his hand, which said HD Intelligent Home Cat Eye Camera. I opened the box, took out the manual, swept the code and downloaded the app. Sure enough, it was like Song said, very much in line with my requirements. I directly let Xiao Song go to that store to get me 8, paid the money and left. In fact, my 3-room house, plus the balcony with 7 is enough, I bought one more for backup. After I returned home, I installed all these devices in place, and the preparations for the deposition were already in place. I immediately drove out of the house and went to the office. After dealing with the work, I got up and went to the fire escape to smoke a cigarette, and sent a message to Shinjisha, Mission, do you still want to continue to talk about that business yesterday? I don't know if it's convenient for Shinjisha to answer the phone, she asked me to meet her yesterday in the name of business. I sent her a message like this, she must have read it. Less than a minute, my cell phone rang, Shinjisha called me. I picked up the phone, and Shinjisha's voice immediately came from the receiver. It's me, I'm convenient, just say something. I came up with a plan to get out of my bad temper, I need you to cooperate with me. I immediately said. What plan? How to cooperate? Shinjisha asked impatiently. Let's not talk about the plan first, I can't say it in 1 or 2 sentences over the phone. I said back, after I get home from work today, I'll tell my wife that I'm going on a business trip for a few days, and then I'll pretend to be on a business trip and disappear within her line of sight. Shinjisha was smart enough to understand what I meant without waiting for me to finish, interrupting me to ask, are you trying to create an opportunity for the two of them? Make me disappear within their line of sight as well? That's what I mean, create an opportunity for them so I can get direct evidence. I said in a deep voice, I've already installed cameras in the house. How can you be sure they'll go to your house when they get the chance? In case they... Shinjisha said after a moment of silence. I didn't wait for her to finish before I interrupted her. Those photos you showed me yesterday had the time of shooting on them. They went to the hotel room early, and went to my house late, which means that when they have the chance they will definitely not go to the hotel again, but will go to my house. After a pause, I added, no matter what reason they fooled around with each other, cheating within marriage has the component of seeking excitement in it. The fact that they stopped going to the hotel later and went to my house shows that the excitement given to them by the hotel room can't satisfy them anymore and my house is a bit more exciting. Good. I'll cooperate with you. Shinjisha heard this explanation from me and agreed, but made a request, saying, but, you have to tell me your plan. Alright, when the opportunity is right, I'll definitely tell you. I urged, tomorrow morning, you and I will disappear from their sight. No problem. Shinjisha promised out, and then hung up the phone. Before I left work that afternoon, I went to my top boss's office and told him that I was not feeling well recently, and that I needed to go to the hospital for a checkup to ask for a sick leave. I called in sick once this morning. My top boss naturally did not suspect anything, but also urged me to go to the checkup, change the checkup items will be checked again. After returning home, I told Jolin during dinner that the company's new project is to cooperate with an overseas company, and I have to travel for a few days to visit that overseas company. I occasionally go on business trips. After Jolin heard this, she nodded and asked, going for a few days? After dinner later, I'll help you pack. 3 to 5 days if it's fast, a week if it's slow, maybe even 10 days. I frowned and said, it's not too easy to say, the company means to let me examine it more carefully. Because I haven't worked with that company before, I'm afraid of any risks. Ah? You don't have an exact figure? Jolin frowned as she finished her sentence, glanced at me, and added with a displeased look, "It could be as long as 10 days, your company is also really bad, can't they arrange less for you? It's not like they don't know you're married, how good is it to let young people who aren't married go?" I laughed coldly in my heart. Jolin's words were clearly an attempt to cover up her words. The real reason she frowned was because of what I said about the business trip being uncertain for a few days, and that it could come back at any time. The company is afraid that the young people are inexperienced and not careful enough with their inspections. I said with a smile, "Tomorrow you send me to the high-speed rail station. When I finish my expedition, send you a message in advance. You go to the high-speed rail station to pick me up." "Okay." Jolin agreed painfully. After I had dinner, I booked a high-speed rail ticket in front of Jolin. Early the next morning, Jolin sent me to the high-speed rail station, arriving 40 minutes early. I watched Jolin drive away, went into the high-speed rail station and turned around, and then went out of the high-speed rail station and took a taxi straight to the hotel where Shinjisha and I met. Because this hotel is very close to my home, driving is only about 10 minutes. I came to the front desk of the hotel to open a room. The front desk clerk was checking me in. A crisp voice sounded in surprise beside me. "Such a coincidence? Could it be that the two of us have a heart-to-heart?" I turned my head to look, but it was Shinjisha. Chapter 5, The Most Familiar Stranger. Shinjisha was carrying the same suitcase as me, obviously with the same purpose as me, temporarily staying at this hotel. I have to say, the two of us thought of the same thing. It's really like what she said, a meeting of the minds. But I would choose this hotel solely because it's close to my home. Why would she choose this hotel as well? "Get a room." Shinjisha didn't wait for me to open my mouth, so she handed her ID card to the hotel's front desk and asked, "Is there any room available next to his room?" "Yes, do you want to stay next door to this gentleman?" The receptionist responded with a professional smile on her face. Shinjisha immediately nodded her head to confirm. Seeing that I didn't object, the hotel receptionist quickly checked Shinjisha in and gave her the room card. Although I got the room card one step earlier than her, but she wants to live in the room next to me. I go up first is certainly not polite, can only be waiting for her to get the room card together upstairs. The two of us pulled our suitcases and walked together in the direction of the elevator. After entering the elevator, Shinjisha took the initiative to say, "I told him I was going out for a few days of traveling, and had the driver send me to the airport. I went into the airport and turned around and came out again, and took a taxi directly here." I couldn't help but cry and laugh when I heard Shinjisha's words. I expressed to Shinjisha on the phone yesterday that I would disappear within my wife Jolin's line of sight in the form of a fake business trip, so that she would cooperate with me and temporarily disappear within his husband's line of sight as well. The purpose was to create an opportunity for them. Shinjisha used the reason that she was going out on a trip, not to mention that she surprisingly also did a full set of drama just like me, going to the airport and turning around and then secretly turning back. "What's that look on your face?" Shinjisha asked as she looked at me suspiciously. "I went to the high-speed rail station and made a turn," I said, crying and laughing. "Huh?" Shinjisha first froze, then laughed out loud. "You said before, we are the same kind of people. Now, we even do a play to do a full set of thought to think of a piece of it, but is not what I said that the heart has the same feelings?" The elevator arrives at the floor where the room is located. I carry my suitcase out of the elevator, at the same time said, "You can totally really go out to travel for a few days, there is no need to secretly return." After a pause, I asked, "I'm curious about one question though, why did you come to check in here?" "What about you?" Shinjisha asked without answering. "I just did it because this hotel is close to my home," I answered truthfully. "They had a room here, and I had previously asked you to meet here based on revenge." Shinjisha elegantly gathered her hair. "I secretly returned and chose this place again for a completely different reason than before. I want to be brave." "So that's how it is." I nodded with a sudden realization, swiped the lock on the room door with my room card and said, "I'm here. Don't close the door, I'll come over as soon as I put down my luggage." Shinjisha took 2 steps to the door of the next room and swiped her card to open the door and enter the room. I entered the room and casually threw my suitcase on the side of the bed, walked to the sofa and sat down, lighting a cigarette. Before a cigarette was finished, Shinjisha walked in and closed the door to the room. "How come you didn't even open your suitcase?" Shinjisha spoke, fanned herself with her hand in front of her nose, and without waiting for me to speak, she quickly walked to the window and opened it, before saying, "Smoking is bad for your health, smoke less." I didn't say anything and gave her a rather surprised look. Her tone just now was too natural like a married wife nagging her husband. This obviously should not be the two of us now. Victim alliance relationship should have the state. Shinjisha saw my surprised gaze, pretty face instantly red, obviously realized the reason for my surprised gaze. See Shinjisha pretty face flushed, I was even more surprised. Not only surprised but also curious. We're at this age, and we're all married, how can she still appear as a coy little girl? Tell me your plan. Shinjisha said with her gaze somewhat averted, looking away. I slowly shook my head, still not speaking. Statement, what do you mean by shaking your head? Shinjisha instantly frowned, looking at me angrily and questioning, you promised me yesterday. You don't count on your words? I did promise you yesterday. I looked at Shinjisha and said calmly, but I also said very clearly that I would only tell you when the opportunity was right, and right now, the time is not right. When is the right time? Shinjisha immediately pursued, when will the time come? I don't know. I spread my hands, a face of helplessness mixed with a hint of impatience. It has to wait until I get the evidence first. In reality, I wasn't prepared to tell Shinjisha about my plan at all. This was because although my plan was highly feasible, there were many variables, and if I messed up, I would expose myself to uncontrollable risks. If I told Shinjisha about my plan, it was highly likely that I would implicate her as well, exposing her to uncontrollable risks as well. The analysis I made on the phone yesterday, I think I'm definitely right. I slowly leaned back, my head resting on the backrest of the sofa, slowly closed my eyes and said, but fear not 10,000, fear the unexpected, if they don't go to my house, but come to this hotel again. I did not say the words behind. Shinjisha asked, what do you mean by this? Why don't you continue? I'm telling you this to tell you that when I come to stay here, I intend to stay in my room and not go out, and I'll only order takeout for my meals. Although my eyes were closed, I could imagine that Shinjisha must have been frowning when she spoke just now. I didn't expect that you would come to stay here as well. It's really a coincidence that can't be repeated, so I suggest that you don't walk around at will either, and Nestle in your room, so as not to have a meet and greet death situation when they do come to this hotel. After I finished these words, I didn't hear Shinjisha speak for a long time, and couldn't help but slightly open my eyes to look at her. Frustratingly, what I thought was exactly right, she frowned and looked at me. Are you pressurized to tell me about your plan? Shinjisha saw my eyes widen slightly and said, is there something wrong with your plan? If that's the case, then just say it and I'll help you refer to it. No. My face was calm, but my heart was in shock. Just like the last time we met, I could see through her inner anger underneath her calm surface. She had actually seen through my mind now as well. But how did she see it? At this moment, a phrase suddenly popped up in my mind, and I felt that this phrase described Shinjisha and I. It's really apt, the most familiar stranger. She and I could both tell the true state of the other's heart and thoughts, and only people who were extremely familiar with each other could do that. But today is only the second time she and I have met. We are complete strangers. The most familiar stranger, there is really no more apt description of Shinjisha and I than this. Shinjisha didn't say anything else, but stared at me with a burning gaze, seemingly wanting to judge whether what I said was true or false through the change in my complexion. Chapter 6, Getting It Right. As I said before, I'm not very strong mentally. At least, my mental quality was much worse than Jolynn's. Although I was barely able to keep my demeanor calm, I couldn't look directly at Shinjisha's burning gaze. I pretended to smoke, avoided her gaze, picked up the cigarette case from the table and yanked out a cigarette to light it up, inhaling deeply. I have a very important question to ask you, it's about my plan, you have to answer me truthfully. I exhaled the smoke slowly. You ask. Shinjisha returned dryly. It's this bad breath, how far do you want to go? I pondered and asked, or, I'll simply ask directly like this, if his end is miserable, you. The more miserable his end is, the better. Shinjisha said through gritted teeth. That's good. I nodded and reached out, give me your cell phone. Without saying a word, Shinjisha immediately handed me her cell phone. I downloaded the Smart Cat's Eye surveillance app for her, and shared my permissions with her, and handed the phone back to her, saying, I've installed the software for forensics for you, and from now on, you shouldn't ask any more questions about anything, and the moment the evidence shows up, I'll immediately tell you about my plan. After a pause, I added, if you still continue to ask questions, then I won't say anything. Good, I won't ask. Shinjisha smiled back. I got up and walked to the door of my room and opened it. Go back to your own room, still that saying, fear not the worst, fear the worst. Before the evidence appeared, we all nestled in our respective rooms. Shinjisha pouted with some dissatisfaction, as if she wanted to say that I'm too cautious. But she ultimately didn't say anything, and just walked towards me somewhat reluctantly. At the moment she was about to leave the house, I added, you're traveling outside now, don't let the cat out of the bag. I know, do the whole show, I'm prepared. Shinjisha replied back to me very seriously and finally went back to her own room. I was also finally relieved. Shinjisha, the most familiar stranger, had given me quite a bit of pressure today. It's a good thing that although she was a bit reluctant, she nevertheless still didn't say anything, which meant that she would definitely follow what I said and stay nestled in her room. As I expected, Shinjisha returned to her room and never came back to mine. And I hadn't been going out, and I had ordered takeout for my meals, and the hotel would have a robot deliver the food to my room. I don't know how Shinjisha let himself in the field travel things do not leak the foot. Anyway, I as before, every day will send a few messages to Jolin, said he was in the field business trip situation. 2 days passed very quickly. I have been nestled in the hotel room. Whenever there is a message tone, I will immediately pick up the phone to check. The smart cat eye camera at home will trigger the app alarm if a stranger enters the house. I have added Jolin's photo to the whitelist. She will not trigger the alarm system at home. On the afternoon of the third day, my cell phone rang a message tone. I picked up my phone to check. It is the smart cat eye control software issued an alarm, suggesting that a stranger has entered my home. I immediately opened the control software to check, and sure enough, it was Jolin who brought Shinjisha's husband to my house. I quickly stomped on my shoes and went out, and when I opened the door to my room, Shinjisha also opened the door to her room and walked out. I rushed at her and said, "Good show. The plan begins." "Your plan in the end?" Shinjisha pursued. "The plan begins, no need to ask." I signaled the phone in Shinjisha's hand, and quickly stepped towards the direction of the elevator, saying without looking back, "Just watch the show here, you'll see my plan." I called an internet car while walking, and by the time I took the elevator downstairs and ran out of the hotel lobby, the internet car had already rushed over. After the net taxi driver received me, he immediately followed the navigation of the taxi software and drove quickly in the direction of my house. 10 minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of my neighborhood. I got out of the car and ran furiously towards my house. I don't know whether it was because of the violent running or because of the uncontrollable anger in my heart. I only felt that my heart was jumping into my throat. "Mom, it's not good, someone got into the house and raped Jolin." "Raped?" I dialed my mother-in-law Lilan's phone, and by the time I finished saying this, the person was also already standing at the door of his house. "Someone entered the house, Jolin was raped." "Raped?" I took a deep breath and said, "I'm rushing towards home, you hurry." After saying that, I hung up the phone, took out the key and inserted it. I inserted the key into the lock hole and turned it. It wasn't unlocked. This pair of dogs is really colorful. I opened the door into the home, first went to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife, rushed to the bedroom door, a foot-hard stomp on the door. There was a loud bang. The bedroom door was kicked open by me. Jolin and Shinjisha's husband both had horrified looks on their faces. "Damn it! Rape my wife, I'll chop you up." I looked like I was in a rage, first pointing at Shinjisha's husband with the kitchen knife in my hand before raising it. But I didn't take a step. I was scaring them. Not to mention that I wouldn't cut them, I wouldn't even make a move to hit them. It's a society with the rule of law now, and hitting people is illegal. It's not like there aren't news on the internet about the original wife beating up the mistress calling the police, and the original wife being detained instead, or news about the wife cheating on her husband and the husband beating up the wild man and being detained. I'm not that stupid to put myself at risk of being detained. Brother, don't misunderstand, don't misunderstand. Shinjisha's husband slipped out of bed, drilling under the bed while saying, "I didn't rape her." "I didn't rape her," she volunteered, "the two of us are the broken shoes." "Jolin, what he said is true." I glared at Jolin and asked. Jolin seemed to be stunned as if she didn't say anything. "Brother, everything is negotiable." Shinjisha's husband heard me question Jolin, quietly probed out from under the bed and looked at me. "You put down the chopper first, you say a number, I'll compensate you immediately, I promise I won't dare to do it again." Compensation? Lousy, even more ing will not want. Because I saw a man caught his wife cheating on him, and asked the wild man for compensation, and was sent to jail by the wild man for extortion. And the poor man, in order to reduce the sentence by a few years, also had to beg the wild man to issue a letter of understanding. Thinking about this situation, it's heartbreaking for the rest of his life. "Brother, you let me off the hook." Shinjisha's husband saw me standing at the bedroom door not going in, once again probed out to look at me and said, "As long as you let me off the hook this time, I'll do whatever you want me to do." "You'll do whatever I tell you to do?" I asked in a sinister voice. Yes, I'll do whatever you tell me to do." As soon as Shinjisha's husband heard that I had the intention to loosen up, he busily interfaced and said, "I only beg you to spare me this time, brother." "Good then, you slap her for me, hard." I used the knife in my hand to point at Jolin, and said in a single word, "Swell her face for me, and I'll let you off this time." Chapter 7, Dog Bites Dog. Jolin finally came back to her senses, the panic on her face gradually faded, replaced by an incredulous dismay. She stared straight at me, obviously not expecting me to say such words, much less that I would let Shinjisha's husband slap her with his own hands. However, what shocked her even more was yet to come. After Shinjisha's husband heard my words, he jumped up violently, swung his arm round, and fiercely slapped her in the face. This slap is very strong, not only issued a slap sound, but also directly Jolin slapped down on the bed. Immediately after, Shinjisha's husband seems to be afraid that I am not satisfied, the left hand directly choked Jolin's neck, the right hand positive and negative back and forth on Jolin's face. The sound of cracking and popping slaps instantly resounded in the bedroom. Painful. When I thought of this plan, I had already anticipated this scene. When this scene really appeared in front of my eyes, I felt a wave of evil gas gushing out from my chest. Bloodiness is engraved in every man's bones, and I was no exception. I had actually been forcibly suppressing my anger, not allowing myself to be impulsive. With a lot of this bad breath out of me, it was only at this point that I really basically calmed down, making sure that I wouldn't be impulsive. Within a few minutes, Jolin's face was swollen from the whip. It was so swollen that it was almost like a pig's head. Only at this point did Shinjisha's husband let go of Jolin, and looked at me with a pleading gaze. I didn't say anything, just sneered. I was waiting for Jolin to come back to her senses. She had already been knocked out by Shinjisha's husband's slaps. Fong Shirliang. Jolin slowed down and roared hysterically, pouncing on Shinjisha's husband, scratching and biting as if she was insane. "You hit me? Do you have a ing conscience?" Fong Shirliang. I didn't know Shinjisha's husband's name until now. Not even a minute, Fong Shirliang's body was scratched by Jolin, blood dripping, rubbing intolerably gambling. Dog bites dog. Cool. This scene is also within my expectations. After it really appeared, I only feel all over the body. Soon, Fong Shirliang was caught in a hurry, a hand to Jolin pushed down on the bed. Jolin, this breath out, like a deflated ball withered down, lying on the bed whimpering cried. Just at this time, a burst of rapid footsteps sounded. At the same time there is my mother-in-law Lilan's anxious voice. "What's going on? What's going on?" The voice arrived. Lilan came in front of me, seeing Jolin crying in the bedroom and Fong Shirliang covered in scratches. Lilan had no doubt about what I said on the phone and rushed in to give Fong Shirliang a beating exactly like Jolin's output. Only, Lilan had one more layer of verbal output than her daughter Jolin, and that was cursing. Moreover, the cursing was extremely unpleasant. From greeting Fong Shirliang's 18 generations of ancestors, it continued until Fong Shirliang was. "Daughter, don't be afraid, I've already called the police on my way here, the police will be here soon to take this in." Lilan scratched Fong Shirliang at the same time, but also did not forget to comfort Jolin a sentence. "I'm going to you." As soon as Fong Shirliang heard that Lilan had already called the police, he lifted his foot and kicked Lilan to the ground, trying to escape by grabbing the door. Not to mention that I was still blocking the doorway. How could Jolin let Fong Shirliang go when her own mother was beaten up? As expected. "You dare to hit my mom? I'll fight you." Jolin fiercely pounced on Fong Shirliang from behind, directly pouncing Fong Shirliang to the ground, and with her open mouth, she bit Fong Shirliang's shoulder with a deadly bite, directly giving him blood on his shoulder. Lilan also climbed up from the ground, grabbed Fong Shirliang's hair and pressed his head to the ground with a deadly grip, and also took off one of her shoes and slapped at Fong Shirliang's face one after another. Statement: "What are you standing there for?" Lilan roared at me with red eyes. But I didn't even move, just coldly watched this drama. Messy footsteps sounded at this time. It was the police arriving at the scene. I immediately flipped the kitchen knife in my hand and handed it to one of the policemen who came over. The other policeman also immediately entered the bedroom, separating Lilan, Jolin and Fong Shirliang. At this point, my heart completely out of all the bad gas, cannot help but a long sigh of relief. Out of the bad gas of the feeling of pain and pleasure also disappeared, replaced by an incomparable inner peace and tranquility. The police simply asked a few sentences to Fong Shirliang handcuffed. Afterwards, we were brought to the precinct together, and separate inquiries. I don't know how Lilan, Jolin and Fong Shirliang answered the police questioning. I faced the police's questioning. There was only one sentence: "I came home to see the situation at home. I thought that a rape had occurred." I came home and saw the situation at home and thought that a rape had taken place, so I blocked the door with a kitchen knife in order to prevent the suspect from escaping. Moreover, I emphasized that I stood still and did not move. As for the injuries on Fong Shiliang and Zhou Lin, I only said I didn't know what happened. The police showed me my interrogation statement, and I signed and fingerprinted it after confirming that it was correct. And then, the police took me out of the interrogation room and told me I could leave, but asked me to keep my cell phone open and would contact me at any time if there was anything new. I nodded my head in agreement and looked around the precinct's courtyard, not seeing Zhou Lin or Li Lan, and wondered if they hadn't finished their statements yet. I didn't intend to wait for them either, and took a step towards the outside of the precinct. Just as I walked to the entrance of the precinct, an internet car stopped, the door opened, and Shen Jixia came down from the car. There was nothing surprising that she would come to the precinct. Fong Shiliang was arrested, surely his family would be notified, and the family that would be notified would definitely be Shen Jixia. I paused in my footsteps and yanked out a cigarette to light it. After Shen Jixia saw me, she immediately walked over quickly, looking at me with a complex expression. Just when Shen Jixia was about to walk in front of me, I turned around and left in another direction, as if I had just stopped just to light a cigarette. Shen Jixia's footsteps stalled, and then she quickly walked into the precinct. She should have understood what I meant. At this time, it's best if we don't know anyone. I took a taxi to the hotel, packed up their own clothes to check out, and then carry a suitcase and then take a taxi home. This business trip is completely over here. I returned home, from the refrigerator took a can of ice-cold Coke, reclined in the living room on the sofa, drinking ice-cold Coke, smoking a small cigarette, do not even bother to move a little. Until the light in the room slowly dimmed, my stomach gurgling protest, I yawned, lazily got up and went out of the house, directly to the neighborhood in front of the ramen shop. Boss, a big bowl with meat. I walked over to a table and sat down with my back to the door. Same for me. Big bowl with extra meat. A crisp voice rang out, familiar, it was Shen Jixia's voice. Chapter 8 Truth and Risk. The voice arrived, the person arrived. Shen Jixia sat down across from me. I saw Shen Jixia again, but I couldn't help but be stunned. She and I had each been nestled in our hotel rooms for the past few days, not even leaving our rooms. Perhaps it was for this reason that when I left the hotel today, she was wearing a set of light pink half-sleeved silk pajamas. And when I met her at the entrance of the precinct, she changed into a white chiffon elegant long dress with a light blue 7-minute sleeve casual blazer. Although it was different from the first time I met her, when she was wearing a silk blouse with a black high-waisted pencil skirt, she still gave off a feeling of nobility. But now, she was wearing a loose half-sleeved beige cotton t-shirt with a pair of raw-edged denim hot pants and a pair of white sneakers on her feet. Her skin was extremely white again, what was often referred to as cold white skin, and with this current outfit, it diluted the original nobility and added a few more points of youthful vigor, as if she had completely changed into a different person. Completely not like a 30-year-old mature woman, but like a 18-year-old young girl. My reaction seemed to be expected by her. Shen Jixia pursed her lips and asked, "What? Don't recognize me anymore? If I saw your back in this outfit on the street and didn't see your face, I definitely wouldn't recognize you." I came back to my senses and said truthfully, "It's like you've completely changed into a different person after you changed into this outfit." "Oh?" Shen Jixia's beautiful eyes flashed and immediately said, "Tell me specifically." "You look youthful and energetic now, just like an 18-year-old girl." I smiled and said, "I'm being truthful, not complimenting you." "I'm relieved to hear you say that." Shen Jixia looked down at her clothes with satisfaction and said, "This style of clothes, I actually haven't worn them for many years, and purposely turned them out again to put them on. Do you know why?" "Where would I know?" I said, crying and laughing. "Because I got a new life. That's why I turned out this outfit to wear. It can make you feel youthful and energized for the first time, achieving the effect I wanted." Shen Jixia looked deeply at me with a sincere face, statement, "Thank you, you're the one who made me gain a new life." I nodded with a sudden realization. Today's good show, that is, my plan to get Fong Shiliang into the station. This, in Shen Jixia's opinion, was the beginning of her new life, or what she called a new birth. She changed into such a youthful and energetic outfit to prove and celebrate her new life. Not bad, quite ceremonial. I don't quite understand why women are into rituals, but I'm not a party pooper. With those few words, the ramen shop owner served us both large bowls of ramen with meat. I added a few tablespoons of chili oil, and Shen Jixia looked staggered. It seemed that she couldn't eat spicy food. I smiled at her while opening up. I was really hungry, and a bowl of noodles winded up being eaten very quickly. When I finished eating and took a paper towel to wipe my mouth, only then did I notice Shinjisha's jaw dropping as she looked at me. Her bowl of noodles was only 1/3 eaten. You eat noodles so fast? Not afraid of scalding? Shinjisha asked in shock. I'm used to it, you eat slowly, I'll wait for you. I signaled her to hurry up and eat the noodles. Shinjisha picked at the noodles in small bites. Her movements were elegant like eating French food, it was just that the speed was really slow and touching. I'm full. Shinjisha placed her chopsticks on the bowl and pushed them towards the inside of the table. She didn't have a large meal, and after eating more than half of the large bowl of ramen with meat, she couldn't eat anymore. Don't you have some estimation of your own meal capacity? I said somewhat speechlessly. I really can't eat anymore. Shinjisha said rather helplessly. Mind if I eat it? I pointed at Shinjisha's remaining noodles and asked. Huh? Shinjisha uttered in surprise, no. Don't mind. I rattled the rest of the noodles and beef in her bowl into mine, ate it in 3 bites and made 2, got up and said, let's go. Shinjisha got up and followed my footsteps, but the look of surprise on her face not only didn't disappear, but turned into a look of disbelief. I came from the countryside, and I hate to see food wasted. I noticed her look and explained, besides, beef is quite expensive. He never ate my leftovers. Shinjisha whispered with a complicated look on her face. I can't help but be slightly surprised, not to mention Shinjisha and Feng Shiliang have been married for several years, it is a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship and love, the girls eat the rest of the stuff, not all the boys eat it? However, I don't have a hobby of prying into other people's privacy, and immediately changed the topic, you actually shouldn't come to me now, my plan, you should see it. It's because I see it that I came to find you. Shinjisha said with a straight face, I don't believe you don't want to know what will happen after you're gone. You've already come to me, so let's talk about it. I said as I walked, by the way, why did you go so early? According to common sense, the precinct shouldn't have informed you that early. Feng Shiliang asked for it. Shinjisha and I walked side by side, he wanted me to find him a lawyer. I see. I nodded and asked, other than that, what else did he say? He said that he and Zhou Lin were cheating, that he didn't rape. Rape Zhou Lin? Shinjisha sneered, he knelt down for me, saying that he knew I wouldn't forgive him, and only begged me to help him appoint a lawyer for the sake of husband and wife. I laughed and said, it's not surprising at all, cheating and rape. Rape are 2 completely different things, and that's what his statement must have said. Definitely, it's a pity that although I'm a family member, I don't have the right to read his transcript. Shinjisha frowned as she said this and asked, statement, you came up with the plan, what will be his end? I don't know. I slowly shook my head and said, what ending he has depends on Zhou Lin's attitude. With my plan, Zhou Lin is a variable. You mean to say that if Zhou Lin bites the bullet on being raped, then he will go to jail, and conversely, if Zhou Lin is truthful, he will be fine? Shinjisha was smart, immediately understood what I meant and said, but the police will investigate clearly, right? Haven't you seen the recent news? You can be convicted of rape even if you're engaged. Rape. I sneered and said, not to mention this situation now. What about Zhou Lin? What are you going to do? Shinjisha pursued. Still the same line, depends on her attitude, if she bites the bullet, then I'll talk to her with the truth in hand and try to get her out of the house with a clean slate. I took a deep breath and said, if she's truthful, then she's also in disgrace, I'll sue for divorce normally. If she tells the truth, won't you be at risk of filing a false report? Shinjisha stopped and asked as she tugged on me. She didn't analyze the situation where Zhou Lin bites the bullet, instead she analyzed the situation where Zhou Lin tells the truth. It wasn't me who called the police. I stopped and looked at Shinjisha and said. Even if it wasn't you who called the police, but you called your mother-in-law. Shinjisha said here, and suddenly looked back and questioned, you actually thought of all this a long time ago, and knew that your plan would actually be risky, and that's the real reason why you haven't told me about your plan, right? Right. Now that it's come to this, I no longer hide it, I directly admitted it, and added, the risk isn't as big as you think, big deal, I'll just say that I misjudged it and didn't know that they were cheating, it's not a big problem. No, you don't want to get involved and put me at risk. Shinjisha stared at me with a burning gaze and said word by word. Chapter 9, it's my turn to help you. In fact, the reason I didn't tell Shinjisha about my plan was on several levels, and it wasn't just because I didn't want to involve her and put her at risk. But for some reason, I couldn't face this burning gaze of hers. It was as if this kind of gaze of hers was able to deter people straight away, making me want to dodge for no reason. Perhaps I should strengthen my psychological quality exercise? At this exact moment, my cell phone rang, and I immediately pulled out my cell phone to check it, avoiding Shinjisha's gaze. The call was from my dad, and I immediately picked up the phone. My dad asked me about Jolin on the phone. It must have been my mother-in-law, Lilan, who told my parents about the matter. Dad, this can't be said in a few words. Wait for me to finish solving this matter and tell you what's going on face to face, I said in a low voice. Knowing the son is like a father. As soon as my dad heard me say this, he knew that things were afraid of something else. At that moment, he didn't continue to ask anything. He just urged me that no matter what I do, I have to stay calm. The decisions that people make when they are not calm are often wrong. Dad, don't worry, I'm not a kid anymore. After I said this, I hung up the phone and looked at Shinjisha. Shinjisha didn't say anything, still kept looking, obviously waiting for my answer. I organized my thoughts and said, I didn't tell you my plan before for 3 reasons. 1. The plan itself is too variable, and there's no point in telling you in advance. For 2, it's what you just said, I don't want to involve you in this. And 3. I paused, you can only behave naturally if you're completely unaware of it, and problems arise that involve you. I emphasized the last point. I don't know how good your mental quality is, but I know that I'm not mentally strong enough, so being truthful is the safest thing to do, and if you don't know, you don't know. After saying that, I took a step forward. Shinjisha followed, and as I walked, I said, so, what you should do now is to settle the divorce as I did based on the current state of affairs, and the last thing you should do is come to me. You're wrong. Shinjisha said without hesitation, it's only right that I come to you now, because the precinct has already notified me, and I've already been to the precinct, so I have a good reason to come to you, or to be exact, to look for you and Jolin, as well as your mother-in-law, Lilan, and to ask for clarification of what's really going on. I have to say, Shinjisha said is still very reasonable. She came to find me at this time. This reason is really quite sufficient and impeccable. Immediately afterward, Shinjisha added, as for the divorce, I've already resolved it. Huh? I looked at Shinjisha in surprise and asked, already settled? Yes. Shinjisha smiled and said, I promised to find a lawyer for Feng Shiliang. The condition is that he signs a clean divorce agreement with me. Moreover, I've already made it clear to him that I will bring the divorce agreement and the lawyer to the branch office together, and I'll let him see the lawyer only after he signs the divorce agreement. I had thought that Shinjisha's divorce would be as bad as mine, but I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. However, when I thought about it, this outcome was actually inevitable. She captured Feng Shiliang's eagerness to get off the hook, leaving Feng Shiliang with no choice but to sign a clean divorce agreement with her. Pretty good, congratulations. I congratulated her from the bottom of my heart, stopped and said, well, it's at the entrance of my neighborhood, I should go home, bye. After saying that, I took a step towards the inside of the neighborhood. Which knows, Shinjisha once again followed me and also entered the neighborhood where my house is located. What are you still following me for? I couldn't help but stop my steps and looked at Shinjisha in surprise and asked. To help you. Shinjisha said seriously, your plan made it easy for me to do what I needed to do to net Feng Shiliang out of the house, and helped me a lot, so now it's time for me to help you. Stop fooling around. I frowned and said with a bit of impatience, you can't help me, so don't add to my mess. Statement, before the plan started, you did think a lot, but you didn't think it through completely. Shinjisha slowed down her tone and said, otherwise, you wouldn't have said that there was a lot of uncertainty and a lot of variables. Things have developed to this point, you're actually already a bit messed up, you just haven't noticed it yourself, and the fact that you're a bit impatient with me is the best proof of that. Yes? I asked a little hesitantly. There is. Shinjisha said with certainty, listen to me carefully combing through it for you, I'll make it clear to you, you must have my help now. Good, you say? I yanked out a cigarette and lit it, signaling Shinjisha to follow me towards the front. After all, the two of us were now at the entrance to the neighborhood, and there were people coming in and out, not a place to talk. Shinjisha followed me to a green front of the neighborhood and said, first of all, the variable you mentioned before, that is, Jolin, you don't know whether she will bite Feng Shiliang to death or be honest, right? Right. I nodded my head squarely. This matter, I can help you make sure. Shinjisha said confidently, my identity is here, it's most appropriate for me to ask Jolin. Shinjisha was Feng Shiliang's wife, and Feng Shiliang was arrested for raping. Jolin was arrested for raping Jolin. In the precinct it was definitely said that he and Jolin were cheating on each other. Shinjisha stepping in to ask Jolin what exactly she said was really the most appropriate. Go on. I saw that Shinjisha obviously had more to come, nodded, signaling that she had a point, and motioned for her to continue. Next, you have to answer a key question for me. Shinjisha lowered her voice and said, you have to tell me what you said when you faced the inquiry. I don't know anything, I just went home and saw Jolin covered in injuries, so I called my mother-in-law. I also lowered my voice and replied. Same as I thought. Shinjisha took a deep breath and said, if Jolin is truthful, then we won't have a discussion, you will definitely be questioned again and will be at risk. According to your previous thoughts, you will say that you misjudged the situation, right? Exactly. I said rather helplessly. However, if Jolin bites the bullet and kills Feng Shiliang, then what you said in the face of questioning will be completely valid. Shinjisha narrowed her eyes slightly and said, then, how can you showdown with Jolin by grasping the truth? Where did you learn the truth that they were cheating on each other? This is contrary to what you said in the face of the inquiry, Jolin, unless she is a little cutie, only then would she not think of this key point to counter you. Shinjisha's words were like a refreshing breeze, instantly dispelling the chaos in front of my eyes and making my spiritual platform clear. Chapter 10 Disgusting Face. No wonder I had a vague feeling in my heart that something wasn't right. It turns out that the problem lies here. After my spiritual platform cleared, I immediately realized the problem. If Jolin bites Feng Shiliang to death, and what I said in the face of questioning corresponds to her biting Feng Shiliang to death, then that means that I should be completely unaware of the truth of their affair. In other words, I was misjudged. Of course, Feng Shiliang was actually saying that he and Jolin were cheating on each other in front of me in my bedroom, and Jolin knew very well that I knew Feng Shiliang had said so. But if I take hold of this truth to showdown with Jolin, wanting her to net, she in a mouthful of Feng Shiliang's death, surely she will go to make sure that I face the inquiry is how to say. This is not difficult to do. Even, she should definitely do. Because I mentioned to let her out of the house, she will 100% get a lawyer. If she even entrusted a lawyer with this matter of Feng Shiliang, the lawyer has the right to access the file. Have you figured it out? Shinjisha didn't wait for me to answer, so she continued, and I appeared in front of you, Jolin, and your mother-in-law once at this time, you have a sufficient channel to know the truth. Of course, this channel to know the truth is not against Jolin. You're absolutely right. I hesitated, but then, you're being. There's almost no risk for me. Shinjisha interrupted me without waiting for me to finish, you're away from my help, wanting to use grasping the truth to have a showdown with Jolin, in this case, it won't work at all, let's go. Shinjisha finished saying this and walked forward first, obviously going to my house to meet Jolin and my mother-in-law Lilan once. Things are indeed like her analysis of this, I also no longer hesitate, walked a few steps to catch up with Shinjisha, led her back to my home. Out of this kind of thing, Jolin and her mother Lilan is definitely to come back. They hadn't come back by now, odds are they should have already left the precinct to discuss how to come back and deal with me. When they come back, you ascertain the situation as soon as possible and then leave immediately. I let Shinjisha sit down on the sofa and exhorted. Shinjisha looked at me with a puzzled gaze. Jolin's mom isn't very reasonable. I said helplessly, it won't take more than a few sentences, she'll definitely argue with you, she's a shrew, you're definitely no match for her, it's better to hurry up and leave. My words just fell, the door of the room resounded with the sound of unlocking. Shinjisha immediately gave me a wink, signaling me to sit down opposite her. The door opened, and sure enough, it was Jolin and her mom, Lilan, who had returned. Lilan saw me sitting at home with Shinjisha, immediately opened her eyes angrily, statement, you don't wait for me in Linlin, it turns out to be running home to meet a mistress. Good guy, opened his mouth to describe Shinjisha as a mistress. Jolin saw Shinjisha, but was slightly stunned. She had cheated with Feng Shiliang and had most likely seen Shinjisha's picture. She is Feng Shiliang's wife, Shinjisha. I grimaced and said, she came over to find you guys to ask about the situation. Ask what situation? What's there to ask? When Lilan heard my words, she was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and immediately jumped to her feet, lunging towards Shinjisha with her teeth and claws open, forcible. Adulterer's wife, how do you have the face to come here? Lao me on today have to scratch flour your face. Shinjisha had never seen this kind of shrew, and was immediately stunned, looking at Lilan rushing towards her with a face that didn't know what to do. I immediately got up and pushed Lilan to the side. Statement, what do you mean? Lilan steadied herself and pointed at me, cursing, are you having an affair with her? You didn't wait for me in Linlin and ran home alone, did you do something good with her a long time ago? You pair of dogs and men. My bitter daughter I pulled Shinjixia up and escorted her in the direction of the door, saying, "You go first." From what Lilan said, I could basically already conclude that she was bound to bite Feng Shiliang to death. "You rapist! Adulterer's wife, if you dare to come to our house again in the future, I'll break your legs." Lilan didn't come after me, jumping to her feet and cursing, "My daughter and I have made it clear to the police, you wait for your man to be sentenced." I sent Shinjixia out the door. Shinjixia also came back to her senses and secretly gave me a wink. I nodded my head silently and watched Shinjixia leave. Undoubtedly, Lilan's words of jumping and cursing behind her had already let me know the information I wanted to be sure of, which was that the mother and daughter duo had bitten Feng Shiliang to death. Among my expectations, this possibility was the greatest. Cheating and being forced. Naturally, the latter was more in their interest. As expected, the moment I closed the door to my room, Lilan said, "Statement, I can warn you, you can't dislike Linlin, she was forced, if you dare to dislike Linlin, I'm not done with you." Enough! I shouted angrily at Lilan, "What are you pretending for? What are you acting for? Really treating me like a little cutie?" After saying that, I glared at Jolin. "It was clearly you who cheated on me. It's against you. Dare to call yourself lousy with me." Lilan pinched her waist and pointed at me, asking with a straight face, "What do you want?" "What do I want?" I said with a sneer, "Very simple, divorce, Jolin will leave the family." Jolin, who had been silent all this time, said in a cold voice after hearing my words, "Impossible. If you want to divorce me, go to court and have the court decide the division of property." Sure enough, Jolin would not net a divorce. This was also something that was expected. After all, in this current version of the times, a woman's cheating could not be used as a basis for divorce, nor could it be used as a basis for dividing property. "Want my daughter to leave the house netted?" Lilan even sneered and said, "You are simply blinded by lard. Even if Linlin cheated on her, putting aside the facts, are you not at all at fault?" I was infuriated by Lilan's words. Her daughter cheated on her and she is looking for mistakes from me? And put aside the facts? It's really classic. I knew that Lilan was unreasonable, but I didn't realize that she wasn't just unreasonable, she was simply shameless. What is there to talk about when you're not talking about the facts? I just made the same mistake every woman makes. Jolin walked over to the sofa and sat down, saying this with a straight face. "That is. Are you not caring enough about Linlin? Did you usually coax her to be happy properly? Isn't there a saying, if you want to live a good life, you have to have a little green on your head, so a little mistake, can't you be a little more generous?" With every word Lilan said, my blood pressure rose 1 point. Good. I nodded my head repeatedly and laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha. I'll let you all see my generosity today." After saying that, I unlocked the door to my room, took a step into the kitchen, and touched the kitchen knife to come out. Old me was blind before, I didn't see that you mother and daughter were so disgusting in your 3 views. I raised the kitchen knife in my hand, rushed towards Lilan, and slashed down fiercely. "A pair of scums, I admit it today, hacking one to death is enough, hacking 2 to death earns 1. Chapter 11 The Reason for Physics. You're scaring. Jolin looked at me with a scornful face, clearly thinking that I was scaring the mother and daughter. It wasn't surprising at all that she would think that, because I had already acted out such a play, blocking her and Feng Shiliang in the bedroom with a kitchen knife. And with my subsequent move of letting Feng Shiliang slap her, she must have gotten back to the idea by now that I wasn't going to cut anyone, just to make them dog-eat-dog hurt each other. But this time, before she finished her words, she revealed a look of horror. Because at this time my gaze was determined, the kitchen knife in my hand without hesitation towards her mom Lilan cut over. Lilan seemed to be not expecting me to really chop, and was stunned in place. "Mom!" Jolin let out a mournful cry, startling Lilan back to her senses at the same time. She also dragged Lilan down onto the sofa. Bam! There was a loud bang. The kitchen knife in my hand slashed hard against the wall, behind where Lilan was originally standing. I used a lot of force, and the chopper bounced off the wall, causing me to take 2 steps back. Jolin and Lilan rolled down from the sofa to the floor, rolling and crawling backward. "Crazy. He's crazy," Lilan said, shivering. "Statement, you. Don't come over." Jolin also spoke with a trembling voice. "I'm wrong, I'm really wrong, I'll change, I'll definitely change." I looked at their mother and daughter with bloodshot eyes and a fierce smile on my face. "You don't know you're wrong, you know you're going to die." Although Jolin and Lilan were shivering and their gazes were evasive, they glanced in the direction of the door from time to time. Obviously, they were trying to escape. And after noticing their gazes, I didn't chase and slash them again, but moved a step laterally, blocking their way to the door. Statement: everything is negotiable. Jolin pulled Leland back to the side of the air conditioner and said, "If you kill us, you'll have to pay for your own life. If you don't think about yourself, you have to think about your mom and dad as well." Hearing Jolin's words, I pretended to huff and puff, and the sinister look on my face tightened for a few moments. My anger was real, yet I wouldn't really cut them, but rather I was scaring them. Their disgusting tripe both enraged me and showed me their shameless faces. It's useless to reason with this kind of scum and talk about the law, they carry a natural magic resistance. Against this kind of scum, only physical means are the most effective. Physical is also reason. I am now deliberately converging a few points of my sinister look, in order to make them feel that I was touched by Jolin's words, so that they can continue to talk and persuade me. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for me to end it. After all, my plan had worked, and I couldn't really hack them to death. Because of such two scums, taking my own life wasn't cost-effective at all. Right, killing is paying for your life, you have to think about your parents, you still have to support them in their old age. Seeing that I had loosened up, Leland carefully looked at me and said, "Statement, whatever conditions you have, just mention them." I wanted to let Jolin immediately sign the divorce agreement, but the words on the verge of the mouth and swallowed back. Now under these circumstances let her sign, she can become coerced. The agreement is invalid. I don't want to see you guys again for a minute. I coldly said, "Pack up your things and get out of this house." After saying that, I walked to the doorway and sat down on the dining chairs, giving them space to pack up. "Jolin, I'll give you 3 days, think it over carefully." I said in a deep voice, "After 3 days, I will contact you to sign the netting agreement. If you don't sign it, then I will go to the precinct and say that you have falsely accused me, that you and Feng Shiliang are cheating." Even when I moved away from them and sat at the dining table by the door, Jolin and Leland cowered in the corner for a moment and didn't dare to move. Only after seeing that I was really just sitting there, no longer making any movements, did they slightly breathe a sigh of relief, and the mother-daughter duo looked at each other, carefully slipping down the wall into the bedroom. And then, Leland nervously watched me look out from the doorway. The sound of rummaging resounded in the bedroom. I think it was Jolin who was handily packing up her clothes. "Pack up and take everything you have in this house with you," I said in a cold voice. For more than an hour, Jolin finally finished packing all of her things. Her suitcase, her travel bag wasn't enough, she even used 2 bed sheets to make 2 huge bundles. Then, she and his mom Leland stood in the living room, looking at me nervously. I opened the door to the room in silence, and then from the other side of the living room, leaving the way for them to go out of the living room, walked into a room, closing the door at the same time drinking, "Get out." The living room quickly resounded with a jumble of footsteps, then silence. I opened the door to the room and walked out. Jolin mother and daughter had already left. I closed the door to the room, put the kitchen knife back in the kitchen, sat on the sofa in the living room, yanked out a cigarette and lit it. Even if they left and called the police, I wasn't afraid, because I didn't really cut them. Just at this moment, my cell phone rang. I pulled out my cell phone to see that it was actually Shinjisha calling. I pressed the answer button. Shinjisha's relieved voice immediately rang. "You scared me to death just now. I thought you were really going to hack them to death." "Hee, I'm not stupid." I grinned. It was true that I was enraged by their mother and daughter's disgusting outlook as well as their ugly faces, and it was false that I wanted to hack them to death, half true and half false, so that Shinjisha had no way to tell if I was scaring them or not. "Huh? No. She's gone, how did she know what just happened?" This question just popped up in my mind, and it immediately dawned on me. The smart cat eye device that I had networked in my house hadn't been removed yet, and I had shared the permissions with her earlier. After she left just now, she must have gone through the control software to see what happened subsequently, and naturally saw everything that happened just now. Thinking of this, I got up and started to dismantle these smart cat eyes. "What are you doing?" Shinjisha obviously heard the sizzling sounds of me dismantling the devices. "Taking down those devices." I laughed and joked, "If this isn't dismantled, you'll be able to pry into my privacy anytime you want. I don't want to be seen naked by you." I didn't mean to, I just wanted to know what kind of progress things were making after I left. Shinjisha explained. "I know. Just kidding with you," I said as I dismantled the equipment. As you can see in the follow-up, things went down according to my plan, and 3 days later, there was an outcome to my divorce. Is there anything else? I'll hang up if there's nothing else. It's a bit hard to dismantle the equipment with one hand. Just a little worried about you. Since you can even joke with me, it means you're fine. See you tomorrow, Shinjisha said with a light smile. See what you still have things to do tomorrow. I said casually, go about your business. Strike while the iron is hot to settle things once and for all. Aha! Shinjisha promised to make a sound, but then came back with, see you tomorrow. It's all been said. Before I could finish my sentence, the phone was hung up. Chapter 12 Celebration. I held the hung up phone, rather speechless. I hadn't even finished my sentence. Putting away my cell phone, I proceeded to dismantle the rest of the smart cat's eye, and took out the memory card inside, putting the memory card away separately. The video inside is related to whether Jolin is netted, absolutely cannot be lost. The next day, I received a phone call from my top boss, asking me what the hell was going on. I hadn't been to work for several days. I planned to go back to work after completely resolving the matter of divorce with Jolin, so I told my top boss that something had happened at home, and that I would have to wait a few days before I could go to work, and asked him to take a leave of absence. At this point, I basically resumed my single life, and played games at home for a day in the dark. A blackout in the truest sense of the word, because when I looked up and out the window, night had already crept in. After not eating anything for a day and relying on fatty happy water to hold me over, feeling a bit hungry, I got up and prepared to wash my face and go out for something to eat. I had just finished washing my face when I heard a knock on the door. Coming. I hurriedly wiped my face and walked to the door of my room and opened it. Shinjisha. Why are you here again? I was a little surprised and instantly didn't feel so surprised. Or should I say, Shinjisha coming to my house again today was something unexpected and reasonable. Because I recalled that she hung up the phone yesterday without waiting for me to finish, in order to prevent me from saying anything more to reject her coming to me. Today, she wore a white little chambray knit with black trim, paired with a pair of loose black wide-legged casual pants, and on her feet was a pair of white loafers. The casual style of the collocation made her whole person look casual and comfortable, and gave me a brand new feeling. Neither the mature woman who was noble and looked unattainable before, nor the youthful and energetic girl who was like a neighboring sister yesterday. Rather, it is gentle and friendly, like the early spring sunshine, not burning but warm and melting, so that I unconsciously want to get close to, and even produced a kind of class gap with her, and she has no class gap, the illusion of touching. Fruity. I even said on the phone yesterday that I would see you tomorrow. Shinjisha spoke, laboriously raising her hand upwards to signal, her left hand carrying a large plastic bag, her right hand carrying a mention of a 2-bottle white wine gift bag. You're blocking the doorway, is not ready to let me in? What are you doing? I asked, moving out of the way. Yesterday you treated me to ramen, can't I treat you to dinner today? Shinjisha said jokingly, then placed the plastic bag on the dining table and opened it, taking out one packaging box after another from inside and opening it. 8 delicacies of all colors and flavors appeared on the table. Immediately after, she took out a bottle of white wine from the white wine gift bag placed on the floor and unpacked and opened it. Dream Blue M9. Hee, Dream 9. That's expensive enough. I said with a smile, the ramen I treated you to yesterday in exchange for such a table of liquor can be too good a deal. I hadn't eaten anyway, and she'd brought drinks and food, so what's the point of being pretentious? I'll get the cutlery. Is there a wine dispenser? Shinjisha said. There is. I fetched the cutlery and wine dispenser out. Shinjisha took the wine dispenser and poured white wine, while later pouring wine into a small wine glass and said, I came to find you today to actually celebrate. She gestured for me to sit down first, and took out an agreement from her accompanying bag and handed it to me. I took the agreement and read it over. It was the divorce agreement between her and Feng Shiliang. Feng Shiliang was netted out and had signed and pressed his handprints. Congratulations. I returned the agreement to Shinjisha. Shinjisha put the agreement back into her bag, sat down opposite me, lifted her small wine glass, and said, thank you. Clinking the glasses, he tilted his head and took a sip. Shinjisha was immediately spiced up. Sihasha spat out her little tongue, obviously never drank white wine, or not often drink white wine. Hurry up and eat some food to suppress. If you don't know how to drink, don't drink. I said with a smile. Shinjisha ate 2 mouthfuls of food, suppressing the pungency of the white wine, and said, I've said it's a celebration, how can I not drink? We'll celebrate when you and Jolin's matter is settled, but then you'll have to treat me. No problem. I agreed with my mouth full. Right away, as we ate and chatted, Shinjisha told me about today's situation, and she went to the precinct with her lawyer and the proposed agreement. First, she had Feng Shiliang sign the agreement before letting him meet the lawyer. He's already signed the power of attorney agreement with the lawyer. Shinjisha concluded, the lawyer has already proceeded to start his case. Actually, it's good enough that my plan has the current effect. As for how Feng Shiliang turns out in the end, you don't have to care too much. I said as I clinked glasses with Shinjixia once again. It could be seen that Shinjixia was very happy, and since she had come to me to celebrate, I naturally wouldn't spoil the fun. What's more, I also still have a bit of alcohol capacity, and at that moment, I squeaked a mouthful of white wine from the small wine glass. This small glass of wine is a mouthful, it is really refreshing. Only, Shinjixia obviously will not drink. I also did not let her with me like a mouthful of one. She didn't insist and changed it to 2 sips. People are happy, Shinjixia's matter is resolved, and I and Jolin's matter, 3 days later will also have a result. Unconsciously, a bottle of white wine will drink up. Shinjixia's pretty face, at this time has been red like a ripe apple speak also a little big tongue. And this bottle of white wine, I drank almost 7 taels, also a little bit of alcohol on the rise. Let's stop here today, you'll get drunk if you keep drinking. I reached out and stopped Shinjixia's hand that was holding the wine glass. Good. Shinjixia didn't try to be brave to continue drinking. I'll go wash my face to sober up. After saying that, Shinjixia stood up, her figure slightly shaky as she got up and went to the bathroom. I got up and walked to the living room sofa and sat down, pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Shinjixia quickly washed her face out. I turned my head to look at her, want to ask if you want to send her a little, but the gaze is involuntarily stagnant. Her little fragrant wind knitwear jacket has disappeared, only left inside the white tight halter undershirt, 2 arms and collarbone near a large area exposed in the air, white eye shattering. Statement, what you said still counts. Shinjixia lightly bit her lower lip, her cheeks flushed red, and she walked towards me in style. What? I subconsciously interjected and asked. You said that you don't mind having something with me when this matter is over. Shinjixia walked to me, directly sat across me, cupped my face with both hands, and gently lifted upwards. A refreshing fragrance violently drilled into my nostrils. It was Shinjixia's body fragrance. Wine burned my senses, and I subconsciously sniffed greedily and deeply, letting more of the aroma rush into my lungs. This aroma into the body is like a spark flying into the dynamite barrel, instantly detonated me. I ghostly god outstretched his hand, surrounded Shinjixia a small waist. Chapter 13 Stamped Agreement. I could clearly feel that the moment I encircled Shinjixia's waist, her waist instantly tightened. Immediately afterward, as if she had been encouraged by me, the hint of evasiveness in her gaze towards me after originally cupping my face disappeared, and she slowly lowered her head towards me. Shinjixia's pretty face was frighteningly red, as if it was about to drip blood. As she drew closer, a warm breath hit my face, and a word instantly came to mind: exhale like orchids. My breath caught uncontrollably, and I couldn't help but raise my head towards her lips. Boom! Just as Shinjixia and I were about to touch our lips together, a huge thunderclap rang out, shaking the windows slightly. Shinjixia was obviously startled and turned her head to look out the window. The loud thunder certainly startled me as well, but the greater effect was to make my sanity return and prevail once again. I immediately took in a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled it out, letting out the fire in my body along with this breath. Shinjixia turned back to me, looked at me fixedly, and lowered her head to my lips once again. I hugged her and stood up violently, then quickly turned around and placed her on the sofa, then walked to the window and opened it. Boom! There was another clap of thunder. Along with this thunder, a cool wind mixed with a humid scent blew in. I was completely calmed down by this cool breeze. It's going to rain, I said as I looked out the window. When the air was filled with humidity and a cool wind blew, it meant that it was going to rain soon. At this moment, the sky was overcast and thick, coupled with thunder. I was afraid that it was going to rain heavily. I just didn't know if this rain was a thunderstorm or not. I hadn't been looking at Shinjixia, but the moment I put her on the sofa, her face was filled with a look of dismay. Shinjixia didn't take my words, but got up and walked towards me. I twisted my head to look at her, and although her face was still red, it was already the normal blush caused by the previous drinking. In other words, Shinjixia had also regained her composure at this time. Keep a certain distance, I don't have that much stamina. I joked, your lethality towards men is not normally great. Is it? Shinjixia didn't keep her distance from me, but walked over to me and stood side by side with me by the window, her gaze also looking out the window, and said, why do I feel that I don't have much charisma? Otherwise, why did you hold back and not continue? At that instant, the thunder rang out. It was God warning us. I said casually, I'm superstitious. What if there wasn't that thunderstorm? Shinjixia asked with a slight smile. Then I yanked out a cigarette and lit it, and said after taking a drag, I know your depths, and you know my lengths. Hearing this answer from me, Shinjisha glanced at me with a hint of anger in her eyes, but the corners of her mouth turned upward, revealing a hint of a playful-like smile. Don't believe in your superstitions. This explanation of yours is not enough to convince me. Regardless of superstition or not, right at that instant, a thunderclap rang out. It's always a coincidence that can't be repeated, right? I asked, tilting my head to look at her. Although Shinjisha said that she didn't believe me to be superstitious, she nodded with a complex look on her face and helplessly. In fact, Shinjisha and I are the same, are not superstitious, just that to the thunder came too coincidental. Seeing Shinjisha's helpless look, I also spread my hands and revealed a helpless look. The most crucial thing is that with the sound of that to thunder, the atmosphere is also gone. There are some things where the atmosphere is important, and it's fine to have just the right atmosphere, or even a strong atmosphere. What was feared was that the atmosphere was gone. Without the atmosphere, it felt wrong. After all, Shinjisha and I are adults, and not raw melon egg monkey. Shinjisha didn't say anything, but only sighed slightly, indicating that she was actually just like me, and had calmed down because the atmosphere was gone. But you still didn't count on your words. Shinjisha said after a moment of silence. No. I shook my head and said, don't try to mislead me. What I said, I myself remember very clearly. What I said at that time was that when things were over and we both became free, you were still willing to, all these preconditions, you only didn't mention a single word. After a pause, I added, and now, you just signed the agreement, you haven't gotten the divorce certificate yet, and Jolin and I haven't even signed the agreement yet, and the preconditions haven't even been met. Strictly speaking, you broke the rules today. Hearing my words, Shinjisha couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker. Then I'll make my attitude clear first, I'm definitely willing. Shinjisha turned to look at me and said, now, I want an attitude from you as well. As if afraid that I would use the preconditions as an excuse, Shinjisha added, the preconditions are not allowed to be used as an excuse, there is always the day of fulfillment. My attitude, need I say more? I twisted my head to look at Shinjisha, I don't suffer. No, you must give me an accurate attitude today. Shinjisha thought for a moment and said, it's not good enough to just say it with your mouth, you have to show it with your actions. Huh? I let out a puzzled nasal sound. Shinjisha didn't speak again, but tilted her head, closed her eyes, and pouted. I'd be a cutie if I didn't understand what she meant. Up. I only hesitated for a second before I moved to her lips and gently kissed her. Shinjisha opened her eyes, looked at me with a watery look, and said, just now it was both a stamping agreement and to make up for what I just regretted. Shinjisha's words just fell, the rain, drifting down from the sky. It was not an imaginary thunderstorm, nor was it a downpour, but it was a fine, rustling rain. The sound of the rain was pleasant to the ears, giving people a feeling of relaxation, as if their spirits were lifted. It was more like a witness to this stamped agreement. Good. I nodded with a smile. Immediately, I stopped talking, turned my head to look out the window, borrowing the light of the street lamp, watching the drizzle fall, but also quietly listening to the rustle of the drizzle. As if there was a telepathic connection, Shinjisha also stopped talking and looked out the window just like me. The two of us just like this have been standing quietly at the window, looking out the window in silence, but the atmosphere is not at all depressing, but very relaxed, very cozy. I do not know how long, the neighborhood a homeowner home, the door gate did not lift the lever, driving the owner of the car honked the car's horn. This sudden sound of the car's horn broke the atmosphere and made Shinjisha and I come back to our senses. It's getting late, how did you get here? Did you drive? Do you want me to send you back? I looked over at her and asked. No. Shinjisha said without hesitation, I'm not leaving tonight, I'm staying at your house. Chapter 14 Uncertainty? How could I not have expected that Shinjisha would have the intention of staying over at my house? What a joke. I was stunned for a moment and immediately blurted out when I came back to my senses. I'm not kidding. Shinjisha had a smile on her lips, but her gaze was quite firm. Seeing Shinjisha's resolute gaze, I knew that she was determined to stay overnight, and immediately my thoughts turned electrically, trying to find a reason to persuade her to leave. A man and a woman sharing a room together, spreading the word would be bad for her? It won't work. She's been in my house for hours now, and it's already too late for anything to really be seen, for any rumors to arise. Worried about her staying over and not being able to hold it? Even more bull. Not to mention the fact that it's all been stamped agreed upon just now. She and I are one of a kind, the atmosphere is gone, and we both actually know in our hearts that even if she stays over tonight, nothing will definitely happen. I couldn't think of any suitable reason, and Shinjisha kept staring at me, and could only say, give a reason that can convince me. If it's sufficient you'll stay, if it's not sufficient you'll go home. I don't want to go back to that empty, cold house. Shinjisha's eyes dimmed. I want to stay here with you and talk to you. My heart softened and I sighed slightly. Although we had gotten out of the bad blood, we were ultimately living, breathing human beings, not ice-cold machines. We are the victims of marital infidelity, and the harm we have suffered will not dissipate just because we are out of bad blood. Just like a stitched wound, it will eventually leave a scar. You sleep in that room. I pointed to the second bedroom, the guest room. No one has slept in it, and the bedding is all brand new. There were 3 bedrooms in my house. The master bedroom was where Jolin and I lived, the second bedroom was used as a guest room, and the smallest bedroom was decorated as a computer room. After saying that, I lay down on the sofa and stared at the ceiling out of my mind. You want to sleep on the sofa? Shinjisha asked hesitantly. Yes, I'm too dirty. I returned. Go to the guest room. Lying there won't delay our chat. That day's good show was what happened in the master bedroom, and I wasn't going to sleep in that bed again. Shinjisha didn't bring any toiletries and went directly to the guest room. She didn't close the door, not worrying that I would go in, but also convenient for us to chat. When she turned off the light in the second bedroom guest room, I also turned off the light in the living room. It was quiet and dark, with only the sound of rustling rain coming in through the window. Statement: what are your subsequent plans? Shinjisha's voice resounded in the second bedroom guest room. I'm talking about after you settle the divorce. Intentions? I repeated those 2 words as if talking to myself. I hadn't really thought that far ahead. However, I immediately thought of what the first step would be after settling the divorce and said, sell the house first. Sell the house? Shinjisha asked. Right, what happened? We are powerless to change. I lit a cigarette and said quietly, but we can't live in the past, that will keep getting hurt over and over again. Selling the house, getting a new place to live, saying goodbye to the past, and forgetting about the damage done, is the best treatment program. Good idea. Shinjisha said heartily. I forget where I read it. Good forgetfulness is a self-protection mechanism of human beings. I continued, it probably means that over time, we will forget things. It's a human protection mechanism. Time will heal everything? Shinjisha asked softly. Pretty much. I murmured, for example, everyone encounters the death of a loved one, but as time goes on, one realizes that they can't remember more and more about their deceased loved one. It's not that human nature is thin and cold, and that loved ones don't grieve when they pass away. On the contrary, it is because the death of a loved one will make the living person grieve. Self-protection mechanism is triggered. The brain will slowly forget the appearance of the deceased loved one, so as to alleviate the harm brought about by grief. The deeper the memory of the appearance of the deceased loved one, whenever you think of it, the more sad it will be. It will also be repeated all the time and will be harmed. By selling the house, you are actually taking the initiative to forget, rather than passively waiting for the self-protection mechanism to be triggered. Shinjisha immediately understood the meaning. Talk about something else. At that moment, Shinjisha digressed. We chatted casually, saying whatever came to mind, so much so that it was a bit of a foregone conclusion. I don't know how long we chatted, but my eyelids slowly couldn't lift up. When you talk to Jolin, those evidences you have, it's not suitable to take them out, there will be a great risk. Shinjisha's voice sounded again. I know. I closed my eyes and said vaguely, look at it when the time comes, I'll try not to use. Again, I gave her 3 days, today is only the first day. She will definitely look for you to talk tomorrow. Shinjisha said with certainty. Borrow your good advice, I hope so. And I hope there is a good result. I can't hold on any longer, I'm going to sleep. After I said this, I entered dreamland. Vaguely heard Shinjisha seem to say, don't worry, not only will she definitely look for you, but she will also have a good result. When I opened my eyes, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Daylight in the true sense of the word, because I woke up with the sun's rays in my eyes. I rubbed my eyes and got up to take a look at the door of the second bedroom. Shinjisha had already left and the folded cool quilt indicated that she did stay over last night. Thinking about everything last night, it was like a dream. I couldn't help but smile and went to the bathroom to wash up. I had just turned on the faucet to wash my face when my cell phone rang. I returned to the living room and picked up my cell phone from the coffee table. The call was surprisingly from Jolin. I immediately picked up the phone. Statement: let's talk. Jolin's voice came from the receiver, cold without any trace of emotion. Caller. Where to talk? I immediately said, to talk can, I only talk with you alone, do not want to see your mom that shrew, with her in, nothing can be talked about. You. Jolin obviously wanted to get angry, but the two of us are now in a situation that makes her unable to accuse me of disrespecting her mom, and forced her anger to say, I'm at the Brownie Cafe right now, and I'm alone. Wait. I said without hesitation, I'll be there in a minute. After saying that, I hung up the phone, ran into the bathroom to wash up quickly, and then went out of the house and drove straight to the Brownie Cafe. Only, a huge doubt appeared in my heart. I remembered that at the end of my conversation with Shinjisha last night, she said that Jolin would definitely look for me today. Moreover, she seemed to have said that not only would Jolin definitely look for me, she would also definitely have a good result. This can't even be described as being able to predict things as if they were right, it's almost like being able to predict things before they happen. But I don't believe she can foresee anything. What's going on? Chapter 15. What the hell did you do? I wanted to immediately call Shinjisha and ask what was going on, but the car had already driven outside the Brownie Cafe. Jolin was sitting right by the window and had already seen me as well. I could only press down the idea of calling Shinjisha, and after parking the car, I pushed the door and got out and walked into the cafe. My stomach was a little hungry, and when I passed by the bar, I ordered a cup of coffee, as well as 2 egg sandwiches, before I came to sit across from Jolin. The cup of coffee in front of Jolin was already mostly drunk. How's the consideration going? I ignored Jolin's icy gaze and went straight to the point. At this moment, the waiter served coffee and sandwiches. Jolin waited until the waiter left and said, You don't want me to leave the house? You must have drawn up an agreement, right? Show me. I took out my cell phone and sent the agreement that had already been prepared to Jolin, and then ate the sandwich on my own. Concerning the division of property in a divorce, Jolin looked very carefully. Until I finished my sandwich and picked up my coffee for a sip, she hadn't finished reading it. In fact, strictly speaking, Jolin and I didn't have much of a property dispute. After we both got married, our salaries were kept separately. It's just that, my salary is higher, I'm in charge of the mortgage for the house, and the family's spending. And her salary, except for the occasional groceries, the rest is all in her hands. The car was bought by me before marriage, it has nothing to do with her. The big thing that needs to be divided is my house. The house was bought with a down payment of $600,000 from my parents, and the rest was a loan, which is still being repaid. The key problem is that the house was bought second-hand, when the transfer added the name of Jolin. According to the current law, the two of us divorced, she is to share half. I have said before, I was born in the countryside. Thanks to the country's support for rural areas over the years, my parents contracted the village some land planting greenhouses. Everyday hard labor, many years to save these money for me to get married with. Half of the house? I can't accept that. The other thing is that the bride price and the 3 golds were given at the time of the engagement. At that time, the bride price was not that high, my family gave 88,000 yuan, plus the 3 golds cost not 2 to 30,000 yuan. In the agreement, I made it clear that the house will not be divided, belonging to my personal terms. As for the bride price and 3 gold, I wrote a total of 100,000 yuan to return the terms, more or less let her take advantage of a little cheap. As for our wedding dowry, when the wedding was held, Jolin's mother Lilan said it was given 200,000 yuan. I didn't see it, and I didn't ask. Besides, the current law clearly states that the bride price and dowry are women's premarital property. The dowry was given by my family, so I'll try to get it back. Her dowry, I will never shamelessly ask for a division. I thought Jolin would not sign this agreement so painfully, surely we'll bargain. I've even made a bottom line plan, bride price and 3 gold to hit the water, to keep the house can be. What I didn't think was that after Jolin read it, she simply said, You go to print, I sign. So quick? I was a little uncertain, said, You can see clearly, it says, after signing the agreement, you have to immediately go with me to the real estate license to change the name of my personal, but also the $100,000 immediately hit me. I'm not blind. Jolin said impatiently. Since Jolin had said so, what else did I have to say? At that moment I got up and went out of the cafe, found a typing agency nearby and printed the contract. I bought a signing pen and sealing clay from someone else, and immediately returned to the cafe. Jolin immediately signed her name on the agreement, and pressed the handprint. At the same time I signed and pressed the handprints, Jolin transferred $100,000 to me. The agreement was in duplicate. Jolin and my signature, put away her share, said, with the housebook? Go to the housing authority. I didn't expect things to go so well, and didn't bring the house book with me, and said, "At home, go back and get it, then go to the housing authority." I drove Jolyn back home first. She waited downstairs, did not go upstairs. I picked up the house book, and then drove her to the bank before going to the housing authority for the name change. Because this house has a loan, you have to go to the bank to get the consent to change the material. When everything is done, Jolyn and I went to the Civil Affairs Bureau, submitted a divorce application. Divorce by mutual agreement must be filed first, after a 30-day cooling-off period, before receiving a divorce license. After doing all of this, when Jolyn and I came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Why did it hurt so much to sign? I lit a cigarette and asked after taking a drag. Knowingly. Jolyn gave me a somewhat disgusted look and opened her cell phone to call an internet car, with an appearance of not wanting to say a word more to me. My heart has been vaguely guessed, no longer pursue this question, but said, the last question, why did you cheat? On your little income, simply cannot meet my spending. Jolyn said with a look of contempt, I'm talking to you, marrying you, just because I didn't find a better one. Understood. I nodded silently and walked towards my car. Without a doubt, my union with Jolyn was originally a mistake. I was just an ordinary social animal office worker. Although my income was already quite a bit higher than the average income, it still couldn't fulfill Jolyn's consumption. Moreover, from the time Jolyn and I talked about getting married, I didn't turn in my paycheck either. As she said, she had actually long been dissatisfied with me. The only reason why she continued to talk to me and finally went on to get married was because she hadn't met a richer one. There was nothing else to do but to marry me. However, my mistake lies in the blindness did not see the person, but also excusable. Because Jolyn from talk to me, until the marriage, have hidden her gold-digging side, purely on purpose in front of me in a layer of camouflage. It was really hard for her to act for so long. In such a marriage, she ran into the rich Fong Shirliang. Cheating and derailment is really not surprising at all. At the moment I opened the car door, ready to get on the car, Jolyn looked at me, a vicious look warned, I don't care why she helped you, you tell her, I've done what she said. If she does not keep her promise, then do not blame me for pulling her into the water. We all do not have a good end. I knew that the she Jolyn was talking about was definitely Shinjisha. Before I had time to ask anything, the car stopped beside Jolyn. She pulled open the door and got in. The car immediately drove forward and quickly disappeared from my sight. Shinjisha, what the hell did you do? I took out my cell phone, a phone dialed over. Chapter 16, A Big Stick with Honey Dates. The phone call was quickly connected. I didn't ask Shinjisha what exactly she had done, but told her the result first. I, Jolyn, and I have signed the divorce agreement. Really? Great. Shinjisha said happily over the phone, congratulations. In addition to Shinjisha's voice, there were also some sibilant sounds coming from the receiver, and there was no telling what she was doing. Are you free? I asked, meet up? I don't know why, the idea of worrying that she wouldn't say yes suddenly appeared in my heart at this time, and immediately added, yesterday we agreed that we'd celebrate when I signed the divorce papers as well, only I'll treat you instead. I'm packing. Shinjisha returned, are you coming over to find me? Or do you have an appointment to wait for me somewhere? I pretty much still have to pack. For more than 2 hours. If it's convenient, I'll come over to you. I said without thinking. Shinjisha told me the name of the neighborhood of Hushantanghua, and then said, you talked to the doorman, you arrived directly said to find me on the line. I put away my cell phone and drove to Hushantanghua. Hushantanghua is a townhouse with small homes with yards and downleaps in the villa district, is the most upscale district developed in recent years. Shinjisha's home in Hushantanghua, when there is nothing surprising. About half an hour or so, I drove to the lakeside shade. With the guard reported Shinjisha's name, the security guards gave me raised the gate barriers, but also told me Shinjisha home building number. Soon, I found Shinjisha's house and parked my car in the parking space in front of her house. The door is open. Shinjisha's voice came from the second floor. I looked up and saw that she was by the second floor window, holding some clothes in her hand. I nodded at her and pushed open the door to the courtyard, taking a step inside. The courtyard wasn't big, but it was exquisite, and the main door at the end of the courtyard was open, so when I entered, all I could see at once was a lot of packed boxes sitting in the living room. I bypassed these boxes and went up the rotating staircase to the second floor, finding Shinjisha, who was taking out clothes from the closet, folding them and continuing to box them up. What are you doing here? I asked hesitantly. I think what you said last night was right, so I'm going to sell this house too. Shinjisha said with a smile. I see. I nodded with a sudden realization, then spread my hands and said, I can't help you with this packing thing, sorry. I'll do it myself. Shinjisha was busy while saying, there's something to drink in the refrigerator outside, take what you want to drink yourself. I'm not thirsty, since I won't go to open the refrigerator to get a drink, but I still walked out of this room and stood to the position of the door. Because I saw the closet hanging a lot of Shinjisha's intimate small clothes. And at this time, I finally understood what Shinjisha meant when she said last night that this place was empty and cold. Her home has a single floor area of 120 square feet, 240 square feet on the upper and lower floors, plus the complementary lower leap area, totaling 360 square feet. It was bound to be empty and cold when she lived here by herself. You're the only one in the house? I asked with some uncertainty, living here, your family should have a nanny or something, right? You said before that the driver took you to the airport? The driver works for the company. Shinjisha returned, the nanny did have one, but I settled her wages and let her go. I won't be living here in the future, and I don't want to live in such a big house, I can't use the nanny. What did you do to make Joe Lin sign the papers so painfully? I leaned against the doorframe, pulled out a cigarette to smoke, then thought that this was Shinjisha's house, and put the cigarette back in my pocket. You don't even know how painfully quick she was. I drew up the agreement, she read it once and signed it. Smoke if you want to. Shinjisha pointed behind me, there's an ashtray on the table. Since Shinjisha agreed, I was no longer polite, and at that moment pulled out a cigarette again and lit it. To tell the truth, I have a smoking addiction. What did she say to you? Shinjisha didn't answer my earlier question, but instead asked this question. At that moment, I repeated Joe Lin's words, and then said, the her in Joe Lin's mouth would only be you. It's actually nothing. Shinjisha sealed the suitcase full of clothes with tape and said, I left your house this morning, asked her to meet me, and showed her those evidences I have, so I don't need to tell you what those evidences mean to her, right? I nodded silently, those were photos of Feng Shiliang and Joe Lin out and about. To Joe Lin, these photos were bombshells, a great threat to her. I clearly told her that I wouldn't take out those photos. Shinjisha added, in addition, I also said that I have a bill in my hand for the money that Feng Shiliang spent on her, and that I can get that money back if I sue the law, and I don't intend to. Feng Shiliang spent a lot of money on Joe Lin, and all of this money was spent during his and Shinjisha's marriage, and is their joint property. If Shinjisha really went through the legal process, she would definitely be able to get it back from Joe Lin. I nodded silently and asked with a grave expression on my face, you didn't make any other conditions to her, did you? Other than asking her to sign a divorce agreement with you, nothing else. Shinjisha said with certainty, I understand what you're worried about, she's a smart person. When I said that I wouldn't take out those photos and recover the money that Feng Shiliang spent on her, she understood what I meant. In reality, Shinjisha didn't say it out loud, but the condition that Joe Lin knew in her heart was that she continued to bite Feng Shiliang to death. Shinjisha's approach is the big stick with honey dates. The big stick was those photos, and the honey dates were the money that Feng Shiliang had spent on Joe Lin. You shouldn't have done that. I sighed and said, even though there's nothing wrong from what you said, you've always dipped your toe in the water. From the first day we met, we were allied. Shinjisha retorted, victim alliance. It can't be that you're doing everything and taking all the risks, while I only enjoy the fruits of victory. What kind of alliance is that? She has already done this, there is no point for me to say more, and at that moment, I digressed and asked, tonight to celebrate the fact that I have also signed the divorce agreement, let me treat you, what do you want to eat? Hearing my words, Shinjisha tilted her head and looked at me for a moment, smiled wryly and said, ramen noodles. I couldn't help but be somewhat speechless, what's so good about ramen? You broke so much by treating me last night, it's a big loss to only let the treat be ramen. I said with a smile. I don't feel that it's a loss as long as I don't feel that it's a loss, I just want to eat ramen. Shinjisha said obstinately. Chapter 17, The Scene Revisited. At this time it was already more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Shinjisha packed up her clothes and whatnot, and still needed some time, so I leaned against the doorframe and casually chatted with her. Since I already knew about her big stick with honey dates approach, as well as making sure that she didn't mention any other demands besides asking Joe Lin to sign a divorce agreement with me, this topic could only be terminated. After all, no matter how much I didn't want her to get involved, she still took this step, and having been involved, there was no point in saying more. From her again mentioned the victim's alliance, with me as an alliance, as well as she has said many times before, I have those evidences not suitable to take out, it is enough to prove that she is not a whim to do so, but has long been well thought out. I have to admit that Shinjisha's approach of stepping in with a big stick and honey dates is much more effective than me stepping in and talking to Joe Lin with the evidence I have in my hands. In addition, even if something unexpected happens, the risk she faces is also much smaller than the risk I face with my idea. In my heart, I was nothing but grateful to Shinjisha at this time. About an hour or so later, at 6:30 out, Shinjisha finally finished packing and stretched her waist long and hard. She wore a set of home clothes at home today, this stretching, the blouse and then upward shrinkage of a section, revealing her wide eye-catching, but also a small waist, not to mention that the middle of the muddy. The round belly button is also very eye-catching. I hurriedly turned my head to the side. Her lethality towards men is not ordinary. I'll change my clothes and we'll go eat, Shinjisha said with a smile. I immediately took a step towards the stairs and said, I'll wait for you by the car. I had expected to wait for a long time. After all, for a woman to change her clothes means putting on makeup first, then trying on the clothes, and finally determining which set to wear, so it won't be finished without an hour or so. What I didn't expect was that in just 10 minutes, Shinjisha came out of the house. The change of clothes, she said, was really just a change of clothes. The body's home clothes were changed into a linen texture black sleeveless shirt with a floral vertical patterned skirt, and her feet were directly wearing a pair of black thick-soled sandals. You didn't put on any makeup? I asked with slight surprise. No. Shinjisha touched her face and asked, What? Am I ugly without makeup? If you were ugly, then there would be no beautiful women in this world. I let Shinjisha get on the car and sat in the driver's seat myself, saying, You used to wear light makeup, and it's just a slight surprise that you're not wearing makeup today. After a pause, I added, No makeup, coupled with this casual dress today, just 3 words, grounded. Pretty good. Shinjisha buckled her seatbelt. After this incident, I really feel that I used to live an overly refined life, and it's not bad to start living a grounded life from now on. I smiled noncommittally and drove Shinjisha away. What's to eat? Coming out of the neighborhood, I asked once again. I really want to eat ramen, and go back to that one, Shinjisha said seriously. I shook my head helplessly, no longer saying anything more, and drove her once again to the ramen restaurant near the entrance of my neighborhood. Boss, 2 big bowls with meat. Shinjisha came with such a sentence when she entered the ramen restaurant, as if she was already a familiar customer here. Only, the last time she ordered a big bowl with meat, she had more than half of it left over. She didn't have some estimation of her own meal size, and this time she wants a big bowl with meat? But I can't say anything, because today is my treat. Soon, the boss delivered 2 big bowls of ramen with meat to our table. I still wind up eating the noodles like last time. Where's your divorce certificate? Take it out for me to see. Shinjisha also ate her noodles in small bites as before. The cooling off period is 1 month. I said back, it takes a month to get a divorce license. Oh. Shinjisha said casually, I commissioned a divorce lawyer, and with Fang Shiliang's current situation, she suggested that I sue for divorce directly, so I don't have to wait for the cooling off period. Hearing Shinjisha's words, I looked up at her. She was eating noodles with her head down, but her pretty face was so flushed that even her neck was a little red. She has commissioned a divorce attorney. The divorce attorney clearly told her to sue for divorce will not have to wait for the cooling off period. Surely she knows that the divorce agreement needs a month cooling off period. Then she still said she wanted to see my divorce certificate? That was clearly a reminder of my stamped agreement. I remembered. I said softly, blame me, I should have taken the initiative to say this thing about getting a divorce license after a 1-month cooling off period. In reality, I was eager to tell Shinjisha about this. The key problem was that it wasn't good for me to say it either, because if I said it, it would look like I was craving her body. I didn't expect her to say it in such a way to remind me. Does your family know about your divorce? I asked, digressing. No. Shinjisha nodded and said, Fang Shiliang was arrested, it's impossible to hide it. Have you told your family the truth? My parents still don't know about Zhou Lin and I agreeing to a divorce. I interjected, after I send you back after dinner, I have to go home. Obviously, the home I was talking about at this point was back to my parents' house. I didn't say anything, I just told my parents about getting a divorce, but, looking at them, they should be able to guess something. Shinjisha said, for my divorce, they are supportive. After a pause, Shinjisha asked, what about you? When you go back and tell your parents about the divorce, what do you think their attitude will be? I will tell them the truth. I shook my head and said, they will definitely support me. Moreover, I suggest that you don't hide it from your parents either, in case there are any variables, your parents can also prepare in advance. Aha! Shinjisha agreed, where is your family from? I told you before, I came out from the countryside, my home is in the township below, driving less than 2 hours. After I finished saying this, I finished my noodles and yanked a napkin to wipe my mouth. Shinjisha pushed her noodle bowl towards me and said, "I'm full, the rest is for you." I helplessly shook my head slightly, rattling the noodles and beef from her bowl into mine, and once again the scenario resurfaced, eating it in 3 bites and making 2. Seeing Shinjisha smiling as she watched me eat the rest of her noodles, I was instantly taken back. No wonder she wants to eat ramen, came or ordered the big bowl with meat that she can't finish. Feelings is this little mind? Want to see me eat her leftover noodles? If there's a next time, order a big one and a small one. I said with a smile, you eat the big bowl, I'll eat the small bowl, give me the rest of your leftovers, so that I don't have to eat a bit too much. Hearing my words, Shinjisha smiled shyly, but her gaze was fixed. I followed her gaze and turned my head towards the back. Behind me at the next table was a small couple. The girl also didn't finish eating. The boy directly used the girl's bowl to eat the rest of her noodles, instead of dialing it into his own bowl first like I did. The smile on Shinjisha's face slowly disappeared, and her gaze towards me dimmed. Chapter 18 Backing. Harbor. Although I could understand exactly what Shinjisha was thinking, I was also a bit speechless at this point. The fact that she would once again choose a ramen restaurant to come and eat ramen, and once again order 2 large bowls with meat, the purpose was actually quite obvious, her leftover noodles for me to eat. And the reason for that was because Feng Shiliang had never eaten her leftovers. For Shinjisha, this was a regret. The odds were that she should be making up for the regret from me. I don't have a problem with that, nor would I be speechless. What made me a bit speechless was that she was a bit too little girl-minded at this point, and when she saw the situation with the young couple, her gaze at me dimmed, and actually had the meaning of a ghostly grudge. I helplessly gently patted the back of her hand and cocked my head to indicate outside, before standing up and heading out. I was sure she could read me. As expected. Shinjisha read my meaning, and after following me out of the ramen restaurant, she immediately stood still and looked at me, waiting for my explanation. I've already eaten the rest of your noodles, so there isn't any idea of disdain. I explained, you didn't have any chili in your bowl, while I did add chili, and dialing it into my bowl eliminates the need to use more of the store's chili oil. Really? Shinjisha asked as if she was a little less convinced. Really? I spread my hands and said rather helplessly. Regardless of whether Shinjisha believed it or not, what I just said was my true thoughts. Let's go, send you back. I opened the car door and said to Shinjisha. Shinjisha knew that after I sent her back, she still had to catch a 2-hour bus ride back to my parents' house, and immediately got into the car. After I sent her back, I immediately drove back to my parents' house. When I returned home, it was already past 10 in the evening. My mom and dad hadn't rested yet, so I simply told them what happened to Jolin, without any hint of concealment. My dad didn't say anything after hearing this, pulling out a cigarette and smoking in silence. You child, money is something outside the body. My mom said with an anxious face, the house, even if you let her share away half of it, it's nothing, the money is gone and we'll earn it again, really if anything changes, you're being. Mom, not just the house cannot be divided to her thing. I interrupted my mom, said, this mouth is not out, I can be depressed to death for the rest of my life. Hear me say this, my mom did not speak, just dissatisfied with a hard look at my dad, obviously dissatisfied with my dad has been silent. I can understand my mom's thoughts, nothing is more important than my son's safety, she doesn't want to see me face any slightest risk, and she doesn't want to see anything happen to me. Things have come to this point, it's useless for you to nag a million times. My dad comforted my mom and said, if he hadn't discussed this with me before he did it, I would have stood by you and advised my son the same way you did, to earn money when it's gone, so let's not take any risks. Hearing my dad say this, my mom sighed helplessly. My father at this time, a turn of phrase, said, but our son is also right, in addition to this kind of thing, if not out of this bad breath, there is no man's blood, our son is a man of the sky and the earth. You two have the same nostrils, don't you? My mom reached out and snatched the cigarette from my dad's hand, smoke less, it's not good for your health. I'm going to bed first. Seeing this scene, my mind couldn't help but recall a scene where Shinjisha advised me to smoke less. Mom, I have to rush back first thing in the morning, I still have to work. I smiled and said, you get up early and make me hand-rolled noodles, it's been a long time since I've had them. Got it. My mom said and went back to the bedroom to rest. I smiled and handed my dad a cigarette, my dad took it and gestured outside, apparently afraid that if he smoked in the living room, the smell of smoke would drift into the bedroom and affect my mom's sleep. I got up and my dad together out of the living room, came to the yard, the two of them together walked to the PU under the frame to cool off. My dad lit a cigarette and said, "Say, what else is going on?" Knowing the son is like fathering. I immediately told my dad about my idea of selling the house for a new one. "Well, sell it." After hearing this, my dad immediately took a stance to support me. "That place is no longer a home to you, it's just a house." I understood what my dad meant. Home and house are two concepts. An empty house is not a home. A house with family members can only be called a home. Only, I also understood in my heart that my dad didn't say deeply that it wasn't just a house for me, it was also a place of sadness. "Then you tell my mom tomorrow when I leave, so that my mom doesn't nag me," I said with a smile. "It's just a little money loss, your mom isn't as heartbroken about money as you think." My dad finished this and asked, "If you need more money to change your house, call home. Your mom and I have saved up some money in the past 2 years." "No need," I hurriedly said, "although the sale of the house will lose money, but now the price of this house, I want to buy again. The price is also low, really to say, sell this house and then change a set, but also to level out the difference in price. When I bought this house, it was considered high, and even the second-hand houses were not cheap. In the past 2 years, as the real estate market bubble has been burst, home prices across the country have been falling, and falling hard. This time to go out and sell the house is certainly to lose a lot of money. However, I sold the houses to buy another set of residents. Housing prices fell sharply. Want to correspond to the situation, that is, I buy a house again, the price will also be much lower. In this way, it is the same as speculation in the stock market. The price of the stock you buy fell and then buy, dilute the cost price. This practice seems to be called mopping up. I don't speculate in stocks. I heard this from a co-worker of mine who does, and I'm not sure if I remember it correctly. Remember, home is always your strong backing. It's also your eternal harbor. Come back and rest when you feel tired. My dad finished the cigarette, stood up and patted my shoulder, and went back to his room to rest. My dad is more than 50 years old, his back is still straight, his waist is straight, and he still gives people a tiger-like feeling when he walks. I don't know why, but when I looked at my dad's back, my nose was sore for no reason. I smoked a mouth but smoked eyes. Tears cannot stop from the inside of the eyes flowed out. I extinguished the cigarette in my hand, turned on the water faucet in the yard to wash my face, and then went into the house to my bedroom to rest. The next morning after 5 o'clock, my mom made hand-rolled noodles and called me to get up for dinner. I washed up and joined my parents for breakfast. Those boxes of grass. Berries to take with you for the road. My mom pointed to the coffee table. On the coffee table were several large boxes of fresh grass. Berries that my parents had grown in their own trellis, and had obviously gone to the trellis early in the morning to pick them. This time of year grass. Berries are so expensive, better sell them, I said casually. Let you bring it, which so much nonsense. My mom simply took the car keys and put the strawberries in the car for me. Berries for me to put in the car. After breakfast, my parents took the tools to see me get into the car to return to the city. Through the rearview mirror, I saw them until I drove away before locking the door, toward the direction of the shed. Chapter 119 Knocked Up. I was in a hurry, but I still ran into an early peak. The good thing is that I managed to clock in at the last minute without being late. I went to my workstation, put down the strawberries, and called for a flash delivery. I put down the strawberries, called a flash delivery, and asked the flash delivery to deliver a box of strawberries to Lakeshore Township. The berry is sent to the Lakeshore Shade, directly to the doorman, told the doorman is for the owner of Shinjisha. The reason why I didn't leave Shinjisha's cell phone number for the flash delivery is because when I went to eat ramen with Shinjisha last night, she hadn't finished packing, and she only went to dinner because it was dark to dinner time. When she got home last night, she would have continued to pack, and I don't know how late she would have packed. It was only 9 o'clock, and I was afraid of disturbing her rest. What I didn't expect was that Flash quickly called me, and the doorman told him that Shinjisha had already moved away from Lushan Tangyue last night. Flash delivery asked me, this box of grass berry should be delivered to me where? Do not send it, you eat it, the order point completed on the line, I said after a moment of silence. I didn't send Shinjisha a message or call her to ask where she had moved to. Because this call from flash delivery, and the news it brought, made me sober, Shinjisha and I were never in the same class. She would have moved away overnight, there must be more than just this one house. As for me, if I wanted to change my place of residence, I could only afford to get another one if I sold my current house. It's only because she's changed her clothes over and over again, suppressing that noble aura of hers, that I have the illusion that I'm not different from her. I laughed to myself and thought silently in my mind. As for the stamping pact, let it be and go with the flow. Here, eat grass. Berry. I opened a box of grass. Barry distributed it to my coworkers and said, "I'll send a box in for Chen too." After saying that, I carried a box and went to my top boss's office. Chen 2, homegrown. Speaking of Chen 2, it involves my job, so let's talk about it together. I work for this company as a business power and electrical equipment company, selling complete sets of power and electrical equipment, and also customized complete sets of power and electrical equipment. Conventional high voltage and low voltage power distribution equipment are available, customized often to the automatic control of the equipment. My department is the technical department, mainly responsible for the sale of equipment commissioning and after-sales maintenance of this piece. When there is a customized equipment list, the technical department is also responsible for the design in accordance with the order. Chen Head, named Chen Hengjian, is the minister of our technical department, small, 60 years of age. Technology is quite hard, people are also very easygoing, our entire department staff and his relationship is very good, the department atmosphere is also quite harmonious. My university is electrical major, into this company is the professional counterparts. Chen Head personally with me, with hands-on plus Chen Head of the personal guidance, I learned during the university of theoretical knowledge, and soon transformed into a tough technology. And Chen had also promoted me to become the team leader of the technical department. There's something to tell you. Chen 2 spoke and took a leave slip he had signed out of his desk drawer. The Ministry of Manpower didn't approve it. Our company's leave system is within 3 days, the department head approves and agrees, and the signature is reported to the Ministry of Manpower. More than 3 days, 7 days, or less, in addition to the approval of the head of the department, but also the Ministry of Human Resources approval and record. If it is more than 7 days, in addition to the 2 departments, you have to find the boss to sign. I took more than 3 days of vacation this time, not more than 7 days, have to be approved by the Ministry of Manpower. What's that old up to? I said in a bad mood. The head of the Human Resources Department is called Li Shanwei, who is related to the boss. 35 this year, not even a date, usually look at anyone, a high and mighty look. Behind the scenes, everyone calls her an old. Her name in the single word, in fact, read Shan, for sound, her father's surname Li, her mother's surname single. Her mom and dad used their own surnames and gave her the word Wei, which formed her name. Everyone says she can't find a date because of her name, and everyone who sees her name for the first time will call her Li Shan Dan Wei. If you are single all day long, you can't find a date if you are single. Since you're back, take your leave and go look for her in person. Chen 2 gave me some advice. Don't give me this box of strawberries. Berries, don't give them to me, take them to her and ask her to approve your leave. Otherwise, if she says you're absent from work, you have no choice. Absenteeism is not only no pay, but also triple pay deduction. People under the roof have to bow their heads. Grass. Berries are still available, and this box of Chan Tao is eaten. I helplessly picked up my leave slip, got up and went back outside, grabbed the last box of grass. Berries and went directly to the Human Resources Department. Sisterly, I had a family emergency, I didn't come to work for a few days. I entered and went straight to Li Shanwei's desk, placing the straw. Berry on her desk and said, "Come over to make up the leave slip, sisterly, give a signature?" Bribe me? Li Shanwei rolled her eyes. From that statement, I could tell how annoying Li Shanwei was, saying that directly in front of the rest of the Human Resources Department. Even though I took the straw. Although my intention in bringing the strawberries was to get her to sign, a box of strawberries is nothing. What kind of bribe is a box of strawberries? I even invited my colleagues in the technical department to eat it, didn't I? Sisterly, are you kidding? I hurriedly said, I can't bribe you with a box of strawberries. Berries? You're not someone you can buy with a box of strawberries. You're not someone who can be bribed with a box of strawberries. Homegrown, bring it here and put it in Sister Li's place, you share it with everyone to taste. Li Shanwei rolled her eyes at me again, and at least sort of took the leave slip in my hand. However, she just swept a glance and threw it back in front of me, saying, "The reason for the leave, write it down clearly, what's wrong with the word leave of absence? You didn't come for a few days, I have to know the reason before I can determine whether to approve it or not." Look at Li Shanwei's attitude. Although she accepted the leave slip because of the strawberry I brought her, she did not accept the leave slip because of the strawberry I brought her. Although she accepted the leave slip because of the strawberry I brought her, she still wants to be fair and impartial. What I mean by impartial is really impartial. She will investigate after I write the reason for my leave. I don't want to talk to Li Shanwei, then took the pen on her desk, in the reason for leave of absence that column wrote down the divorce 3 words, and handed her the leave slip again. Li Shanwei took the leave to see, mouth a, do. Cough. I coughed at this time, at least sort of interrupted her. Li Shanwei will be followed by the word divorce, 2 words swallowed back, with a questioning look at me. The meaning is obviously to ask me if it is true. I nodded slightly and didn't say anything, which meant to tell her that the reason for my leave of absence was a matter of my privacy and I didn't want her to say it. Put it here with me first. Li Shanwei put the leave slip into her desk drawer and looked towards a colleague in her department. Xiao-sun, from what you said, that barbecue restaurant you went to last time, it tasted good? Yeah. The flavor can't be beat. Xiao-sun immediately interjected, it's just that the price is a bit high, more than 200 per capita. Nima. This is to knock me down? Chapter 20 Neighbors Back. After Xiao-sun finished speaking, Li Shanwei didn't say anything else and only glanced at me. I know that Li Shanwei is knocking me down, but I can't explicitly say that I want to invite Li Shanwei to eat barbecue meat. Because she was only asking Xiao-sun if the barbecue was good, she wasn't explicitly knocking me down. When Li Shanwei glanced at me again, I quietly nodded my head and didn't say anything, conveying to her the meaning of inviting her to eat barbecue meat. Over 200 per capita, over 400 for 2 people. Compared to her not approving the leave slip and treating it as absenteeism, it was still a lot more cost-effective. You go back. Li Shanwei said, I'll verify the reason for your leave and give you an answer before work. Hearing Li Shanwei's words, I turned my back to the others and made a silent gesture to her. This means to tell Li Danwei to keep her mouth shut, and not to spread the word about my divorce. After all, the Human Resources Department is basically all female employees. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. This gossip up, a little bit of small things also make the company known to everyone. After seeing Li Shanwei nodded that she understands what I mean, I turned back to the Ministry of Technology, told Chen head of the situation, and then found an excuse to talk about business, said I want to go out. Although running business is the business of the sales department, our technical department occasionally has business to talk about, mainly some customized equipment that requires our technical department to step in. Recently there is no customized equipment orders. Chen head know that I want to leave, waved his hand to indicate that I am busy with their own go. Just before I left the house, he instructed me to remember to come back before work, and then go to find Li Danwei to sign the leave slip. Tonight, this barbecue meat certainly cannot run away. After I came out of the company, I went to a relatively famous local real estate agency. Told them about my need to sell my house and exchange it. This time, I will change the house. My target type is very clear, the top floor with a terrace, except for this type of house, the other don't want. The reason why I only want this type of house is because of my own experience. Growing up in a courtyard, I still like the house with a yard. But in the city with a yard house is often a villa, like Shinjishia live in the Lake Hill Tangyue, I certainly cannot afford. Therefore, the second best, I want to buy the top floor with a terrace. It is really coincidental, this real estate agency has such a listing. Not far from their agency, the salesman also has the key, immediately offered to take me to see the house. So what else is there to say? Not long, we came to the neighborhood where the house is located. This neighborhood was built in about 5 years, when the highest prices, the owners who bought a house here, there is a count 1, all bought in the highest position. This house is a small high-rise, total height of 18 floors, 2 staircase 2 family design is also very reasonable. The salesman and I took the elevator to the highest floor, and when I came out of the elevator, a cleaning lady was cleaning up some cardboard boxes in the corridor near one of the homes. The salesman took me to the door of another home and pulled out a key to unlock the door. I went in and looked around. It was the same 3-bedroom apartment as mine, but the layout and design was more innovative and reasonable. However, this set is a small high-rise. Although the practical area is about the same, the floor area is more than 10 square feet more than my set. Finely decorated, almost brand new. After I looked at it, I asked, how come the owner is selling the house? The owner has lived in the house for just under a year. The salesman smiled and said, he bought this house at the highest position, the economy has been down for the past 2 years, and he suffered layoffs, the pressure to repay the loan is great, his wife divorced him. The salesman didn't continue, but I sighed in my heart as I listened. Another poor man. I'm very satisfied with this house. You press the price with the owner again. I interrupted the salesman and said, I'm in a hurry to sell that house, and the price is pressed very low. Sympathy for sympathy, the price still has to be pressed. After all, when I talked to this salesman at the agency, he said very clearly that if I want to sell that house as soon as possible, the price must have an advantage to reflect it. Okay. The salesman agreed, and then said, brother, you see this is okay, if you really want to buy, the price is also for you to talk about the right, you still have to wait until their own set is sold before you can buy this set, first give this homeowner some deposit to finalize this set of houses? That's not a problem. I thought about it for a while and said, but, after giving the deposit, you have to make sure that my set is sold as soon as possible, and also, the price we negotiated at your company can't be lowered any further. No problem, leave this to me. The sales was close to patting his chest and guaranteeing it. He went aside to make a phone call to the homeowner, talked for more than 20 minutes, gave me a bit of pressure on the price down, but also finalized the matter of me buying this set of houses. Brother, let's go back to the office. The salesman hung up the phone and said to me, I've arranged for the owner of this house to go to the office to sign the contract with you. After signing the contract, the key will be given to you first, you can move in directly. This was just what I wanted. Even if I couldn't decide on this house, I didn't plan to go back to that house at night. At that moment, the salesman and I went out of the house. As I was going out, a figure walked into the elevator near the neighbor's side. I frowned suspiciously. That figure looked, how did it look like? Shenjixia? I immediately walked quickly towards that elevator, but I was still a step late. By the time I walked over, the elevator had already closed its doors and descended. Brother, this way. The elevator is coming up. The salesman said at this time. I nodded and walked back to this elevator near this house, waiting for the elevator to come up. The salesman and I took the elevator downstairs. After I came out, I looked around. I felt that I hadn't seen wrong just now. That back figure should be Shinjisha. However, I didn't see that back again. Brother, what are you looking at? The salesman couldn't help but ask when he saw me stop and look around. Nothing. I shook my head and walked with the salesman towards his car, thinking to myself in my heart, am I bewitched? How could there be such a coincidence? Then, I thought, in just a few days of contact, Shinjisha had left such a deep impression in my heart? Wake up! You're just not in the same class as others. I said this to myself in my mind. It wasn't long before the salesman and I returned to the agency and waited for the homeowner of this house, checking that there was nothing wrong with the purchase agreement. The homeowner and I signed the agreement at the agency. I called some money to the homeowner as a deposit. As for the brokerage fee, wait until all the formalities are completed to give. With nothing else to do, I simply drove home, packed up my clothes, and moved directly into this house with a terrace. Seeing that it was almost time for me to leave work in the afternoon, I was going to go back to the company to look for Li Shanwei, treat her to a barbecue, and ask her to approve my leave slip. Ghostly, I went out the door and walked to the door of the neighbor, and then knocked on the door of the neighbor's room. Chapter 21. A bridegroom and a daughter. The neighbor's house was quiet, no sound coming from it. I stood at the door for 2 minutes, and made sure of one thing, that no one was home, and that the neighbor hadn't returned yet. Since this was the case, I couldn't be sure if this new neighbor of mine was Shinjisha or not. I took the elevator downstairs, and then drove back to the company, going directly to the Human Resources Department to look for Li Shanwei. At this time there are still 10 minutes from the end of the day. Li Shanwei saw me, said, "Are you in a hurry? If not, wait for me to deal with the work at hand." No hurry. I said this on my lips, but in my heart I was slandering. You have chicken hair work to deal with, ah? Why don't you wait until the end of the day for me to treat you to barbecue? Knowing that I came over to find her at this time, surely to invite her to eat barbecue, at this time also asked so, obviously again test me. If I answered that she was in a hurry, it would be impossible for my leave to be approved. Because this answer means that I won't treat her to barbecue. As expected, Li Shanwei dawdled until the end of the shift, after all the other colleagues in the Human Resources Department had left, before she took out my leave slip from her desk drawer. Sisterly, I'd been craving barbecue meat a bit lately. I immediately said, "Do you have anything to do after work? If nothing, how about accompanying me for a roast pork dinner?" Obviously being knocked down by Li Shanwei, I still had to take the initiative to say that I wanted to eat barbecue meat and let her accompany me. However, there is no way. Society is such a reality, the rules are dead, people are alive. How can an adult be entitled to be capricious? But it's just weighing the pros and cons and choosing the least painful way to live. Adaptation is not cowardice, but to see through the rules of survival wisdom. Only, such wisdom, in the end is forced out, or we have long been domesticated by society? Good, I'm free. Li Shanwei revealed an unspoken smile, shook my leave slip, and put it into her bag. Apparently, she would only sign my leave slip after treating her to a barbecue. I didn't say anything more at that moment, and went out of the Human Resources Department with her, and after clocking out of work, I drove her, following her directions, to a barbecue restaurant called Charcoal Grill Time. This barbecue restaurant was decorated similarly to other barbecue restaurants, with partitions made of original wood-colored decorations, dividing the hall into one dining space after another. After I went in, I sat near the door in the first cubicle, scanned the code and asked Li Shanwei if she had any contraindications, and then began to order. Although I have been in the company for several years, I have never eaten alone with Li Shanwei. After ordering, the waiter quickly delivered the pork and beef I ordered. Not to mention, this store's snowflake beef, fat like snowflakes dotted in the bright red muscle, forming a unique marble texture, when it is pure cannot be more pure. Judging from the quality of the ingredients alone, the flavor of this barbecue restaurant is absolutely not bad. The job of grilling meat is of course mine, Li Shanwei asked when I was grilling meat. Are you really divorced? It's not finalized yet. I casually replied, I've already filed for divorce, and I have to go through a 1-month cooling off period before I can get a license. Oh. Li Shanwei nodded in realization. I cut the roasted snowflake beef into small pieces and then used a clip to put it on the dinner plate in front of Li Shanwei, saying, Sisterly, don't say anything about this to anyone else. Don't worry, I'm not a loudmouth. After Li Shanwei finished, she ate a piece of beef, and then her eyes lit up, saying, You eat it too, it tastes really good. I chucked a piece of beef and stuffed it into my mouth. A milky flavor immediately filled my mouth. The taste was really nothing to write home about. I had just swallowed this mouthful of beef and was about to speak when a man and a woman passed by our cubicle and went to the cubicle inside. Shen Jixia. Not only did I see the backs of the two of them, but I also saw their side faces as they passed by, and I'm 100% sure it was Shen Jixia. She wore a black satin blazer, slim fit with a belt design, plus a pair of white loose pants. The overall look was stylish yet elegant, and she also looked extremely competent. With her a man, looks 27 or 88 years old, younger than me, the appearance of 1 or 2 years, wearing a pair of gold glasses, wearing a white t-shirt with a pattern, with a pair of casual pants. I didn't do much research on clothes, and I didn't know what brand it was. But this man, although it is very simple and common clothes, the effect on the body is excellent, that texture is not cheap at first glance. What are you looking at? Seeing that my gaze had been looking out of the cubicle without saying anything, Li Shanwei blankly glanced at me with some dissatisfaction, and then probed out to look at Shen Jixia and that man. Although she only saw the back of the two of them, after sitting back, she immediately said, Don't look, it's not your cup of tea. Hearing Li Shanwei's words, I came back to my senses and slowly shook my head, saying nothing. Just by looking at the clothes and back, the two of them are a pair of groom and daughter. Li Shanwei spoke, looked down at her own clothes, then looked at my clothes, and said, Just in terms of dress, both of us are not in the same class as others. True enough. I laughed a little and said, but I knew that my smile should be ugly, because I felt some bitterness inside me at this time. It's just a divorce, what's the big deal? As for smiling so hard? Li Shanwei obviously got the wrong idea, thinking that my ugly smile was because of the divorce. But I didn't correct her on anything, and just sighed slightly as I continued to roast the meat. However, Li Shanwei's words were lingering in my mind. What she said was exactly right, Shen Jixia and that man did look like a talented man and woman. Moreover, they only looked like they were of the same class. I once again pinched the roasted meat into the dinner plate in front of Li Shanwei and said, Sisterly, about my leave? Li Shanwei looked at me with a smile, took out my leave slip as well as a pen from her bag, signed it in front of me, and then put it back in her bag. Tomorrow work will give you report on, this is always assured, right? Li Shanwei looked and asked. Thank you, Sisterly. I hurriedly said. Come on, smile. Sisterly joked with me, come out to eat, you pull a face, smile so ugly, affect the appetite. I immediately laughed a little, this time the smile is not ugly, after all, the leave approved, how the mood is better. I drove here, cannot drink, Li Shanwei also do not drink. This meal even how to eat, do not drink will not eat much time. It took about an hour or so for the meal to end. I drove Li Shanwei here, so naturally I had to drive her home. However, before I left the house, I went to the bar to settle the bill, but the cashier at the bar told me that the bill had already been settled, and it was settled by Li Shanwei. Chapter 22, Repentance. During my meal with Li Shanwei, she had gotten up to go to the restroom once, so she should have taken advantage of that opening to settle the bill early. In the barbecue restaurant, pulling and tugging is not good. I did not say anything at the moment. Out of the barbecue restaurant, into the car, I immediately said, Sisterly, you check out inappropriate. It's my craving for barbecue, I want you to come with me, how much is it? I'll transfer it to you. Okay, it's just a meal, what's the point of transferring? Li Shanwei said with a couldn't care less look on her face, besides, I'm the one who really craves for this barbecue meat. I didn't expect Li Shanwei to say this, and immediately revealed an unexpected look. No one came to eat with me, and I'm not really willing to come alone. Lee Shanwei said here did not say further, but the meaning is self-evident. She today card me leave note, actually want me to accompany her to eat barbecue, there is no knocking the meaning. She almost made it clear, so it shouldn't be a lie. It would be uncharacteristic of me to insist on transferring the meal money to her. Success, I won't be polite with sisterly. I immediately said, next time I'll treat sisterly, any day you want to eat something else, feel free to tell me, I'll be there anytime. Then it's a deal. Lee Shanwei said with a smile. I nodded and said no more, starting to send Lee Shanwei home. Through this, my impression of Lee Shanwei had changed quite a bit. It wasn't so much the matter of the money for a meal, but the fact that she took the initiative to settle the bill in the end, and almost explicitly stated her true purpose, made me surprised. She doesn't seem to be that difficult to get along with? Isn't calling her an old woman behind her back a bit too undeserved and unethical? Lee Shanwei's house is nearby, a little more than 10 minutes, I sent her to the door of her neighborhood. Lee Shanwei said goodbye to me and got off the car, footsteps light into the neighborhood. I turned the car around and prepared to go back to my newly purchased house. An idea suddenly popped into my head, parked the car on the side of the road, and sent a message to Shinjisha, what are you busy with? Time passes, a full 10 minutes have passed, Shinjisha did not return the message. I laughed to myself and drove toward the front, thinking, it's really a toad that wants to eat swan meat, a little bit of not knowing the height of the sky. A sudden encounter with her, followed by the formation of a victim alliance. The plan to take out the bad anger was something I came up with and put into action, from which she gained the benefits that belonged to her. But she didn't know me anything, and she also helped me to get the benefits that belonged to me. As for the stamping agreement, I'm afraid it can't be true. Think about it is also quite ridiculous, just a few days' time, I actually lost my mind. But it's actually justifiable, right? After all, I've never met a woman like Shinjisha. No, is usually encountered also avoided far away, no with others is not a class, completely did not with her such a woman close contact. Half an hour later, I returned to the newly bought house. And my cell phone also rang a message tone at this time. I opened my cell phone to check, it was Shinjisha who returned the message, sorry, just now I was busy with some things at work, I didn't see the message you sent, are you back? Busy with some things at work? Ha! I laughed non-committally, casually threw my cell phone on the couch, and turned to the bathroom to take a shower. The barbecue was good, but that was the only bad thing about it. No matter how good the smoke exhaust system of a barbecue restaurant is, it's inevitable that the clothes will be stained with the smell of grease and smoke. Just like eating hot pot, delicious is delicious, after eating all hot pot odor. I took a shower and came out, swiped my cell phone, and received another message from Shinjisha that was just a question mark. I directly did not return, went to the bedroom to rest. There were no words for the night. I woke up on time the next day, washed up and went to work. I pressed the down button on the elevator, and the elevator near the neighbor's side slowly rose, while the elevator near my side of the house didn't move. The two elevators are linked, and whichever one is closer starts running. Soon, the elevator upward arrived. After opening the door, I stepped into the elevator, pressed the first floor button. A faint fragrance drilled into my nostrils, I couldn't help but wrinkle my eyebrows in slight confusion, it seemed to be the scent of Shinjisha's body? Could it be that it was really such a coincidence that my new neighbor was Shinjisha? When I thought of Shinjisha, I thought of the message she sent back to me last night saying that she was busy working. At that moment, I shook my head and threw this boring thought out of my mind. Whether or not the new neighbor was Shinjisha was no longer important. Or should I say, what does it matter if the new neighbor is Shinjisha? As for the stamping agreement, as long as she still contacted me at that time and still wanted to fulfill the agreement, then I definitely wouldn't mind and would also fulfill the agreement painfully. After all, a woman like Shinjisha should have been out of my reach for the rest of my life. Still, it's not like I'm at a disadvantage, right? I had just rushed to the company not long ago when my cell phone received a message from Jolin, meet me to talk. I immediately returned a message to her, what should be talked about, have been talked about, there is nothing else to talk about between us. Jolin's message also immediately returned, I went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to submit a revocation application, our divorce cooling off period is over. Seeing Jolin this message, I immediately walked out of the technical department, came to the fire escape, dialed her phone. The call went through in seconds. Jolin obviously expected me to call her immediately after seeing that message. Jolin, what do you mean? I asked in a cold voice, the agreement has been signed, the divorce petition has been submitted, you're coming with me on this, playing backtracking? Yes, I am backtracking. Jolin laughed out coldly and said, "Do you want to meet and talk? Where are you? I'll go find you now," I said without hesitation. "It's still the same place we met last time." Jolin said this and hung up the phone. Brownie's Cafe. I exited the fire escape and returned to the technical department, greeted Chen-tu, and was about to leave the company with my car keys. Unexpectedly, I ran into Li Shanwei at the entrance of the company. "What are you doing in such a hurry?" Li Shanwei frowned at me and asked. "There is a customized order to go out and talk to the customer," I said casually. "As far as I know, the company hasn't had any customized equipment orders recently." Li Shanwei stopped me and said, "It's not okay to go to work and touch fish." Sisterly, Jolin reversed her decision and told me that she went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to withdraw her divorce petition. I lowered my voice and said, "I'm in a hurry to go find her and ask for clarification." "Huh? How is this woman like this?" Li Shanwei had an incredulous look on her face, then said, "Okay, you go quickly, drive slowly on the road." Chapter 23, What's the meaning? Li Danwei's reasoning made me both surprised and touched, said thank you to her, quickly walked out of the company, drove straight to the Brownie Cafe. It was the same cafe as last time, and the same seat as last time. After I entered the cafe, I quickly walked over and sat down opposite Jolin. Jolin looked at me in a hurry with a look of disdain and a sneer. "What are you making a fuss about?" I asked bluntly, "Why did you back out?" "I didn't back out." Jolin picked up her coffee and took a sip, saying lightly, "I just withdrew the divorce petition." She came to me with the request that I sign the divorce agreement, which I have already done. After saying that, Jolin put down her coffee cup, before continuing, "The agreement agreed on the repayment of $100,000 to you, which is not to mention the real estate transfer. I have done more than enough, not to mention going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to submit a divorce application." Although Jolin's words, it is obvious that there is the meaning of nonsense, but I have nothing to say for a moment. Because Shin Jixia had approached her to talk, the specific content of the conversation between them was not clear to me. However, I had asked Shin Jixia, and what she answered me at the time was that she did not have any other requirements other than for Jolin to sign the divorce agreement. In other words, Jolin's backtracking now was actually a loophole that caught the demands Shin Jixia had made in her conversation with her. I subconsciously pulled out my cigarettes to have a smoke, and immediately realized that smoking was prohibited in the cafe, and I had to stuff the yanked out cigarettes back into the box. "What? Bothered? Confused?" Jolin asked with a sneer on her face. I just looked at her without saying anything. Jolin then said, "When you are annoyed, you will subconsciously touch the cigarette, and will keep smoking one after another." No matter what, Jolin and I had spent so much time together from the time we fell in love to the time we got married, her understanding of my smoking habits was not wrong at all. On the contrary, it would be strange if she didn't know anything about me at all. "You're being forceful." I shook my head and said, "Your backtracking now won't have any effect on the final outcome. You know very well that if negotiations don't work, I can sue for divorce." "That's enough for me." Jolin looked at me and said faintly, "What I want is for this process to be long enough." "What do you mean?" I somewhat didn't quite understand Jolin's words. It wasn't that I didn't understand what she was saying, but rather, I didn't understand what the significance of her doing so was. The meaning of her words was actually very simple: to lengthen the time of this process of divorcing her and me. Waiting for a result. Jolin said calmly, "Fang Shiliang's result. You also know very well that if Fang Shiliang's final result isn't going into squat for a few years, I'm actually always at risk of uncertainty, so only when the result I want appears, that is, if Fang Shiliang really does go in, will I painfully shorten the process of our divorce." I frowned at what I heard and said, "That's just your purpose. What I don't understand is the significance of what you're doing." "Do you really not understand? Or are you pretending to be confused?" Jolin's impatience was mixed with mockery. "I really don't understand." I spread my hands and said calmly. Jolin still knew me well enough to see me show this calm look, knowing that I really didn't understand the significance of what she was doing. "Those pictures she took out are a great threat and hidden danger to me," Jolin said, "and the purpose of her wanting me to sign the divorce agreement is naturally to go through the process of divorce with you as soon as possible. I'm not sure if she will take out those photos after she really goes through the process. I can't allow this kind of thing to happen, so I must also have something to hold her." I nodded with a sudden realization: Fang Shiliang's matter won't come to fruition for a while. Or I should say, it won't come to fruition in the short term. Jolin and I's divorce cooling-off period was 30 days. It was extremely likely that after 30 days, Jolin and I had received our divorce license, and Fang Shiliang's matter had not yet been finally dismissed. It shouldn't be said that it was extremely likely either, but rather a high probability. After all, although Fang Shiliang has been caught in, but the case is still under investigation, out of the results of the investigation will have the next step of the program to start. It will be a long process, a month's time. 10-8. 9 will not appear results. Jolin before by Shinjixia took out the photos to scare, very quickly signed a divorce agreement with me. After going back, she slowly calmed down. She felt that she was taken by Shinjixia, while she was only taken, cannot take anyone and things. This was definitely not a good state for her. And when she calmed down to analyze Shinjixia's reasons for doing this, she naturally went along with Shinjixia's request and thought that Shinjixia's purpose was to make me and her go through the procedure as soon as possible and receive a divorce certificate. Even, Jolin should be suspecting that Shinjixia and I have an illicit relationship. It's just that she can't produce evidence to confirm that Shinjixia and I are in an illicit relationship. You should have suspected my relationship with her, and most likely even secretly investigated it, right? As I thought of this, I instead relaxed and slowly leaned back in my chair. Jolin didn't deny it, but nodded. Since you admit it, it also means that you didn't find out anything. I smiled and asked, it also means that she and I actually have nothing to do with each other, and that her talking to you to make her demands is only because she and I are both victims, and it's not what you think, that she wants the two of us to get divorced as soon as possible, and that I'll get my divorce papers as soon as possible. It's useless for you to say anything. Jolin stood up and said, I told you, I've already withdrawn my divorce petition. You also know my temperament. I determined that what's favorable for me, even if I don't find out any clues, I will definitely do it and won't change my mind. After saying that, Jolin got up and left the cafe. She was right. With my understanding of her, she was backtracking this time because she thought that delaying our divorce process would be beneficial to her. Besides, there was no way I could talk her into changing her mind. After Jolin left, I also immediately got up and left the cafe, drove towards the front for a distance, leaned against the side of the road and stopped the car, yanked out a cigarette to light it, and inhaled it silently. I didn't want to contact Shinjixia again, but with such a change in front of me, no matter what, I have to talk to her. However, I didn't rush to call her right away, but after smoking this cigarette and carefully sorting everything out, I dialed her cell phone number. The phone was connected after a few rings, and Shinjixa's familiar voice came from the receiver. How come you didn't return my messages last night? Chapter 24 Active Estrangement. I was so tired last night I fell asleep. I casually lied. She was obviously eating barbecue at charcoal grill time yesterday, but she messaged me back saying she was busy with work stuff. Wasn't she lying to me too? I casually lied and just got even. Without waiting for Shinjixia to speak, I said, Jolin reversed her decision and went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to withdraw her divorce petition, so don't say anything and listen to me tell you what's going on. After hearing Shinjixia's yes, I told Shinjixia in detail about the situation we just met. Shinjixia was a bit speechless and said, I'm very busy right now, why don't we meet after work and talk in detail? Think of a way to make her not delay? When I heard Shinjixia say that she was busy, and that she wanted to wait until after work to talk in detail, I remembered that I didn't know what exactly Shinjixia did until now. Or rather, I hadn't thought about it at all. Because the first time I saw Shinjixia, her full of noble air let me feel, she should be 10 fingers do not touch the spring water of the noble young woman, did not think she would work. Moreover, Fang Shiliang spent a lot of money on Jolin, indicating that Fang Shiliang's ability to earn money is very strong, and should not let Shinjixia go outside to work. However, I wouldn't ask Shinjixia what exactly she did for work at this point. No need. After I heard Shinjixia's words, I said after a slight contemplation, her procrastination won't change the outcome, the big deal is that I'll sue for divorce. Moreover, with my understanding of her, I won't be able to persuade her to change her mind. Although suing doesn't require a cooling-off period, in reality, all the procedures will take longer. Shinjixia immediately said, in terms of Jolin's current backtracking, even if the court of first instance decides to divorce after you sue, she will definitely appeal and continue to delay. Our country has a two-trial, lifelong system, which means that in a case that is sued to the court of first instance will make a judgment. If both the plaintiff and the defendant have no objection to the judgment, then the judgment of the first instance will take effect and be final. On the other hand, if either of the plaintiffs or defendants disagrees with the judgment of the court of first instance, they can exercise their right to appeal to a higher court of the court of first instance in accordance with the law. The judgment of the court of second instance is final and legally binding, and is not subject to appeal. If you still have any objections to the judgment of the second instance, that is, the final judgment, you can only go to a higher court to appeal. And most of the time, the complaint will not be accepted. From this we can see that since Jolin made up her mind to delay, she will certainly follow me to the second instance final judgment. From the filing of the petition to the first trial, a month of court is considered fast, not to mention that after the first trial verdict she appealed to the second trial. If the procedures for both trials were to go down, she would delay for half a year as if it were a game, and it was even likely that she would delay for a year. Drag it out, things have come to this point, I'm not afraid of her dragging it out. I said calmly. Jolin has already returned to me $100,000, the house I have also listed the agent, will soon be able to sell, there is no property dispute between me and Jolin, nothing more than a divorce certificate. Hearing me say this, Shinjisha seems to be a little anxious, speaking very quickly, the photo in my hand is a threat and a hidden danger to her, she is afraid of this, I can talk to her again. Don't ever do that again. Before I called Shinjisha, I had already combed through and anticipated that Shinjisha might say this, and at that moment I hurriedly said, firstly, if you look for her again to talk to her, it will make her even more determined that the two of us are related without any evidence to prove that the two of us are related, and even more certain that her backtracking on her procrastination will be extremely favorable to her. Secondly, even if you use deleting those photos as a negotiation condition, she will 100% not believe you. Third, the first time you talk to her, she may not be on guard, caught her off guard. If you meet with her again to continue to talk about this matter, she is likely to testify that you have mastered the feng shuliang and she is cheating on the evidence of the matter. Really, what changes? She 100% will pull you down. These three are the reasons that I have sorted out to refute Shinjisha's idea, but also the facts in front of me. Is she that scary? Shinjisha said hesitantly. Obviously, Shinjisha's words were specifically referring to the third item I said. With my understanding of her, it's nothing when she's defenseless, once she's defended herself, it's definitely this scary. I took a deep breath and said, so, that's where this stops, and you must never see her again, no, don't contact her again. Fine. Shinjisha sighed helplessly, and then asked, do you have time to get off work tonight? Have a meal together? Better not, let's not meet in the short term. I immediately said, I told you all the details of my meeting with her, although she didn't answer me positively, she definitely investigated us. It's like you have evidence that Feng Shuliang cheated on her with her, she's now itching to get evidence that the two of us are together. Then send a cancel. Shinjisha added. I didn't wait for her to finish her sentence, so I honked the horn twice and interrupted her, I'm driving, let's not talk about it first. With that, I hung up the phone and ended the call with her. I knew that what Shinjisha was going to say was to send a message to keep in touch, but I didn't let her say that. Because I was now very conscious of the illusion I had before, I couldn't continue to walk uncontrollably in the midst of this illusion. People who are not of the same class are always not of the same class. Hard fusion is not good for anyone. In other words, I was actively distancing myself from Shinjisha. As for the reason I said not to meet for a short period of time, it's not something I intentionally made up. I do worry that Jolin will be like Shinjisha investigating Feng Shuliang's cheating, and will also continue to investigate Shinjisha and me. Not meeting again in the short term is also a very necessary thing, just a perfect fit for my idea of actively distancing myself from Shinjisha. I ended the call with Shinjisha, immediately drove back to the company. At this time has almost reached the noon mealtime. Our company has a cafeteria, and we manage a meal at noon. I first went back to the technical department to skate around, and then with the colleagues of the technical department to go to the cafeteria to eat lunch. I did not expect to enter the restaurant to see Li Shanwei. Li Shanwei has already taken the plate, should go to the window to play the meal, but let the colleagues in the Ministry of Human Resources before going to play the meal. He stood at the same place to look at me. Seeing this scene, a few of my colleagues immediately realized that Li Shanwei was waiting for me, and they all hurriedly took their trays to get their meals. This group of unrighteous dogs. I slandered in my heart, also took my plate and walked towards Li Shanwei. Li Shanwei was indeed waiting for me, and after I walked to her side by side, she walked towards the window with me, and asked in a low voice, how's the situation? Chapter 25 Stereotypes in the minds of men are a great mountain to climb. Not good. I answered Li Shanwei in a low voice, but in my heart I was quite a bit helpless. Li Shanwei's interest in gossiping about my divorce is extremely high. Although she now also keep her mouth shut did not give me to say out, but on her this gossip strength, I am really worried that she sooner or later cannot control the mouth to me bawled out. Li Singlewei obviously still want to continue to ask me what, I hurriedly said, first hit the rice. She just shut her mouth, in front of me in line to go to the window to play the meal. I followed her behind also played the meal, and then followed Li Shanwei toward the corner of a table to go. Obviously, Li Shanwei is to continue to gossip about my divorce during the meal. I know this very well. Seeing Li Shanwei carrying the dinner plate toward the front, originally many were ready to sit down at the nearby table. Some employees all turned a corner to go to the other table to sit down. In other words, there were at least 2 or 3 tables around Li Shanwei where no one was sitting. From this, it can be seen that Li Shanwei's popularity in the company is really not good. However, after the matter of my leave slip, and today because of Zhou Lin's backtracking to touch the fish and go out, it made me really change my impression of Li Shanwei a lot. Was she just someone who was cold on the outside and hot on the inside? Is everyone's stereotype of her a misunderstanding? As I thought this in my heart, I followed Li Shanwei to the corner table, and I sat across from her. Thanks to the fact that everyone was kind of avoiding her, there were no close co-workers near me and her, which made it convenient for the 2 of us to talk. What's the situation? Li Shanwei asked immediately after sitting down. She reversed her decision and went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to withdraw her divorce petition. I casually replied, whatever. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to directly sue and forget about it. This was also my intention. I wasn't going to wait passively, but was going to take the initiative and sue Zhou Lin directly. Even if going through the legal process is much slower than an agreed divorce, there's always something to look forward to, and I can't expect Zhou Lin to go back with me to refile the divorce petition at all. It's also a solution. Li Shanwei spoke, pinching a chicken leg from her dinner plate to mine. Took it for you, I don't like chicken legs. What did she back out over? Property division? Li Shanwei asked the latter question without any pause in between, which made it hard for me to clip the chicken leg back to her. She has already signed the divorce agreement. There is no question of property division. I replied, her backtracking is torturing me. Zhou Lin's backtracking was indeed a torture for me, and I was right to say so, not lying. How is this woman like this? Li Shanwei gnashed her teeth and chewed the rice, very angry said, good get together, meet in the future can still nod, say a word, this is not directly running to become enemies with you, will death go? Doesn't matter. I replied as I ate, even if she gets along with me, I'm sure I'll never get along with her. I do not believe that there is any pure friendship between men and women, break up or divorce, we are strangers, do not have any contact, so that we can move forward, is not it? Right. Or you think right. Li Shanwei's eyes light up, seems to be in favor of my idea, said, if you find a girlfriend in the future, and still be friends with your ex-wife, it will also cause unnecessary misunderstandings. I smiled and didn't say anything, just buried my head and ate bitterly, wanting to end this lunch as soon as possible. Because I felt the pressure of sitting and eating with Li Shanwei, although no one was talking about anything, I still felt the gazes of the others in the cafeteria who secretly skimmed over from time to time. This kind of gaze made me as uncomfortable as a thorn in my side. Eat slowly, be careful of choking, no one is stealing from you, why are you in a hurry? Li Shanwei looked at me rather complainingly and said. Used to it, I eat so fast. I said vaguely. Statement, do you remember what I said to you when you and your wife were dating before you got married? Li Shanwei asked such a question violently. What I asked in surprise. See my face surprised, Li Shanwei dissatisfied said, you talked to her when our company held the annual meeting, you bring her to the company's annual meeting, I was that time to see your wife, and then, what I said to you, you do not remember? During my relationship with Zhou Lin, I brought her to the company's annual meeting once, and only once, this thing I definitely remember. Li Shanwei had met Zhou Lin at the annual meeting, which wasn't much to go on, but I really don't remember what else she said to me afterward. It's been years, forgotten all about it. I said with a helpless face. Li Shanwei blankly glanced at me and said, after the annual meeting, I ran into you in the pantry and told you that she didn't seem like someone who could live a peaceful life, telling you to be careful. Hearing Li Shanwei's words, I furrowed my brows and thought hard, rummaging through the depths of my memory. It seems like there was indeed such a thing? After I thought about it, my memory slowly became clearer, and my tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. I remember, Sister Li did say that at that time. I nodded and said, I just smiled in disbelief at that time and said thank you Sister Li for reminding me, right? Right. Li Shanwei saw that I really remembered, and smiled with a happy face. I didn't expect my Sister Li was right, she really isn't a person who can live a peaceful life. I couldn't help but just sigh. At the same time, what I lamented even more in my heart was that the preconceptions in a person's mind is a big mountain. At that time, when I heard Li Shanwei say that, I would have been completely unimpressed, and even vaguely thought that Li Shanwei was jealous of me because she couldn't find a date, purely because of her preconceived notions about her. The sentence I said at that time to thank her for the reminder, in fact, there is the meaning of ridicule. At this time, recalling that at that time, not only did I ignore her kind reminder, but I even thought I was secretly sneering. It was really ridiculous, and I also felt a trace of guilt towards her. Although I don't know the reason for your divorce, Li Shanwei said at this time, but from the fact that you were so firm, as well as her backtracking today, it is bound to be that she has made an unforgivable mistake, and it should be a confirmation of my reminder to you back then. Hearing Li Shanwei's words, I silently nodded, affirming her analysis. After all, Li Shanwei's analysis was reasonable, and had already guessed the reason for our divorce, she just didn't explicitly say it out loud. I didn't expect Sister Li to be so accurate in reading people. I laughed a little and said, if I get another girlfriend, I will definitely let Sister Li give me a check first. My words were clearly a joke, but when Li Shanwei heard my words, the hand that was pinching the rice spoon suddenly trembled, and a spoonful of rice was scattered on the dining table. Chapter 26, A Cold Sweat. What's wrong? Sister Li. I saw that Li Shanwei's face also became a bit ugly, and couldn't help but ask hurriedly, where are you uncomfortable? No. Li Shanwei forced a smile and said, good, when you get a new girlfriend again, lead it to me and I'll definitely help you check it out. Hurry up and eat. I picked up the chicken leg that Li Shanwei gave me and took a bite, saying, they've all finished and left, we're the only ones who eat slowly. Seeing that I ate the chicken drumstick in 3 bites, Li Shanwei had a bright smile on her face again, and also sped up her speed to eat. After lunch, Li Shanwei and I left the cafeteria and went back to our own departments. As soon as I returned to the technical department, a few of my co-workers who went to the cafeteria with me started to tease me. Brother Chen, awesome. To be able to sit and eat with that old woman, you're a scorpion's tail, a unique one. Go go go, you few unrighteous dogs, you still have the nerve to flirt with me? I said without good humor. Brother Chen, it's not that we're not righteous, it's that Li Shanwei is clearly waiting for you, what can we do? A co-worker laughed and said, that's why you're married, if you weren't married, and you took down Li Shanwei, the brothers would be better off with you. If Xiao Chen hadn't gotten married, it's not certain who would have taken who. Li Shanwei, that old woman, is afraid that she will try to take down Xiao Chen, and if your brother Chen wants to take her down, that's exactly what he wants. Stop it. Flirting for a couple of sentences, why are we still going in the direction of nastiness? I hurriedly interrupted their flirting, the more I said, the more unlikable it became. After I said this, they also stopped flirting at the right time. But I couldn't help but glance at this colleague whose mouth was talking to me. His words just now hurt a jolt from me. This was one of the reasons why I would open my mouth to interrupt them, because I followed his flirting and realized that there seemed to be something wrong with Li Shanwei. I stood up and walked out of the technical department and went to the fire escape to smoke. As Zhou Lin had said earlier, I wanted to smoke once I was irritated, and while it was certainly true that it was my habit, smoking also helped to relieve anxiety and irritation. This is not me talking nonsense, it is after scientific research. The nicotine content of tobacco crosses the blood-brain barrier and stimulates the brain to release dopamine, a neurotransmitter associated with feelings of pleasure. Therefore, people may feel happy after smoking, thus temporarily relieving anxiety and irritability. After a cigarette, the irritation in my heart was relieved, and I calmed down, thinking carefully about whether Li Shanwei was really not right. Or should I say, is Li Shanwei to me a little wrong? This matter must be sorted out from the beginning. My contact with Li Shanwei this time began with the leave slip, and I met her in the Human Resources Department. At the beginning, she still had that annoying look, and kept making things difficult for me, not signing the leave slip, and trying to figure out why I took so many days off. Then there was the reason I wrote about getting a divorce, which she was a bit surprised by, followed by what I thought was a barbecue that she wanted me to buy. The barbecue was eaten, but she paid the bill and made it clear straight away that it was because she wanted the barbecue and no one had come with her, so she did that, making me think I was being knocked up. Of course, she didn't say it explicitly, but that's what she meant. Immediately following is this morning, I received a call from Zhou Lin backtracking, to touch the fish to go out to find Zhou Lin to ask for clarification, in front of the company ran into Li Shanwei. She at first did not agree with me to go to work to touch the fish out. I helplessly told her Zhou Lin returned to the matter. She changed her mind to let me touch the fish to find Zhou Lin. And then the next is just now with her in the cafeteria to eat the situation. I run through from the beginning, can be probable to determine that she is not right for me. One is this morning to change the mouth to me to touch the fish to release, the other is the meal. I joked that again made a girlfriend to let her give me a gatekeeper. Her reaction at that time was very intense, smile is very reluctant. These two suspicions, the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. And then, once again, I combed through it from the top and felt there were points of uncertainty as well. Her surprise at seeing me write out the reason for taking leave to do a divorce was an unexpected surprise no less, but then she took the initiative to draw out that roast last night. This is going to be a big problem if she starts to be off from this place that I'm not sure about, huh? It means that after seeing the reason why I did the divorce, she immediately got up in arms. It also seems to indicate that it's highly likely that she was actually interested in me all along, but just had to give up because I had a girlfriend and then got married? Also, during lunch today, she made a point of mentioning what she had said to me years ago, which was her judgment of Jolin. Now with a different feeling, savoring those words again, there seems to be a different feeling as well, huh? That is, did she say that on purpose at that time because she saw me talking to Jolin and was upset? Hiss. The more I thought about it, the more wrong I felt, and the more messed up I became. I couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, and at the same time broke out in a cold sweat. What is this called? Lee Shanwei is probable to be interested in me? I was completely speechless. She was 6 years older than me. I annoyingly lit a cigarette again, slapped my forehead, and muttered to myself, what's wrong with this? It's only now that I'm noticing that Lee Shanwei might not be right. I'm not using my brain enough. However, I then also relieved, not his brain is not enough, but too many things. His emotions were swayed, lost a certain ability to think, as well as to the surrounding environment, as well as people and things' keen sense. In the past 2 days, I have been suffering from Shinjisha, and Jolin's remorse has also made me irritable. The whole person is in such a situation, naturally the state can't be much better. Forget it, let's not think about it. What I need to consider at the moment is that Lee Shanwei is really interested in me. How should I deal with it? It's certain that I don't have any feelings for Lee Shanwei. The key problem is that Lee Danwei hasn't clearly expressed her interest in me either, so I have no way to reject her. In this case, if I show my intention to reject her, I would be making a fool of myself, wouldn't I? However, if she has not clearly expressed her interest in me, and she is still interested in me, she will certainly continue to find opportunities to contact me. I can't help but feel numb when I think of this. If this really happens, and she keeps looking for opportunities to get in touch with me, it will simply be a torment in the company. Just at this time, the fire door issued a creak sound, was pushed open. I turned my head toward the back to see, heart cannot help but thump a bit. Think what comes what? Lee Shanwei. Chapter 27. Accompanying her on a blind date. When I was smoking in the fire escape, I was sitting on the stair steps, and when I saw Lee Shanwei appear, I greeted her while about to stand up. Unbeknownst to me, Lee Shanwei handed over a disposable paper cup at this time. I had to reach out and catch the paper cup, inside was coffee. Lee Shanwei gathered her skirt from top to bottom with one hand at this time, and then sat down. What else could I do? Can only be up half up the body to sit down again. The two of us are almost next to each other. I am afraid that the cigarette in my hand choked Lee Danwei, gesture ready to throw away this half-smoked cigarette. It's okay, I'm not afraid of choking. Lee Shanwei said with a smile, you can smoke if you want to. Hearing Lee Shanwei's words, my thoughts flew far away for no reason, first thinking of Jolin. Jolin is extremely dissatisfied with my smoking, but whenever she sees me lighting a cigarette at home, she will be nose to nose, face to face. But her dissatisfaction is only based on her own dissatisfaction, without any meaning that smoking is harmful to health and worrying about my body. On the contrary, Shinjisha, seeing me smoke, made a similar attitude and approach to my mom's attitude towards my dad smoking. This is a kind of attitude and approach that is both worried about the health hazards of smoking, but also knows that it is not good to quit. Of course, Shinjisha didn't do what my mom did, and directly went to grab the cigarettes in my dad's hand, but ran to open the window to disperse the smoke, and also said that smoking is not good for the body. And Lee Shanwei's attitude towards my smoking was completely different from that of Jolin and Shinjisha. Comparatively speaking, Jolin's approach is very offensive to me. To put it bluntly, she is strong to control me, provoking my rebelliousness. Shinjisha's approach is similar to my mom's attitude and approach to my dad's smoking. Although it can't achieve the purpose of martial law, it can make people pay attention to it and control it a little less. As for Lee Shanwei's approach, it gave me a feeling of indifference and strangeness. What is this messed up thinking? I shook my head, shook this boring comparison out of my mind, and then threw the cigarette in my hand onto the steps below and stepped on it. Seeing this scene, Lee Shanwei smiled faintly and said, I just went to the pantry and passed by your technical department. I didn't see you at your workstation, and as soon as I guessed, I knew that you must have come here to smoke, and a piece of it picked up a cup of coffee for you. Sister Lee's guess is really accurate, thanks. I raised the disposable paper cup in my hand to show my thanks, and then asked, what is it that Sister Lee is looking for me for? I have to go out to touch fish in the afternoon, you accompany me out. Lee Shanwei lowered her voice and said. I didn't expect her to really look for me for something, and to say so, making it hard for me to open my mouth in refuse. After all, I went out in the morning to feel the fish. She is the Minister of Human Resources, but in the case of a clear understanding of the situation also let go of the water. Okay, what time? I asked after thinking for a while. Accompany her to go out for a trip, not a big problem, as a repayment of her morning water I touch fish favor. 3 o'clock. Lee Shanwei looked at her watch and said, at that time, I will wait for you outside the company. After saying that, Lee Shanwei drank the coffee from the disposable paper cup and left. From the point of view of her leaving without delay after saying something, the behavior is very normal. Am I thinking too much before? She was just gossiping about my divorce, rather than being wrong about me? Interested in me? Can't figure it out. Forget it, do not want to. Anyway, stay away from her in the company in the future, so as not to be flirted by my colleagues. I drank my coffee, pinched the paper cup in my hand and threw it into the trash can before heading back to the technical department. It wasn't quite 3 o'clock when I got up and went downstairs. Lee Shanwei was indeed waiting for me outside the company. Where to? I asked while signaling Lee Shanwei to get into the car. Lee Shanwei got into the passenger side and reported the address with some embarrassment, Tianhe Matchmaking Company. Sister Lee, are you going to enroll in a matchmaking company, or are you going on a blind date? I hurriedly said, it doesn't matter if I accompany you to enroll, but if you go on a blind date, it's not very decent for me to accompany you. Although I asked this question, but I secretly expect her to give me the second answer, that is, she is to go on a blind date. If she goes on a blind date, it means she's not interested in me, so I can breathe a sigh of relief. Hearing my words, Lee Shanwei became even more embarrassed and said, just going to meet someone. Then is it appropriate for me to accompany Sister Lee? My heart was relieved and I asked with a smile. What's appropriate or not? Lee Shanwei immediately said. Lee Shanwei said so, what else did I have to say, and immediately drove to the Tianhe Matchmaking Company she mentioned. Statement, you won't laugh at me, right? Lee Shanwei hesitated for a while and asked this question. I drove around the corner and said, a blind date is nothing more than a marriage agency introducing two people to each other. One more channel to meet the opposite sex, what's there to laugh at? My words were purely to comfort Lee Shanwei. I read a saying that the essence of matchmaking is a group of men who can't handle women, and a group of women who are the hardest to handle torturing each other. I agree with this saying, so for the matchmaking company, I actually felt that it was a meeting place for older leftover men and women. It didn't take long for me to drive Lee Shanwei to the Tianhe Matchmaking Company. Just look at the large area of the first floor hall. We know that the size of this matchmaking company is not small. Entering the door is directly opposite the front desk. The front desk is also a service to provide drinks. The left and right sides are respectively the conversation area. The difference is that the right side is the staff and the customer's conversation area. The left side is the customer and the customer's conversation area. To be clear, the left side is the area for matchmaking. After we came in, a staff member immediately greeted us with a professional smile. She obviously knew Lee Shanwei, and directly guided Lee Shanwei to the left side of the conversation area. I couldn't help but find myself in a difficult situation. It was obviously inappropriate for me to follow her there. But I went to the right area is also inappropriate. There are staff over there is talking to the guests. The content of the conversation is to find a person, certainly involves privacy. I went over is also inappropriate. Statement, this way. Seeing my hesitation, Lee Shanwei stopped and called out to me. I immediately walked over towards Lee Shanwei and that staff member. You accompanied here, you can sit over here as a family member or friend, just have to trouble you to pick a seat as far away as possible. The staff member said in a low voice. I see. I nodded at that moment, and after the staff arranged a seat for Lee Shanwei, I pointed to a seat a few tables away and asked that staff member with my eyes. After seeing this staff member of the matchmaking company nod his head, I sat down on my butt. Accompanying someone on a blind date? This is really the first time. I couldn't help but be interested, wanting to see what the man who would come over to meet Lee Shanwei on a blind date in a moment would be like. Chapter 28, Each has its own storm. The service of this matchmaking company was quite considerate. I had just sat down not 2 minutes ago when the staff member from before brought me over with a cup of coffee. After I politely thanked them, I drank my coffee while curiously looking around. There was nothing to look at in the environment, but mainly the people. At this moment, in addition to Li Shanwei who was sitting there waiting, there were 4 pairs of men and women in this matchmaking area. They all had a piece of A4 printing paper in front of them, and they were all talking softly. Among them, there were 2 pairs of men and women in the woman, but also in the conversation, from time to take that piece of printing paper to look at it. Obviously, the A4 printout should be their respective information, and those 2 women should be checking whether the man's information was true through inquiries. Li Shanwei was also looking at a piece of printout paper given to her by the staff at this time, thinking that it was the information of her blind date today. I've never been on a blind date. Even in earlier years, some of the village 7 aunts, 8 aunts of relatives and friends door to door to introduce, want to let me go to the blind date to see, but also by my mouth refused. Today appeared in this kind of matchmaking occasion, or in the capacity of a spectator, really is a rare experience. Although I'm talking with these pairs of men and women, sitting farther away, but the lobby is empty or play a role in amplifying the sound, when they do not pay attention to control the volume, I can still occasionally hear a sentence, or a few words. Such as what the bride price, dowry, and other words. And words like who would take care of the money after marriage and who would do the housework. I listen to the jaw-dropping, blind date to me talk about these? This is no emotional basis, straight to the purpose of marriage to go off. However, on the other hand, it is also very normal, the purpose of their dating is not to get married? What's wrong with going straight to the purpose? I cannot help but shake my head, not only feel that there is no emotional basis to talk about marriage is not right, but also feel that they did not do wrong. The heart appeared a kind of contradiction to the extreme feeling. To put it bluntly, in fact, it is my long-standing view of marriage and love, was seen today the scene of blind date to the impact, a moment some difficult to accept. A pair of men and women who were talking to each other smiled, exchanged contact information, and then left with each other. It seems that they have reached an agreement. I thought silently in my heart. The other 2 pairs also left at this time, only, unlike the pair just now, the ones who got up and left were a man and a woman respectively. Without a doubt, they didn't reach an agreement. I thought silently again in my heart. The woman who left first didn't leave, but went to the conversation area with the staff, and it was obvious that she was very angry, talking to the staff with an angry face. The man she was on a blind date with left alone after she went to the staff's conversation area. The other pair of men who left first went straight away, and the woman who hadn't left yet had a calm look on her face. This situation makes me can't help but have a feeling that matchmaking is like shopping in a market, and the men and women in the matchmaking market are commodities. Only, this kind of merchandise was very special, it was allowed not to mention that they would pick each other out. From the point of view of their respective different performance, into the dating market, the mindset has to be extremely good. Neither can they take themselves too seriously, nor can they take each other too seriously. Otherwise, it's like the woman who got angry with the staff and broke her defense. I don't know if I'm right in feeling and thinking this way, but anyway, I'm here, so I'll just blindly think whatever I see. Hello? The light in front of me dimmed. A crisp voice rang out, and a white jade hand reached out in front of me. I came back to my senses from my rambling thoughts, and only then did I realize that the woman who had just left the pair of men first, for the time being, had come to my face. Hello? May I help you? I asked as I hurriedly got up and gave her hand a polite, shallow handshake. This woman was very self-congratulatory as she gestured for me to sit down, then sat herself down across from me and said, to introduce myself, my name is Lin Kandang, and this is my personal information. As she said that, Lin Kandang pushed the printed paper she was holding in front of me. Sorry, Ms. Lin, I'm not here for a blind date. I instantly understood what she meant and hurriedly clarified. When Li Shanwei heard me talking to Lin Kandang, she turned her head and frowned over, about to get up and come over. But right at this moment, the staff of the matchmaking company walked over with a man, obviously Li Shanwei's blind date for today, which made her have to sit down again. I came to accompany my colleague. I saw that Lin Kandang had no intention of leaving, and pointed at Li Shanwei again and said, "It's okay, add a contact to get to know each other." Lin Santong took out his cell phone, flashed his QR code, and said bluntly without any concealment, "I'm very satisfied with your appearance, it's my ideal type. I'm sorry, I went through a failed marriage, and I don't intend to walk into another marriage for the time being." I politely declined. "That must be because you haven't gotten over it yet, haven't you heard the saying? The best way to forget a relationship is to start a new one." Lin Chantang was unmoved, still flashing his QR code. "My divorce is still fresh." I shook my head and said, "Can't add you. You have said that you have gone through a failed marriage, which means that even if your divorce is not finalized, it should be almost the same. Adding a friend is just a matter of adding a friend, and it won't have any effect on your divorce. Lin Songtong said with a smile. I was completely speechless, and directly said, I still have something to do, please hurry up and leave. Add a friend. Lin Songtong said with a smile, I'll leave immediately after adding my friends. Convinced. I took out my cell phone and scanned Lin Kandang's QR code and added her friend, wanting her to leave in a hurry. To be honest, this is the first time I've encountered a woman of Lin Kandang's character, not to mention her initiative and generosity, but also a bit of the attitude of not stopping until she reaches her goal. At this time, Li Shanwei suddenly reached out and slapped the man sitting opposite her, that is, her blind date today. The man reacted quickly, leaned back and avoided Li Shanwei's slap, and then slapped her back. With a loud sound, Li Shanwei was slapped by this man. What happened? I stood up in a flash, and violently scurried over, grabbing the man's wrist. This side of the commotion alarmed the staff of the matchmaking company. They came towards this side with quick steps while also greeting the security guards at the door to come over. Obviously seeing me and this man, they thought that the two of us were going to have a fight. Sister Li, call the police. I turned my head to look at Li Shanwei and said in a deep voice. Li Shanwei was confused by this man's slap, heard my words before coming back to God, shivering, took out the cell phone. Chapter 29, 2 Compensations. Sis, let's solve something on our own first, and then call the police if we can't solve it. The staff of the matchmaking company stopped Li Shanwei and didn't let her call the police. Li Shanwei couldn't help but look at me, obviously asking for my opinion. Brother, there's surveillance here, call the police whenever you want. This staff member saw Li Shanwei looking at me and immediately looked at me as well and said. And the two security guards of the matchmaking company also stood nearby at this time, and I wasn't worried about this man escaping, so I let go of him at that moment and said, Sisterly, the decision is up to you. Sister, give me face, let's figure out what's going on first and try to work it out. This staff member said in an almost pleading manner. Alright, I'll give you this face. Li Shanwei hesitated for a moment, and finally made this decision. Hearing Li Shanwei's words, this staff member was obviously relieved. In fact, whether it was the approach of the staff of the matchmaking company or the decision made by Li Shanwei, it was all expected. After all, Li Shanwei was a client of the matchmaking company, but the man who hit her was her blind date today, and also a client of the matchmaking center. Conflicts between clients, but also in the matchmaking company, how ugly it would be to make it to the point of calling the police. Definitely try to solve as much as you can, and minimize the big things and pull down the small things. At this time, a woman in professional attire walked over, patted the shoulder of the previous staff member, signaling that she had done a good job, and then said, Introduce yourself, I'm Wang Li, the general manager of this matchmaking company, let me try to solve this matter, right? There was no doubt that Wang Li's appearance was to emphasize the importance attached to this matter. After all, she was the general manager of this matchmaking company. That staff member actually called herself a manager as well, only it was an account manager that everyone could be. Wang Li saw that no one was talking, and immediately asked Li Shanwei what was going on. The matter is not complicated, it is with Li Shanwei matchmaking this man, talk bad. At the beginning, Li Shanwei also held back no attack, until the man said a Li Shanwei shut off the water pulling the gate, the demand is still so high, completely pissed off Li Shanwei, she was a slap in the face thrown over. After that, it was this man who dodged Li Shanwei's slap, and also slapped Li Shanwei. There is surveillance here, it's useless to deny it, that man said in a salty manner when Wang Li looked at him, pretty much. Mr. Liu, you speak badly first, and hit people later, in this matter you apologize to Ms. Li and make some financial compensation, do you accept this solution from me? Wang Li looked at him and asked. Until this time, I didn't know that this man's surname was Liu. In terms of even if the police came, it is certainly the first to give negotiation to solve the problem, the program is also certainly Wang Li said this kind of program. Okay. I'll apologize to her and compensate her another $1,000. The man surnamed Liu immediately said. Wang Li immediately turned her head to look at Li Shanwei. Disgusting who? I immediately said, you slapped someone and you want to get rid of it with $1,000? This isn't even enough for us to register for a checkup at the hospital later. Come on, we don't want this $1,000, you let me slap you, let's forget about it. I said, gesturing to roll up my sleeves. I said before, I usually have fitness, just not excessive pursuit of muscularity, to maintain a well-proportioned body, coupled with my more than 1'8" head, the deterrent effect is still not to be underestimated. Then you say how much to compensate. The man surnamed Liu said with averted eyes. Wang Li at this time also saw out Li Shanwei for how much compensation is actually no idea, and then also followed Li Shanwei's eyes together looked at me. 10,000. I said without hesitation, we will go to the hospital to check, take a film or something, have to spend some, plus nutritional costs, mental damage, less than 10,000 cannot. After a pause, I added, no one need to cut the price, sisterly, cannot be the police, detained him first. Once I heard that I want to call the police to detain him, the man surnamed Lu goaded, immediately agreed to compensate 10,000 yuan, but asked to sign an agreement. This kind of thing is sure to sign an agreement, otherwise, people will not give this $10,000 of compensation. To my surprise, Wang Li immediately let a person print a copy of the agreement over, which gives me a feeling that seems to happen often here. This man surnamed Lu signed the agreement, apologized to Sister Li, and swept the code to transfer $10,000 to Sister Li, took the agreement that belonged to him, and left with indignation. Ms. Li, I'm really sorry that this happened. Wang Li apologized to Li Shanwei at this time. Li Shanwei smiled at Wang Li and was about to speak, looking like she was definitely going to accept Wang Li's verbal apology. I immediately robbed in front of Li Shanwei and said, Manager Wang, that surnamed Lu's matter has been resolved, isn't it time to resolve the matter between Ms. Li and your company? What is the matter between Ms. Li and our company? Wang Li asked with a slight frown. Manager Wang, why are we playing dumb? I looked at her and asked, is Ms. Li a client of your company? The one who beat her up is also a client of your company, right? She was beaten in your company, right? Your company has no responsibility at all? This. Wang Li was rendered speechless by my series of questions. Manager Wang, you run a matchmaking company, and the customer's backtone should be the top priority. I continued, the client who just hit someone, I'm skeptical if he's mentally challenged. Did you guys manage to verify the real situation of each client? You said yes. We also have a responsibility. Wang Li said with a professional smile restored to her face. However, I reckon she must be cursing me in her heart. I might be referring to how dirty the cursing is. Ms. Li, we'll give you a 20% discount on your membership fee for next year. Do you think this compensation is okay? Wang Li looked at Li Shanwei and asked. Li Shanwei didn't even think about it before she looked at me, which clearly meant that she wanted me to make the decision for her. Manager Wang, after something like this, it's still a toss-up whether my sister Li will still be renewing her membership with you next year. You're not the only matchmaking company. I smiled disdainfully and said, your blank check is too outrageous, isn't it? Don't talk about anything else. If you want to make up for it, just play it straight. Li Shanwei also came back to her senses and said, yes, the statement is right, Manager Wang, your so-called compensation is not a big cake for me? There is no such thing? I also do not mention other requirements. According to what you said, the membership fee to me 80% discount, you return this year's membership fee of 20% off to me. Behind me suddenly appeared a snickering snort sound. I turned my head towards the back to look, but it was actually Lin Chantang. Chapter 30, The Cruel Truth. This Lin Chantang actually didn't leave and stayed to watch the show? Why haven't you left yet? I asked in surprise. Statement, you're such a funny person. Lin Xiantang laughed and walked towards the outside, and even gestured a phone call to me, saying, gone, gone. Remember to contact often. You are not together? Wang Li asked in surprise. After Wang Li came over, she sent the staff member from before to leave, and the matter of Li Shanwei's beating that was resolved by her. Lin Songtong has been standing behind me. She obviously misunderstood that Lin Songtong was with us. She is also your client. I interjected, seems like she didn't succeed in her blind date today. She even pestered my friend for contact information. Li Shanwei interjected, expressing her dissatisfaction. Wang Li smiled and nodded, casually saying, I'm sorry, it's our negligent management. But I always felt that Wang Li's gaze seemed to be sizing me up intentionally or unintentionally as she spoke, and I didn't know if it was just my illusion. Trouble you two to wait a moment, I'll go get an agreement over. After Wang Li said this, she quickly went and returned, bringing the agreement not to mention the staff member from before. Ms. Li, take a look at the agreement and make sure it's okay, then we'll both sign it. Wang Li said, then, let Xiaosu take you to the finance department, and after the finance department verifies it, they will refund the 20% off membership fee to your account. There was nothing wrong with the agreement. Li Shanwei signed after reading it, and then followed Xiaosu to the finance department. Wang Li said at this time, Mr. Chin, is it convenient to chat? Chat about what? I asked through the interface. We were sitting at a table at this time, and she still asked this. Obviously the topic to be chatted about should be very targeted, or it could also be said to be a specific topic. Talking about your personal situation. Wang Li said with a smile. I'm married, there's nothing to talk about. I said without hesitation. Seeing Wang Li utter this topic, I'm afraid that she's not trying to pull in business and get me to top up their membership, right? You're not telling the truth. Wang Li shook her head with a certainty. How did you see that? I was a bit surprised. Could it be that I had the words divorcing written on my face? That Lin Chantang, you give her contact information, it means that what you just said is definitely not the truth. Wang Li didn't keep it a secret, and immediately gave an explanation. I nodded with a sudden realization, but I had to admire Wang Li's observation in my heart. How about you register as our member? Wang Li said with a confident face, our matchmaking company has many clients, so we can definitely solve your life partner problem. No money. I immediately gave a reply that directly blocked the topic. Who knows, Wang Li immediately picked up a sentence that made me dumbfounded, no money. What? I couldn't believe my ears. No money. Wang Li reiterated once again, saying, it only requires you to register as a member of our matchmaking company, and we will help you arrange for a woman with the right conditions according to your requirements. Stop. I interrupted Wang Li and said, I don't believe in pie in the sky good things, tell me straight what is the price behind free? Little cutie these days. All know that it's the free ones that are the most expensive. Wang Li smiled and said, the price is that we will also arrange for some ladies who may not meet your requirements so well, and you will need to meet them or something at that time. Why do I sound like I'm being asked to be a trustee? I said, smacking my lips. That's not it. It's just that we don't charge you membership fees, we arrange your blind date normally, and we definitely don't do anything illegal. Wang Li said with a straight face, and then turned, the corner of the mouth hooked up a smile, we just arrange a blind date to meet, to exchange contact information, after the progress of how to talk about what degree, we are not asked, by your own grasp. You're on your own? Although I immediately understood what she meant, but there is no way to accuse anything, because she said that there is no problem at all, grasp the hidden meaning of the layer can only be self-understanding, cannot be said out. Whoever said it was ing nasty. I was inwardly ashamed of this kind of behavior, but my face showed nothing, and said lightly, every industry has something that is unknown, but cannot be said, I guess this is up, can you tell me why? War reports lie, but battle lines don't. Wang Li sighed rather helplessly and said, the news has been saying all day that there are tens of millions more males than females, but in the marriage market, it's now more males than females, and the ratio can reach a staggering 1 to dozens. Especially Mr. Chen, who is of the right age and appearance, is an extremely scarce quality resource in the marriage market. And some of the female members tend to be confused, it's not too much to say that they take our company as a wishing pool. I interrupted Wang Li with a wave of my hand, not letting her say any more and refused, sorry, I'm not interested. When Wang Li uttered these last words that were interrupted by me, I had completely understood. After all, there is a saying on the internet now that age is the smallest problem for older leftover women. Some of the older leftover women's strange requirements for finding a partner, it's not like I haven't seen it online, but I've always thought that it should be false, how could someone be so confused? Wish all dare not so wish not? At this time to hear Wang Li these words, obviously confirms my previous knowledge is wrong, those odd looking for object requirements, really do not have to be false, I'm afraid it is likely to be true. This kind of strange woman, fear to avoid. If I really signed up for a free membership here, I'm afraid that I won't be able to arrange this kind of strange matchmaking meeting every now and then. Hearing my refusal, a hint of disappointment appeared on Wang Li's face. Right at this moment, Li Shanwei and the staff member called Xiao Su came back. I immediately stood up, walked towards Li Shanwei, and asked, finished? Done. Li Shanwei nodded and said, let's go. I nodded and headed out. Wang Li, however, said at this time, Ms. Li, wait a moment. Manager Wang has something else? Li Shanwei stopped and asked. Wang Li nodded and said, I've read your information and requirements, there are some pertinent suggestions for you, do you want to hear them? You say. Li Shanwei nodded and said. You asked for a local house, this condition is better to fulfill. Wang Li looked at Li Shanwei and said, but superimposed with your age, and no marital history of these two requirements, it has been very difficult to meet, not to mention that you also require height. Manager Wang, you say straight what your suggestion is. Li Shanwei interrupted Wang Li. I suggest that you only require a local house and a comparable age, and remove all other requirements. Wang Li also said rather helplessly, that way there are more eligible men. Chapter 31 Silent Crying. Wang Li's words were very helpless, but they were very sincere, and there was absolutely no intention of ridiculing Li Shanwei. Seeing that Wang Li has nothing more to say, Li Shanwei silently nodded and turned around to walk out of this Tianhe matchmaking company. I quickly followed Li Shanwei, and then proceeded to the passenger side to pull open the door for her. It wasn't that I was much of a gentleman, but I could see that Li Shanwei was not in the right mood. This is also very normal. Wang Li was able to achieve the position of general manager, and was bound to be extremely knowledgeable about the marriage market. This could be proven by what she had talked to me about before. Therefore, what Wang Li just said was the truth, and it was also the truth. However, the truth is often the most hurtful. Li Shanwei sat in the passenger seat in silence. I went around the body and sat in the driver's seat, started the car from the parking space in front of the matchmaking company and drove into the main road. Li Shanwei twisted her head to look out of the car window, but the action of reaching out and wiping her eyes already indicated that she was crying. Silent crying. Adult heartache, silent pain, silent crying. Obviously poked her lungs with those truthful words, and it hurt her to the core, but she could only just endure the pain, clench her teeth, and cry silently. I couldn't help but sigh slightly in my heart, and also felt more than a hint of sympathy for Li Shanwei. In her current state, it was definitely not suitable for her to return to the company. Moreover, that man surnamed Lu, the slap that he slapped her with was quite small in strength, and the traces of handprints could be seen on her cheeks. Sisterly, if you want to cry, cry out. I said softly, in my car, no one will see you cry. Li Shanwei didn't say anything, she just looked out the window and shook her head at the constantly receding scenery, and didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing this scene, I drove around a corner and drove into Linha Road. Not long after, I parked the car on the street parking space at the entrance of Linha Park. Sisterly, come down for some air and adjust your state. It's not suitable for you to go back to the company in this state right now. I said this, unbuckled my seatbelt, and pushed the door to get out of the car. Wait for me by the side of the car, I'm going to buy something. Across from the entrance to Linha Park was a row of stores. I got out of the car and went across the street to the entrance of a store selling toys, and stood in front of the freezer under the sun umbrella. The store owner came out immediately after seeing me and asked, buying ice cream? Do you have snowdrops? I asked. Yes. The owner opened the freezer and told me to get my own. I took 4 bags of Snow Lotus and 2 coleus, and after scanning the code to pay, I quickly walked back to Li Shanwei, who was standing across the street. Here, for your face. I took out a bag of Snow Lotus and handed it to Li Shanwei, saying, it can reduce the swelling faster. Li Shanwei didn't take the Snow Lotus in my hand, she just stared at me blankly, her eyes seemed a bit hollow. I put up a finger and waved it in front of her. She came back to her senses, but violently jumped into my arms, hugging me whimpering cried. Li Shanwei less than 1.6 meters, she hugged me just face to my chest. I immediately felt my chest clothes wet a piece, heart as speechless. I was carrying a small plastic bag of ice cream in my left hand, my right hand holding a package of Snow Lotus, can only be the first Snow Lotus back to the left hand of the plastic bag and then pushed away from her. But just at this moment, a white BMW car stopped at my side, the window slowly lowered, driving people also looked at me and Li Shanwei. I turned my head to look, heart thump. Shen Jixia. What a coincidence. Shen Jixia had a stunned look on her face, which seemed to be mixed with some disbelief. I just said this word, behind the car urging the horn sounded, will my words drown out? This road was already narrow, plus there were parking spaces on the side of the road, it was completely a one-way street. Shen Jixia's car stopped, and the cars behind it couldn't pass, so they naturally honked their horns to urge them on. Shen Jixia immediately drove forward, I saw her car window also slowly rose up. I don't know why, a feeling of harboring fire appeared in my heart for no reason, and after putting the Snow Lotus into the plastic bag in my left hand, I pushed Li Shanwei away a bit rudely. I'm sorry to you. After Li Shanwei cried, like she felt better, I didn't hold back just now, and I cried all over your clothes. See Li Shanwei this look, my unexplained nest fire with the mute, but also realized that he pushed her away some too rude. Big sister, we want to cry also don't cry on the side of the road don't know that I thought I put you how to do it. I hurriedly said, go, let's go into the park. With these words, I once again took out a bag of Snow Lotus and handed it to Li Shanwei. Li Shanwei took the Snow Lotus this time, covered her beaten cheeks, and I walked into the Linha Park side by side. Inside the park, there were benches in the shade, and no one was there at this time of the day, so I took her to one of the benches and sat down, and took out a coleus and handed it to her. I also took another one and opened it, and took a hard bite. The cold feeling from the mouth through the esophagus, all the way to the stomach, let me a burst of relief at the same time, but also want to open a lot. I knew that I had just gotten angry because Shinjisha had seen Li Shanwei hugging me. In other words, I was actually subconsciously worried that Shinjisha would misunderstand, which is why I opened my mouth to explain. Now that I had taken a bite of ice cream and calmed down, I had the urge to slap myself. After all, I had already made up my mind to actively stay away from her before. She and the man who went to eat barbecue together that day were the ones who were in the same class. As Li Shanwei said the other day, the man and the woman. I've already made the decision to stay away from her, so why worry about being misunderstood? What's the point of explaining? Bastard. I gave myself a comment in my heart. However, being misunderstood by her isn't a bad thing. If she wants to know what's going on, she should send me a message and ask me. If she doesn't, let her misunderstand me. What are you doing? Li Danwei looked at me with a gaping mouth. You have a grudge against ice cream? Hearing Li Danwei's words, I was awakened from my own thoughts and followed her words to look at the ice cream in my hand. There was only a little bit left. Eating it so fast, and eating it with gnashing teeth. Li Shanwei carefully asked, Is it because I just hugged you, are you still angry? Seeing Li Shanwei's cautious look, I couldn't help but be amused and said, I'm not that petty, I was just thinking about something else. Hearing my words, Li Shanwei was obviously relieved. Moreover, she stopped crying. In fact, Li Shanwei had already vented her anger the moment she hugged me and cried, and was already just sobbing when she was pushed away by me. Crying is a form of venting, but silent crying is not. If you cry out, after venting, you will slowly stop crying. Otherwise, silent crying, every now and then, tears would fall, with no end in sight. What are you thinking about? Li Shanwei asked, the gnashing of teeth that can be thought about. I said, just that marriage agency thing. Chapter 32 being cut into leaks. That manager Wang is right. Li Shanwei obviously misunderstood me, thinking that I was fighting for her. And as she said this, she also revealed a heartfelt smile, as if she was happy because I was fighting for her? It's not what you think it is. I yanked out a cigarette and lit it, took a drag, and said, let me run through what I should tell you. Li Shanwei didn't say anything else, just nodded silently. By the way, how much of your 20% off membership fee was refunded? I remembered this and asked, or you can just tell me how much your membership fee is? 48,888 a year. Li Shanwei replied, I was refunded 9,777.6. I was stunned speechless by this figure, 50,000 a year membership fee? What's the difference between this and robbing money? Their membership is graded, and there are higher ones. Li Shanwei continued, I chose the mid-range a bit on the upper side. I waved my hand, interrupting Li Shanwei and said, there's no need to give me a detailed description of the different levels of membership and what different levels of services they correspond to. Sisterly, the probability is that you have been cut leaks. Immediately after, I told Li Shanwei in detail about the words that Wang Li had talked to me after she and staff member Xiao Su went to the finance room. In addition, I also added my own understanding of what degree of self-grasp told Li Shanwei. My understanding of this is certainly not to Wang Liming set out, people 100% will not recognize, but does not affect me to tell Li Shanwei. Regardless of whether Li Shanwei and the company's popularity is good or not, in short, our colleagues cannot stand by and watch her jump into the fire pit. What's more, Li Shanwei's attitude towards me now is still okay. Is this really going to be this meaning that you understand? Li Shanwei frowned and said, isn't she afraid that you will tell me? It shouldn't be this meaning, right? She is not afraid of me telling you. I said directly, I've said it all, it's just my understanding and analysis, and she won't admit it even if I ask her face to face. And, she proved it by saying that last thing to you when we were leaving. Her advice to me? How could that prove it? Li Shanwei asked in surprise. She was telling you that your requirements are too high, and those that meet your requirements are basically non-existent. I sighed helplessly and said, and with all that she has also talked to me about, she is bound to be certain that I will definitely tell you that I hope that you can lower your requirements, so that it will be possible for you to be introduced to a successful match. Otherwise, according to your request for an introduction, they may arrange for you to be given a free member like the one you talked to me about today. Let you, as a friend, say some analyzed insider information to persuade me to lower my requirements? Li Shanwei just wasn't quite convinced yet, but after I put it into perspective, she was able to analyze what was going on her own. Right, that's her intention. I sighed and said, analyzing the situation, I can make an inference, sisterly, in the content of your membership service, there should be that one clause that will definitely match you with a man you're satisfied with, and maybe there's a number, like 3, 5, or something like that. There really is such a clause. Li Shanwei sucked in a breath of cool air. Nah. The next step is simple, if you don't lower your requirements, this kind of perfect man will appear in front of you. I spread my hands and said, whether you want to meet or not at that time decide for yourself. However, let me remind you, you can be careful of people and money. When I said this, I deeply understood a sentence circulating on the internet, the only person who meets the requirements of older leftover women is a liar. Their requirements are too high, and they are ordinary people, how can there be Prince Charming appear beside them? The only one who can appear beside them and meet their requirements is a liar. After all, although there are a lot of ordinary men, but ordinary men do not meet their requirements by their pass away. I know it's probably a scammer, so why do I have to meet him? Li Shanwei immediately said, then I'm not a little cutie. No, now that I know, I have to find them a refund. Cut the leak. I stopped Li Shanwei and said, save your breath. What do they do? How can they be caught by you? Just think about the agreement you signed, gave the membership fee, they have not followed the agreement on the line. Think with your toes, the matchmaking center will not violate the law, and will certainly follow the membership agreement. As expected, Li Shanwei shook her head and said, I thought about it carefully, and they have really been following the content of the agreement to me. That's all right then, learn from your mistakes. I advised. According to what we're talking about now, aren't all matchmaking companies scams? Li Shanwei was still furious. Not exactly. I shook my head and said, that Wanli gave you advice, if you can accept it, I personally feel that the success rate of matchmaking for you should be very high. After a pause, I added, in fact, this thing just registers to the basic members, with lower requirements, and let them arrange a couple of blind dates for you, and I reckon it should be a done deal. So it's not like they're all scams. But I spent so much money to become such a high-level member, isn't it for the high-end men they said? Li Shanwei said without any good humor, what she told you, that high-quality men are extremely scarce resources in the dating market, the whole thing is contradictory, what is this not a scam? Can't get the evidence. I spread my hands and said, calm down. When Li Shanwei heard this from me, she was a little bit angry, but then she was gloomy again, and asked me with a crying face, statement, do you think I am really unwanted? Am I really unable to get married? I don't know. I spread my hands and said with a helpless face, sisterly, as you can see, my marriage is in shambles and has come to the point of divorce, so I really don't know. Hearing my words, Li Shanwei didn't know what to say. I was silent for a long time and said, perhaps, that saying is right, marriage is like a walled city, those outside want to go in, those inside want to come out. But you've gone in and walked out, always experiencing it. Li Shanwei silently interjected and said, and if I don't walk in, I don't experience it, and I don't know what it's like, and I'm afraid that this will be the regret of my life. Then make an effort. I said as I stood up, find the right person to try to walk into. As someone who has been there, the only thing I can remind you of is to never get married just for the sake of getting married. In that case, even if you walk in and go through it, it won't mean much, and it might bring you even more regrets, or even bring harm. Chapter 33 News. The fact that I would say this to Li Shanwei was entirely out of my own subjective perception. In my opinion, when two people enter into a marriage, they must have feelings as the foundation, so that the marriage can stand the test of time and last. Getting married for the sake of getting married is not to say that there is no emotional foundation, but the emotional foundation is bound to be discounted. However, after I finished I looked back, my own marriage is not a chicken hair, woeful, and finally came to the point of divorce? What qualifications do I have to say this to Li Shanwei? At that moment, I couldn't help but shake my head and smile to myself. Speaking nicely, what's wrong with this? Seeing my self-deprecating look, Li Shanwei asked in confusion. I've gotten myself to this point of divorce. I spread my hands and said, and what qualifications do I have to say this to you as a person who has been there? But I think you're right. I actually share the same view as you, or else I wouldn't have dragged my feet until now and not gotten married. Li Shanwei, in turn to understand me, said, as for you to the divorce this step, it is not your cognitive error, but you know people poorly, looking for a completely different from your three views of the wife. After a pause, Li Shanwei added, if you're looking for another one, you'll have to keep your eyes peeled. Say it again. I smiled noncommittally, and seeing that Li Shanwei's face had pretty much gone down, I proposed to go back to the office. Forget it, it's all ready this time. We're all off work even if we rush back to the company, what's the point of going back? Li Shanwei shook her head and said, I should have invited you to dinner today, but I'm really not in a good mood, let's do it another day. Trouble you to send me home, you also do not go back to the company clock, I manage the attendance. Why do you want to treat me to dinner again? I still owe you a meal. I asked casually as Li Shanwei and I walked side by side towards the outside of the park. You protected me today and helped me get $20,000 in compensation. Li Shanwei explained, what a big favor. That's the compensation you deserve. I shook my head and said, but don't count the favor on me, not really. As we spoke, we returned to my car, I opened the trunk and took out a t-shirt to change into, ready to send Li Shanwei home. This t-shirt on my body chest position by Li Shanwei crying flowers, had to change. Li Shanwei reached out and grabbed the t-shirt I was going to throw into the trunk and said, I'll take it back and wash it for you. I'll wash it myself. I said immediately. No one will wash your clothes now, and I'm the one who cried flowers for you, so it's better if I wash it for you. Li Shanwei said unforgivingly. Just throw it in the washing machine, it's no trouble. I refused again. Seeing that I refuted her reasoning, Li Shanwei began to play rough, if you don't let go, we'll just stand there. Hearing Li Danwei this, I had no choice but to let go of my hand, she then revealed a satisfied smile, rolled up my t-shirt and hugged it in her arms and sat in the passenger side. I drove directly to send her to the door of her neighborhood. I'll call you this weekend. Li Shanwei threw down these words and walked quickly towards the neighborhood, directly making me not even have time to say the words of refusal. I drove towards the neighborhood where I bought my new house, and had already made up my mind that I definitely wouldn't pick up her call on the weekend. Although she wanted to wash my t-shirt to give a very good reason, but I always feel wrong in my heart, plus she said the weekend to call me, I am afraid that she wants to ask me out, let me even more determined to stay away from her idea. Passing by the supermarket, I went in and bought some ingredients and returned to this new house I bought. I changed into my large pants and casually threw my pants on the couch, only to find a flash of white showing in the back pocket of my pants. I reached out and took it out, realizing that it was a folded piece of printed paper. Unfolding it, I couldn't help but cry and laugh. Surprisingly, it was Lin Chantong's personal data. When did she stuff her personal data into my back pocket? Curious in my heart, I naturally looked at her profile. What I didn't expect was that she was only 26 years old. 26 years old and signing up for a blind date at a matchmaking agency? How eager is she to get married? The work column is written in the front desk of a company, did not write what company. Her account is from a foreign province, and she graduated from a local university. From this, we can draw a conclusion that she has been working here since graduating from college, and also found a matchmaking company for a blind date, thinking that she wants to put down roots here. I laughed and casually crumpled up her personal information into a ball and threw it into the trash can in the living room. Eating by myself, not so much to talk about, directly to eat scrambled eggs, 2 cans of ice-cold small beer, when it is really cool. I just finished eating, the cell phone rang a message tone. Open the phone to see, is Shinjishia sent a message, I have been waiting for your message, you have nothing to say? Is this questioning me about being hugged by Li Shanwei? I felt a pang of revulsion in my heart, and immediately typed say what? But when I was about to press send, I stopped again, and thought about deleting this sentence, explaining the matter of Li Shanwei hugging me, and returned a very long message to Shinjishia. About a few minutes later, Shinjishia returned the message over, so it is so. I feel like you've been distancing yourself from me lately? I immediately edited a message back, you're overthinking it. In fact, our current state is the normal state. The reason we were together so often a while ago was because we had something in common that needed to be resolved, and now that the matter has been resolved, we've just returned to our respective states of life. Shinjishia, I've been a little burnt out lately because of work. Me, I'm still continuing to be my social animal. Shinjishia, are you free this weekend? A dinner date? Me, not sure yet, let's talk about it then. After I sent this message, I thought for a moment and immediately edited a message and sent it over. Is there anything else you want to say to me? If not, I'm going to rest, I have to work tomorrow morning. Shinjishia's message immediately came back, no, you rest, I deal with the work at hand. See Shinjishia this message, I did not return the message to her, but dragged out a cigarette to light. She asked me, I have explained. And what I asked her, she didn't say anything. I silently knocked the cigarette ash in the ashtray, ready to take a shower to go. The phone again at this time rang the message tone. I opened my phone to see that it wasn't a message from Shinjishia, but a message from Lin Kaitang. Quite a direct message, a sentence asking me, statement, do you have a child? No, why? I was a little confused about her brain circuits and returned a message to her, wondering what she meant by asking this question. Chapter 34, Human Sobriety. Lin Kandang. Lin Sangtong's typing speed was very fast. Almost immediately after I sent her a message, she messaged back, "Great, you're perfectly in line with my requirements if you don't have a child." Seeing the message Lin Kandang sent back, I couldn't help but be even more speechless. What do you mean? It's great that I don't have a child, it completely meets her requirements. Does this mean you're trying to forcefully buy and sell? I couldn't help but be angry and laughed, and immediately returned these 4 words plus a question mark to her: forced to buy and sell? Lin Kaitang again flew back with a second message: how can I? By the way, have you read my profile yet? Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I talked to Lin Kandang. You do not say I forgot. When did you put your personal data into my back pocket? Lin Chantang, it was when you grabbed that man. Bad smile emoticon. Before I had time to reply, Lin Kandang's message came again: how about it? Consider me? I had to sigh in my heart, her typing speed is really fast. However, just after I finished sighing here, I received an intensive bombardment of messages, all sent by Lin Kandang, 1 sentence and 1 message. I'm 26 years old, very young. I'm not ugly, and I have a good body. Isn't it a good match for you? I've had 3 relationships, the earliest was in college. I only talked about it in my 3rd year of college, only for 1 year, and broke up after graduating in my 4th year of college. The second is a year after graduation, the other party is an office worker. Also only talked for a year and broke up because of personality differences. I'm not interested in any of this, okay? No, I'm not interested in you, Lin Chantang, at all. At that moment, I didn't bother to reply to the message, and directly deleted her. Finally, it's clean. I was just relieved when my cell phone rang, an unfamiliar number. Which one? I asked as I picked up the phone. Statement: do you want this? Lin Chantang's voice rang in the receiver: how dare you pull the plug on me? How did you get my cell phone number? I asked in surprise. Stupid, don't you have your cell phone number in your WeChat introduction? Lin Chantang giggled and said, don't hang up, don't pull the plug on me, or else I'll change my number and harass you. And you add me back to friends. Convinced? I said somewhat powerlessly. Whether it was her asking me for contact information at the matchmaking company, or calling me at this time, it undoubtedly emphasized one thing, that Lin Kandang was very persistent. If I hung up and pulled the plug on her, she would really change her number and call me. Say, what do you want to do? I said without a good mood. Just to introduce myself to you. Lin Kandang, in natural tone, said, I have not finished with you. My 3rd relationship talked about a family condition is good, is a rich 2nd generation it. I broke up this time last year because his family didn't agree. What does it have to do with me? I asked a little impatiently. You listen to me continue to say immediately have something to do with you. Lin Kandang said with a smile, I carefully combed and analyzed my 3 romances. The first one is not to be mentioned, the first love of the youthful years, ignorant, it's normal that you can't go to the end. Here Lin Kandang actually analyzed their own love. I cannot help but be a little curious about what she can analyze, then him a sort of response, waiting to hear her analyze their second love. However, I have to say, Lin Kandang analysis is right, her first love in college, later than others, but it is always her first love. First love is green, innocent and beautiful, but the vast majority of first loves are fruitless. The second love, right, we both are working people, but the character is not quite right, the concept is a little bit not the same, so, come together is also certainly very painful. I don't want to live in conflict all the time in the second half of my life. It's me who mentioned the breakup. Why don't you try to change him? Or change yourself? If you really have feelings for each other, you should be understanding each other. I couldn't help but interject when I heard this. We're all adults, who has that much time to waste? Haven't you heard of that saying? The adult world is only about screening, not education. Since it's not suitable, then break up decisively and go find one with the same 3 views as yourself. Lin Chantang said with vigor, it's hard to change someone, I don't have that much time to waste, and it's hard for me to change myself to accommodate the other person, so why bother? Makes sense. Educated. After I heard this explanation from Lin Chantang, I was shocked and admired at the same time, because what she said made quite a bit of sense. Could it be that I can't keep up with the times anymore? But I'm only 3 years older than her. Next is my third relationship. I was very satisfied with him. We both have similar three views, but in the end, we still couldn't get together, because there was too big a difference between the two of us, so, his family was against us being together, and in the end, we had to break up. Lin Sungtong continued. Then he still doesn't love you enough. If he really loves you, his family's opposition shouldn't be the reason for your breakup. I said after thinking for a while. This you don't understand. I've said it all. We both have similar views on three things. He's just like me, he's also only sifting. I'm just being sifted out because of my bad condition. Lin Chantang said this very calmly. Impeccable. I have nothing more to say. I was silent for a while, and could only just say this. He. Lin Chantang laughed and said, I analyzed these three romances, and then based on my goals, I pinpointed the type that meets my conditions, like you, not too old, small savings, marriage history doesn't matter to me, as long as there's no children, I don't want to be a stepmother. By the way, you've read my profile, you should know what my goal is, right? Lin Chantang asked the question again without waiting for me to answer. I know that you want to take root and live in this city. I said, right? Right. Lin Sungtang said, statement, consider me, even though I don't earn much, I'm willing to work together with you. Hearing these last words of Lin Kandang, I had to sigh in my heart. She is really a sober woman on earth. She knew very well that with her personal efforts, she wasn't able to take root and live in this city. And her second love is can work together to achieve her goals, but the three views do not match and took the initiative to break up. The third relationship and let her clearly realize that the family conditions do not match, the final result is likely to go together. Like me, this kind of ordinary office worker, in this age how are some savings, conditions then her good, but not so good that the gap is great, and she just used her own young to make up for the lack of conditions. I have to say one thing, you are really sober on earth. I laughed, and said, but I can only tell you with regret that my divorce is not yet finalized, and that I probably won't consider getting married again anytime soon. I didn't say I'm going to marry you right away either. Lin Chantang giggled, I don't know you well enough yet. You think too much. Chapter 35, Hearing Illusion. I was not going to be holed by Lin Chantang's words and subconsciously said, playing tricks on me? No. Lin Kandang hurriedly explained, although I think your conditions perfectly meet my requirements, but whether the two of us are suitable or not, don't we still have to date for a period of time to know? Hearing Lin Kandang's words, I said with a sudden realization, I see, if we date for a while, and you find out that our outlooks don't quite match, you'll immediately screen me out, is that what you mean? Yes, that's what it means. Lin Chantang smiled and said, the other way around is the same, if we date for a while and realize that we're a good match, then we'll just walk away in the spirit of marriage. I still say the same thing, my divorce hasn't been finalized yet, and even if it is, I won't consider getting married again anytime soon. After I understood Lin Kandang's meaning, I still said this to her, not wanting her to waste her time on me. Then let's wait until you've done it properly. Lin Kandang said back without thinking, however, my meaning is also clear, that is, if you plan to get a girlfriend and start a new relationship, give me priority. You should be able to understand what I mean, right? Totally understand. I said with a smile. That's it then, you remember to add me back as a friend, otherwise, I'll really harass you every day. Lin Kandang hung up after saying this threatening sentence in a joking tone. I cried and laughed as I added Lin Kandang back. She immediately gave me an okay gesture back and never sent another message. After inexplicably making such an inexplicable phone call with Lin Kandang, I unexpectedly became in a very good mood. This made me marvel that emotions really are infectious. Although I was only 3 years older than Lin Sungtong, I no longer had the same youthful vigor in me as she did. On the contrary, Lin Kandang is not just youthful vigor, she is also enthusiastic and cheerful. Her character is indeed really good. I will be infected by her emotions, it should also be related to her enthusiastic and cheerful character. I went to the refrigerator to take a can of cold beer, by the way from the coffee table took cigarettes and lighters, opened the sliding door to the terrace, sit down on the deck chairs on the terrace, leisurely and cozy swaying, drink a mouthful of beer, smoke a mouthful of small cigarettes, when it is really beautiful. It's a pity that the night sky in the city can't see any stars. I sighed to myself, it's not like the countryside where the air is good and there are stars to see at night. Although life in the city is convenient, and all kinds of resources are much better than in the countryside, the air quality is definitely much worse than in the countryside, so much so that you can't see a few stars at night. This new house, I am satisfied with everything, only the terrace is not satisfied. The original owner of the house is decorated as a wedding house, much younger than me, the overall decoration is young and fashionable style. Probably because they are young, the whole decoration of the terrace is extremely simple, even can be said to be simple. In the corner there is a Western-style grill, then a rectangular outdoor dining table with 6 dining chairs, and then a parasol. In addition to this, there are only 4 wall lamps, plus a circle of light tape. From there, it's clear that they've renovated the terrace for a Western-style barbecue. For me, it's not so much simple as it is Spartan. As I said before, I bought a house with a deck because I couldn't afford a house with a yard. So, for the terrace, my inner idea is to create a landscape, a rockery with running water, and then plant some flowers and plants to embellish, so that you have your own natural world at home. Just like the neighbor's house. When I came to look at the house the other day, I came to the terrace to have a look, and I saw the neighbor's terrace, which is man-made landscape, quite beautiful. Thinking of this, I stood up, walked over to the fence and looked towards the neighbor's terrace. The fence was 1.5 meters high, not blocking the view at all, and you could clearly see the neighbor's terrace. Only, it was nighttime, so only some shadowy outlines could be seen. I wonder what the neighbor's terrace looks like with the lights on. It must be even more beautiful than looking at it during the day. I thought silently in my heart. At this time, the neighbor's house was dark, and it was obvious that they hadn't come home yet. I even had the urge to go over and take a look. Connected to the outside of the fence was a long equipment platform, roughly 1.5 meters wide and more than 3 meters long. Past this long equipment platform was the neighbor's terrace fence. I shook my head, suppressed the impulse of his heart. See, also useless, this terrace landscaping is not cheaper than the decoration, not 100,000, 80,000 down. Although I have a little money in hand, but also have to consider that after the sale of the house, as much as possible to pay more house payment less loan, as for the terrace landscaping thing, and so on to save a little money and then say it. Just at this time, the neighbor's living room lights up, the light through the window to the terrace, although not very bright, but in this quiet night, or let the terrace of the night beauty of the first show. Since the neighbor's terrace is an artificial landscape, it will definitely be lighted up. Turning on the lighting on the terrace will completely reveal the man-made natural beauty of the terrace. I was hoping that the neighbor would turn on the deck lighting. I don't know whether it was my expectation that worked, or whether the neighbor had the habit of coming to the terrace at night, but I heard the sliding door open. Immediately afterward, a figure walked out onto the terrace, vaguely a woman by the shape of her body. This neighbor of mine was a woman, all right. I had seen her back before and thought for a moment that it was Shin Jixia. Unfortunately, although my female neighbor came to the terrace, but did not turn on the light, walked 2 steps and turned a corner and disappeared, blocked by the rockery. I think that behind the rockery there should be a resting area for the terrace or something like that. How about a shout? Get the neighbors to turn on their lights and take a look? Or just go knock on the door and go to her terrace to learn and take lessons? And also prepare yourself for future deck renovations? Just as these thoughts popped into my head, the sound of seemingly endless crying reached my ears. I listened intently and concluded that it was my female neighbor who was crying. It's just that the wigwam on her terrace has circulating running water, and the loss of life covered up the sound of her crying, which led to this inaudible, if not audible, situation. Forget it, wash up. I tilted my head back and drained the remaining cold beer in the easy open can, letting out a huge burp. And then I turned toward the sliding door leading to the patio to get cleaned up for the rest of the day. The sliding door pulled with a clattering sound of rollers turning, gradually cutting off the sounds of the terrace from the room, and I vaguely seemed to hear someone calling my name? A hallucination? I casually tossed the can into the trash, muttering to myself, only 3 cans is a bit much, not much of a drinker anymore. What I didn't know was that the moment I turned around to go back to the house, my female neighbor, who had been startled by my huge burp, stood by the fence and looked over at my side of the deck. Chapter 36 The Little White Man Has No Good Heart. Over the next 2 days, I received good news and also touched fish for a day or so to deal with the good news. That is, the real estate agency called me and my house was sold. With the help of the salesman at the real estate agency, I was able to sign the agreement with the buyer and close on the house. Then there was the contact with the owner of the house I am now buying to settle the payment, the loan and the processing. I keep a little money in my hand in case of emergency, the rest of the back mortgage, 30 years, the first month to pay more than $3,300, the last month to pay $1,006. In fact, even if it is a 20-year loan, the repayment pressure is not big for me. But now the bank interest rate has been adjusted, the loan interest will also be reduced, maybe lower in the future, loan 30 years at any time to adjust the more cost-effective. What's more, there is a chance to repay the loan early every year. If you have more balance in your hand, you can pay back some of it early every year. When I touch the fish for more than a day to deal with this matter, it is already Friday afternoon. I simply celebrated the evening with a drink somewhere on my own and didn't fire up the house. I thought I could get a good nap in on Saturday, but to my surprise, someone called and woke me up just after 9. I picked up my cell phone and saw that the caller ID was Lee Shanwei. That gave me a jolt. She had said earlier that she was going to call me on the weekend. And I had made up my mind not to answer her call right then and there. Not being able to hang up, I instantly adjusted my cell phone to mute and got up to go drink a cup of cold white water. I drank a little too much last night and felt thirsty when I was woken up. Not only that, woke up by the phone call from her, a moment of sleep, I returned to the bedroom to lie on the bed, holding the phone to brush the video. In less than half an hour, Lee Shanwei called 7 or 8 times. Looks like it's not calling. I muted my cell phone and turned it off, yawned, and prepared to sleep some more. Just at this time, my cell phone rang with a message tone. I opened it to see that it was a message from Lee Shanwei. Chen Miracle, if you don't pick up my call again, then I'll wait until Monday to go to work to the technical department to give you clothes. She called to return my clothes? I muttered in my heart. It doesn't feel quite like that. If not, why did she call me on the weekend the day I sent her home? Could it be that she had already made up her mind to give me my laundry on the weekend? I've been so busy with the 2 houses in the past 2 days that I forgot about the laundry. I thought in my mind with some chagrin. But, no matter what, surely I can't let her go to work on Monday and go to the technical department to return my clothes. That wouldn't start rumors all over the place, would it? I waited for another minute before calling Lee Danwei back. The phone was answered in seconds, and Lee Shanwei's smug voice came out. Didn't you not answer my call? How come you called me back? Sorry, just woke up. I yawned and said, I went out for a drink last night, drank a little too much. If it wasn't for your call, I could sleep until noon. Come out and accompany me to go shopping. Lee Shanwei directly said, incidentally, I invite you to eat. I said the other day, you helped me get 20,000 compensation. How do I owe you a favor? Let's eat. The key is to get the clothes back. Sisterly, where are the clothes you washed for me? I reminded. Got them with me. Lee Shanwei said, I'll wait for you outside my neighborhood, and return the same entrance you sent me home from. Okay, see you in half an hour. After I said this, I hung up the phone, then went to wash up, then went downstairs and drove to pick up Lee Shanwei. When I arrived at that entrance to her neighborhood, Lee Shanwei was already waiting at the entrance to the neighborhood. Where to? I asked after Lee Shanwei got into the car. Sherma Plaza. Lee Shanwei immediately said, shopping and eating will all be solved there. Sherma Plaza not only had a variety of fashion brands, it also had a rich selection of food and drink, which was indeed the perfect combination of shopping and food. I drove Lee Shanwei straight to Sherma Plaza, and by the time I parked my car in the underground parking lot, it was already around 10:30 in the morning. Lee Shanwei and I took the elevator up to the first floor. The first floor of Sherma Plaza is a cosmetic and gold jewelry counter, and it can be seen that Lee Shanwei is very interested. In fact, not only Lee Shanwei, but all women seem to have no immunity to shopping, and they all like it a lot. I have no research on cosmetics and gold jewelry, can only be followed by Lee Shanwei slipped. Also not right, for the price of gold, I still know. As for jewelry, again, I know nothing. Lee Shanwei into a cosmetic counter in the try small samples, my cell phone rang, I opened the phone to see, is Shinjixia sent a message, noon free? Let's have a meal together. I immediately returned a message to her, sorry, there is something today. Shinjixia, what are you busy with on a big weekend? Me, working overtime. After I returned this message, Shinjixia did not send another message. Statement, which of these colors looks good? Lee Shanwei saw me standing outside the counter and shook her wrist to show me, it was the color of the lipstick sample she had smeared on, drawing several lines on her wrist. I don't understand this either. I spread my hands helplessly and said, sisterly, you'd better listen to the salesperson, they are professionals, asking me is equal to nothing. Hearing my words, the salesman covered her mouth and laughed. Lee Shanwei, however, glared fiercely at me. This young lady is suitable for bean paste color. A voice sounded behind me, clear and cold but extremely familiar. I turned my head towards the back and stared in shock, it was actually Shinjixia. Beside Shinjixia, was the same man with gold glasses who ate barbecue that day. Shinjixia's expression was calm, so calm that it made me feel a little strange. You are? Lee Shanwei looked at Shinjixia in surprise and asked. Shinjixia, a friend of the statement. Shinjixia extended her hand towards Lee Shanwei. Lee Shanwei subconsciously reached out and shook Shinjixia's hand, saying, hello. Such a coincidence. I smiled at Shinjixia and said, I didn't expect to run into you here. I knew that the smile on my face at this moment must be very embarrassing. Mr. Shin, this is the friend you just had a dinner date with? The man with the gold glasses was smiling, but the words he said were full of malice. Didn't he send you a message back saying he was working overtime? I Nima. This dog thing. It's true what the old saying goes, little white boy, no good heart. The man with the gold glasses was white and clean, and he was an unapologetic white boy. Shinjisha also looked at me at this time, very calmly looking at me, obviously waiting for me to give her an explanation. I told her that I was working overtime, but I was at the mall with Lee Shanwei trying out lipstick colors. In this situation, what can I explain? Chapter 37, The World of Two. Unable to do anything else, I could only say to Shinjisha with a stiff upper lip, "This is my colleague Lee Shanwei." Lee Shanwei had just shaken hands with Shinjisha, but she only said hello without introducing herself. Hearing my words, Shinjisha's face revealed a look of sudden realization. Shinjisha saw Lee Shanwei hugging me at the entrance of Linha Park that day, and had sent me a message at night, and I told Shinjisha about Lee Shanwei in detail. That's why, after I said Lee Shanwei's identity, she revealed a look of sudden realization. But my introduction to Lee Shanwei was only able to play a small role in easing the embarrassment, and for the situation at hand, it was still insurmountable. This was because Shinjisha and the man with the golden glasses, even including Lee Shanwei, were all looking at me. Obviously, they were all waiting for me to give an explanation. However, the three of them had different looks on their faces, and the thoughts in their hearts could be completely guessed through their looks. Shinjisha, after revealing a look of sudden realization, was looking at me with a calm look on her face. She was truly waiting for me to give an explanation. The corners of the mouth of the man with the golden glasses, the little white man with no good intentions, and the eyes behind the lenses flashed with a shrewd light, the smirk-like look, clearly a gloating mentality. Moreover, the current situation is actually not caused by Shinjisha, because it is not Shinjisha who dismantled my lie, it is this golden glasses man white boy. It was him who, by asking Shinjisha, revealed that the message I sent back to Shinjisha was working overtime. As for Lee Shanwei, she had a curious look on her face. It was obvious that she was curious about my relationship with Shinjisha. When I thought of this, my spiritual platform cleared. Shinjisha and Lee Shanwei weren't the ones who wanted to see me embarrassed, this golden glasses guy white boy was. Moreover, the fact that he could know that Shinjisha asked me out to dinner meant that Shinjisha had asked me out to dinner in front of him before he saw the message I sent back to Shinjisha saying I was working overtime. What does this mean? It shows that Shinjisha's relationship with him should be very ordinary. Otherwise, why would Shinjisha ask me out to dinner in front of him? Also, this gilded glasses guy white boy should be interested in Shinjisha, or like Shinjisha. Otherwise, why would he embarrass me the moment we met? It must be because Shinjisha asked me out in front of him, making him hostile to me. You want to embarrass me? You're blind. There's a saying that if you're shameless, you're invincible. I looked at Shinjisha, spread my hands, and said dryly, rascally, and justifiably, I lied. Shinjisha, Lee Shanwei, as well as this man with gold glasses, all of them did not expect me to give this explanation. Or it could also be said that my words were completely out of their expectations. The three of them all looked at me with jaws agape. In fact, it was no wonder that the three of them would react this way. If it were me, I would have been stupefied as well. After all, after the lie is very dry face-to-face to admit, but also show a very rogue and plus justified, will certainly be out of people's expectations. Gold glasses male white man was the first to come back to his senses, a slight light sigh, a frowning smile on his face, looked at me, slowly shook his head, said nothing. This kind of wacky smile, obviously saying to Shinjisha that my character is not good. My action this time should be completely out of Shinjisha's expectation. Although she came back to her senses, she was looking at me with a frown on her face, obviously pondering why I would admit that I lied with such a straight face. Oh. Lee Shanwei suddenly dragged out a long voice at this time, while also revealing a look of dawning realization. The gazes of Shinjisha and the gold-framed glasses guy white boy were both attracted to Lee Shanwei. I couldn't help but turn my head to look at Lee Shanwei as well. I said, why do I feel like you guys look familiar? That day when I was eating barbecue pork with Statement, I saw your backs as you entered the barbecue restaurant, when Statement and I were sitting in the cubicle at the entrance. After Lee Shanwei said this, she looked at me and asked, Statement, it was them that day, wasn't it? As soon as Lee Shanwei said these words, Shinjisha immediately looked at me, and that burning gaze appeared again. Moreover, the corners of her mouth held a hint of a smile, like a cunning little fox. Yes. All I could do at this moment was to give Lee Shanwei an affirmative answer. After all, Shinjisha had eaten barbecue meat with this golden glasses male gigolo. This was an indisputable fact. Shinjisha was present as the person in question, and it was useless for me to say that it wasn't them. Only, Shinjisha did not know that I saw them that day. At this time by Li Shanwei a mouth broken, Shinjisha already all know. Gold glasses man white frowned at this time thinking, obviously recalling the day in Shinjisha to eat barbecue situation. However, I can be quite certain that this bastard couldn't possibly recall me and Li Shanwei. Because when he entered the barbecue restaurant with Shinjisha that day, his gaze was always on Shinjisha. How could he possibly notice me and Li Shanwei in the doorway compartment? We are all friends, why didn't you greet me when you saw me that day? Under Shinjisha's calm demeanor, she was looking at me with amused eyes. I instantly had a big headache. The fact that she would look at me with such a look meant that she had already thought of something. I invited Sister Lee to dinner the other day to beg her to do something. I said back. Saying hello doesn't affect you buying dinner and doing errands. Shinjisha seemed as if she wasn't satisfied with my answer. Come on, I'm afraid that you're disturbing our two-person world. It's a total deal, right? Since I've already been shameless once, I don't care about the second time. I once again gave a very roguish answer. Then I won't disturb your world of two. Shinjisha finished saying this to me, turned to Li Shanwei and nodded her head, turning towards the exit of the mall. The male white boy with gold glasses, after looking deeply at me, caught up with Shinjisha's footsteps. Who is she? Li Shanwei asked joyfully after Shinjisha and the two of them left. How do I feel that you're familiar with her and it seems like you're not? Just friends. I casually replied back to Li Shanwei, but in my heart, I remembered how I felt before, that is, when the relationship between Shinjisha and I was like the most familiar of strangers. It was familiar, yet seemed unfamiliar. Wasn't that the feeling at that time? Sisterly, let's go upstairs, I'm a bit hungry. I saw that Li Shanwei still seemed to want to pursue the meaning of the question, and then diverted the topic, said, this time is about the same, if we are late, we will have to queue up. What do you want to eat? Li Shanwei and I walked towards the escalator together. I said back, let's go up and take a look. That friend of yours is quite interesting, even saying that he won't disturb our world of two. Li Shanwei asked, can't she see that you're joking? Chapter 38, Vice President Li Linchuan. Whether Shinjisha was joking or not, I wasn't sure, because she left after saying that sentence, and her face was expressionless when she said it, so I had no way of judging. However, I was 100% certain that Shinjisha knew that I was being a scoundrel and not joking with her. From this, I was also able to determine that Li Shanwei was pretending to test me at this point by saying that Shinjisha was quite interesting. The focus was on the later sentence, can't she see that you're joking? These words seemed to be asking Shinjisha, but they were actually asking me. In other words, Li Shanwei was actually asking me if I was joking. Moreover, her previous look of joy after Shinjisha left, I'm afraid that it was also because of Shinjisha's dying words, I won't disturb your two-person world. Whatever she can tell if she can't. I said with a smile, isn't it enough for Sisterly to know that I'm joking? Hearing my words, a look of disappointment flashed across Li Shanwei's face, then she smiled and said, that's true. Things have come to this point, I have been 100% able to determine that my previous thoughts were correct. Li Shanwei is afraid that she is really interested in me. Soon, I came with Li Shanwei to the 4th floor of the mall's food court. Li Shanwei proposed to eat Japanese food. I wanted to say too expensive, but she did not wait for me to speak, said Japanese food cleaner, convenient to talk and chat. Hearing Li Shanwei's words, I also did not oppose, and Li Shanwei into the Food City's Japanese restaurant, and then went to a cubicle. Private. Confidentiality is really good, convenient for small gatherings of friends to chat. Japanese food is just those kinds of things, sashimi, sushi, tempura, and so on. I am accustomed to eat, but it is too expensive. Moreover, now with the exposure, a lot of Japanese restaurants have also turned the so-called imported salmon, in the small days after the dumping of nuclear sewage, immediately came out to clarify the use of all domestic ingredients. Even, a lot of Japanese food is semi-finished products. There are people in the short video platform to pick out which supplier. If you want to eat Japanese food, you might as well buy it yourself and make it at home. I drove here, naturally cannot drink. Li Shanwei ordered a small bottle of sake. I drink drinks to accompany her sip. Just eat not long, my cell phone rang a message tone. I picked up the phone and looked at it. It was Shinjisha sent a message, eat ramen tonight. I returned a word, good. Shinjisha's message came back immediately, 7 o'clock, I'll wait for you at the ramen restaurant. I still returned a word to her, good. Shinjisha's message came back in seconds. The screen was full of good words. I'm afraid there must be hundreds of them. I hurriedly sent a message back. This time it is no longer the word good, but 4 words: do not see each other. Shinjisha's message also came back immediately: I won't see you there. Who are you talking to? Lee Shanwei saw that I kept replying to the message and couldn't help but ask. A friend. I put away my cell phone and said. The one you just met. Shinjisha? Lee Shanwei pursued. Aha. I nodded. Statement: remember what I said the last time we met them at the barbecue restaurant? Lee Shanwei asked after she drained the sake in her wine glass and poured it for herself. Remember. I said with a smile, we are not of the same class as them. Hearing my words, Lee Shanwei smiled and said, it's good that you remember. That man beside her called her general manager Shin. What does she do? Don't know. I slowly shook my head and said. I was telling the truth, I didn't know Shinjisha's job until now. Really don't know? Or don't want to say? Lee Shanwei asked with a smile. Sisterly, I really don't know. I spread my hands and said, I haven't known her for a long time, and I still don't know her job. As for questions like how I met her, sisterly shouldn't ask, it involves her privacy, I can't answer. Only after hearing my words did Lee Shanwei stop the topic of Shinjisha with me. This meal cost close to $800, I want to pay the bill, as a return invitation to Lee Shanwei. But she refused to agree. In the mall inside, the pulling and tugging is not good. I also let her go. After dinner, Lee Shanwei proposed to buy me a piece of clothing, was strictly rejected by me. Afterwards, I sent Lee Shanwei home. Of course, I didn't forget to ask her for my t-shirt. After being woken up by Lee Shanwei's phone call in the morning, I went home and took a nap, sleeping until around 6 p.m. before waking up. After simply washing my face, I drove to the ramen restaurant near the neighborhood where the original house was located. When I arrived, Shinjisha was already standing at the door waiting for me. I got out of the car and Shinjisha entered the ramen restaurant, and she familiarly ordered 2 large bowls with meat once again. Your coworker is interested in you? Shinjisha said casually after sitting down. I wasn't quite sure before, but now I'm sure. I said rather helplessly about Lee Shanwei's situation, and the reason why I would be involved with Lee Shanwei recently. When I sent a message to Shinjisha before mentioning Lee Shanwei, I only talked about what happened in the matchmaking company and nothing else. This time, Shinjisha sort of completely understood what was going on. There's nothing you want to ask me? Shinjisha waited for me to finish and then looked at me and asked. Who's that gingham glasses guy white boy? I immediately asked. Shinjisha had already asked Lee Shanwei if she was interested in me, so it's only right for me to ask that guy with the gold eyeglasses, isn't it? His name is Li Linchuan. Shinjisha frowned and said, the vice president of my company. No, exactly should say, is the vice president of Fang Shiliang's company. I and Fang Shiliang signed the divorce agreement, including the company belongs to. Wait. I interrupted Shinjisha and asked, that is to say, you have now taken over Fang Shiliang's position and become the company's boss? Right. Shinjisha smiled and said, didn't I tell you before that I've been burnt out lately, and it's actually because of what's going on in the company. Seeing me nodding, Shinjisha continued, this Li Linchuan is not only the vice president of the company, he is also Fang Shiliang's partner, only that, Fang Shiliang takes up a large share of the shares while he takes up a small amount of the shares. I have just taken over the company, and there are still a lot of things that I don't understand, so I have been asking for his advice. I nodded. There were some words I wanted to say, but after thinking about it, I felt it was inappropriate, so I swallowed back the words that came to my mouth. What do you want to say? Shinjisha saw my desire to speak and immediately asked. It's better not to say. I shook my head and said, it's inappropriate for me to say this. There's nothing inappropriate, just say whatever you want to say. Shinjisha said with a smile. Then don't misunderstand. I gave Shinjisha a precautionary shot in advance before saying, this Li Linchuan gives me a bad feeling, I don't think he's like a good person. Chapter 39, Accompaniments. Not like a good person? Shinjisha looked at me with a promising smile when she heard my words and asked, which aspect are you referring to? It's not like I know him. I spread my hands and said back, how can I possibly say which aspect of him doesn't look like a good person? It's just the first impression he gave me. The owner of the ramen shop served us ramen at this time, and I stopped saying anything inside as I started eating my own noodles. Do you think he's not a good person because you can tell he's interested in me? Shinjisha took 2 bites of noodles and suddenly asked this. Cough. I hurriedly turned my head and coughed towards one side. Obviously, I choked in shock at her question. I was afraid that you would think that way, so that's why I gave you a precaution in advance," I said as I yanked a tissue and wiped my mouth. Shinjisha didn't say anything, but instead looked at me with that burning gaze again, as if she was trying to see through my heart. Only, this time is different from the past. I looked at Shinjisha with a straight face and said, "I do see that he is interested in you. To say that there is no anger in my heart towards him, that's impossible." Hearing my words, Shinjisha's burning gaze disappeared, and seemed to be very satisfied with what I said, and smiled as her eyes narrowed. But when I say that he doesn't look like a good person, it really isn't because I can see that he's interested in you and have anger in my heart. I continued, "A woman like you is an existence that dazzles and attracts men's attention everywhere. It's really too normal for him to be interested in you." "Are you complimenting my beauty?" Shinjisha asked with a smile. "Yes. And it's still the truth." I admitted it dryly, and continued, "The most important reason he left me not looking like a good person is that it was obviously the first time I met him, but he immediately used underhanded tactics on me, and when you didn't even say that I was lying about messaging you, he directly pointed it out." Shinjisha nodded silently, clearly recognizing my statement. "So, I definitely just don't think he's like a good person." I finished saying this and proceeded to eat my noodles. "This person has a small amount of gas." Shinjisha interjected, "You're really right about him not being like a good person." I just wanted to ask Shinjisha what her company, no, to be exact, what Fong Shirliang's company that she had taken over did, when I saw Shinjisha, who had finished speaking, staring blankly in the direction of the ramen restaurant's entrance. Shinjisha and I do position in the ramen restaurant inside, she front diagonally facing the door, and I sat opposite her, back diagonally facing the door. Seeing Shinjisha's gaze staring blankly, I then turned slightly, while twisting my head to look in the direction of the doorway. At a glance, I couldn't help but frown. It was actually Jolin. Jolin walked straight towards Shinjisha and me. "Eat the noodles," I said softly to Shinjisha. Shinjisha glanced at me and continued to eat her unfinished bowl of noodles, while I had already finished my bowl of noodles by now, and my gaze stayed on Jolin. As we all know, the tables in ramen restaurants are the kind of rectangular tables that can seat 4 people at a table. Shinjisha and I sat outside facing each other, and there was a stool in each of the 2 people's inside positions. After Jolin walked over, she immediately tried to sit down on the stool inside me. I reached out and kicked the stool under the table, saying, "Don't sit next to me. We're not divorced yet," Jolin said nonchalantly, but her gaze was fixed on Shinjisha. Obviously, although this was explicitly said to me, it was actually said to Shinjisha. "Is there a difference with being divorced?" I said with a cold smile, "If you still want face, don't sit with me. Also, you know yourself well, we haven't done the formalities yet. Lousy is emotionally unstable right now. I'll do anything if you piss me off." "What? You still dare to hit me in public?" Jolin said in a cold voice. "That's not so bad. Beating you in public is considered domestic violence." I said disdainfully, "I haven't done the divorce formalities yet. I can't afford to make a mistake at this juncture. However, I can still do the thing of disgusting people in public. Don't believe me, just try." Hearing my words, Jolin gave me an indignant look, turned around and sat down at the table next to us, and ordered a Lansao fried rice with the owner of the ramen restaurant. It wasn't like Jolin and I had never come to a ramen restaurant together to eat. However, she didn't like noodles and ordered fried rice every time. I, on the other hand, didn't like rice and ate noodles every time. The 2 of us don't really eat much together when it comes to staple foods. Perhaps, if we can't eat together, we are destined not to go together. Fong Shirliang's matter is filed, you know about it, right? Jolin looked at Shinjisha and asked. "I know." Shinjisha nodded slightly, yanked 2 napkins, one wiped her mouth, the other wiped the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, and said to me, "I'm full." And then, Shinjisha pushed her noodle bowl towards me. It was only then that I noticed that Shinjisha had not only ordered the big bowl of ramen with meat that she couldn't finish this time, but she had even added chili oil to the bowl. Although the air conditioning wasn't on inside the ramen restaurant, there was a fan on, like I would sweat a little if I ate quickly while it was hot. But Shinjisha ate slowly and didn't sweat. The fine beads of sweat on her forehead were obviously from the chili oil she added. When I finished eating ramen with her last time, I explained why I transferred her leftover noodles to my bowl to eat. The reason is that she doesn't add chili oil to her noodles, while my leftover noodle soup has chili oil added to it, so I don't have to waste any more chili oil by transferring her noodles to my bowl. When she did that today, it was obvious that she wanted me to use her bowl to eat her leftover noodles. Only, this time there was some extra spice, and that was Jolin's gaze. Seeing Shinjisha push her noodle bowl towards me, Jolin frowned tightly and glanced at Shinjisha before her gaze stayed locked on me. Without saying a word, I picked up Shinjisha's noodle bowl and finished the noodles in 3 or 2 bites, and also drank the noodle soup in her bowl in one gulp. Shinjisha also used this bowl to drink the noodle soup, saw me this time not only finished pulling the noodles, but also used her bowl to drink the noodle soup. A pretty face quietly climbed on the color of 2 touches of redness. Jolin looked at me with a complex look, even some incredulous like. File an investigation, wait for the results of the investigation to appear. Fong Shuoyang's case can only be finalized. Shinjisha looked at Jolin and said, if it doesn't constitute a crime, it won't be transferred to the prosecutor's office, he will be released, and if it constitutes a crime, it will be transferred to the prosecutor's office to file an indictment. I've asked the lawyer about all of this, what else do you have to say? What I have to say is that you do not make a mess at this juncture. Jolin said in a deep voice. Don't worry, it won't. Shinjisha stood up as she spoke. I also randomly stood up and walked towards the outside with Shinjisha. In the past, you used to eat my leftovers. As I walked past Jolin, she said this in a mosquito hum-like voice, and it was not clear if she was speaking to me or talking to herself. Chapter 40 Visiting the Terrace. Neither Shinjisha nor I paid any more attention to Jolin, and went straight out of the ramen restaurant to my car. Shinjisha stood by the side of the car, looked at Jolin inside through the window, and said, she seems to be crying. Whatever. I gave Jolin a disgusted look and said, let's go. Just at this time, Jolin violently stood up and ran out, looking at me and said, statement, we are not divorced yet. What is the meaning of you being so unclear with her? Funny. I laughed coldly and said, you're ing cheating on me within marriage, I'm just having dinner with her, what kind of face do you have to question me? When Shinjisha heard Jolin's words, she also frowned, revealing a look of disgust. Obviously, Shinjisha thought the same as me, and the one who was most unqualified to question Shinjisha and I was Jolin in front of her, and the other was Fong Shuoyang, who was still detained inside. The two of them cheated on each other within the marriage, Shinjisha and I are the victims, what qualifications do they have to question Shinjisha and I? I sat in the driver's seat and started the car. Shinjisha immediately opened the passenger side and sat in. Jolin's face became ugly, biting her lower lip without speaking. I turned the car around and drove out of the parking space and onto the main road. She seems to regret it. Shinjisha said softly. Whatever. I said lightly, whether love regrets it or not is none of my business, I definitely want to divorce her. Not any mistake can be forgiven. Shinjisha nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. She and I were the same kind of people, and a mistake like cheating within marriage was an unforgivable mistake for Shinjisha and me. Where are you staying now? I said, I'll send you back. Hearing this from me, Shinjisha was surprised and asked, I don't remember telling you about me moving out of the house, right? The last time I ate ramen with Shinjisha, I went to her villa house in Lushan Tanghua, and at that time, she was packing up her clothes and planning to sell that house as well. So, in Shinjisha's opinion, I knew that she would move, but Shinjisha didn't tell me when she had finished moving. But in reality, when I returned from the house and asked Shin to send her to deliver grass berries, I knew that she had already moved overnight. At that moment, I didn't hide it from her, and told her about Flash's delivery of grass berry to her. Why didn't you call me? Shinjisha said with some dissatisfaction, the grass berries, I don't even have the mouth to taste it. The main thing is that you moved overnight, I figured you must have been tired and rested in the morning, so I didn't call you for fear of disturbing your rest. I smiled and said, my family grows a lot of things, I'll bring them to you later when I have the chance. Where do you live now? Cafe Homes. Shinjisha said back. Hearing Shinjisha's words, I turned my head to look at her without saying anything, and drove towards the direction of Cafe Homes, but I was muttering in my heart. Because my new set of house is also in the Cafe Homes. Could it be that my female neighbor, really so coincidentally is Shinjisha? Not long after, I drove back to Cafe Homes. The security guard on duty lifted the pole for me after seeing my car. The original owner of the house I bought in Cafe Homes didn't buy an underground parking space. Although you can park on the street outside the neighborhood, you occasionally get ticketed. Therefore, I approached the property about my intention to buy a parking space. There are still a lot of unsold parking spaces in the underground garage, so the property owner was naturally happy for me to buy a parking space. But those vacant parking spaces from the building where I live are a little far away, stopping the car has to walk a distance, not as good as parking on the side of the road to go through the front door into the neighborhood, I kind of don't want to buy. The manager of the property company can see my thoughts, said to find the owners who bought the parking spaces near the ground floor of the building where I live to discuss, to see if they have agreed to switch the parking space. I agreed, as long as the transfer of parking space is closer to the building I live, I will buy. Although the manager of the property company let me park temporarily, the practice was to tell the security guard to manually lift the pole for me, did not enter my license plate number in the gate system, for fear of driving into the license plate number after I do not buy a parking space. Shinjisha nodded at the security guard and thought that the security guard recognized her as the owner to lift the pole. And then, Shinjisha looked at me with slight surprise. I casually found an unsold and used parking space and stopped, then opened the door to get out of the car. Shinjisha also got down from the co-pilot, and while walking in the direction of the building she lived in, she asked, "Are you planning to go to my house to sit down?" Aha! I smiled and nodded, giving her an affirmative answer. Shinjisha didn't say anything else, but a hint of shyness appeared on her face. She walked towards the direction of the elevator in silence, and I accompanied her forward in silence. The more we walked, the closer we got to the elevator of the building I lived in. By the time we got to the elevator, I was basically sure that I should have been right last time. She was my neighbor. The elevator was very low. Arriving at the ground floor, I followed Shinjisha into the elevator and she pressed the button for the top floor. She didn't say anything, I didn't say anything either. The elevator slowly rose. In the quiet space, a hint of ambiguous atmosphere grew and spread. The elevator reached the top floor and opened to the familiar common area between the two households. That female neighbor of mine is her. Surprisingly, it really was such a coincidence. I followed Shinjisha out of the elevator and followed her to the entrance of her house. My parents bought this house for me. Shinjisha pulled out the key to open the door and said, "It's also what they paid for me to decorate. I actually never came to live here. After I got married, I left my parents. Instead, I didn't want to live with them anymore, so I moved here." Hearing this explanation from Shinjisha, I smiled and asked, "Are you trying to tell me that he hasn't been here either?" Aha! Shinjisha softly hummed and pressed the switch. The inside of the room suddenly lit up, even her neck was red. "Come in." I followed Shinjisha into her home, looked around and said, "This decoration style is good, simple, atmosphere." Shinjisha's home is decorated in a new Chinese style, a style I like. Pure Chinese style is only suitable for large sets of houses, otherwise it will be installed without effect, and this kind of house wants to install Chinese style. New Chinese style is the best choice. Moreover, this neo-Chinese decoration matched with the artificial landscape on her terrace. I like this style too. Maybe it's because I'm used to seeing it since I was a kid. Shinjisha explained, "My parents' house is decorated in Chinese style. This house comes with a terrace. Let's go to your terrace to take a look." I proposed. Shinjisha nodded and walked over to pull open the sliding door, and also turned on the lights of the terrace. Just as I thought, the man-made landscape on Shinjisha's terrace had an extremely beautiful view after the lights were turned on. I looked around at my own terrace and said, "Last night, did you hear your neighbor burp very loudly?" Hearing my words, Shinjisha's eyes widened and she looked at me with an incredulous expression. Chapter 41 Night Talk. I heard you hiccuping last night. Shinjisha came back to her senses and immediately said, "Moreover, I also saw the back of you going back to your room, and felt as if it was you, and called out to you. You didn't answer, and I thought I recognized the wrong person." When I closed the door last night, I vaguely heard what seemed to be someone shouting my name. I thought I was hallucinating. I cried and laughed and said, "In fact, when I came to see this house, I saw you go into the elevator and go downstairs. I also felt that the back was you, and when I took the other elevator to go down, I didn't see you again." After a pause, I added, "Later, I also knocked on your door, wanting to make sure it wasn't you, but you weren't home." Karma. Shinjisha smiled happily, her eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon, and she was busy pulling my arm. Go to your house and take a look," I said as I stepped towards the outside. I bought a second-hand house. The original owner had it all decorated. Soon, I took Shinjisha into this newly bought house of mine. This house had the same layout as Shinjisha's house, only the household design was symmetrical. Shinjisha turned around and also went to the terrace of my set of houses. "I like the look of that terrace of yours better. It's the man-made landscape style." I smiled and said, "When I'm a bit more handy, I'm also going to decorate the terrace like your house. Just go to my family's terrace often if you like it." Shinjisha spoke and lay down on the chaise lounge, shaking the chaise lounge with a cozy face. "Comfortable, I'll take the time to buy a chaise lounge to put on the terrace too." Shinjisha and I were both standing originally, and with her lying down on the recliner, she and I became an estate where I was condescending. The key problem was that it was better for her to be standing. The loose dress hid part of her figure. When she reclined on the recliner, the dress naturally fitted and sagged, and her proud figure was presented in its entirety, with the bumpy parts of her body, the curved parts of her body, and a pair of beautiful. The shape of her legs was round and straight. Round and straight. I looked down from above, it was really a clear view. What would you like to drink? I immediately turned around and walked towards the room. The weather is hot, the fire is strong, and people tend to get hot and uncomfortable. Whatever. Shinjisha's voice came from behind me. In reality, it was futile for me to ask, there was nothing else to drink in the fridge other than the cans of beer I bought. Is beer okay? As I asked, I had already carried the beer out and said, forget it, it won't work, all I have in the fridge is beer. Then you're still asking? Shinjisha was amused by my words and giggled. I opened a can of beer and handed it to Shinjisha, while then directly leaned against the wall and sat on the floor of the terrace. In this way, I was a bit shorter than Shinjisha sitting on the chaise longue, and even when I looked at her, it wouldn't be as if I was condescending and had a clear view of her. Shinjisha, as I sat on the chaise longue to look up at the night sky, also looked up at the night sky, said, statement, you know? When I'm with you, I'm really relaxed. I laughed and said, that's because the two of us just don't talk about bad things. No. Shinjisha thought for a moment, shook her head, and said, I told you that I've been burnt out these past few days, and I can't relax and feel relaxed when I'm home by myself. But today with you, even when I think about those things in the company, I don't feel burnt out anymore. By the looks of it, the burnt out Shinjisha was talking about should be a serious situation. After all, she had even cried alone on the terrace last night. It's just a matter of thinking about it in your heart, definitely not saying it out loud. I didn't say anything about hearing her cry, and she didn't mention it either, so it's best to pretend that I didn't hear her cry and rot in my stomach. Do you have the same feeling as me? Shinjisha didn't hear me respond to her words and asked as she twisted her head to look at me. I pondered Shinjisha's question and didn't say anything for a while. Why don't you say anything? Shinjisha asked as she twisted her head to look at me. I took a sip of beer and said, thinking about how to answer your question. Is my question hard to answer? Shinjisha asked in disbelief. I put down the beer, took out a cigarette and lit one, took a drag, slowly exhaled smoke and said, it's not hard to answer, but I won't feel as relaxed with you as you do, it's a different feeling. What feeling? Shinjisha curiously pursued. Comfortable. I replied, the reason why I don't feel relaxed may be because the two of us are different as men and women, but, I think more than anything, it's because the two of us are in different classes, whether it's life or work, and the pressure we face is different. After a pause, I added, as you know, I'm just an ordinary working social animal, how much pressure can I have? On the contrary, you are different, the company's president, the pressure you face is definitely much greater than me. In fact, I felt the same as you before, that is, when I was with you, I felt very comfortable. Shinjisha turned her head, rested on the recliner and looked up at the starry sky, then said, it's just that, you're right, I'll feel relaxed now, or it's because the pressure has been too much lately. After saying that, Shinjisha took a sip of beer and added, but why did you say something like we two are in different classes? I don't love to hear you say this. Love to hear it or not, it's always the truth. I laughed lightly and said, and just because you don't like to hear it and I don't say it, it's not a fact? Humph. Shinjisha hummed lightly with some dissatisfaction and asked somewhat unhappily, statement, do you have low self-esteem when facing me? No. I said without hesitation. It's just that there is, otherwise, why are you saying this? Shinjisha immediately disliked me back. But pull back. I laughed and said, to put it nicely, I have a good mindset, to put it badly, I'm just an ordinary person who swings for the fences, besides, in terms of the thickness of my cheek, it's just not possible to be someone with low self-esteem. Hearing my words, Shinjisha laughed out, said, in the shopping mall, you justifiably said that you lied, face skin is really thick enough. Li Linchuan will not be whole. I also thought of Li Linchuan's surprised look at that time, and couldn't help but laugh as well. Give me another can of beer. Shinjisha handed me the empty beer can. I opened a can of beer and handed it to her, and also took the empty beer can in her hand, saying, drink slowly, it's too cold, and if you drink it fast, it's easy to get a headache, and also easy to get a headache. Shinjisha took the beer, kicked off her shoes, curled up her legs to the recliner, the hem of her dress slid down towards her thighs along with her movements, a dazzling white color rushed straight to my eyes. Chapter 42 Each Other's Past. Shinjisha curled up her legs while also twisting her head to look at me. And I immediately averted my gaze after seeing the dazzling white color. Shinjisha obviously realized the problem of her skirt slipping, and while tugging her own skirt back down again, she teasingly said, "Didn't you just say that you have thick skin?" Thick skin and being nasty are two different things. I glared at her in a bad mood and said, "Big sister, please pay attention, I'm a normal man anyways, and I'm still at the age of wealth and strength, it's easy to be provoked by evil fire. I said this is the truth, I am now at this age, and not a brat, long ago has already eaten the marrow." Facing Shinjisha, such a woman who can be described as an extremely good woman, it is very easy to be aroused by her evil fire. "I'm right in front of you, what evil fire am I afraid of?" Shinjisha said as she looked at me with provocative eyes. Although Shinjisha is provoking me, but it is also the truth, on the two of us now in this state, there is already an atmosphere. If I take the initiative at this time, what will inevitably happen? I didn't pay attention to Shinjisha's provocation, tilted my head and poured half a can of beer into my stomach in one gulp. The coolness of the ice-cold beer suppressed my fire. "Don't provoke me, we've already stampeded our agreement," I reminded. Hearing my words, Shinjisha turned her head away and took a big gulp of beer as if she was gambling. "This state you're in today, it's a bit like when the two of us first met." I stood up and walked over to the fence, lit a cigarette once again, turned my back to Shinjisha, and looked into the distance, saying, "Although she didn't provoke me today like when we first met, her provocation just now already had that level of meaning." Behind me came the sound of sizzling, and I knew it was the sound of Shinjisha putting on her shoes. As expected, the sound was followed by her light footsteps. Shinjisha walked behind me, reached out and hugged me, pressing her face against my back. Softness appeared on my back, causing me to feel a rush of heat that was hard to resist. "You should have been under too much pressure recently," I spoke, wanting to separate Shinjisha's hand that was encircling me. Unbeknownst to me, Shinjisha backhanded my hand and said softly, "Don't move, let me hold it for a while." I sighed helplessly and said, "Big sister, you'll make it hard for me." "If it's hard, just endure it, who told you not to dare?" Shinjisha let out a light laugh and said, "You're right, I do have too much pressure lately, it seems like there's always been a little devil in my heart, making me do something to vent it out." After a pause, Shinjisha added, "Of course, just to you." Hearing Shinjisha's words, I gripped her hand hard and said nothing more. Shinjisha also didn't say anything else. Everything seemed to be in silence. After 10 minutes had passed, I was sweating all over and couldn't help but say, "Almost right?" Shinjisha let out a light laugh, which released me. I let out a long breath, feeling that the breath I exhaled carried an extremely high temperature, able to burn people as if. "Tell me about you and Jolin?" Shinjisha digressed, but picked such a topic. "What do you want to know?" I asked casually. "How did you meet? How long has it been going on and such?" Shinjisha didn't have anything she clearly wanted to know and said, "You can say whatever you want, I'll listen." "Finish talking about your situation, then talk about mine?" I nodded my head, and then I roughly described how I met Jolin, and how I fell in love with Jolin until I got married. Shinjisha asked me a few questions in the meantime, and I answered them all. "In that case, when she was with you, from falling in love to getting married, wouldn't she have been wearing a mask?" Shinjisha was stunned after hearing this and said, "Doesn't she get tired of it? Then who knows to go?" I spread my hands and said helplessly, "In short, she is just trying to figure out Feng Shuliang's money, smacking me for earning less and not being able to satisfy her materialistic desires. There really are all kinds of people." Shinjisha said with quite a bit of emotion, "I can't understand her thinking, since she knows that her materialistic demands are so high, why didn't she go find a rich man in the beginning? Rich people aren't little cuties either." I laughed and said, "What can she offer the rich? It's okay for rich people to play with her, they definitely won't marry her. It's because she knows this very well that she keeps wearing a mask to talk to me and marry me." After a pause, I added, "Why do you think Feng Shuliang looked for her? Isn't it because he doesn't have to be responsible?" "How do you know?" Shinjisha asked as if she was somewhat less convinced. "Because I'm a man," I replied. "Although I'm not as rich as Feng Shuliang, I can think about things from Feng Shuliang's point of view. He's rich, he has a family, and the idea of cheating on a married woman like Jolin is to give her money to play around with, but not have to be responsible because Jolin also has a family. Men become bad when they have money, and women become bad when they have money?" Shinjisha said after a while, "Why do I feel that the two of them perfectly corroborate this sentence?" "Very apt," I said with a smile and nodded. "What about you? Being rich can be bad?" Shinjisha asked as she tilted her head to look at me. "I don't know." I spread my hands and said, "It's not like I have any money. After saying that, I thought of a paragraph on the internet, smiled and added, "This colorful heart of mine, it's all guarded by poverty. Poverty makes me have a good character and excellent style, otherwise, I'm not a good thing." Shinjisha obviously knows this paragraph. After hearing me say this, was amused giggle straight laugh. "How did you and him meet?" I asked at this time. "The elders of the family are friends from generation to generation." Shinjisha gathered hair, said, "I have been a good girl since childhood, very obedient. During the school period has not been in love. After graduating from college, the family arranged to meet with him, is also considered to be a kind of blind date, right?" Not waiting for me to ask anything else, Shinjisha went on. Along with Shinjisha's story, I also know some of her and Fong Shirliang's situation. The two families were family friends and intended to set them up. Arranging for the two to meet was actually a kind of blind date, just a very familiar relationship. Shinjisha felt that the two families are friends, know their roots, and also went out with Fong Shirliang. Fong Shirliang is 4 years older than Shinjisha. The two talked about 2 years engaged, and then married. Fong Shirliang family is doing business, family conditions are good. After the marriage did not let Shinjisha work, she basically has been doing full-time life. Then later, there was the matter of Fong Shirliang cheating on Zhou Lin that she knew about. You didn't even talk about it during school? You didn't talk about it in college either? I was surprised beyond measure and asked, just talked about Fong Shirliang alone? Shinjisha had not yet answered. A modest knock sounded. Shinjisha and I looked in the direction of her home terrace at the same time. Chapter 43, Gains and Losses of Interests. The knocking on the door obviously came from Shinjisha's side of the house. No, I should say it was the sound of a slamming door. After all, Shinjisha and I were on the terrace of my house at the moment, and there was only one situation where we could still hear the knocking sound coming from her side of the house. That is, knocking on the door is huge, have to be smashed door to send so big sound to my terrace. Who came to Shinjisha's house to slam the door this late at night? You wait, I'll go out and take a look, I said immediately. Shinjisha nodded and followed me from the terrace back into the house, waiting for me in the living room while I opened the door of my house and walked out, and closed the door of my house. I came to the common area between the two households and looked at the door of Shinjisha's house. I saw a man and a woman. 2 middle-aged men were standing in front of Shinjisha's house. The middle-aged woman clenched her fist and slammed the door of Shinjisha's house with force, emitting a loud dong 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 sound. Seeing me appear, this pair of middle-aged men and women also just looked at me. The middle-aged woman will continue to smash the door. I said with an unhappy face, "What are you doing? What's going on at night?" "None of your business," the middle-aged woman said with a cold face. The middle-aged man also looked at me with a gloomy face. This middle-aged man resembled Fong Shirliang by 7 or 8%. I'm afraid it's not Fong Shirliang's parents, right? I thought this in my heart, but on my mouth, I said, "Smashing the door in the middle of the night is affecting my rest. I don't know how the property let you guys in, but if you guys continue to smash the door and affect my rest, I'll just call the police." After a pause, I added, "Moreover, you smashed the door half a day, no one to open the door for you. It is not clear that no one at home fart." The middle-aged woman pointedly said, "We looked before we went upstairs, and the lights were on at home." Shinjisha and I came back and went to her house first, and also visited her terrace. Not only were the lights in her house lit in the living room, the lights on the terrace were also lit. "I don't care who you are or who you're looking for. If you keep slamming the door and affecting my rest, I'll call the police," I said in a cold voice. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man frowned at me and asked, "Do you know this resident? Know when she usually comes back?" "Who do you care who I am? My house is here, I live next door. You guys slamming the door can be heard clearly in my house." I pointed to my own household and said, "I just bought this house and moved in a few days ago. I don't know anyone." After saying that, I turned around and went back to my own home, no longer bothering with them. When I returned home, I said to Shinjisha, a middle-aged couple, "I looked at the man who resembles Fong Shirliang by 7 or 8 points. When Shinjisha heard this from me, she immediately took out her cell phone and pulled up a photo for me to see. "That's right, it's them," I said without hesitation. "Then that's right, Fong Shirliang's parents." Shinjisha frowned and said, "They recently went to the company to look for me, and it was Li Linchuan who helped me block them." Even if Fong Shirliang had only notified Shinjisha at that time, there was absolutely no way to hide his matter, and his parents would have known sooner or later. Only, in terms of the situation tonight when Fong Shirliang's parents came to the door, Shinjisha seemed to be the one who hadn't completely solved the problem, but rather, there was still a great deal of problems that existed. What exactly is the situation? I thought of here, cannot help but some speechless said, it seems that your current situation seems to be much worse than me. My side is just Jolin messed up, withdrew the divorce application, but your side seems to still have a big problem. What other situation? Shinjixia laughed bitterly and said, when it comes down to it, your plan made Feng Shiliang measure too much. He thought things were too simple. How do you say that? I asked with some confusion. Feng Shiliang asked me to help him find a lawyer at that time. I took the opportunity to sign a net divorce agreement with him, this thing you know. Shinjixia looked at me and said. After seeing me nod my head, Shinjixia continued, he didn't expect that he would be locked up for so long, not to mention that he wouldn't expect a case to be filed, although I didn't ask about this matter after I commissioned a lawyer for him according to the agreement, but since he had already commissioned a lawyer, his parents must have known about this matter through the lawyer. Regardless of whether or not the lawyer told his parents, this matter definitely can't be hidden. I then asked under my breath, what are his parents looking for you for? What else could it be? It's nothing more than the matter of Feng Shiliang's netting. Shinjixia explained, after his parents knew about this, they had contacted my parents, and what my parents meant was that they respected my thoughts and decisions, and they would not persuade me. Feng Shiliang's family is a businessman, things have come to this point, is bound to calculate the benefits and losses. Feng Shiliang net family, they must be difficult to accept. Hearing Shinjixia's words, I couldn't help but frown and asked, they've been looking for you recently? Shinjixia gently nodded and said, they'd been to my parents' house, and although they nominally wanted to talk to my parents, they actually went to look for me, and after realizing that I wasn't staying at my parents' house, they went to the company to look for me a few times, and all of them were blocked by Li Lingchuan's help. Then it is estimated that they should have also been to Hushan Tangyue that. I said at this time. It is estimated that they have been there, they did not expect that I would move out so quickly. Shinjixia said, moreover, that set of houses I have listed on the agent, there have also been a few buyers to see the house, the agent is helping me to talk about it, and it should be able to be sold recently. But they've found their way here now. I looked at Shinjixia and asked, what's your plan now, to keep avoiding them? I already consulted a lawyer when I signed that clean divorce agreement with Feng Shiliang. Shinjixia nodded her head once again, admitting that she was currently avoiding Feng Shiliang's parents, saying, moreover, I sued Feng Shiliang for divorce, and I also entrusted her. At that time, she drew up the divorce agreement for me, and she also specifically instructed me to advance the signing date of the agreement by 1 month in order to avoid unnecessary legal risks. Hearing Shinjixia's words, I nodded with a sudden realization. It had to be said that this lawyer she commissioned was still very reliable. The signing date was moved up by 1 month, which meant that it wasn't the agreement that was signed at the branch office. In other words, from the divorce agreement, Feng Shiliang was not under any duress. In that case, that agreement must not have any legal aspects. I murmured, so, Feng Shiliang's parents should have known this, and that's why they've been looking for you, wanting to get some of their property back from you without going through legal means? Well, that's why I'm avoiding them. Shinjixia said rather helplessly, when they find me, 8 out of 10. 9 will spill their guts. Chapter 44 Evil people still need evil people to grind. Feng Shiliang's father is a man, no matter what, he wouldn't go so far as to splash and roll around. Shinjixia should be talking about Feng Shiliang's mother. Moreover, I just went out and said that they smashed the door and disturbed the people. Feng Shiliang's mother looks like someone who can do this kind of thing. After all, his mother's behavior just now was very unreasonable. Just at this time, another sound of door slamming rang out. Although it didn't sound that loud in my home, it was really distracting. Shinjixia, in particular, was frowning. I immediately took out my cell phone and dialed the police, explaining the disturbance. Calling the police isn't much use. Shinjixia sighed and said, it won't solve anything. At the very least, solve the moment first. I knew that Shinjixia meant that there was no way to solve the problem from the root, so I smiled and said, let the police drive them away tonight first. Hearing me say this, Shinjixia nodded and didn't say anything else. Not long after, a police officer came out and knocked on the door of my house. I signaled Shinjixia to hide in the bedroom, and after opening the door, the police asked if it was me who had called the police, and later checked what I had said in the police report. After I finished briefly, I went out of my house with the policeman who knocked on the door, and went directly to the door of Shinjixia's house. In addition to the policeman who knocked on the door, there were several other policemen who went out together, and at this time, they were right outside Shinjixia's house, talking to Feng Shiliang's parents. Seeing me appear, Feng Shiliang's mother immediately glared at me angrily, and also cursed, little brat, I came to my daughter-in-law's house, it's none of your business, what's the police report for you, you son of a? You smashed the door and disturbed the people. I said indifferently. The policeman who knocked on my door had a stern face and chided, "No cursing. No matter whose house this is, you can't smash the door this late at night, and, since you've been smashing it for a while and no one has opened the door for you, that means no one's home, hurry up and go." "I'm not going anywhere, she's at home, just not opening the door for me," Fang Shirliang's mother said without hesitation. "Do you know your neighbor? Know if she's at home or not?" The policeman who knocked on the door looked at me and asked. "I've only just bought this house a few days ago, I've never seen my neighbor at all." I immediately replied, "Fellow policeman, if my neighbors are at home and I don't open the door for them, there must be a conflict between them. We can't let them keep breaking down the door. In fact, what I said earlier was of no use." Fang Shirliang's mother had already said that she had come to her daughter-in-law's house. In other words, the police already knew that she and the head of the household were mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. No matter what conflicts between them, they belong to the family conflicts. The police at most can persuade, cannot do anything. Unless there is a situation where people are hurt, the police can only arrest people in a family dispute situation. This cannot be blamed on the police do not act. The police are difficult to resolve family affairs, family disputes. This kind of thing is very difficult to deal with. Two people quarrel hands, 1 second the police, the next second may make up. How can the police deal with? "Little brat, I won't leave, you have the ability to let the police arrest me and leave." Fang Shirliang his mother roared at me with an arrogant face. Seeing that I want to dislike you back, the policeman who knocked on my door gave me a wink, signaling me not to aggravate the conflict, and said, "Now, I'm warning you once, you may not smash the door and disturb the people again." The words of this police officer did not finish. See the elevator open, hula out several people, but the property manager with a few downstairs tenants up. Originally, the owners of the downstairs were also upset by the door she smashed, looking for the manager of the property company. In the meantime, the owners of these households spoke to the police to ask about the situation. After understanding that it was Fang Shirliang his mother smashed the door to make a commotion, the owners were not happy at once, and they asked the police to arrest the two of them to go. "My child's college entrance exam this year, it's not much longer until the entrance exam. If you smash the door again, I'll come up and kill you." There was a homeowner downstairs with an annoyed face, and he was also on fire in front of the police. "Fellow police officer, he threatened me." Fang Shirliang's mother is not a good person. At that moment, she pointed at the owner and said, "Hurry up and arrest him." I was happy to watch the show, and I could also appreciate that owner's feelings as a parent of a high school student. In the time before the college entrance examination, I am afraid that must be careful to serve the child, afraid of what to do not good place, make the child unhappy, or give the child too much pressure or something. This kind of high pressure state must last until the child college entrance examination finished. Fang Shirliang's mother's action of smashing the door is considered to have completely triggered this powder keg of his. "I'm going to you." The parent owner of this high school student rushed up and was about to punch someone. The police hurriedly pulled him back. "Don't say I'm scaring you, you come to your daughter-in-law's house, we can't arrest you to leave, he's a parent of a high school student, now at this stage of stress, we definitely won't arrest him to leave either." The police officer who knocked on my door looked at Fang Shirliang his mother and said, "We're about to close the team and go back, if you break down the door again and cause any disputes, and something happens, even if we deal with it, you're the one who loses out first." Fellow police officer, don't worry, we won't knock on the door anymore, just wait here quietly," Fang Shirliang his father assured at this time. The police told the manager of the property company to take the downstairs owner downstairs, while signaling me to go home, and then closed the line. The parent of that high school student, still cursing and swearing, threatening that if they dare to smash the door and disturb the people again, disturbing his child's rest, he must come up to scourge these two people. I returned home. Shen Jixia immediately came out of the bedroom and asked, "How is it? Have they gone?" "No." I spread my hands with a helpless face and said, "Fang Shirliang's dad did promise not to smash the door anymore. I guess that high school student owner downstairs, who wanted to beat them up in front of the police, scared them too." "Not what I expected." Shen Jixia smiled bitterly and said, "They're afraid that they really won't leave and will keep guarding outside my house." Hearing Shen Jixia's words, I said as if sighing, "It really should be an old saying, evil people still need to be rubbed by evil people." After saying that, I came back to my senses, and then said, "Fang Shirliang's mom just now that performance, really if you see you, surely you expected the splash and roll, but what I just said, is also reasonable, the wicked still need to grind the wicked, this thing wants to be completely resolved, I'm afraid that we really have to find a scoundrel to deal with them to do so." "You know such people?" When Shen Jixia heard me say this, her eyes lit up and she looked at me and asked, I just asked if you know such people. I said in tears and laughter. Chapter 45 Staying Over Again. Hearing my words, Shinjisha and I were speechless in comparison, and then both laughed bitterly, and then just couldn't help but laugh completely. We are a class of people. She will not deal with scoundrels, this kind of people. I certainly will not deal with scoundrels, this kind of people. The two people ask each other this question is purely superfluous. Fang Shirliang's parents blocked outside Shinjisha's house. She certainly can't go back. Unless she flips out from the fence of my family's terrace, and then goes along the equipment platform between the two families to go over, and then goes over the fence of her family's terrace to go back. But this is obviously impossible. Shinjisha and I chatted for a while more. Time unknowingly came to 11 o'clock. Even though the weather was hot and they all slept late, those who hadn't rested at this hour were already in the minority. I'll go see if they've gone. I stood up and put away the garbage bags from the living room trash can, gestured at Shinjisha and said. Shinjisha nodded and didn't say anything. She knew that I picked up the garbage bag as a cover to go downstairs and throw the garbage. I came out of the house, walked to the elevator entrance, pressed the down button of the elevator, slightly probed toward Shinjisha's home side to see, suddenly speechless. Fang Shirliang's parents not only didn't leave, they also ordered takeout and were eating it. This ing is to fight a protracted war. Fang Shirliang's parents also saw me, and his mom glared at me fiercely. I got into the elevator and went downstairs to throw away the garbage while going back upstairs to my home. It looks like they won't leave. I returned home and said to Shinjisha, when I went out, they were eating takeout. This is determined to guard the way you open the door. In the face of this situation at this time, Shinjisha didn't have much of a good solution, and just laughed helplessly. You'll stay with me tonight. I didn't have much of a good solution. I could only solve the problem of resting at the moment first. After all, I can't go out and drive Fang Zhuliang's parents away either. Who am I to do that? Right? And since Shinjisha had stayed over once when I sold that house, it wouldn't be bad to stay over in my newly bought house. The only difference was that there were no Fang Zhuliang's parents guarding the door that time. It can only be that way, Shinjisha said with a smile. Although this house I'm living in was renovated and I moved in with a handbag, the original owner had already listed it with the agent for a while, and the house had long been emptied of personal belongings and whatnot. Therefore, there are only the toiletries I brought from the house I sold, and there are no extra toiletries. But at this time, with this kind of weather, it's definitely necessary to take a shower before going to bed at night. Tell you what, I'll flip out from the terrace, take the equipment platform to your house, and bring over your toiletries. I walked in the direction of the terrace, saying as I walked, you tell me what all you need for toiletries. Shinjisha definitely couldn't climb over the terrace's fence and didn't dare to walk the equipment platform. I still had no problem. Hearing my words, Shinjisha curiously followed me to the terrace, and then walked to the fence of the terrace. As soon as she saw the way I said to go to her house, she immediately tugged me, her head shaking like a rattledrum. No, absolutely not, it's too dangerous. I'll be careful, it's still no problem. I said with a smile, look, it's just like a path. That won't work either, Shinjisha said in a firm tone. But there's no. Before I could finish my words, I was interrupted by Shinjisha. The last time I stayed over at your flat, I didn't bring any toiletries either. Shinjisha said, the big deal is to make do for one night. Seeing Shinjisha's firm attitude, I had no choice but to give up on this idea and said, if you don't mind, you can use my toiletries. Of course, I don't have much in the way of toiletries, just shower gel and moisturizer. The only thing I have for washing my face is sulfur soap, and the body lotion is for wiping my face and can also be used to wipe my body. As for the body wash, it was because I wasn't used to that dry feeling on my body after a sulfur soap bath, so I bought the body wash. Otherwise, I wouldn't even buy a shower gel. Fine, just use yours. Shinjisha was afraid that I was still planning to go to her house through the terrace and get her toiletries, so she hurriedly agreed. In fact, taking a bath is nothing. The key problem is that Shinjisha didn't change her clothes. You can't take a bath and still wear the clothes you went out in the daytime, right? Shinjisha saw me looking at her clothes, immediately understood what I meant and said, it's okay for you to wear your pajamas. I'm not afraid of you laughing, I really don't have any pajamas. I smiled with an apologetic face and said, I wear old big half pants and t-shirt worn directly as pajamas. Big man, live a little rough, not so much to talk about. Hearing my words, Shinjisha was also speechless for a while, as if she had never seen a man like me who lived such a rough life. By the way, I do have new unworn shirts, why don't you wear my shirts as pajamas? I thought that I still had 2 new shirts and hurriedly said to Shinjisha. Those 2 shirts bought 2 or 3 years, or because I work for the company that year suddenly made a mess, the requirement to work must wear shirts to buy. I bought and did not wear, on a trip. Business trip back, and not required to wear shirts at work, the 2 shirts have been thrown there, even the box has not been opened. This time the move over, I packed and brought over one I saw in the closet also brought over. See Shinjisha no opinion, I immediately went to the bedroom, opened the closet, took out the 2 shirts, after unpacking, will be fixed shirt pin carefully removed, which will be handed to Shinjisha shirt, white this is not cotton, you as pajamas, this khaki with stripes is cotton, you as a towel, no new towels at home. Thanks. Shinjisha smiled and thanked me, then took my shirt into the bathroom to take a shower. Soon, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. I turned around and walked into the bedroom, rummaged out a set of bedding from the closet, and went to the second bedroom to lay out this set of bedding. This set of bedding is the same set that Shinjisha slept on last time she stayed at my house. Not long after, Shinjisha wiped her wet hair and walked out of the bathroom. Although Shinjisha is not low, but I am more than 1 meter 8 tall, she wears my shirt is still very loose, as pajamas is not any problem at all. At this time, Shinjisha wiped her hair and walked towards me. She wore my white shirt, the hem of the shirt just to the thigh position, too round and straight and wide eye-catching. She was wearing my white shirt, the hem of the shirt just reached her thighs, and her too round, straight, white and dazzlingly beautiful legs made me feel like I couldn't help but stare. Legs, let me cannot help but gulp down the saliva. Chapter 46 The Best Answer. Shinjisha obviously saw my little action of gulping, smiled at me smugly and wryly, and asked, there was such a big impact? Yes. I nodded and answered truthfully. And then, I added, I've seen a similar scenario in some movies before, that is the shot of the female lead wearing a white shirt and rubbing her hair like you do after taking a shower. Huh? Shinjisha let out a puzzled nasal sound. I'm actually quite emotionless when I see similar plot shots, I don't know why the director would shoot such a shot. I laughed a little and said, it wasn't until you came out just now that I completely realized that when really confronted with it, or when it happens in reality, it really is a huge impact. Hearing my words, Shinjisha laughed silently, and then, as if looking back, she looked down at my white shirt she was wearing, and looked at me with a thoughtful expression. Seeing Shinjisha's look, I immediately knew that she misunderstood, and hurriedly explained, coincidence, pure coincidence, I didn't mean to wear a white shirt for you, it's really that I don't have any pajamas, and I don't have any other new clothes that I can give you to wear as a pajama. Okay. Shinjisha nodded and said, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and believe your explanation that you didn't do it on purpose. I'm speechless, isn't it clear from her words that I just did it on purpose? She's just being generous and not taking it personally? However, I could also see that she was actually joking with me. I still can't explain it. Then why don't you just stop explaining? I'm going to take a shower. I stood up and went to the bedroom first, casually picking up my large half pants and a t-shirt, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Shinjisha had just taken a shower, and although the bathroom was no longer foggy and steamy, the temperature was high. Moreover, the entire bathroom was filled with an odor of shower gel mixed with her body fragrance. This mixed temperature was quite stimulating to one's sense of smell and nerves, causing me to have a momentary lapse of concentration, and my mind couldn't help but conjure up messy images. I hurriedly turned on the shower, and under the impact of the water flow, it both made this mixed aroma fade a lot, and also cleared my mind, and the messy images in my mind disappeared. So fast? Shinjisha saw me come out of the bathroom and said in shock, if you were to go any faster, the water droplets would have to catch up with you. It's just a quick flush to finish, how much more time can it take? I said in disbelief, men don't all bathe so fast. Shinjisha laughed and shook her head without saying anything else, patting the sofa beside her, signaling me to go over and sit down. It was the long couch right next to her. However, I didn't say anything and walked over and sat down. Thank you for letting me stay the night, a little reward for you. Shinjisha said this, and with a skim of her leg sitting on me. Again? I asked as I looked at her with a smile on my face. Shinjisha didn't say anything, nor was she shy to the point of blushing like last time, but looked at me seriously, and little by little, she lowered her head to my lips. Still. I opened my mouth and wanted to say the words of rejection. After all, this time was still very different from last time. Last time, she was wearing clothes, while this time, she was wearing my shirt with one less layer of clothing underneath. Then again, I was wearing a large half pants, calves clearly able to transmit the warmth of her legs, smooth and delicate feeling, but also let me cannot help it. But before I could finish my words, I was interrupted by her, with her mouth. The sweet and slippery feeling soon filled my mouth, making me go into a trance and my heart beat faster. I ghostly reached out my hand and encircled her small waist, but instead of suddenly turning around and placing her on the couch like I did last time, I slightly tightened the hoop, making her entire body fit more into mine. I can obviously feel that her breathing is rapid, and I am also the same, breathing involuntarily accelerated rapid, a heart beating extremely powerful, as if to jump out of the throat. Only, what I could feel even more was that although there was a sweet and slippery feeling in my mouth, Shinjisha's movements were extremely rusty. Her rusty movements made it so that I didn't get completely carried away. Instead, I maintained a trace of sanity, but I was on the verge of this trace of sanity collapsing at any moment. How about we fulfill our agreement early? After a long time, Shinjisha slightly raised her head, her gaze like water as she looked at me, panting and said, "Don't." The moment I parted, my sanity was recovering quickly, and I said with a smile, "An agreement is an agreement, and it can't be changed easily." "But you're hard." Shinjisha shook her body and said, "I can feel it." I loosened the hand that was hooping her waist and gently patted her, signaling her to get off of me. Seeing that Shinjisha didn't move, I said, "If you don't come down, I'll put you on the couch like I did last time." Hearing my words, Shinjisha knew that I was serious, and immediately got off of me and sat next to me, her head tilted and rested on my shoulder. Her half-wet head soon soaked my t-shirt. I picked up a cigarette from the coffee table and lit one, saying, "Some things, it's better to take some things seriously." "Aha." Shinjisha gently then asked, "You know I actually don't mind, but I can feel it, although you also don't mind, but always be careful, can tell me why?" "Didn't I just tell you that there are some things that are better taken seriously?" I thought for a moment and said, "Taking it seriously includes many aspects, in addition to your love and my willingness, it is also mixed with many other factors, the most important is..." "Forget it, don't say it, take a step, look at a step, you should be able to think about it." Hearing my words, Shinjisha did not speak again, just adjusted the posture, let himself pillow more comfortable. In fact, Shinjisha was able to figure out the reason why I had been so careful. "That is," I said to her before, "she and I are always in different classes, this is an indisputable fact in front of us. And in my heart there is a trace of extravagance, hoping to be able to go together with her. That's why I was careful. To put it bluntly, it's because I have quite a good feeling about her." Shinjisha just now that question, although it cannot be said to knowingly ask, but there is the intention of wanting me to say what is really in my heart. But now this situation, her divorce is not clear, my divorce is not clear, things will develop into what and she cannot predict. "Take a step, see a step," has been the best answer I can give at present. Obviously, Shinjisha is still satisfied with my answer. Shinjisha silent for a while, suddenly to one side of the slip, let himself lie down, head resting on my thighs, looked at me and said, "Statement, you resigned to my company to help me, right?" Chapter 47: The Security Company. How do you think of one thing and another? I couldn't help but look down at Shinjisha in surprise. This company has always been run by Feng Shiliang. Shinjisha frowned slightly and said, "Although I've taken over now, I can see that the company's employees listen to Li Linchuan more. That'll have to be resolved by you." I reached out and gently stroked Shinjisha's cheek with my thumb and said, "I can't help you much. I'm still very clear about how much weight I have." The skin on her cheeks was very tender and smooth, similar to lactone tofu. Shinjisha didn't resist my small action, and seemed to enjoy it, narrowing her eyes slightly, saying, "I think your ability is enough on the line. But pull back." I shook my head and said, "When you first asked me to meet, you called me in the name of business, you should know my job very well, right?" "I know, you work in an electrical company." Shinjisha nodded slightly, "In the technical department, belonging to as a skilled laborer?" "Right." I said with a smile, "Since it's a skilled laborer, naturally it's a technical meal. I work in this company belongs to the professional counterparts, unless your company is also an electrical company, otherwise, I'm jumping ship to your company without any significance, not to mention that it also has nothing to do with my specialty, and I won't be able to do anything." What I said was the truth. Shinjisha was slightly silent for a while, and said, "In fact, this company opened by Feng Shiliang is not much technical content, it is a security company." Without waiting for me to ask anything, Shinjisha told me about this company in general. Or one could also say the origin of this security company opened by Feng Shiliang. In fact, Feng Shiliang started out in the construction industry, that is, undertaking some projects. But with the real estate market withered, coupled with China's infrastructure is basically complete, the current dry engineering in addition to the size of the volume of the larger still adhere to, such as Feng Shiliang, the smaller construction companies, many have changed to do other go. Feng Shiliang is one of them. He has a lot of construction industry workers under his hands, no project to undertake, naturally no work to do. I have to say, Fong Shiliang's brain is flexible enough, he turned to open this security company. Of course, he is not a person to open, but with Li Linchuan partnership. Those workers under his hand can find their own work, he did not force, cannot find work, he recruited into their own security company, and then sent to the need for security of some enterprises, units, and so on the place to be a security guard, and he is with these enterprises and units and so on the signing of outsourcing agreements. In other words, Fong Shiliang, this security company, earns a labor commission. Of course, these enterprises or units also, is Fong Shiliang and Li Linchuan one by one to talk down, which the specific situation, do not know. There are all kinds of situations, there are really talk down, there are also through the relationship down. But no matter what, Fong Shiliang transitioned early enough, the security company he operated for several years to have the current scale. According to Shen Jixia said, at present, this security company development strategy is diversified, began to engage in security equipment rental and sale, as well as to provide special areas of security, such as what activities, celebrities to open concerts and other security work, etc. The scale has been not small. These I do not understand, really cannot help you what? When I heard this, I still refused Shen Jixia. Security equipment and whatnot, with your skills, a little bit of learning won't be able to repair it? Shen Jixia immediately said. This is not true, electrical equipment installation and maintenance origin, I for the maintenance of security equipment, is able to do touch, just need to learn a little, basically still can quickly get started. I don't want to eat soft rice, I said jokingly. Hearing my words, Shen Jixia knew that she couldn't convince me, pouted her lips and stopped saying anything. Did you work before you became a full-time wife? I asked, digressing from the topic. Of course I have. Shen Jixia immediately returned. Moreover, when Fong Shiliang opened his construction company, I also helped out in his construction company for a period of time, and only when his construction company was on track did I leave his company and go home to be a full-time wife. I don't like to do the engineering of those favors and such things. I asked Shen Jixia this question because I wanted to know how capable she was. Obviously, from Shen Jixia's answer it was completely obvious that she was still very capable. Anyway, this security company, Fong Shiliang, is taking the lion's share. I murmured, and if you take over this company from Fong Shiliang, then it's up to you. What's wrong with Li Linchuan even if he's the vice president? The power is still in your hands, in terms of your ability. I think this is not a matter, just a little difficulty that you just took over the company temporarily, slowly will be solved. Seeing Shen Jixia again trying to persuade me to go to her company, I directly said, if I lose my job one day, I don't need you to say it, I will take the initiative to find you to give a mouth to feed. Hearing this latter sentence of mine, Shen Jixia laughed a little and said, all right then. If you really lose your job, remember to look for me at the first time and go to my company to help me. No problem. I immediately agreed, and then said, it's getting late, rest. Although tomorrow is Sunday, no need to go to work, but at this time it is already after midnight. Shen Jixia is also sleepy. At that moment, she yawned, got up and asked, which room do I sleep in? The second bedroom. I got up and led her to the second bedroom, saying, the bedding is still the same as the last time you stayed over and slept in my set. Good night. Shen Jixia said this and went into the second bedroom to rest. And I also went to the master bedroom to rest. There were no words for the night. Early the next morning, I got up and went downstairs for a run while buying breakfast up. Fong Shiliang's parents had really stood guard at Shen Jixia's door for the night. It could really be perseverance. When I returned home, Shen Jixia had just gotten up, and I told her about Fong Shiliang's parents not leaving all night. Whatever they are. Shen Jixia said without a good mood, I'd like to see how long they can stay up in front of my house. Let's eat. I put the breakfast I bought on the dining table and opened it. You eat first. Shen Jixia spoke, poking and prodding with her own cell phone. I just woke up, I'm not hungry yet. I thought Shen Jixia was really not hungry, so I ate breakfast by myself first. I hadn't even finished my breakfast when the knock on the door sounded. I opened the door to my room, only to see that it was a flash delivery boy, who was carrying a large plastic bag and said, all the things you want to buy. Chapter 48, Stuck at Home. I couldn't help but look at Shen Jixia. There are only 2 of us in the house, and I didn't buy anything through the same city flash delivery, so it must have been her who bought it. Moreover, she just let me eat first, has been poking and prodding on the cell phone. I think it is just placed in order. As expected, Shen Jixia gave me a slight nod. Thanks. I thanked the flash delivery boy and took the plastic bag in his hand before handing it to Shen Jixia. Shen Jixia opened the plastic bag from the flash delivery boy, and inside were brand new toiletries, as well as cosmetics and other things. She smiled sweetly at me and took the toiletries to the bathroom to wash up before coming out for breakfast. Sorry, I was only thinking about buying breakfast and forgot to buy you toiletries, I said with an apologetic face. You can't buy all of them even if you do. Shinjisha laughed and said, it's not as good as me placing a flash delivery order to buy all of them. Her words were true. Even if I thought of buying her toiletries, I would just be buying toothbrushes and towels or something like that. As for cosmetics, I definitely couldn't think of it. However, since she could think of placing an order at the same city's flash delivery, why didn't she just place an order at the flash delivery last night? Although that time is already very late, but I live in this city as a second-tier city. At night there are still some 24 hours open convenience stores, supermarkets, and so on. You can't buy high-grade pajamas and the like, but you can still buy ordinary pajamas. When I thought of this, I couldn't help but ask, why didn't you order pajamas and toiletries last night? I didn't even use flash delivery to place an order for something, so I couldn't think of it. Since you use it so often, you should have thought of it. You have given me a shirt as pajamas, I can't let you down, right? Shinjisha winked at me narrowly, and also looked down at my new white shirt that she was wearing, and said, it's quite good. Didn't you see that I didn't buy any pajamas even when I placed the order? Gotta. This could make it seem more and more like I was deliberately letting her wear my shirt. It's a good thing that with Shinjisha's understanding of me, she should know that I didn't do it on purpose. Hurry up and eat breakfast, I said as I digressed. Shinjisha nodded, walked over to the dining table and sat down. After eating the breakfast I bought, she asked, they've been guarding my door, I can't get out, you're not allowed to go anywhere, just stay home with me. No problem, I agreed with a smile. Are there any recreational activities? Shinjisha immediately asked. I have a PS5, play games together? I asked tentatively. Since Shinjisha asked this question, it was obvious that the entertainment activities mentioned referred to the two of us together. Otherwise, she could have swiped her cell phone. Moreover, my computer was sitting right there, so she could also use my computer to surf the internet without having to ask. Good, Shinjisha agreed with a smile. I took out the PS5 that had been eating dust for 2 years, and after connecting it to the LCD TV, Shinjisha and I nestled on the sofa and played a game. Shinjisha obviously does not usually play games, but this does not prevent her from not spoiling the fun at all, accompanied me to play at the same time, but also wanted to praise me for playing the game well. In popular internet terms, Shinjisha is very good at providing emotional value. This was a feeling I hadn't had in the middle of my marriage with Jolin, because Jolin was annoyed that I was playing games. In fact, come to think of it, even during my relationship with Jolin, she hadn't provided me with emotional value? Just as I was feeling emotional in my heart, my cell phone rang. I let Shinjisha play by herself first, got up and went to the side to pick up the cell phone, an unfamiliar phone, but the number was good, the last 3 digits were consecutive. I picked up the phone and asked, who is it? Is it Statement? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other side of the phone, sounding a bit familiar. It's me, who are you? I asked again. I'm Fong Changyuan, Fong Zhirolyan's father. The words came from the earpiece. My heart thumped. Fong Changyuan? Fong Zhirolyan's father? Wasn't he with his wife, Fong Zhirolyan's mother, guarding in front of Shinjisha's house? How did he know my cell phone number? What did he want with me? A series of questions appeared in my mind. What are you looking for me for? I definitely couldn't say that I knew who he was. After all, Fong Zhirolyan's arrest and imprisonment was related to Jolin. And Jolin was my wife. I want to talk to you, Fong Changyuan immediately said. We have nothing to talk about. As I spoke, I walked to the door and looked out through the cat's eye. Shinjisha noticed my actions, pressed the pause button on the game, got up and walked over. I'm sorry for what my son did, Fong Changyuan said over the phone, but the truth of the matter is not like that. I didn't wait for Fong Changyuan to finish, so I just hung up the phone. What's wrong? Shinjisha saw me frowning tightly and couldn't help but ask, who called? Fong Zhirolyan's father, Fong Changyuan. I whispered, I don't know where he got my cell phone number from. What's he calling you for? Shinjisha's gaze couldn't help but glance at the door of the room when she asked this question. Listening to him that way, it seems like he wanted to find me to clarify the situation. I frowned and said, I don't know what he really wants to do. After all, telling me the truth isn't going to do to help Fong Zhirolyan. As soon as my words fell, my cell phone rang again. It was still the same cell phone number of Fong Changyuan. I directly pressed the hang up button and blacked out his cell phone number. Not a minute later, my cell phone rang once again, another unfamiliar number. Shinjisha was standing right next to me, and after seeing the caller number, she directly said, Fong Shuoyang's ING cell phone number. Then what else was there to say? I immediately pressed the hang up button again, and also blacked out this number. Immediately after that, my cell phone rang a message tone. It was WeChat, someone requesting to add me as a friend. I immediately showed it to Shinjisha, who said, Fong Shuoyang's father's WeChat. It's endless? I directly pulled black again, threw the phone aside, and said, I don't care about him, play the game. Shinjisha and I returned to the sofa to nestle down and play the game, but we hadn't continued the game for long when the door to my house was knocked on from outside. At the same time, Fong Chengyuan's voice rang out, Mr. Chen, this is Fong Chengyuan. Please open the door and let's talk? Shinjisha and I couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. What the is going on here? Before I could respond, the door to my room was pounded with a thud. Fong Shuoyan's mother's voice rang out, Surname Chen, open the door for me. What kind of coincidence is it that you're neighbors with my daughter-in-law? I'd like to see what you're up to. Chapter 49, Pity the World's Parents. Get out. I shouted angrily through the door of my room, I have nothing to talk to you about, and I'll call the police if you knock again. What the hell is this? Fong Shuoyan's parents are even looking for me? The key problem was that Shinjisha was in my house. If I opened the door for them and let them see Shinjisha, then it's really a case of yellow mud falling into the crotch of my pants, and it's not. It's not clear how. You shut up. Fong Chengyuan's voice sounded outside the door, not very loud, obviously scolding his wife, that is, Fong Shuoyan's mom. Mr. Chen, we have no ill intentions, we just want to talk to you. Fong Chengyuan's voice sounded again, my wife is talking nonsense, don't take it to heart. I thought for a moment and rushed in the direction of the second bedroom and gave Shinjisha a wink. Shinjisha would understand, knowing that I was preparing to talk to them, and at that moment silently nodded, signaling that she would hide in the second bedroom. However, I definitely wouldn't let Fong Shuoyan's parents enter the house either, and immediately said, wait, I'll get dressed. After saying that, I went to the bedroom to get dressed, and Shinjisha also followed me towards the inside, preparing to hide in the second bedroom. I'll take them down, if they follow me, I'll send you a message, and you can go back to your own home. I lowered my voice and said to Shinjisha. Okay. Shinjisha whispered back, and then ducked into the second bedroom. I got dressed and took the key, which led me to the door and opened the door to the room. Fong Chengyuan, his wife, immediately probed her head towards my home and wanted to take a step into my home. Eh? I grimaced and let out a disgruntled nasal sound. Fong Chengyuan immediately pulled his wife back. Only then did I leave the house, closing the door to my room before walking to the elevator and pressing the down button. What are you going to do to go? Fong Chengyuan, his wife, frowned at me and asked. It's almost noon, I'm going down for dinner, what? You have a problem with that? I glared at her and said in a bad mood. Fong Chengyuan immediately pulled his wife behind him and said, Mr. Chen, I'll treat you to dinner, how about we talk while we eat? No need. I said immediately. The elevator arrived at this time and opened the door. I immediately walked into the elevator. Fong Chengyuan hurriedly followed into the elevator, his wife hesitated a little, but still followed into the elevator. Since they wanted to talk to me, then when I went downstairs, they definitely had to follow. Moreover, the reason I gave for going downstairs was impeccable, and they shouldn't have any suspicions if they went downstairs for lunch at noon. If you're going to say something, just say it. I said as the elevator descended, I'll just go to the Shaoxian Snacks outside the neighborhood for dinner. You'll only have time to get from here to the entrance of Shaoxian Snack. Mr. Chen, the lawyer my son appointed, has already accessed the file. When Fong Chengyuan heard my words, he pondered a little and said, I'm afraid that there is something else going on in this matter. I know that I might embarrass you and hurt you if I say it, but I also have to say that my son didn't force himself on your wife, and the two of them were cheating on their wives. What are you telling me this for? I said in a nonchalant manner, you go and talk to the police about these words. You said yourself that your son has already instructed a lawyer. What's going on with the case and how far will it go? You should go and talk to the lawyer, shouldn't you? The elevator arrived at the first floor and opened the door. I immediately stepped out of the elevator. Fong Chengyuan pulled out a box of 9 to 5 and handed me one, obviously wanting me to stop and chat a little longer. Otherwise, from the building I live in to the outside of the neighborhood, it wouldn't take more than a few minutes. Yell, good cigarettes. I took the cigarette that Fong Chengyuan handed over. Fong Chengyuan immediately pulled out a lighter to light my cigarette, while saying, to tell you the truth, I looked for your wife, hoping that she would tell the truth, but she flatly insisted that my son used force on her. And then? I asked after lighting my cigarette. Then there is no then. I was to her call, in the phone said a few words, even did not wait for me to say to her compensation conditions. She hung up the ground that words, I call again, she did not answer. Fong Changyuan said with a helpless look on his face. Hearing Fong Changyuan this, I cannot help but sneer in my heart, although he is to find the key point of the problem, or the key figure Zhou Lin, but things are insoluble. After all, Zhou Lin and her mom are now biting the dust that Fong Shiliang used force on her. This if Zhou Lin backtracked, then it can be suspected of false accusations, facing great legal risks. Although now is the era of version T0, Zhou Lin, even if it is a counter-accusation, estimated that at most is the result of being verbally educated, but I have a very good understanding of Zhou Lin. She does not want to, no, will not go to face any risk, and do not want to be stained with what stains. You did the right thing, you should have gone to her. I said leisurely, if she tells the truth, your son will be fine. Mr. Chen, I talked to my lawyer at length afterwards, it's not right to find her. Fong Changyuan interjected, she and her mom bit the bullet and said that my son used force, it's impossible to get them to backtrack because they'd be suspected of making false accusations if they backtracked. Hearing Fong Changyuan's words, I couldn't help but frown and asked, so what? You couldn't find her to work, so you came to me? I've been inquiring about Mr. Chen's identity for the past few days, and it was only with great difficulty that I managed to find out today. Fong Changyuan directly admitted it and said, in this situation now, only Mr. Chen is the one who can help my son. As long as Mr. Chen can determine that your wife is cheating with my son will be fine. Without waiting for Fong Changyuan to finish, I interrupted him and asked, who am I to determine that they are cheating and having an affair? It's not like I have evidence. Besides, who am I to help your son? Mr. Chen, we don't have to hide anything. When Fong Changyuan heard my words, he lowered his voice and said, I just said that the lawyer has accessed the file, my son's statement, and I already know what he said. What your son says has nothing to do with me. I spread my hands and said, since you said that the lawyer accessed the file and you already know your son's transcript, then you should know mine as well. Mr. Chen, the lawyer already has the evidence of my son cheating on you with your wife. Fong Changyuan said in a low voice, I also know what your transcript says. This matter, I apologize to Mr. Chen on behalf of my son. In addition, Mr. Chen is a victim, my side is willing to make compensation. As long as Mr. Chen opens his mouth, no matter how big the number, I try to meet it. Obviously, Fong Changyuan's determination to save his son was strong. This is also a very normal thing, that old saying is good, pity the world's parents nah. Chapter 50 The Breakthrough. I could understand the feelings of Fong Changyuan's two families, but I didn't have to pay any attention to their thoughts at all. The vast majority of parents in this world, or should I say normal parents, love their children, and this love is still selfless. However, I can never do anything because I sympathize with them. Laws are the minimum for society to function. It is morality that should be the normal standard by which society should function. When a person does not hold themselves to a high moral standard, but to a legal standard, believe me, that person is 100% scum. I don't dare to say that I have a high moral standard, and most likely I wouldn't dare to help an old man or woman who fell down on the road, but that's because the cost of doing a good deed is too high, not because I have a very low moral standard and a very cold heart. In addition, such things as marital infidelity, although not illegal, but is a moral corruption of things, I will never do. The words Fong Changyuan said at this time were all said in a lowered voice. The most crucial thing is that the lawyer has already accessed the file. This shows one thing, the probability is that Fong Changyuan is already able to guess what is going on. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything about me because my transcript was normal. It's just that it doesn't match his son's transcript. Although I have not seen Fong Shiliang's transcript, but I believe he must be honest, cheating and Zhou Lin with force, that can be completely two different things, there is a world of difference. He and Zhou Lin cheating is not subject to legal sanctions. However, he used force on Zhou Lin is to face the risk of imprisonment. Zhou Lin and her mother has bitten the death as Fong Changyuan on her with force, and my side of the statement is more simple, is that I returned home to find the scene, and then notified Zhou Lin's mother, and control of the scene. Even Zhou Lin's mom called the police. In this way, and Fong Shiliang transcript of the most inconsistent place appeared, that is, I was controlling the scene to do everything, or his transcript must be completely contrary. In fact, all this is not difficult to sort out. Once sorted out, with Fong Changyuan's age, he should know where the key point to solve the problem lies. And how he would look for Zhou Lin in the beginning was a move made in a situation where he was panicked and not calm enough. To describe it in one sentence, it was a case of being sick and desperate. Now that he had managed to find out my contact information and sought me out, he had actually regained his composure and found the only breakthrough in solving the problem, which was me. In other words, I was the breakthrough to solving the case of his son using force on Jolin. After all, he had already made it very clear that the lawyer had gotten the evidence that his son had cheated with Jolin. Only, the strength of this evidence is not that great. Because the reality of the situation was there, against a woman's will was the only criterion for a use of force case. Even, it has now developed to the point where consent is given at the time and can be revoked afterward, and the sea of individual cases has completely and utterly proven this. I can only say that this is a realist and magical state of affairs that I cannot understand and at the same time greatly shocked. On the current realism magic status quo, Fong Zhiliang's situation is really quite not optimistic. He will go into squat a few years of probability, almost reach 99.999%. I can guess, Fong Changyuan said his son and Jolin cheating evidence, should be some long-term chat records within. Although I do not know how long they hooked up together, but only from Fong Zhiliang and Jolin spent a lot of money on the point of view, necessarily will not be a short period of time, but a very long time. Unfortunately, this evidence can only prove that they have been together for a long time, can only be used as a kind of corroboration of the current situation, not a strong and direct proof that he did not use force on Jolin. After all, I just said that consent at the time can be revoked afterwards. Fong Zhiliang in the end did not use force on Jolin. To put it bluntly, just one sentence, those chat records and so on, can only prove their previous relationship. And this time is this time. Fong Changyuan's intention is obviously to get me to cooperate and show that this time around, Fong Zhiliang didn't use force on Jolin. And he was right, because I was Jolin's husband, and the scene was under my control. If I came forward to prove that Fong Zhiliang didn't use force on Jolin, it would still be quite a powerful piece of evidence. Mr. Chen, you won't face any legal risks if you testify for my son. Fong Changyuan again said in a low voice at this time. I have already discussed and analyzed this in detail with my lawyer. After all, you said in your statement that you were not aware of the situation at that time. You just thought that my son had used force on her, so you controlled the scene. After a pause, Fong Changyuan added, if Mr. Chen is willing to come forward to testify for my son, I will give Mr. Chen a 7-figure compensation. As far as I know now, Mr. Chen is also in the process of divorcing her, so since you're both getting divorced, why not get some compensation more affordable? Sorry, I can't help you. I slowly shook my head and said, hasn't a case been filed regarding your son? Just leave everything to the police to investigate. I hadn't received any notification from the police so far, asking me to cooperate with the investigation again. However, I thought that this matter would still come up sooner or later. In other words, the police should still be looking for me to investigate again. After all, as far as the transcripts from the scene at the time were concerned, there was a big discrepancy between Fong Zhiliang's and my transcripts. As for Jolin, I think she will definitely be questioned again as well. Only, Jolin should have long thought clearly. I guess she will admit in Fong Zhiliang cheating things, but still that is all the previous things. This time, she and her mom bit the dust that Fong Zhiliang used force. The evidence is also strong for them. Jolin and her mom were both beaten by Fong Zhiliang. The injuries on Jolin's body were the best proof that Fong Zhiliang used force. Mr. Chen, why do you need to make things so desperate? Fong Changyuan had a begging look on his face as he said, my son is not a thing, I apologize to you on his behalf. As for the compensation, if you are not satisfied, I can add more. I think you really have the wrong person. I shook my head and said, you should still go to Jolin. It was her mom who called the police, and it was also her and her mom who flat out said that your son used force. It really has nothing to do with me. After saying that, I took a step towards the outside of the neighborhood. Surname Chen, you stop. Fong Changyuan's wife saw that I want to go, stretched out his arm to stop me, said angrily, don't think that we don't know what's going on. Obviously it's you who caught them in flagrante delicto. It's also you who forced my son to hit Jolin at that time. Speak with evidence. I cut her off and said in a cold voice, don't open your mouth and talk nonsense. Chapter 51, Saving for a Rainy Day. Seeing that I was originally able to say a few words to him, and that his wife's words angered me as soon as they were uttered, Fong Changyuan immediately rebuked, shut the hell up. Fong Changyuan's wife should be used to being a bully at home, and when she heard Fong Changyuan's rebuke, she immediately wanted to dislike him back. But after seeing Fong Changyuan making eyes towards me, his wife held back from disliking him and just snorted coldly as a finish. Go upstairs and see if Xiao Xia is back yet. Fong Changyuan said again at this time. His wife seemed to think that she couldn't help much by staying, but instead might provoke me again, and this time, without saying a word, and without coldly grunting to express her dissatisfaction, she turned around and left. Fong Changyuan's two families had followed me down for some time, enough time for Shen Jixia to go home. Mr. Chen, I'll treat you to dinner, how about we talk while we eat? Fang Chengyuan said with a face full of sincerity after his wife left. My wife can't talk, so don't bother with her. Eating is not necessary. I said indifferently, your meaning is already clear to me, and I'll be direct and clear with you, you can't convince me to do anything, so just die. Seeing that my attitude was so resolute, Fang Chengyuan couldn't help but frown slightly, musing, Mr. Chen, even though it's more troublesome to find Zhou Lin, it doesn't necessarily mean that it won't be successful. Then go find it and don't bother me. I threw down these words, turned around and walked towards the outside of the neighborhood, no longer bothering him. And Fang Chengyuan didn't continue to follow. It didn't take long, I came outside the neighborhood and casually found a restaurant to eat lunch, and sent a message to Shinjixia, asking if she had gone home. Shinjixia immediately messaged me back that she had gone home. When I went home after lunch, Fang Chengyuan and his family were still blocking the door of Shinjixia's house, and had ordered takeout. I didn't pay any attention to them, and after returning to my home, I sent a message to Shinjixia, telling her that Fang Chengyuan and his family were still blocking the door, and that they didn't want to leave. Shinjixia sent me a message back, saying that Fang Shiliang's wife had just smashed the door again. I thought of those. Fang Chengyuan talked to me, sent a message to Shinjixia, let her give me a voice call. Soon, Shinjixia's voice call came over. I connected the voice call. Shinjixia didn't wait for me to say anything, she said to me, you don't have to worry, if they want to block the door, they can block it, I'll let my parents come over in the morning to stop them, I'll go to the company, if it doesn't work out, I'll go back to my parents' side to live for 2 days. That's a good idea. I smiled and said, however, I asked you to call the voiceover, there's actually something I need to find out through you. What is it? Shinjixia immediately asked. Rather, I shouldn't say it's to understand something, but to understand a person, Fang Chengyuan. I immediately told Shinjixia in detail about the ones Fang Chengyuan had talked to me, and then asked, with your understanding of him, will he look for Zhou Lin? You should have an answer in your heart, right? Shinjixia asked without answering. Right, just by the strength of them blocking your door, I think he can't convince me, and I'm afraid he'll definitely go to Zhou Lin. I immediately said, after all, this matter is one that involves whether or not his son will go in. You definitely know more about him than I do, what do you think? Definitely. Shinjixia gave me an affirmative answer, corroborating my thoughts, and then said, what you need to consider now is Zhou Lin's attitude. After a pause, Shinjixia added, by the way, it's not just Zhou Lin, there's also Zhou Lin's mom. It's very likely that Fang Chengyuan will also go to her and, like what he talked to you about today, make conditions to make them backtrack. I pondered Shinjixia's words and answered. There's one more thing I have to warn you about. Shinjixia was silent for a moment, and then said, Fang Chengyuan approached you to discuss this matter. In fact, it's not that simple, of course, there is that layer of reasons, he said. He called Zhou Lin first. Zhou Lin hung up the phone without saying a few words, coupled with the advice given by the lawyers, it's easier to open up a breakthrough from your side. Well, the whole thing so far, it was actually Zhou Lin and her mom who bit the bullet and killed Fang Shiliang for using force, or was it Zhou Lin's mom who called the police? I interjected, so with me coming up with evidence of them cheating, it's considered more powerful. But you refused very firmly. Shinjixia said, it's very likely that there's actually another layer of meaning for him to look for, that is, he has already accessed the file through his lawyer and knows the transcripts of Fang Shiliang and you guys, and it's very likely that he has already seen the problem, which is that the whole thing is because of you. Not likely, but definitely. I immediately said, his wife has already said this, only to be interrupted and chastised by Fang Shiliang, who didn't let her say anymore. So, you need to find Zhou Lin immediately. Shinjixia's tone was filled with worry as she said, you shouldn't underestimate Fang Chengyuan, he has a certain amount of connections, if he convinces Zhou Lin and her mom, then you're in real danger, you'll probably be investigated and dug deeper. Understood. I nodded and said, I'll talk to Zhou Lin now. You must tie yourself to Zhou Lin now. Shinjixia uneasily urged, make sure you don't let her be persuaded to change her mind, or else you'll be in big trouble. I know. I said in a deep voice, if Zhou Lin and her mom change their mouths, in terms of the current reality, it's likely that they'll just be verbally educated, whereas if I'm involved, it's really possible that I'll be deeply, falsely accused. Into the investigation. It's not possible, in my opinion it's a certainty. Shinjixia said in a grave tone, Fang Chengyuan and Fang Shiliang, this pair of father and son, are similar in temperament and character, and will always pay back when they have an enemy. The fact that this matter has gotten to this point now, is actually that you have a grudge against them. Of course, I'm the same, it's just that I'm feuding with them on the level of interest disputes. Alright, not much more to say. I said to Shinjixia, I'll ask Zhou Lin to come out now to meet and talk. After saying that, I ended the voice call with Shinjisha and made a call to Jolin. The phone quickly connected, and Jolin's voice came out. What is it that you're looking for me for? There's something I need to meet with you to talk about. I said without hesitation. Where are you? I'll go find you. I'm at the mall. Jolin immediately said, Plaza 66, come find me. Jolin hung up the phone after saying this. I took the car keys and also directly left the door, went to the underground parking lot and drove straight to Plaza 66. About 40 minutes later, I arrived at Hang Lung Plaza, once again contacted Jolin, learned that she was on the women's floor. I immediately took the elevator to the women's floor to find her. Chapter 52 Different Ideas. Soon, I found Jolin on the women's clothing floor. After seeing me, Jolin turned around and took a step forward. I quickly walked a few steps to keep up with Jolin, side by side with her forward while saying, today. My words have not finished. Jolin turned her head and walked into a women's clothing counter next to me. I couldn't help but frown. Jolin found that I didn't follow, and stopped at the door of this women's clothing counter, turning her head to look at me, the meaning of which was obviously waiting for me to go over. I frowned and walked over. Jolin turned around and walked inside the counter, but her eyes stayed on the clothes in this counter, obviously picking her favorite clothes. It was the weekend, and the mall was full of customers. And the women's clothing mall was the floor with the most customers. Almost every counter had a lot of customers. This counter is also the same. I was not able to talk to Jolin about Fong Changyuan for a while. After all, with people coming and going around, it wasn't a place to talk. How long has it been since you bought me clothes? Jolin asked carelessly. I'm in the ing stage of getting a divorce with you, asking me this kind of question? I turned my head away in anger, not even bothering to say anything to Jolin. I'm asking you. Jolin didn't hear me and turned her head to give me a disgruntled look. Don't remember. I said faintly. How it sounded was not a good tone. Then I'll give you a chance to buy me clothes today. Jolin said directly. I don't have any money. I said without hesitation. Simply insane, all ing divorced and still asking me to buy her clothes? I could only say that she was trying to go blind. Hearing my words, Jolin frowned and looked at me, then said with an unhappy face, forget it, let's go to the upper level, find a place to have a drink. What do you have to say? Hurry up and say hurry up, so as not to spoil my shopping mall's excitement. Said, Jolin first out of this counter, toward the direction of the escalator. She was not happy, but I was happy. After all, I will contact her, just want to talk to her clear Fong Changyuan things only. I quickly followed Jolin and rode the escalator with her to the upper floor. This floor was the food floor, with all sorts of food and drink stores. Jolin found a cold drink store and ordered an ice cream, entering the store and finding a table to sit at. I ordered a cup of lemonade, paid the bill and walked into the store, and sat down across from Jolin. Things in the mall were just expensive, and ice cream was $25. In order to talk to her about Fong Changyuan, 25 is 25. Otherwise, I won't spend a single cent on her. Soon, the clerk brought her ice cream and my lemonade. Jolin ate the ice cream while saying, what is it that you're looking for me for? I immediately told Jolin in detail about what Fong Changyuan was looking for. He called me. Jolin nodded and said, I hung up directly, I didn't think he would find you. I'm looking for you about this to give you a heads up. I took a sip of water and said, he discussed with me to give me a 7-figure compensation. Or even give more. Worried that I'll take the money and talk back? Jolin asked as she looked at me with a smirk. Nonsense. I said without hesitation, even if you won't talk back, your mom's side is definitely money-minded. If Fong Changyuan gives her a price she can't refuse, there's a huge possibility that she'll talk back, and it can even be said that she'll definitely talk back. Although Jolin was a little less than happy when I said this about her mom, she only showed an unhappy look and didn't say anything. After all, what kind of virtue her mom had, as a daughter she was still very clear. If he really gives the right price, I might also backtrack. Jolin said after a moment of silence. You and I know what's going on in the end. I said in a cold voice, it's okay if you talk back, but, you talk back, you better pray that you don't involve me. Once it involves me, then I'll go out of my way, and I'll pull the back of the dying. What do you mean? Threatening me? Jolin glared at me. Congratulations for answering correctly. I gave Jolin a thumbs up and said, if you talk back, you will face the risk of false accusations. Even if I don't pursue you, I may be investigated, I am at risk, and I don't know what the outcome will be, but I can 100% guarantee that if there is a bad outcome, I am not good, no one will want to be good, including you, and including your mom. After a pause, I added, using a line that often appears in movies and TV shows, you can understand that we are grasshoppers on a rope. The more Jolin listened to my words, the colder her face became. No one in this world likes to be threatened by others, Jolin does, so do I. But at this point in time, my words were clearly a threat to her, but she had no good way to deal with it, and could only continue along the established route. It's just a fish death net, do you really think I'm afraid? Jolin sneered and said, if the amount Fong Shirliang's father gives is enough, I'd rather go in and squat for a few years. Statement, you are also almost 30 years old, how can you still not live to understand? You and I are just cattle and horses living at the bottom of society, not to mention that he can give more, just say that he said 7 figures of compensation, at least 1 million. Can you save up $1 million in 10 years? Not to mention 10 years, you won't be able to save $1 million even in 20 years. After saying that, Jolin dug a big scoop of ice cream into her mouth as if she was gambling, and continued, how many 10 or 20 years can there be in life? If I really have to choose, I'll just open my mouth wide and ask for enough compensation, and I'll admit to squatting for a few years. I have to say, what Jolin said is still reasonable. She and I are just ordinary office workers, even if I have a higher salary, in addition to living expenses every month, but also can balance a few $1,000s. Of course, I can now balance more, because I and Jolin, although not divorced, but has been separated, I do not have to bear the expenses of a family, but only my own personal expenses, the balance is naturally more. But even so, I couldn't save $100,000 a year. In 10 years' time, naturally, I wouldn't be able to save $1 million. However, this kind of reasoning of Jolin, I do not recognize. The reason is simple, the concept of money is different. My concept of money, always a gentleman's love of money to take the right way. The kind of money that Fong Chengyuan gave as compensation, I don't recognize it from the bottom of my heart, and I won't take it for any amount of money. In other words, although I recognize that there is no money is the sentence, but I also think that money is not everything, there are always some things as money cannot buy. Seeing that I didn't say anything, Jolin compelled me to say, statement, why don't the two of us just accept Fong Chengyuan's compensation together? Chapter 53 Compensation for Address. Although I already knew very well that Jolin and I had different concepts, I could never have imagined that she would say such a thing. Or rather, make such a suggestion. For a moment, I remained silent, instead scrutinizing Jolin carefully. I realized that she wasn't joking, but was very seriously making suggestions to the point of carrying compulsion. I'm a little bit, not much, among the few a little bit. One is that I have a bottom line, absolutely will not touch their own bottom line to do things. A gentleman loves money and takes it in his own way, this is my point of view, but also my bottom line. This compelling proposal of hers, I will never agree to it. Seeing that I had been silent, Jolin knew that I definitely would not accept this proposal of hers. After all, the two of us have been talking for several years now, to say that we don't understand each other is pure bull. Fong Chengyuan will look for you. I stood up and said, do whatever you want. As you said, the big deal is that the fish is dead, so what are you afraid of? You also don't have to feel that I came to you today to talk about this as a threat, and you don't have to talk in terms of spelling out going in and squatting for a few years to get this hefty compensation, just pretend that you haven't seen me today. After saying that, I turned around and walked towards the outside. After walking 2 steps, I stopped again and said, at that time, Fong Shirliang wanted to give me compensation. Do you know why I didn't pick up this conversation? Because this kind of thing would most likely put me at risk of extortion. Seeing me leave without looking back, Jolin immediately got up and caught up with me. I won't accept the matter of Fong Chengyuan giving compensation. Jolin said, things have come to this point, I definitely won't go back on my word. He called me and I even hung up directly. Whatever. I was already impatient at this point. Because a person like Jolin who only recognizes money is actually without a bottom line to speak of, and a person without a bottom line is actually a person without credit to speak of. As for Jolin's mom's side, Jolin loves to remind, and I'm not going to say another word. Even if Jolin's mom talks back, I'm not afraid of anything. There were actually 3 people present at the scene, me, Jolin and Fong Shirliang. When Jolin's mom arrived, everything had already been finalized. Jolin was beaten by Fong Shirliang, she also beat Fong Shirliang. This situation, in Jolin's mom's opinion, was that Fong Shirliang had used force on her daughter. That's why she desperately pounced on her at that time. The result was that Fong Shirliang had beaten even her. In other words, it was actually Jolin who was really useful in talking back. As for her mom, there wasn't really much use. Jolin saw me walking fast and suddenly pulled me back. There were a lot of people inside the mall, so I didn't want to make it too ugly, so I stopped my steps, looked at her with a gloomy face, and asked, "What are you pulling me for?" "I've already told you that I won't talk to Fong Changyuan about compensation," Jolin said with some dissatisfaction. "What are you doing walking so fast? You're not minding a bit too much," I said in a cold voice. "No matter what, if you came to me today, you are considered to have asked for something." A ghostly look appeared in Jolin's eyes as she looked at me and said, "Is this the attitude you use towards me? Have something to say, have a fart." I said bluntly. "Anymore, we're not divorced." Jolin stretched her neck and said, "No you're not, even if we're divorced, it's not like we're going to die of old age, right? That divorce agreement, but I have already signed it very quickly." I was going to sneer back at her for signing the divorce agreement, but it wasn't a painful signing, it was taken by Shinjisha. Of course, she came back to her senses afterwards and ran to the Civil Affairs Bureau to withdraw the divorce application. But as soon as I thought of sneering back and saying this, it would inevitably involve Shinjisha again, I simply shut up and didn't say anything. "Buy me a dress." Seeing that I didn't say anything, Jolin thought that my attitude had eased up and mentioned such a request. "Are you kidding?" I sneered with a disdainful look on my face. "Do you think I would still spend money on you?" Although Jolin and I hadn't given her any of our paychecks to keep since we talked about marriage, I was the one who covered the living expenses at home, and I didn't usually go shopping with her, didn't buy her clothes or anything. It's just that my consistent philosophy on consumption is to live within one's means, and never go to buy things that are beyond one's ability to consume. For example, if Jolin sees a piece of clothing that costs $1,000 or $2,000, I will buy it for her if I have a larger balance in my hand. On the contrary, if I have a large expenditure that month, I will refuse to buy it for her. Of course, as for luxury bags and the like, I absolutely cannot afford them. The lowest grade luxury bag costs $10,000, and I can only buy her a bag if I don't eat or drink for a month. Unless I'm crazy, I would not let go of my good days to consume luxury goods. Think of it as making it up to me. Jolin said with a stubborn look on her face. "I signed the divorce agreement so painfully, and now, Fong Changyuan is likely to come to me and give a huge amount of compensation, whether you admit it or not. If you find me to talk about this today, aren't you still trying to get me to not renege on my words and reject Fong Changyuan?" I have to say, what Jolin said later was the truth. I came to find her today for this purpose. In order to not continue to be pestered by her, in order to get out as soon as possible, I nodded and said, "Okay, you go pick, I'll pay." Hearing me agree, Jolin's face revealed an easy and heartfelt smile, tugging me right down the escalator, once again returning to the women's clothing mall. Jolin took me to one counter after another, from time to time picking up a piece of clothing and measuring it against herself, but also asked me if it looked good. Before this incident, Jolin and I went shopping, which was a norm. Although I paid for the clothes she bought, she would also compare them and ask me for my opinion, just like today. I do not dare to say that their own aesthetics have much higher, but I still have the confidence to say that their own aesthetics is better than the average person, so a little bit. Often I say good-looking clothes, Jolin put on the body after the effect is very good. The main reason is that I favor simplicity, not too much on the kind of long-winded design of the clothes. In addition, I am a person in terms of clothing, there is a cognizance of their own, that is, what kind of age should wear what kind of clothes, highlighting their age should have the appearance. For example, when you are 20 years old, it's okay to dress up flamboyantly, but when you are married and in your 30s, it's not appropriate to dress up flamboyantly. A 40-year-old who then wears clothes that only a 20-year-old girl would wear would be out of place. I just want Jolin to hurry to pick out the clothes. I give paid to hurry to get out. Every time she asked, I said good looking. Chapter 54. No end in sight. However, there was a big difference this time. It wasn't just the difference of me being perfunctory and no longer giving sincere advice like I used to. Jolin had also become different. In the past, I gave sincere advice, saying it looked good if it looked good, and saying it didn't look good if it didn't look good. Although Jolin would sometimes object to clothes I said didn't look good, she would often end up respecting my advice and giving up the clothes. Today, Jolin asked me if it looked good, and I said it looked good on every single item, while she was the one who put the clothes back in her hand after hearing me say it looked good, with no intention of buying it at all. This continued. She kept shopping, kept comparing, kept asking me if it looked good. She kept asking me if it looked good, and every time I replied that it looked good, she put it back. After repeating this for I don't know how many times, I got completely annoyed and pulled her back before she was about to enter another counter and asked, "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Are you buying it or not?" Of course I'm buying it. Jolin looked at me and said, "Do I do it on purpose, or are you being perfunctory? Let's just compare our patience." I couldn't help but have a black line on my face. Jolin turned around and walked into the counter, and I followed her in. Obviously, she is to find another perfunctory attitude, deliberately keep picking, keep comparing, keep asking, but just do not buy. I took a deep breath and adjusted my emotions. Even if I was annoyed with her now, I had always promised to buy her a dress. In order to get out of it as soon as possible, it couldn't be so perfunctory anymore. The clothes in this counter had a very obvious characteristic, that is, they were all relatively cool. To put it more bluntly, the clothes are the kind that show more flesh. Like what can be directly worn out of the small undershirt, hot pants, short skirts and so on, all of them are of this type. Jolin strolled all the way through, stood still in front of a wraparound skirt, picked up the skirt, compared it on her own body, and once again asked, "Does this look good?" "It looks good." I nodded and said seriously. This time, I didn't perfume her. Jolin's looks can hit 7 points, has exceeded the average woman's looks, her figure is also very good, although with me together these years slightly grew a little weight, but it is not obese, but in the case of the original on the thin side into a slightly chubby figure. In all fairness, the current Jolin can actually be described with the phrase pearl and jade. With her looks and figure like this, she would definitely look good in this wraparound skirt. On the contrary, if someone who was too thin wore a wraparound skirt, the effect was actually not very good. Because the wraparound dress is a close-fitting design, it is still quite demanding on the figure in essence. Like this kind of clothing on the body requirements of many, such as the cheongsam, is a thin some women wear to look good, Jolin this kind of rounded slightly chubby type, the effect of the upper body will be discounted, fat people directly cannot wear. Another example is now very popular horse skirt, the height requirements are very harsh, short people wear is not good, only tall women wear a good look. Jolin should have seen that I did not perfunctory, said, "I'll try." Not long after, Jolin came from the fitting room, and naturally changed into this wraparound skirt. She stood in front of the mirror and took a look, while then turned around and asked, "How's the effect?" "Very good." I answered again very seriously. This wraparound dress is beige, below the neck to the chest position is to leave white design, can show the neckline, but also show a little bit of ditch, increase the sense of elegance with some seductive feeling. Sleeves are long sleeve design, although compared to the sleeveless design missing sexy eye-catching, but more than a trace of stability and maturity of the feeling of the skirt, needless to say, naturally slim hip cut, fit the body curves, highlighting the body shape, hemline with pleated design, adding a sense of hierarchy and three-dimensional sense, enriching the visual effect. Overall, the style of this dress is simple and fashionable, both sexy and elegant, daily out shopping to wear what belongs to the normal wear, not the kind of upper body is too eye-catching, attracting people to think about the type of wraparound skirt. Of course, the role of attracting people's imagination is still there, just compared to similar products to reduce the factors in this area. "Then this one?" Jolin tilted her head to look at me and asked. "Just this one." I signaled the clerk to write the check. "Then I'll wrap up my old clothes and just wear this one, I'm too lazy to change again," Jolin said with a smile. As I said before, today was the weekend, and there were a lot of people inside the mall, especially in the women's clothing mall, almost every store was overcrowded. As a result, when Jolin and I came in, the clerks were actually a bit busy, and there were no clerks coming over to greet us. At this moment, seeing that Jolin quickly picked out a dress, and I was also very quick to write a check to settle the bill, the clerk who gave the check began to source a steady stream of rainbow farts for Jolin. The reason was simple, she wanted Jolin to buy a few more pieces. After all, no one would want to do business with customers who spent money painfully. "Alright, you don't need to boast anymore, just buy this one." I interrupted the clerk and said, "I can't afford more, this one dress is almost 2,000, my wallet can't take it." Hearing my words, the clerk was amused, but he didn't pat Jolin's rainbow fart anymore. Soon, I settled the bill for Jolin's dress. In fact, I was quite puzzled in my heart, why are women's clothes so expensive? It's not that it's expensive in the mall counters, but women's clothes are generally much more expensive than men's clothes. The key problem is that these women's clothing is not what is known as a big brand, on the domestic, casually take an English brand name, on the damn sell thousands, really cannot understand. Men's clothing if so engaged in, casually take an English brand name, there is nothing to recognize the case on the sale of several thousand, minutes to go out of business. Moreover, the style of women's clothing is strange, simply dazzling, cannot pick over. There is even more outrageous is the design, exactly the same two pieces of clothing, one with flower jewelry, one without flower jewelry, is completely different from the two styles, but women are also recognized, on the ing cannot. I can't understand it. In my perception of the different styles, not to say completely different, at least the similarity cannot be more than 30%. This similarity can reach 99%, completely as a style. Let's go, you buy me clothes, I'll treat you to dinner. Jolin naturally took my arm after I settled the bill. It's only afternoon, what kind of meal? I said in a bad mood, let go, I'm going back. Eat the evening meal, in a while it will be time for the evening meal. Jolin tugged hard on me, slightly looking up at me, glaring at me and said, You're not finished, are you? I frowned and said in a warning-like manner. Chapter 55, Nanjiale. Jolin looked at me with a stubborn face, without the slightest intention of letting go, but in a softened tone, she said to me, Consider this the last supper. After a pause, she added, Good riddance, let's have a farewell dinner. Many people inside the mall cast curious and surprised gazes at the two of us. I hurriedly said, Let go, so many people watching it. Now this kind of information is extremely developed self-media era, good or bad. The good thing is that originally can be covered things, basically cannot be covered. But whenever someone sends a video of being treated unfairly, as well as other social issues, it is extremely easy to explode all over the net, to the point where everyone knows about it. The bad thing about it is that it's overly entertaining. Many people encounter something on the road, and while having fun, they take a picture of it, post it, and it catches fire. But it has caused great distress to the people involved. Even, some people have encountered human flesh and net violence. I'm just an ordinary person, I just want to live an ordinary, uneventful life, but I don't want to be the protagonist in a popular video. Promise me. Jolin did not use this to threaten me, but continued to plead in a soft tone, tugging on my arm's hand, using less force. Okay, it's not that bad for a breakup dinner. Although I was not too reluctant, I still agreed. The main reason was that I saw that there were already curious people taking out their cell phones, looking like they wanted to take pictures or videos or something. After I said this, I pulled Jolin and left quickly. At this time it was only a little more than 4 in the afternoon, not even 5 yet, it was still early to eat the evening meal. But I don't want to continue to stay with Jolin in the mall, also no matter if she is willing or not, directly took her to the underground parking lot and got into my car. What's to eat? I asked after getting into my car. Barbecue, your favorite. Jolin spoke, opened her own cell phone map software, entered an address, and then placed her phone on my car mount. You follow the navigation. I didn't say anything else and drove forward following the navigation route set by Jolin. Jolin was right, my favorite was barbecue. Besides barbecue is noodles. If I'm just eating alone, I 100% prefer noodle restaurants. And if I'm having a dinner date with my friends or something, my first choice is inevitably barbecue. It's not that I love to eat other things, but in comparison, I prefer barbecue. Another reason why I prefer barbecue is that I usually stir fry and cook at home, but any stir fry that I find delicious, I can basically reproduce it at home after eating it so many times. Barbecue in fact can be reproduced out, but at home to eat barbecue always do not have that kind of feeling. In addition is the barbecue fumes. My previous house did not have a balcony. In the home to eat barbecue will make the home all the barbecue fumes. The house I switched to has a balcony, and there is a reason why I can have a barbecue at home. I drove forward for more than half an hour, and the navigation showed that there were still 20 kilometers to go, so it would probably take another half an hour or so. Where are you going for a barbecue? I couldn't help but frown and said, Why is it so far? I've been there once before for a company reunion. Jolin replied, The location is a bit off, in the suburbs, it's a farmhouse, but the environment there is very good. When I drove to this farmhouse, I realized that what Jolin said was really true. This farmhouse was built next to the reservoir. Precisely should say, this farmhouse is remodeled, originally as the neighboring villagers chartered land, planted apple trees, that is, an orchard. With the development of these years, as well as fishing enthusiasts often come to this reservoir to fish, the main family of this apple orchard is quite business-minded. It will be their own family apple orchard into a farmhouse. This kind of transformation does not cost much money, is to remove some apple trees. With the kind of roadside walkway brick curved paved road, it will naturally form a small path to the feeling of seclusion. And in the curved roadside, is every distance, pick a suitable location to build the gazebo, but also the guests' eat place. However, even if these pavilions are equipped with air conditioning, look at this situation, this farmhouse should be seasonal business, spring, summer and fall business, winter should be almost no business. Once in the courtyard door of the farmhouse is the lobby of the hotel. Jolin went in and told the boss to eat barbecue, also told the boss to be relatively secluded location. Boss let Jolin to 28 pavilion. Jolin took me along the trail brick paved path towards the orchard inside, has been walking to the end of the fast, only to find the 28 gazebo. The location of the 28th pavilion, near the end, is actually close to the reservoir. Only, the apple trees were all very short, and at the end of the apple trees there was a much taller grove of poplars, which were sparse but green. I stood in the gazebo and looked over toward the reservoir, noticing that there were still quite a few people fishing. "Is there a charge for fishing here?" I asked casually. In the past few years, because of ecological issues and the fact that this reservoir has become a backup tap water source, the reservoir is no longer allowed to raise fish, so fishing is free. Jolin replied, "However, to come here purely to fish, the boss is asking for money, but not much is charged, and if you eat here, then the fishing is free." It had to be said that this boss was quite good at doing business. Even if he didn't eat here and charged for coming here purely to fish, it was estimated that the fishing guys would love to come here. Because there was only shade on this side around. "What? You want to come here to fish? Can you?" Jolin asked. "Will." I casually replied, "When I was a kid, there were 2 fish ponds in the village, and my little friends and I used to go to the fish ponds to secretly fish, and we were always chased by the grandpa who raised the fish." Thinking of stealing fishing in the 2 fish ponds contracted by that grandfather in the village after hours, and being chased all over the village by him, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. Later, the grandfather sold the fish in the ponds, did not continue to raise fish. Fish ponds are no longer contracted, but also slowly become the village people throw garbage place. Then later, the new rural transformation, 2 fish ponds were filled in, completely disappeared from the village. "Didn't hear you say that." Jolin's voice sounded behind me. I shook my head slightly and said nothing more. "Now let me with these fishing guys like fishing, I may really will not, although the child later also used to buy a fishing rod, they will also tie the hook, adjust the float, but like now fishing guys so professional, fishing what fish with what bait nest, also use specialized bait fishing, I really do not know anything about it." Chapter 56, Regret. When I thought of this, I couldn't help but ask myself if I'd been too bored all these years. Originally, I even played games, but with my work getting busier and busier in the past few years, coupled with the fact that I got married, games were only played occasionally. How about picking up fishing as a hobby? I already have a basic knowledge of fishing, I just need to learn some professional fishing knowledge from someone, and I'm sure I'll be able to swing a rod freely. Moreover, I also have the right person to follow and learn from. Back then, we fished together in the village fish pond in the same village of a small friend. I have to call him brother, he is now fishing man, every weekend to go fishing. When he was not very good, the family arranged to go to the army, and then stayed in the army, came back to the work assigned, in our village where the district tourism office work quite free. He married earlier than me, the children are 2, did not delay. People fishing hobby has been maintained. I have to say, this guy's marriage, or worthy of my envy. Thinking about what? Jolin did not hear me speak, asked at this time. I shook my head and casually said, "Nothing." The waiter sent a kettle of hot water and cutlery at this time. Jolin had already scanned the code and ordered, unwrapped the cutlery and scalded it with hot water, and brewed a pot of tea and poured 2 cups. Sunset, golden sunlight irradiation, the scenery around the farmhouse really makes people feel very beautiful. Unfortunately, although the setting sun is the end of the day, will soon be dark. Just like Li Shangyin's poem Ascend to Lu Yuyuan, the setting sun is infinitely good, but it's only near dusk. It is also like my marriage with Jolin, which has come to an end. The only difference is that after the sun sets it's dark, whereas I feel that after the end of my marriage with Jolin, it's a relief for me. I turned around and sat down at the low table, picking up the tea Jolin had poured and taking a sip. Just then, the waiter sent up a small stainless steel barbecue and said, "The charcoal hasn't been ignited yet, I'll come over and add more charcoal for you guys in a moment when it's ignited." This is also the reason why I like to eat barbecue, and eat barbecue will also pick the place. I eat barbecue always pick this kind of small barbecue grill can be on the store to give skewers to 8 mature, or directly on the raw meat skewers do not matter, because I will grill. What I like is the feeling of sitting at the grill and eating while grilling. Of course, the kebabs are always hot while grilling. I won't go to the kind of barbecue restaurant that can't get on the stove, even if I can serve the kebabs to warm them up. I think the so-called fireworks on Earth is largely like that. Probably waited for more than 20 minutes, the sun set completely west, the light became a little dim, the waiter sent up the charcoal lit. The charcoal came up, and the half-cooked meat skewers that were grilled in the store were also quickly sent up, along with the white wine and beer that Jolin had ordered were also sent up. "I drove here, I don't drink," I said as I picked up the meat skewers and laid them on the stove. "There's a valet here," Jolin said as she opened the white wine and poured me a glass and opened a bottle of beer herself. Although Jolin and I had come to this point, As long as she didn't mention some topics that turned me off and didn't make in front of me, I could actually face her with a very calm attitude. It's just that there were fewer topics of conversation between Jolin and I, or one could also say that there were none. The lamb kebabs were half cooked and quickly grilled. I took half and gave it to Jolin. Jolin took it in silence, eating the lamb kebabs, but she was a bit lost in thought, and didn't know what she was thinking about. After a while, she came back to her senses and picked up her beer, signaling that she wanted to clink glasses with me. Since there is a chauffeur, drink a little can not hurt. I picked up the glass and clinked it with her, took a sip of white wine, and after that it was lamb kebabs imported. It's true that food affects one's mood. Drinking a small wine and eating my favorite lamb kebabs, I was in a much better mood at this time. Statement: I actually regret it. Jolin said calmly. Too late. I also replied very calmly, some things happen as they happen, irreversible is irreversible, so don't think anything more about it. My intention of saying these words was to directly block Jolin's mouth, not allowing her to continue this topic, so that she wouldn't say that she wanted me to give her another chance or something like that next. It was absolutely impossible for me to give her a chance. Cheating on her husband within marriage was something absolutely unforgivable in my opinion. I know. Jolin poured herself a beer, raised her glass again and clinked it with me, and said, I'm already well aware of your attitude, and the idea of divorce is very firm. Aha! I nodded without hesitation and gave her an affirmative answer. But even if we are divorced, is it necessary for you to see me as if you were seeing an enemy? Jolin said with slight dissatisfaction, I was wrong and regretted it. I don't ask for your forgiveness, and I don't ask for you to give me another chance to salvage our marriage, but it's been a few years since we talked about marriage and came to this day. Can't we just get along as friends? I didn't say no either. I took a sip of white wine while eating the meat skewers. I said, but you also said just now, we've been going for a few years since we talked about marriage. It's also been a few years since we've been going. What kind of state is it for me to get along with my friends? Aren't you clear about that? Hearing my words, Jolin couldn't help but frown. I don't have many friends. My mode of getting along with my friends is that a gentleman's friendship is as light as water. I continued, in normal times, what contact have you seen me have with my friends? We are something time will contact, usually nothing will not be every now and then get together to eat and drink some blow some awesome. After all, each has a family, who can think differently, nothing when, will not disturb their lives. I listened to this. Jolin's face showed a depressed look. Seeing this scene, I took the initiative to pick up the wine glass, and Jolin touched it, said, so, after the two of us divorced, when friends get along, also nothing not to contact, you really have something can contact me, and I didn't say that I won't let you contact. But, like today's situation, nothing to ask me to go to the mall or something, that is absolutely impossible. Alright, with you saying this it's okay. Jolin clinked her glass with me, drained the beer in her glass in one gulp, and said, you say, aren't people cheap? They don't cherish it when they have it, but when they want to lose it, they find it precious and regret it? Jolin, this is obviously talking about herself, but directly say that she is cheap, she cannot say, so she turned a corner, more euphemistic so to say. However, in terms of my understanding of her, even if she said this so euphemistically, it was enough to prove that she really regretted it. Chapter 57: Breaking Defense. Although I knew full well that Jolin was extremely regretful at this point, I still couldn't take her words. If I took her words and gave her a positive answer, it would mean that I was calling her cheap. On the other hand, that's not saying she's cheap, it means she still has a chance to redeem herself. If not for the fact that both of us are calmly eating and talking, like in the afternoon at the mall, that kind of state, I now 100% will pick up the words, give her an affirmative answer, let her know that cheating on her husband is cheap. At this time, Jolin and I are very calm. I do not want to destroy this calm and cause my mood to deteriorate. That will affect my appetite for my favorite barbecue food. However, I didn't respond to nothing. At that moment, I looked at her with a smile, letting her know that I understand the meaning of her words, but also letting her know my attitude, that is, cheating on your wife within marriage is lowly in my opinion. Jolin's words were said in a roundabout way, and I responded to her with a smiling indication. Even if she read the meaning of my expression and was angry in her heart, there was no way to attack. As expected, Jolin read the meaning of my expression, her face flashed a trace of dissatisfaction, gambling like a sip of a glass of beer. When I saw this scene, I couldn't help but secretly laugh in my heart, and at the same time felt somewhat relieved. From Jolin's behavior at this time, it was not difficult to see that she did not think that cheating within marriage was an unforgivable mistake. I clearly remembered that on the day of the showdown, the words that Jolin said, she just made the mistake that every woman makes. She was quite righteous when she said that at the time. That was Jolin's 3 views. Unfortunately, she thought that cheating in marriage wasn't a big mistake, and that was just what she thought. The celebrity, Godfather Wong, has famously said, "Don't want you to think, I want me to think." It used to be laughed at. Now it seems to be a true saying. Especially in the case of Jolynn's marital infidelity, it doesn't matter what she thinks, what matters is what I think. Besides, if you don't think it's a big mistake, why do you regret it now? I am not too one to put words too hard. In fact, to my understanding of Jolynn, she should regret in her heart at this time the intestines are green. How have you been? Jolynn poured beer into her own glass and once again took the initiative to clink glasses with me, digressing from the topic. I clinked glasses with Jolynn and drank a mouthful of white wine, saying, "Pretty good." "What do you mean pretty good?" Jolynn was obviously not satisfied with this answer of mine. "Be more specific." "To be more specific is that I don't have to cover my family expenses anymore, only my own living expenses." I said nonchalantly, "I can eat better if I want to, and when I'm lazy and don't want to move, I'll just deal with a bite, and I no longer have to calculate the mortgage payments, but also have to bear the cost of living, and I'm living in such a tight situation. I can now easily afford to go to sing karaoke, foot washing, potluck, and do not have to be like before. Colleagues ask me to sing, foot washing, potluck, but also have to look at the monthly expenses have no balance. On weekends, I can sleep in until whatever time I want to sleep in, and play games until whatever time I want to play." Jolynn heard here cannot listen to it, said, "Stop it." Obviously, she broke her defense again. After all, what I said was all the changes that came after I talked to her, and it got even worse after we got married. Like the cost of living, it goes without saying that I've always been the one to bear the burden, and I haven't seen a single bit of her salary spent on household expenses, except for the occasional grocery shopping. As for singing, foot washing, dinners, before I talk to Jolynn, I often go, from talking to her after the number of times to reduce, directly after the marriage of these recreational activities no longer. Then again, at this point, I have to thank her. Singing and foot washing have become less appealing to me as I've gotten older. Even if I don't talk to her, don't marry her, I guess I will get bored sooner or later. It is just that, after talking to her and getting married, this day came earlier. To put it bluntly, it's still a change in the human mind that leads to a different feeling of happiness and a different definition of happiness. Recreational activities such as singing and foot washing are only shallow forms of entertainment. After a certain age, this kind of shallow happiness will be tired, no longer feel happy, and thus will pursue another kind of happy feeling, the spiritual level of pleasure, that is the real happiness. This has nothing to do with being rich or poor. Of course, poor people and rich people, living conditions are different. For poor people, difficult to solve things; to rich people, may be a small problem. But that is just the reality of living conditions are different, but it does not mean that the poor cannot pursue the spiritual dimension of pleasure and happiness. It's just that poor people are mostly trying to change their living conditions, struggling hard, and won't think about things like spiritual entertainment. This is also an indisputable fact. But things still have to be looked at from both sides. A poor person, trying to struggle to improve their living conditions, how is it not in the realization of self-goal? After achieving the goal, the pleasure felt, is their own hands through the struggle and success of the joy. Why not a spiritual level of pleasure and happiness? In particular, if a poor person, through hard work, makes a better life for his wife and children, the sense of satisfaction in his heart is unparalleled. As for the game, I have already said, Jolynn is very averse to me playing games. I play games after marriage very few times, very few. The reason why Jolynn will break the defense is actually quite simple. It's that what I've said will actually map onto her. Although she and I are not yet divorced, but have been separated, my previous expenses, those no longer have recreational activities, down to its fundamental reason, is with her. She, on the other hand, never contributed to the family for both of us. Never worked with me for this family. She's still like she was back in her single days, and the only extra expense she has is the occasional grocery shopping trip home. Yet, she acquires more. Because as I've already mentioned earlier, that is, when I bought her clothes at the mall in the afternoon, I brought it up, and we've done a lot of shopping since we've been married, and I've been the one to check out every single time. The occasional grocery shopping, a month down the line, no, a few months down the line, wasn't enough to pay for one of her dresses. Speaking of which, I thought about it carefully. When I talked to Jolynn, she also occasionally returned the favor and bought me some not-so-valuable gifts. Since we got married, Jolynn has never bought me anything, not even a penny. Chapter 58: Kneeling by Coincidence. As I thought of this, I couldn't help thinking of a deeper question. What does marriage, in the end, bring to a man? I know for sure that not everyone's marriage is like my situation. However, I am very sure of one thing, that is, the vast majority of men's marriages should be like my situation. Because I'm an ordinary man living an ordinary life. Other ordinary men, surely, are not much different from me. Thinking about something? Seeing that I was a little lost in thought, Jolin couldn't help but ask out loud. Nothing. I came back to my senses and casually replied. This issue I was thinking about, definitely can't chat with Jolin. Once chatting about this issue, 100% will make her break her defense. Even, it can't be ruled out that she will be in a hurry and doggedly jump over the wall. What's going on between you and Fong Shirlion's wife? Jolin saw that the white wine in my glass was gone, picked up the bottle to pour me wine at the same time asked this question. Nothing's going on. I said indifferently, I'm a victim, she's also a victim, and after things came out that day, she came to the house to find you to understand the situation. It's just that I was at home at the time, and that's how she and I got to know each other. The matter between Shin Jixia and I naturally couldn't be told to Jolin. But you guys seem to be in contact afterward, otherwise, why would I have seen you eating noodles together at the noodle shop that day? Jolin frowned and said. What's wrong with eating noodles together? I said with a disdainful face, is it hard to believe that she and I can still fool around in a noodle shop? Obviously, my words carried anger. Seeing that I was a bit angry, Jolin said, seeing you eat her leftover noodles that day, I felt very uncomfortable. In the past, you used to eat my leftovers. I was afraid of wasting food then. I said lightly, do you really think I like eating leftovers? Besides, our tastes are different, your leftovers are not to my taste, I just barely eat them. I don't know if it's because I'm a man, but I rarely eat snacks, and maybe it's because Jolin is a woman, she likes snacks more. She likes sweets, and I don't like sweets. Therefore, although I used to eat Jolin's leftovers, I was really just afraid of wasting food, and her leftovers were not to my taste. You sold that house at home? Jolin asked again. Yes, replaced the set. I immediately said, as for where I moved to, you don't have to ask and I won't answer. In fact, the last time Jolin appeared at the noodle shop, I had a vague feeling that she might have gone to that set. As long as she went, she would definitely find out that I had sold the house. Hearing my words, Jolin fell silent. Obviously, she definitely wanted to ask me where I had moved to, but she was just blocked from asking by my words. As far as the situation between Jolin and I was concerned at this point, there wasn't really much to talk about anymore. The reason is that she now regrets, but my attitude is exceptionally resolute, no matter how to talk, cannot talk about this point up. Unless Jolin gives up the idea of regret and wants to redeem herself, and completely wants to open up. Or I cannot think, and agreed to her salvage. After that, we had a chat, and there was nothing substantial. About an hour or so later, I was full and asked, are you full? Let's go when we're full. Go outside and take a stroll to kill some food. Jolin said, I'll ask the boss to find a chauffeur, this place is relatively remote, using the software to call a chauffeur won't be able to get through for a while, the boss is from a nearby village, he'll be able to find a chauffeur. Hearing this from Jolin, I nodded and said, okay. After saying this, I stood up and walked out of the gazebo with Jolin. At this time, quite a few gazebos in this Nanjiale were lit up, obviously business was still good. I did not follow Jolin to the boss side, since she invited to dinner, then I certainly will not go to the checkout, let her go to the checkout at the same time, let the boss to help find a chauffeur on the line. I stood still and waited for Jolin, she didn't take long to come back. Going over there to take a look? Jolin pointed to the fishing area by the reservoir, there were still a few fishing guys fishing at night. I also thought about whether or not to pick up the hobby of fishing, naturally there is no opinion, at that moment in Jolin along the trail brick paved road toward that side. Only, this apple orchard transformed farmhouse, the trail brick paved path, only to the poplar forest side, want to go to the reservoir side, but also have to cross the poplar forest. The poplar forest is dark, and there is no walkway brick paved path, coupled with the rain a few days ago, poplar trees are lush, the sun does not shine on the ground of the poplar forest, the ground is still a little soft, Jolin wearing high-heeled shoes, walking is really a deep foot, a shallow foot. Wait for me. Jolin saw me walking in front of her several meters away, couldn't help but be a little anxious, also a little afraid to say. I stopped walking and said a little impatiently, why don't you go back and skate around the apple orchard by yourself, I'm going to check out the fishing, and when the chauffeur comes you call me. I'm not. Jolin said stubbornly, while continuing to walk towards me. Ouch. Just when she was still 2 steps away from me, Jolin let out a shriek and her person flopped down towards me. Obviously, because of the soft ground, she couldn't walk steadily in her high heels, and this was going to be a fall. No matter what, I've talked to her and married her, watching her fall, I can't do it. At that moment, I took a step towards her, and at the same time reached out to pull her. But I was a step too late, and although I pulled her back, I couldn't stop her fall completely. Plop! Jolyn didn't fall and knelt in front of me. I just grabbed her arm and couldn't make her fall. I don't know if it was because she was in pain from kneeling down, but I heard her crying. I pulled her hard, trying to pull her up. But to my surprise, Jolyn jerked her hand hard, not allowing me to yank her up. Statement: I really know I'm wrong, and I'm truly sorry, give me a chance? Jolyn knelt in front of me, crying. What happened is what happened. I still had the same attitude and the same words. But before I could finish mine, I was too shocked to say anything else. Jolyn reached down and unzipped my pants. What are you doing? I was instantly shocked. Jolyn didn't say anything, but probed her hand towards the inside. Nima. I couldn't help but explode. In the next second, I couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air with a hiss. This ing makes me think of the scene in The Man in the Jungle in the morning koan to eliminate the fire. No, I'm ing gone at the moment. Chapter 59: Determination to Redeem. Next to the curved paths paved with walking tiles in this apple orchard transformed farmhouse, there was a street light at some distance apart. These street lamps were not the kind of very bright street lamps used on the road, but small warm yellow lamps, together with the lights in each gazebo, enough lighting for the entire farmhouse, and also a sense of atmosphere. It's just that this poplar forest I'm in at the moment, there are no streetlights. However, it wasn't completely dark and out of reach, but it was faintly visible. Because of this, I was able to see Jolyn when I looked down. Although it was blurry, it wasn't completely invisible. Although my self-control is still quite good, like the few times I spent time with Shinjisha, I ended up stopping under self-control because reason prevailed. But this time was completely different. I drank 3 cups of white wine, about 7 or 8 tails of white wine, and I was already intoxicated. This, coupled with the direct stimulation, caused me to completely lose my sanity. Moreover, I couldn't help but look down at Jolyn, who was wearing the same wraparound skirt she bought in the afternoon, kneeling in front of me, when it was really a great visual impact. The visual impact plus the stimulation of the senses made me lose control. Not long ago, I hit a cold shiver, a little unsteady after drinking, subconsciously reached out to hold a poplar tree beside me. And Jolyn also stood up at this time, wiping the corner of her mouth. Although this poplar forest is blurry, but Jolyn stood up, almost face to face with me, I was still able to see, in her eyes, that extremely complacent look. Even the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, clearly a smug smile. Both the eyes and the smile were filled with complacency, meaning that she was truly extremely pleased at this moment. I couldn't help but burst out. What? Cursing with pleasure? Jolyn immediately asked. At this time, I was also not in the mood to go to the reservoir to watch the fishing, and took a step towards walking back. Without saying a word, Jolyn followed me towards the outside of the poplar forest. Only, just like when she came in, she was still walking with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. To be fair, what just happened shocked me. Because from the time I talked to Jolyn, to the time we got married, and after the marriage until now, she had never done this. I'm not some raw egg, and also married, naturally I would make this kind of request, but Jolyn has always answered me with one sentence: will not and do not want to. Although I will feel less fun and enjoyment, but she is not willing, I naturally will not force her. But the situation just now has already explained everything, or she will not. Not only will it, but the technique is quite skillful. I'm also a normal man, it's been a long time since I've had one, so naturally I can't hold out for long. Why don't you say anything? Jolyn reluctantly followed me, and seeing that I kept moving forward in silence, she couldn't help but say. As long as I open my mouth, you're bound to be embarrassed. I said in a cold voice. I have thick skin, I won't be embarrassed. Jolyn replied without hesitation. Where did you learn this skill? I sneered, did you learn to be so skillful in practical exercises on Feng Shiliang? You. Jolyn did not have the good sense to say, although I did wrong, but I just figure his money, I did not do this to him. As if realizing that her lack of good temper confirmed my words of embarrassing her, Jolyn turned to smile and said, what's there to learn? As long as you want to, you don't have to learn, okay? I couldn't help but stop my steps and turn to look at Jolyn. At this moment, I only felt that she was unfamiliar, so unfamiliar that I was someone I didn't recognize at all, not the Jolyn I knew at all. What are you looking at me like that for? Jolyn saw my complicated gaze and asked in surprise. I now feel that you are very strange, so strange that I don't understand you at all anymore. I said in a deep voice, I used to think that I understand you, although catching you cheating on me, I have in my heart lowered my understanding of you by not a small amount, but today it seems that I really don't know you well enough at all. I'm still me, what's strange or not? Jolin said with a smile, it's just that I had the wrong idea before, and always felt that being with you was making do. Now, after this matter, I know I was wrong, you are the person who can be entrusted with your life. Hearing Jolin's words, I immediately interrupted her with a wave of my hand, signaling her not to continue speaking at the same time. I also turned around and walked out of the poplar forest. If I let her speak further, it would be the same thing again to redeem herself. By now, Jolin's purpose was already very clear. She had already regretted it to the core. She wanted to undo it. Moreover, she had taken action, and was using every possible way to redeem herself. The obsession alone was in line with what little I knew of her anymore. Why do you feel strange to me? Jolin asked as she followed out of the poplar forest and reached out to pull me back. I don't want to talk about it, I said, shaking my head. I didn't like to lie, and there were some questions that I preferred not to answer. For example, this question that Jolin was asking now, I didn't want to lie and didn't want to answer it, because I myself felt awkward. Saying Jolin was strange was one level, the awkwardness in my own heart was another level, the two levels intertwined together, making it impossible for me to say anything. To say to Jolin strange, that is from I talked to her, to our marriage, has been married to now, she showed the appearance, all give me a kind of although not very traditional, but also was inclined to the traditional woman. But now, completely overturned my understanding of her, or should I say my perception of her. I can even imagine that she knows far more tricks than that. It gave me a vague feeling that she had no sense of propriety or honor. Of course, I myself am well aware that the so-called propriety, righteousness, integrity and shame are tied to tradition. It was because she gave me the feeling of being a woman on the side of tradition, and at this point, having subverted this perception I had of her, everything seemed to have become absurdly unruly. Just don't say it. Jolin seemed to have thought of something, pouted her lips and said this, not continuing the topic. The substitute driver is almost here, right? I also digressed and asked. Almost there. Jolin took off one of her high heels and went to shake the mud off her shoes, while her other hand was grabbing my arm to support me. How did it feel just now? Jolin flirted with me and came up with this sentence. Seeing that I frowned and didn't say anything, Jolin said with dissatisfaction, the two of us aren't divorced yet, this is normal, okay? Why are you pulling a face? It's not okay for me to be nice to you? We're getting a divorce. I took a deep breath and said, Jolin, no matter what you do, I won't change my attitude that I want a divorce. Chapter 60, I'm his mom. The fact that I was so adamant about the divorce, without any change of mind, or should I say without any sign of letting up, caused a glum look to flash across Jolin's face. Obviously, she was a bit disappointed. However, this gloomy look of disappointment was only a flash. Jolin put on this high-heeled shoe, took off the other one to fling mud, and said, as you wish. Although Jolin said this, I could tell that she still wouldn't die. Waiting for Jolin with high heels on the mud off, I immediately followed the trail brick paved path toward the outside. Jolin followed me and said, after we leave, what are your plans? Find another one? No such plans for now. I replied, I haven't thought about it that much, and I don't know if I'll find another one in the future. Your parents are waiting to hold their grandchildren. Jolin laughed a little and said. What she said was the truth. In fact, after Jolin and I got married, my parents urged us to have a child. It's just that I was burdened with the mortgage, as well as household expenses, and the financial pressure was a bit high, so I didn't consider it for the time being. In addition, Jolin was not very motivated to have children, which is also one of the reasons why we did not have children after marriage. People of my parents' age, who live in the countryside below, do not push their children to have children after they get married. But times are different now, and young people think differently, and the fertility rate, which is decreasing year by year, is already enough to explain the problem. I've already told them about our divorce. I said lightly, they won't rush it anymore. Wait for me, I'm going to the bathroom. Jolin heard my reply, and after saying this, she went down the fork in the path to the bathroom. I stood still and waited for a while before Jolin came out of the bathroom and went with me to the entrance of the farmhouse. The chauffeur that the owner had found was already here, but it had just arrived a few minutes ago. From here back to the city is not close. I let the chauffeur first send Jolin home, and then send me back. The chauffeur is the owner of the farmhouse to find, not the platform of the order, can only ask him how much money, and then sweep the code to him. Dozens of kilometers away, the chauffeur brother wanted a lot cheaper than the platform, only asked me for $150. If you order a chauffeur at the platform, it will cost about $200. I took the elevator to the upper floor. As soon as the elevator opened, I heard the sound of a small quarrel. The sound came from Shinjisha's door. I couldn't help but probe and look over, only to see Shinjisha standing at the door. In front of her stood a middle-aged couple, while Fong Shuliang's parents stood at the very outside. Both sides stood face to face. The sound of the quarrel was precisely from Fong Shuliang's mom and that middle-aged woman. Shinjisha told me before that she had already informed her parents so that Fong Shuliang's mom and dad wouldn't block the door and affect her ability to go to the office tomorrow morning. This middle-aged couple seemed to be Shinjisha's mom and dad. I looked at Shinjisha with inquiring eyes. Shinjisha silently nodded her head at me, signaling that I was right in my thoughts. I couldn't help but look at Shinjisha, her mom and dad. Both of them were dressed in a minimalist style, but both of them had a very good temperament. Shinjisha's natural nobility should have originated from her family's cultivation. "Don't think we're easy to bully," Shinjisha's mom said with a cold face. "If you guys don't leave, we'll call the police." "Whatever," Fong Shuliang's mom said immediately. At the same time, she also saw me coming back and immediately said, "And don't think that I'm throwing dirty water on your daughter. Look for yourself, the person is back, it's him." Her words were undoubtedly about me. How is there still something about me? A look of surprise appeared on my face. The moment Fong Shuliang's mom said this, everyone's eyes looked at me. "Young man, come here." Shinjisha's mom looked at me and said, "I'll ask you a few questions." "Ask what?" I spoke and took a few steps forward, but I didn't walk in front of them, but kept a distance from them. "Do you know my daughter?" Shinjisha's mom immediately asked. "Recognize." I yanked out a cigarette and lit it, took a ghostly drag, and said, "She's Fong Shuliang's wife. I'm called Statement, Jolin's husband." Look, he admitted it. When Fong Shuliang's mom heard my words, she said with a sneer, "You're so weird at your age." I drank a lot of white wine tonight, plus I was already a bit upset after being ate up by Jolin, so I cursed right away. "Is it weird that I know Shinjisha? Your son didn't rape my wife?" "How to listen to your voice," I admitted to what unseemly things. Although I had a cold attitude towards Fong Shuliang's parents before, I hadn't been this bad. They didn't seem to expect me to explode in foul language, and at that moment, they looked at me with some surprise. Shinjisha's mom laughed a little and said, "That's really what happened." "What? He said that he knows my daughter and admitted to something unseemly?" After saying that, Shinjisha's mom looked at me and asked, "Young man, your name is Statement, right?" "Right." I nodded and said, "Statement, how did you and my daughter meet?" Shinjisha's mom asked after her. "How else could we know each other?" I laughed and said, "Fong Shuliang was arrested. Shinjisha was notified as a family member. After she went to the precinct to understand the situation, she found her way to my house, wanting to ask Jolin exactly what was going on. At that time, Jolin and her mom hadn't yet come back from the precinct, and I was at my house, so she declared herself and waited for Jolin to come back to my house, and that's how they met." "Then how is it such a coincidence that the house you bought is right next door to her house?" Fong Shuliang's mom was dead set on this point. "I got the real estate agency to buy this house." I immediately found out the phone number of that agent's staff and said, "When I bought this house, I had no idea who was next door. It's a coincidence. Here, I'll give you my cell phone number, ask yourself." With those words, I reported the agent's cell phone number. Fong Shuliang's parents naturally wouldn't call this number. But Shinjisha's mom took out her cell phone after hearing my words and dialed the intermediary's number. The phone is quickly connected. Shinjisha mom, also no nonsense, immediately straight to the point, asked the agent brother, a cold statement to find him to buy a house thing. "Oh, this is customer privacy," the intermediary little brother said. Unexpectedly, this agent little brother is quite ethical. "I'm his mom." Shinjisha's mom opened her mouth. "Ah? You're Chen's mom." The agent boy hurriedly changed his words and said, "Auntie, what's wrong? Are you not satisfied with the house Chen bought?" Chapter 61, Words from the Heart. When I heard Shinjisha's mom's words, I couldn't help but be speechless on the spot. Even though it was to get corroboration from the agency little brother, but to say that it was my mom with her mouth open, this was too outrageous. Shinjisha quietly gave me a wink with an apology. However, it must be said that after Shinjisha's mom said this, the agent little brother immediately changed his words, and the effect was still quite good. "I don't have a problem with the house he bought." Shin Jisha's mom first said a sentence that made the aged little brother put down his heart, and then said, however, I want to know what's going on with him buying this square? Is it because he sold that house and bought the one he's living in now that he made you angry? The aged boy asked with another smile. Just tell me what's going on. Shin Jisha's mom said at once. After all, the matter of me selling my house for this house had nothing to do with the matter at hand, and there was no need for Shin Jisha's mom to know. Intermediary brother will be my replacement house things, said in detail. After Shin Jisha's mom finished listening, she coldly glanced at Fang Shiliang's mom and asked, that is to say, he looked for you to sell the house, and then said that he wanted to buy a house with a balcony, so, you recommended this set? Yes. The agent boy immediately said, I took Shin to see the house first, and he was satisfied with the house before he bought it. Then before you sold him the house, didn't you inquire about the relevant information about the neighborhood and whatnot? Shin Jisha's mom continued to ask. Auntie, where are we going to inquire about this? The agent brother said somewhat speechlessly, besides, what does buying a house have to do with neighbors and whatnot? Said here, the agent brother suddenly back to taste, asked, Auntie, is it possible that Shin brother and the neighbors have some kind of conflict or something? Neither, I'm just asking him about the specifics of buying a house, so don't make any wild guesses, that's all. After Shin Jisha's mom said this, she hung up the phone, turned to Fang Shiliang's mom, and said, now that the truth is out, it's just a coincidence, if you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth off. Fang Shiliang's mom obviously still do not believe, or can also be said to be unconvinced as if, at the moment want to open their mouths to retort. Fang Chengyuan grabbed in front of her and said, in-laws, we are looking for Xiaoxia in order to solve the problem, not to create conflicts, she has been avoiding us, this is always the truth is not? After a pause, Fang Chengyuan added, there are some things that we still need to talk about, so that it's good for everyone, what do you say? Shin Jisha and Fang Shiliang were not divorced yet, and it was right for Fang Chengyuan to call Shin Jisha's mom and dad-in-laws. I and Fang Shiliang have signed a divorce agreement, the lawyer has also begun to me in the prosecution process, there is nothing between us to talk about the need to wait for the court decision. Shin Jisha in this faintly said. Hearing Shin Jisha's words, her parents looked at each other and said nothing. Obviously, as Shin Jisha said before, her parents were supportive of her divorce from Fang Shiliang. No matter what kind of decision Shin Jisha made, they would support their daughter. Xiaoxia, we can also see that no matter what is going on with my son, you are determined to get a divorce. Fang Chengyuan interface said, however, what I told you is also the truth, that company you can't play, in your hands not to say that you will be a good company, that is even a burden to you, we may as well talk about it, you directly that away some interests more favorable, what do you say? Fang Chengyuan said to the end, his eyes looked at Shin Jisha parents, said, in-laws, my son, this thing out, our two mouths have nothing to deny, but I just said this, but also from the bottom of my heart, you consider? Although this matter has nothing to do with me, but I was at the scene at this time, I can see, Fang Chengyuan's attitude is still very sincere. Moreover, what he said might not be unreasonable. After all, after Shin Jisha took over this company, Fang Shiliang, she is still in a state of anxiety. Although I believe that Shin Jisha's ability is very good, sooner or later will be the company's things straightened out, facing the problem can also be solved sooner or later, but really if compared, I still tend to Fang Chengyuan this talk, or Fang Chengyuan's suggestion, Shin Jisha not as good as not this company, directly take away some of the benefits better. Shin Jisha's parents looked at each other, and at the same time looked at Shin Jisha. Without a doubt, the final decision in this matter is still in Shin Jisha's hands. However, I can see that Shin Jisha's parents actually think the same way as me, and also hope that Shin Jisha directly those interests, give up this company. Because they look at Shin Jisha's gaze is to have the color of expectation. Which no, Shin Jisha but shook his head, said, wait for the court to decide. How the court decides, I will follow the court's judgment. Hearing Shin Jisha's words, Shin Jisha's parents were okay and did not have much disappointment. What's more, they had always been supportive of their daughter's attitude, and since Shin Jisha had made a decision, they had nothing to say, and continued to support their daughter. Fang Chengyuan's face showed a very strong look of disappointment. Fang Chengyuan's wife, on the other hand, was furious at the same time, plus a sneer on her face. However, it wasn't known if she was too infuriated, but she didn't even open her mouth to say some sneering words. Let's go. Fang Chengyuan took a deep breath and walked towards the elevator's location first, and pressed the down button of the elevator. His wife snorted coldly, and crossed the faces of Shin Jisha's family of three one by one with a sinister look, and then right after the elevator arrived, she got on the elevator with Fang Chengyuan and went downstairs. Why didn't you agree to them? I looked at Shin Jisha after Fang Chengyuan's two families left and asked suspiciously, I can see that he said these words are very sincere, you took over this company and burned out, why don't those benefits just pull out? Don't say he gives too little, he can even give how much interest does not talk about it. As soon as I said this, Shinjisha's parents also looked at her. Obviously, they also wanted to know what their daughter thought. This company was transformed from the construction company run by Fong Shiliang, which was co-founded by Fong Shiliang and I. Shinjisha replied, transforming to be this security company was also my idea, I won't let go of this company just for some benefits. So that's what happened. I nodded with a sudden realization. Young man, I'm sorry for just now, Auntie impersonated your mom. Shinjisha's mom said to me at this time, come into the house and sit down? Chapter 62 Video Call. No. I hurriedly waved my hand in refusal and said, make yourself at home, I'm going home to rest, I still have to work tomorrow. After saying that, I turned around and went back to this house I bought. Although I had drank a lot of wine and was a bit tipsy, I could see that Shinjisha's mom clearly had the intention of testing me when she asked me this. It wasn't hard to think of a reason why she would test me like this, and that was that I had just asked Shinjisha that question, a question that would only be asked between acquaintances. If Shinjisha and I were merely acquaintances and had met once, I shouldn't have asked that question. Even, watching the fun to the point where there was nothing for me to do, I should have just gone home. Although drinking a little wine is a very happy thing, alcohol is always paralyzing the nerves, drinking too much will make one's brain reaction become sluggish. It seems that in the future, it's better to drink less, or even not drink at all. I made a cup of tea, crooked on the sofa smoking a cigarette, intending to drink some tea to relieve the alcohol and then wash and rest, but in my mind involuntarily floated out of the picture just now. Fong Chengyuan said those words, Shinjisha refused, he and his wife's reaction. Fong Chengyuan said from the bottom of his heart, this should not be a lie. Because after Shinjisha refused, he revealed a very strong look of disappointment. Of course, this also meant that probably in his previous thoughts, as long as he found Shinjisha and offered to give her benefits to give up the company, Shinjisha should agree. And Shinjisha's refusal was beyond Fong Chengyuan's expectations, which was the reason why he would show a very strong look of disappointment. But what made me feel most awkward was actually Fong Chengyuan's wife's reaction. Through Fong Chengyuan's two families came to block the door to see Shinjisha, and contact with me, basically can determine one thing, that is, Fong Chengyuan's wife is a very quick-tempered and very violent person. Such a person, even when Shinjisha refused, or did not achieve their goal, kept silent. This was clearly wrong. Because a person's reaction, there is a logic that exists, this logic is different from person to person, but the basis of the logic is the person's character. I don't know if it is true that character determines destiny. However, character determines the logic of human behavior, style of action, I am absolutely recognized. According to Fong Chengyuan's wife's temperament, her reaction at that time should have been very impatient and anxious to say something. Her behavior at that time was the exact opposite. This made me think of the saying, when things go wrong, there must be a demon. In addition, when she was on her way out, her gaze crossed the three members of Shinjisha's family one by one, but I saw it clearly. To make a person with an impatient personality calm down when she didn't achieve her goal, I'm afraid there's only one explanation, and that's that she already had a countermeasure in place. Or rather, she already knew the countermeasures. To put it another way, Fong Chengyuan's two families came to block Shinjisha's door, wanting to talk to Shinjisha about giving her benefits in exchange for her giving up the company, and although it was expected that Shinjisha would probably agree, they should have actually thought about what Shinjisha would do next if she didn't agree. The more I thought about it, the more sense it made, so I simply got up and took a shower. After taking a shower, I was much more awake, and the tea in the teacup on the coffee table was cold, so I picked it up and drank it dry in one gulp. Looked at the time as past more than an hour, I sent a message to Shinjisha past, thought of some things to say to you, convenient? Shinjisha immediately returned the message over, I'm in the car, my parents do not feel at ease with me living there alone, want me to go home to live for a period of time. This message was followed by an expression of crying 2 tears. Fong Shiliang's parents had come to block Shinjisha's door, and it was nothing wrong for Shinjisha's parents to bring her home to live for a while. However, she was in the car, which also meant that it was obviously not very convenient, so I didn't send her another message. Which knows, a few minutes later, my cell phone rang with the sound of a video call. Surprisingly, it was Shinjisha who called. Wasn't she in the car? Why did you still send a request for a video call? I hesitated for a moment, but still connected the video call sent by Shinjisha, and what met my eyes was the faces of both Shinjisha and her mom. Auntie. I was stunned, then greeted after coming back to my senses. Xiaxia and I were just talking about you when you sent me a message. Shinjisha's mom had a smile on her face as she said, "Why did you send that one and no more? Didn't you think of something to tell little Xia?" Shinjisha gave me a helpless and slightly playful look. She said she was in the car, so I didn't send it again for fear of inconvenience. I hurriedly explained. "Tell me, what kind of things did you think of?" The smile on Shinjisha's mom's face didn't diminish as she continued to pursue. I organized my language, and immediately told Shinjisha and her mother what I thought about Feng Changyuan's wife's wrong reaction, and finally said, "I don't know if what I thought was right or not, I just want to give Shinjisha a reminder that they probably won't give up so easily, or maybe they have some other ideas." "Good, thank you, young man." After Shinjisha's mom said this, she ended the video call. I casually placed my cell phone on the sofa, picked up the cigarettes on the coffee table and lit one. How could I not have expected this video call to be like this? I'm afraid that this video call was Shinjisha's mom who saw the message I sent and insisted that Shinjisha call over, right? Moreover, she also said that she was talking to Shinjisha about me? What does that mean? Coupled with Shinjisha's helpless yet playful look, it's hard to believe that she said something to her mom? If that's the case, that would mean Shinjisha's mom. For a moment, I couldn't think of a suitable adjective to describe Shinjisha's mom. This is the first time I met with her, but the call with the intermediary brother let me appreciate her power. Instantly can open his mouth to say it is my mom, thus successfully from the intermediary brother mouth to learn the information she wants. This shows that Shinjisha's mom's ability to improvise is quite strong. And this video call, if it's what I think it is, means that Shinjisha's mom knows her extremely well, and has already thought of something from the fact that I asked that question that I shouldn't have asked, and showed too much familiarity with the relationship, and talked to Shinjisha about me. Shinjisha had inherited her mom's looks. In other words, Shinjisha's mom's face also gave off a very soft feeling, but that wasn't how she felt to me when she did things. I can't say that she's not a good person, but Shinjisha's mom is definitely not the kind of person who was easygoing. It's not right to say that, when Shinjisha's mom was on a video call with me, the smile on her face was unabated, and she was very easygoing to outsiders. But this kind of easygoing is to show, not the real her. Chapter 63 Prospects and Worries. Of course, me thinking this way doesn't mean that I have any negative opinion about Shinjisha's mom, but rather I simply think that Shinjisha's mom is quite powerful. What I mean by powerful is that it's not easy to describe in words. In short, she gives me the feeling that she's very smart, similar to the kind of wisdom that is like a demon. Faced with a person who is smart to this degree, no matter who will feel Alexander. Thinking of this, I thought of Shinjisha Ice Smart, should be inherited from her mother, right? However, Shinjisha's Ice Smart and her mother's great wisdom is very different. Shinjisha's Ice and Snow Smart almost does not let me feel any pressure, but her mother's great wisdom, like a demon level of intelligence, really let me have a kind of no matter what I do, there is no way to hide the feeling. This feeling is quite bad, but also quite Alexander. The time was already more than 11 o'clock, I put aside these messy thoughts to rest. The next morning, I got up and washed up as usual to go to work. Not long after arriving at the office, a call came in from the sales department to the technical department. A salesman in the sales department ran a business. A factory needs to customize a few control cabinets, but the control cabinets are not big, asking if the technical department can take this order. Chen had let the sales department of the salesman come to the technical department to dock with me. After he came to the technical department, he showed me the chat record with the factory. How he chatted with the manufacturer, I don't care. I want to see the manufacturer to take pictures to send over the photos, that is, the control cabinet to control what equipment. Brother Chen, I'm a big deal with this manufacturer, said our company will be able to design a control cabinet that meets their requirements. Salesman Zhang whispered, I can't break this cowhide, right? You can't break this cow's skin. After I looked at the photo, I laughed and said, however, you've been tricked by others. Ha? Xiao Zhang's jaw dropped and asked, what's going on? The equipment on the photos sent by this manufacturer is imported. I opened a photo in his cell phone chat log, said, this foreign equipment companies are very chicken thief, in addition to selling equipment, the later repair and maintenance can only be with them, otherwise, they will not warranty. And then, I enlarged the photo, pointing to the equipment nameplate, said, look at the factory date of this equipment, it's already 8 years ago, long out of warranty. The most important thing inside this control cabinet is this integrated computer board. As far as I know, the foreign equipment manufacturers to replace the cost of this computer board is $12,000. Xiao Zhang was stupefied and asked, Brother Chen, are you sure that the computer board is broken? 100%. I said without hesitation. This control cabinet, in addition to the computer board, the other ones are commonly used switches. Any electrician can find out the problem to replace it. The manufacturer customized the control cabinet with you, only to give the price of 30,000. It is clear that we want to let us redesign the control cabinet. Replace the original control cabinet with a domestic control cabinet. It's not as simple as repairing it anymore. After a pause, I added, after all, still use the original control cabinet. It is still subject to the manufacturer must be annoyed. A maintenance and repair price should not be low. Then this business is not negotiable. Xiao Zhang said with a little disappointment. There is talk, this computer board can be replaced with domestic parts, just need to redesign the current and control mode, but the price given by the manufacturer is too low, almost just enough for the cost price. I said, you go back and continue to talk with the manufacturer, keep the price below 120,000, counting the design fee. It can't be less than 60,000 on the line, 1 year warranty, over 1 year paid maintenance. Xiao Zhang heard this from me, and immediately left with a smile on his face. Like this kind of domestic control system to replace the original control system of imported equipment, these years a lot of work, our technical department has long been familiar with this. Only, every company has its own way of survival, our company is no exception. Although we can design this alternative control cabinet, and can also be assembled with all domestic electrical components alternative control cabinet, but our company uses the computer board and so on, all is erased from the computer board production information, in order to be the future repair and maintenance. From this point of view, with foreign equipment company practice is not much difference, the only difference lies in our company's products are cheaper. In fact, the control system of those foreign equipment companies, the electrical parts and control computer boards used inside, the vast majority of domestic production. Only, the domestic-only OEM, people are the original factory design. In this case, the domestic foundry does not know the production of the computer board is used in what equipment, just processing and shipping to foreign countries. And, even if the late know what the computer board is used in what equipment, the domestic processing plant also do not dare to produce more, not to mention private sales. Because the patent rights in the foreign equipment factory, a problem with a quasi-investigation, will be prosecuted by the others to the loss of property. However, it can be clearly felt, the last 2 years similar alternative design work has been gradually reduced, and the speed of reduction is extremely fast. The reason is also very simple, the domestic industrial development is very fast, quite a lot of foreign equipment has been domestic equipment can be replaced, and later maintenance are not expensive, many factories are directly in the imported equipment with a long time after the years, directly replace the domestic equipment. In general, I work for this company is still able to run, as for what will be the case later, on the eyes of these combined to see, is not very optimistic. And now this era is developing too fast, no one can expect the development of the back. Let's say, in the past to open a company, can be expected to look forward to the development of the company for 3 to 5 years, and the vast majority of cases, as long as the company operates normally, after 3 to 5 years can be expected to look forward to the development of the results. But now, a year cannot be expected to develop prospects, is because in a rapid development and drastic changes in the era. Rapid development and drastic changes in the era, there will be a large number of enterprises, companies, etc. closed. However, there will also be a large number of successful businesses and companies in rise. This is the stage that must be passed before the new era. The so-called new era refers to a period of stability and development, where there will still be changes in society, but they will be less dramatic, and this period is also known as the development dividend period. From time to time, I see some news that IT practitioners are dismissed by big factories at the age of 35. It seems that the age of 35 has become a curse for IT practitioners. I am still 6 years away from 35, but also occasionally think, I work in this company, cannot last 6 years? When I'm 35, will I be unemployed? Chapter 64, Great Wisdom is like a demon. I was sitting at my workstation, because of this business that Xiao Zhang talked about, and evoked these messy thoughts, I couldn't help but be a little stunned. Just at this time, the intercom on my desk rang. I answered the phone, is the company receptionist called, said there is a lady called Xia Guanlan looking for me, let me to the company reception. I didn't know any lady named Xia Guanlan. But since the other party was looking for me by name, it was obvious that they knew me by some means. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to find the front desk of the company where I work. I stood up and went out of the technical department, and then went to the company's front desk, and when I saw the middle-aged woman waiting at the front desk, I couldn't help but be stunned. Xin Zhixia's mom? Auntie, it can't be you looking for me? I hurriedly walked up and asked, could it be that you are the Ms. Xia Guanlan that the receptionist said? Yes, I am Xia Guanlan. Shinjisha's mom smiled and said, otherwise, why would the word Xia appear in my daughter's name? Hearing Shinjisha's mom's words, I immediately realized, Shinjisha's father's surname is Shin, her mother's surname is Xia, her name implies that her father understands her mother? Nyo. I gave Shinjisha's mom a thumbs up and asked, you and your lover must be both cultured, right? Sort of. Shinjisha's mom smiled and asked, is it convenient to go out for a chat? Why don't you go ask your leader for a vacation? When she said the latter sentence, she obviously didn't give me a chance to choose, and the previous sentence of convenient or inconvenient was completely polite. If not, I say that my feeling towards Shinjisha's mom is great wisdom like a demon, and also give me the feeling of Alexander. From this little thing in front of me, it can be reflected. It's fine, I happen to have nothing on hand. I immediately said, there's a cafe downstairs, I'll treat Auntie to a cup of coffee? Good. After Shinjisha's mom finished saying this, she immediately turned around and walked towards the outside. I hurriedly followed her, took the elevator downstairs with her, and made my way out of the office building to that cafe downstairs, ordering 2 cups of iced Americano. I talked to Xia last night about you. After Shinjisha's mom sat down, she said this, rather opening the door. I didn't know how to interface, as there was no way for me to figure out what exactly she meant by this sentence. Although she told me that you guys are just ordinary friends, I can tell that she has a crush on you. Shinjisha's mom said with a smile. The smile on her face was exactly the same as last night, quite soft and one could say easygoing. However, I didn't feel that way. Because as soon as she came up and said those words, she gave me tremendous pressure, and I didn't know how to respond. Even, I was expecting her to continue speaking in my heart, because I really didn't know what to say. But after Shinjisha's mom said these words, she didn't say anything else and just looked at me quietly. Her gaze didn't carry a burning implication like Shinjisha sometimes looked at me, it was just very calm, so calm that it made me feel more pressure than facing Shinjisha's burning gaze. I took a sip of my iced Americano and decided to be honest. After all, there's a saying that sincerity is the key to success. Moreover, Shinjisha's mom gave me a feeling of great wisdom, and I thought that lying in front of her would be asking for trouble. I can feel it too. I said truthfully, it's just that, I also know very well that I'm not in the same class as her. As soon as I said this, a hint of surprise flashed through Shinjisha's mother's eyes, and then she looked at me with more than a hint of appreciation. I, on the other hand, felt that her smile at this time was really easygoing. Shinjisha's mom did not seem to expect that I will tell the truth, quite out of her expectations in general, at the moment silent and did not say anything. For a while, Shinjisha's mom said, you are divorcing, she is also divorcing, both of you are still not divorced. Aha! I know. I nodded and said, I feel that in front of you, there is no need to lie, there are some words that I have said, you have heard, one said, do you think it's okay? You say. Shinjisha's mom smiled a little more brightly. She and I are both victims of marriage, both of us hate the whole cheating within marriage thing, and neither she nor I will live up to what we hate. I said, taking a deep breath. My words actually implied another layer of meaning, that is, Feng Shiliang and Zhou Lin were actually cheating on each other, it was not at all that Feng Shiliang used force on Zhou Lin. In fact, this kind of words should not be said. But I feel that Shinjisha's mom should have seen through what the truth is. As expected, when she heard my words, Shinjisha's mom didn't look surprised at all. This confirmed that my guess was right. After all, Shinjisha and Feng Shiliang have been married for several years, and her mom, Xia Guanlan, is a person of great wisdom. How could she not understand her son-in-law? There was no way to predict something like cheating. However, she should know very well that Feng Shiliang couldn't do something like using force on Zhou Lin. How about I ask casually, you answer casually, and also talk about it? Shinjisha's mom said it this time. You ask. I made a pleased gesture. Your idea, or her idea? Shinjisha's mom asked in a low voice. My idea, since the beginning, I never told her, until I went to arrest the scene, she watched the whole thing through the surveillance, she didn't know what my idea was. I whispered back. Thank you. After Shinjisha's mom heard my words, she thanked me very sincerely. However, I could hear a very polite flavor in her thanks. There's no need to thank me. I shook my head and said, I was dealing with my own matters. How much do you get paid a month to work at this company? Shinjisha's mom stopped continuing this topic and digressed to ask. Moreover, the span of her topic was a bit large, more than 10,000. I said truthfully, not very average, plus bonuses and whatnot, the annual income is almost not too much to 20. It's already pretty good. Shin Jixia's mom nodded and said. This sounded good, but what she actually meant was that the gap between Shin Jixia and I was still very large. Because it's already pretty good, it's just Shin Jixia's mom comparing me to ordinary people. My income is just a little better than the average person, not even compared to IT professionals. It's a high income, but it's not that high, so she gave me the evaluation of already very good. Although I understand what she means, but also cannot interface, can only be helplessly spread his hands. Do you have any plans for your future development? Shin Jixia's mom asked again. Chapter 65 Self-Knowledge. This question from Shin Jixia's mom caught me in the middle of my own thoughts. Before she came to the company to look for me, I finished talking to the salesman Xiao Zhang and just happened to be thinking about this problem in a messy way. Although I am not an IT practitioner, but IT practitioners 35 years old was dismissed as if it had become a magic spell. As for the current situation, I work for this company, cannot last until I am 35 years old, that is, 6 years later is still unknown. Seeing my silence, Shin Jixia's mom smiled and asked, What? Don't you have any plans for your future development? Yes and no. I murmured. Oh? Shin Jixia's mom said with great interest, This is a fresh answer from you, I really can't understand it, can you explain it to me? Even if Shin Jixia's mom didn't ask, I would still explain it to her. After all, this answer of mine was indeed not easy to understand. I said yes, and the reason for that is because I have thought about my future as well. I laughed and said, I say no because although I have thought about my future, I don't have any plans for flying high or anything like that. When Shin Jixia's mom heard me say this, she nodded slightly, signaling me to continue. I went on to say, the work I'm engaged in is relatively professional, and is in line with the major I studied, so I'm easily unlikely to change jobs, and even more unlikely to quit my job to start my own business. Why? Shin Jixia's mom asked, going to work is equivalent to working for the rest of your life, starting your own business is the only way to gain more wealth. Maybe because I'm not adventurous enough. I said non-committally, my family's condition is very average, there's not much trial and error cost, once I quit my job and start my own business and fail, it means that my life will fall apart. Well, not to mention your family situation, with your current income, life is actually relatively good. Shin Jixia's mom nodded understandingly and said. The so-called relative, of course, is again relative to ordinary people. Although I'm also an ordinary person, but ordinary people also have differences, I'm an only child, mom and dad in the countryside planting greenhouses income is not bad, in addition to my salary is also not bad, overall, can be said to be the ordinary people this class inside a good class. In fact, it's not wrong for you to think like this. Shin Jixia's mom added, people are self-aware. This is not to belittle you or mock you, there is a popular saying now, not afraid of the second generation of rich people losing their homes, but afraid of the second generation of creators starting their own businesses, you should understand what I mean, right? Hearing Shin Jixia's mom's words, I nodded silently, what she said was the truth, as far as the current economic environment is concerned, not to mention ordinary people starting their own business, even if it's the second generation of rich people starting their own business, in the vast majority of cases, it's also losing money. The reason has been mentioned before, now is a rapid development and drastic changes in the economic period, this period to invest in entrepreneurship, no one can. Like a period of economic stability is sure. Therefore, now very many of the factory too, rich too, basically home to keep the success. Before this situation appeared, more is the rich second generation entrepreneurial loss of blood money, but also because of this situation appeared more, there is that is not afraid of the rich second generation defeat, for fear of the only second generation of entrepreneurial flirtation of the joke. From this, Shin Jixia mom's words just now, indeed is not to belittle the meaning of mocking me. After all, the second generation of rich people are not entrepreneurial, let alone ordinary people like me? Then again, even if the second generation of rich people failed to start their own business and lost all their money, they would still live a rich life. After all, even if the second generation of rich people go to start a business, it is not possible to put all the family's money into it, but the family will give some of the money that can afford to lose their money. Like ordinary people, it is best not to think of entrepreneurship this kind of thing. Success is good to say, once failed, the cost of blood money is the cost of the family all hitched. In a word, the cost of trial and error for ordinary people and rich people is not the same. Take entrepreneurship as an example, the rich can go again and again to trial and error, even if many times to lose money, but will not hurt the bones. Ordinary people are not so, often only one chance, once the business fails, for a family, not only hurt, or even disastrous consequences. Ordinary people start a business, it is simply a big gamble. In addition, there is absolutely truth in the saying that people are self-aware. Many people would say that rich people are just spread on the wind of the times, so they get rich. Isn't there a saying that standing on the wind of the times, pigs will also fly? This is true, but not entirely true. We all live in the same era. How can people see the wind of the times, while ordinary people cannot see? This is a matter of IQ and vision. Ordinary people are limited by their class, not to say that their IQ is problematic, but their vision is definitely not as high and wide as the vision of the rich. I don't have a deep understanding of this, but rather an understanding based on my own situation. I started working when I went to work, a monthly salary of $3,000, and then slowly to the current average annual bonus of $20. My way of thinking has changed a lot. To see the problem of the world of vision has also changed. The same thing, a problem. I now ought to see than before, the height of the higher, the width of the wider. This is a real change in my body. By my own, this kind of income increase brought about by the change can be a glimpse of a spot and know the whole picture. Really rich people's vision certainly is higher and wider. I immediately said my current situation of the company I work for, but also said my own concerns, and finally said, I live in the present to explore the future. I can only say, I cannot starve. In case this company I work for goes out of business, then I can still rely on my craft to make a living. For example, to find a property company to do an electrician, such as some home repair work, like my kind of technology to eat people, hands-on ability is still very strong. Not only can repair the family circuit, the family's water pipes, faucet repair and replacement of these, but also in no way. And our country now has a declining marriage rate, a declining birth rate, and has entered the age of the elderly. I picked up my coffee and took a sip, and continued, as far as I can see, the vast majority of children are not around the elderly, and I even think that in the future, door-to-door daily repairs will be a huge market. Hearing my words, Shinjisha's mom held her coffee but didn't drink it, obviously thinking about what I said. Auntie, even though I said this, you mustn't think that I have the intention of starting a business towards this area. I was afraid that Shinjisha's mom would misunderstand and hurriedly added a sentence. Chapter 66 Attitude. These words behind me pulled Shinjisha's mom back from her thoughts. She smiled at me and after taking a sip of her coffee, she asked, What? Listening to your words, it seems like you're worried that I'll misunderstand that you're going to start a business in this direction? I just smiled and didn't answer. Because I couldn't explain. I was indeed worried that she would misunderstand these words I said. After all, how it looked today, Shinjisha's mom approached me because she could tell last night that Shinjisha had a crush on me. And I still can't figure out what exactly she wants to do. Or one could also say, what she was planning to do about her daughter Shinjisha having a crush on me. Of course, although I just told her that I have the self-awareness that I'm not in the same class as Shinjisha, but that sentence of mine that I sensed Shinjisha had a crush on me actually euphemistically indicated my attitude, that is, I also had a crush on Shinjisha. Like Shinjisha, such a woman, if I say I am not moved, that is the ghost do not believe. Of course, Shinjisha's mom hadn't shown any attitude so far. She just said that Shinjisha and I are not divorced. This means that before Shinjisha and I are divorced, she thinks that both of us are not free agents. In fact, this kind of reminder also means that before Shinjisha and I are not free agents, she doesn't approve of the two of us having a relationship. As for what kind of attitude she would have after the two of us became free agents, that was the focus of her looking for me to meet today, and what I wanted to know. However, I actually had a vague feeling in my heart that Shinjisha's mom would most likely not agree with me dating Shinjisha. What kind of attitude did your family and your wife's family have before you and your wife got married? After Shinjisha's mom was silent for a while, she asked another question, or, you can just interpret my words as if I'm asking you about your views on relationships as well as marriage? I thought for a moment and probably understood what Shinjisha's mom meant, and immediately replied, in my opinion, a marriage that is not blessed by parents is an unhappy marriage. Oh? Shinjisha's mom smiled and asked, in other words, for your marriage, you will listen to your own parents' opinions? Not absolutely, but the odds are that I will. I answered seriously. What about the female parent's opinion? Shinjisha's mom continued to pursue. The same. I answered without hesitation. I went through a failed marriage, although this marriage is not yet over, but I also have my understanding of marriage now, a marriage that is blessed by the parents of both parties. There is a possibility that it will fall apart in the middle of the process, but the chances will be much smaller. A marriage that is not blessed by both parents, the possibility of falling apart in the middle of the process will be very high, and the chances of growing old together are relatively small. After a pause, I added, marriages that are not blessed by both parents, even if they can grow old together, I'm afraid that the flavor of it is only known to the two people who are in this situation. There may be people who say that there is freedom of love and freedom of marriage. I agree with that. But agreeing doesn't mean I want to do it. Because in my perception, the freedom to love and the freedom to marry is a statement that exists on a legal level, and it is an absolutely correct statement. But in reality, it doesn't make much sense. Marriage is not just about two people, it is about two families. To put it bluntly, marriage is not just a union of two people, but a union of two families. After all, after the marriage, both the man and the woman, there will be human affairs matters exist. This kind of things need to arrive at the scene out of favor. Not to mention other things, on the pre-marriage of one party does not agree, and eventually the two come together, not to mention the human affairs, see each other's parents always have a lump in the heart. Maybe I'm not right, but that's my perception. If someone feels that the freedom of love, the freedom of marriage is absolutely right, but also to practice this correctness, even if their parents do not agree with the situation, with their parents to break with the object of marriage, then I can only be respect and blessing. In a word, do not raise the bar is you right. Everyone's life is very different, each according to their own knowledge and life experience to make choices. There is no need to go on this kind of thing to fight, divided into right and wrong. I only need to say those words, Shinjisho mom will certainly understand what I mean. As expected, after hearing me say this, she nodded slightly, although she didn't say anything else. This nodding action actually meant that she completely understood the meaning of my words. However, this question from Shinjisho's mom also made that hidden feeling in my heart a little clearer, which is that she should not agree to Shinjisho and me dating. Statement: is that house of yours for sale? Shinjisho's mom put down her coffee cup, looked at me and said, if you sell it, I can give a high price. As for how high a price she would give, no more was said. In fact, there was no need to say it. Because this question from Shinjisho's mother was actually expressing her attitude, that she didn't agree with Shinjisho dating me, and that her buying this house where I was now neighbors with Shinjisho meant that Shinjisho and I were no longer neighbors, and naturally it would be impossible for us to see each other on a regular basis. Ultimately it also means that she doesn't approve of Shinjisho and I dating. If I answered to sell this house, then Shinjisho's mom would talk to me about the price and buy this new house that I bought. However, I didn't buy that house to be neighbors with Shinjisho, but I really like houses with terraces. I can't sell this house no matter what. After all, there were very few listings for such a house, and when you encountered it, and it was unrealistic to want to be able to buy it at any time, similar to the houses on other floors. Auntie, I will never sell that house. I shook my head and said firmly, last night, I gave the agent little brother's phone call. The reason why I bought this house, you know very well, I didn't buy this house just to be neighbors with Shinjisho, it's because I genuinely like a house with a terrace. After saying this, I took a deep breath and continued, I can understand what you mean, but, I'm sorry, I will never sell this house. From the beginning to the end, Shinjisho's mom didn't explicitly say that she didn't agree with Shinjisho dating me. And she asked me these questions, words and all in this direction, until finally asked the question of selling the house, in fact, is a kind of euphemistic statement. My latter words, said to understand her meaning is enough not to say, I cannot say more clearly, because I cannot and her did not clearly say disapproval of Shinjisho and I dating words under the premise of Shinjisho and Shinjisho dating to make any response. Chapter 67 One before and one after. My answer didn't seem to be out of Shinjisho's mom's expectation, as no look of surprise appeared on her face. Moreover, that phone call last night was made by her to the agent boy, and she even posed as my mom before learning the whole process of me buying this house from the agent boy. Therefore, she was well aware of the reason why I bought this house, which was that my request was very clear. I wanted to buy a house with a terrace, not because I wanted to be neighbors with Shinjisho, purposely investigated where Shinjisho lived, and purposely bought this house to be neighbors with Shinjisho. What a coincidence! Shinjisho's mom said this with a face of emotion. With this sentence of hers, I still didn't interface, because in the face of her, I often didn't know what to interface and say. The fact that I bought a house and became neighbors with Shinjisho was just too much of a coincidence, it was also an indisputable fact. If someone else had said this, I might have said, I'm afraid this is fate. However, in the face of Shinjisho's mom, I'd rather remain silent. After all, at this point, I already knew very clearly that her attitude was one of disapproval of me dating Shinjisho. Thank you for the coffee, Shinjisho's mom said as she stood up at this time. Obviously, she was leaving. I immediately stood up and accompanied her, or rather sent her out of the cafe. Both of us had finished our coffee, which meant it was time for the conversation to end. After coming out of the cafe, Shinjisho's mom took an internet card to leave. After she left, I yanked out a cigarette and lit it, finding a shady spot to smoke silently, thinking about what Shinjisho's mom had asked me to talk about today. Her attitude was self-explanatory, that is, she disapproved of Shinjisho and I having a relationship. However, she hadn't directly and explicitly said this. Instead, she let me feel her attitude by politely saying something else. Of course, I also responded to her playfulness in pretty much the same form, by going along with her words and not answering positively. But even though it was the same way, it was essentially different. This kind of essential difference, the reason or rather the root, still lies in the class difference caused by. To Shinjisha mother's clothes, talk to see, say she is great wisdom like a demon is not wrong at all, and her state of this great wisdom like a demon, certainly because she is smart IQ is high, but there is also another part of the reason cannot be ignored. That is, she is in a high class, life experience is also more, so that will appear her euphemistic speech, but can let people experience the purpose of what she really meant. Of course, relatively speaking, it has to be the person listening to her who can realize the true meaning of her words. If it is a person who is not emotionally intelligent enough, then he or she must not be able to hear the real meaning of her words. I can hear it, there's no doubt about it. But the fact that I was able to understand the other meaning of her words and respond in almost the same way is completely different from her. I have only gotten to this point after entering the society, crawling around and stepping on potholes over and over again. To put it bluntly, I have experienced the beating of society and changed step by step to what I am today. I'm not sure if this is a kind of growth, and there is no way to define this kind of situation. I only know that after experiencing the beating of society and becoming what I am today, I will not easily suffer any more losses. Based on this situation, when I saw the internet clip about the post-000 rectification of the workplace, it was all just a sunny smile. When I left the campus and entered the society, was I not like that? In the face of injustice, I rushed forward as if I were a young man. Even if this kind of injustice does not happen to themselves, but also unhesitatingly because of the sense of justice in the heart and rushed to the forefront. But what was the result? The result is that in the end, they have been set off, for others to take the lead, they do not appreciate but also have to ask a rhetorical question, what are you meddling in? After experiencing such things, people will naturally change. The imaginary society and the real society are two completely different things. As a 90s after I also in the time to enter society, look down on the 80s after, that 80s after encounter things too cowardly. But time and time again, I was beaten, let me realize that they may be the same as me, when they entered society is also so righteous, clear eyes as if college students. It took a burning sensation between my fingers to pull me back from my thoughts, and it was the cigarette I had lit that burned to the end. I pressed out the cigarette but in the ashtray on the trash can next to me, turned around and headed towards the office building, also throwing these chaotic thoughts out of my mind. Today is the day Shinjisha's mom will find me to talk to, just need to sort this matter out. Since she did not clearly say that she does not agree with me and Shinjisha dating, let me away from Shinjisha words, then I do not have to deliberately go away from Shinjisha. 2 words, let it be. According to her mom's talk to me today, it's fine if I don't take the initiative to contact Shinjisha. Shinjisha took the initiative to look for me, then the problem is not on my body, is not it? I just walked to the door of the office building, the cell phone in my pocket rang, I took out my cell phone to see, is a strange local number. However, the cell phone number is very good, the tail number is 38. I picked up the phone and asked, who is it? There was a middle heavy, but gentle voice coming from the receiver, I'm Shinjisha's father, Shinyenshio, do you have time to meet and chat for a few minutes? I didn't expect that this phone call would be from Shinjisha's father. Shinyenshio and Xiaoguanlan are really interesting, one just finished talking to me, and the other one then called to ask me to talk? I'm downstairs at the company I work for, and I just met up with Auntie for a chat. I couldn't help but say, what do you want to talk to me about? Oh, I know she will definitely go to you. Shinyenshio smiled and said, I also just wanted to have a casual chat with you, your interactions with her must be very stressful and tiring, right? Well, it is a bit. I rubbed my nose and said with a bitter smile. Chatting with Shinjisha's mom, Xiaoguanlan, was indeed Alexandria, and naturally, I felt tired. This kind of tiredness wasn't physical, but on a mental level. It was like the tiredness of a mental laborer was different from the tiredness of a physical laborer. You and I are both men, chatting is more casual and there won't be any pressure. Shinjisha's father continued, you should be at work right now and can't get away, right? Give me an address, I'll go over to find you. He obviously didn't give me a chance to refuse. But despite this, I didn't feel any pressure when I spoke to him on the phone. Since he was looking for me to have a chat, then let's have a chat. I also wanted to hear what Shinjisha's dad wanted to talk to me about, so at that moment, I told him the company's address and explained that I would be waiting for him in front of the cafe. Chapter 68 Opening the Door. It wasn't long before Shinjisha's dad, Shinyenshio, drove over. After Shinjisha's dad parked the car, he got out and walked towards my direction. Please have a cup of coffee. I smiled and said, Auntie came over just now, and I also invited for coffee. Hearing my words, Shinjisha's dad laughed and said, You go in and buy 2 cups of coffee, let's talk outside under the shade of the tree, you can't smoke in the cafe. I didn't realize that Shinjisha's father was also an old smoker. I did not say anything more at that moment, immediately turned around and entered the cafe, ordered 2 cups of iced coffee. When I came out, Shinjisha's father had already gone to the shade where I had just smoked. This time of year the weather is hot, drink iced coffee just cool. I went to hand the coffee to Shinjisha father, he took out a cigarette and handed me one, also fine cigarettes, but higher grade than the one I smoked. The brand of cigarettes is not to say, I smoked is 21 packs, usually are looking for acquaintances to take, 181. Shinjisha's father smoked 31 packs, looking for acquaintances to take, the whole price of 208. This side of the shade is actually close to the roadside of the flower pool. Shinjisha father directly in the flower pool on the platform sat down, lit a cigarette, took a bite, said quietly, Xiaoxia mother came over to find you, I think it is probably to you to express the meaning of not too much hope that you and Xia have dealings. After a pause, not waiting for me to say anything, Shinjisha's father continued, moreover, she hasn't said it explicitly, it's in a very euphemistic way, expressing her meaning, right? I said with a somewhat bitter smile, you really know enough about Auntie. Shinjisha's father's open door-like chatting style was something I liked a lot because I didn't have to use my brain to talk about whatever I needed to talk about, whatever I needed to say. It's not like chatting with Shinjisha's mom, where you need to try to figure out another layer of meaning in her words, or need to read the real meaning expressed in her words instead of the literal meaning. Chatting like that was certainly tiring. Couples have been together for decades, how could we not understand each other? Shinjisha's father smiled and said, What's more, before the two of us went to sleep last night, we actually had a brief conversation about this matter, that is, the matter of her looking for you to talk. So that's what happened. I nodded in realization. She told me last night that she wanted to find you for a chat, and I was not suggesting that she do so. Shinjisha's father continued, yet I also knew that she most likely wouldn't accept my suggestion. I can see that Auntie is a very opinionated person. I thought for a moment and said, from what she's been talking to me, she should be strong in every aspect of her abilities. That's not true. Shinjisha's father nodded and said, she's strong in ability, and she's also strong in character, whether it's in the middle of life or at work. Although Shinjisha's father spoke in an open and honest manner, that is, straight to the point, I couldn't pick up on this because the person talking about it was Shinjisha's mom. I could only nod at that moment and didn't say anything else. She and I were just talking about you last night, it was just a simple conversation, and I gave the advice of not looking for you to talk to. Shinjisha's father took a sip of his coffee and said, What we talked about was more about our daughter Xiaoxia. Do you want to hear about it? If it's convenient for you to talk about it, I want to hear about it. If you don't want to talk about it, then it's not convenient for me to hear about it. I said with a smile. Slick. Shinjisha's father smiled and gave me a 2-word evaluation. Although it seemed as if this was a bad evaluation, the smile on his face was something that made me feel like a spring breeze. This should have a great relationship with Shinjisha's father's looks, clothes, and temperament. Shinjisha father looks very handsome, and not the kind according to his age, when he was young, called cream boy handsome, is not now popular in favor of soft handsome, but also not the kind of tough guy handsome, but between the finally got that kind of looks, neither lose manhood, looks also not so tough. He wore a simple t-shirt with casual pants, and on his feet was a pair of popular thick-soled single-layer cloth shoes, and the combination of his looks and clothes emphasized his gentle and elegant temperament extremely strongly. In short, this kind of temperament gives people the feeling at first glance that they are good to get along with, easy to get close to, and even want to get close to. Xiaoxia has been very obedient since she was a child. Shinjisha's father went on to say, the road to school, you've also traveled, there's no need for me to say anything more, but the major things in her life, I chatted with her mom last night, and I feel that we've all done the wrong thing, and haven't adequately inquired about her opinions, but rather, we've taken our own advice in the front. For example, the college entrance examination volunteer, it was her mom and I who said it. Shinjisha's father went on to explain, for example, her marriage, coming together with Feng Shiliang, it was also me and her mom who arranged the meeting. This latter matter, Shinjisha told me about it. I interjected. Oh? What did she say? Shinjisha's father asked curiously. She said that she grew up as a good girl, and that you and Feng Shiliang's family are family friends, and arranged for her and Feng Shiliang to meet, which is equivalent to a blind date, and that's where she and Feng Shiliang started. After I finished saying this, I saw that Shinjisha's father didn't seem to get the answer he wanted from me, and hurriedly added, she didn't have any grievances when she said this. Hearing this latter statement from me, Shinjisha's father then nodded. From this, it could be seen that what he wanted to know was whether Shinjisha had any discontent when she said this to me. The words are not false. Shinjisha's father sighed and said, however, after she went off to college, her mother warned her that she was not allowed to fall in love, and, later, she even arranged a meeting with Fang Shiliang, and now, looking back, how I look at it, I feel that we went a bit overboard, protecting her too well, and also depriving her of her autonomy. Everyone's upbringing is different. I shook my head slightly and said, I want to be like her, being arranged by my parents since childhood. My parents can't do that yet. She's a girl, and what you and Auntie are doing is actually understandable. Only, whether you and Auntie did it wrong or not, whoever says it doesn't count, Shinjisha says it does. I actually mean the same thing. Shinjisha's father interjected, what I just said to you is only based on my own level of thinking. What we did in the end is wrong or not, or she has to say it, but your aunt doesn't see it this way. She always thinks that what we did was not wrong at all. It's not for me to comment on this, it's hard to clear the air. I spread my hands and said, the public says the public has a point, and the women say the women have a point. The fact that she came to talk to you today is the best proof. Shinjisha's father extinguished his cigarette and looked at me and said. Chapter 69 Diametrically Different Attitudes. Shinjisha's father's words sounded as if they were not well understood, but in reality they were extremely easy to understand. That is, Shinjisha's mother felt that she had not done anything wrong in Shinjisha's matter. Therefore, she maintained the attitude and style of behavior that she has always had before she came to talk to me. As for the purpose of her looking for me to talk was also clear, it was to politely express that she didn't agree with Shinjisha and me dating. In other words, it can also be interpreted according to Shinjisha's father's meaning, that is, Shinjisha's mother is still meddling in Shinjisha's affairs, and even making decisions for Shinjisha. And this in fact also indirectly proves Shinjisha's father today to find me to talk about the meaning of these. He seems to be do not want to do as before, that is, do not want to intervene in Shinjisha things, naturally also even more do not want to in Shinjisha things to make the decision. But as I said, this is their family's family affairs, the Qing official difficult to determine the family affairs, because this kind of family affairs stand in each person's point of view to see, each person has their own reasoning, and cannot be completely said to have done wrong. I was silent and did not answer. Shinjisha's father also seems to anticipate this topic to this extent, I cannot pick up again, said, in fact, not only her mother, I can see, she seems to have a good feeling about you. Obviously, this was another open and shut comment. I helplessly said, Auntie has told me something like this before, and I've been honest, I can detect it, but I'm also very clear that Shinjisha and I aren't in the same class. My words were not out of Shinjisha's father's expectation. He smiled slightly and asked, then, when you tell me the truth, do you have a very contradictory feeling in your heart? Or should I say, your thoughts are rational, but your feelings are not rational, inside actually. Sensibility and reason are in conflict? Yes, there is such a feeling. I nodded and said. Then have you ever deeply into thinking about this problem? Shinjisha's father then asked, how exactly should I do it? Haven't thought about it. I slowly shook my head, still truthfully saying, I've never encountered such a situation before, so I don't have a direction to think about, and as soon as I think about this issue, I'll only feel the conflict within me become more intense, and in addition, Shinjisha and I are now in this kind of situation, which is also not very suitable for thinking about this issue. That's true. Shinjisha's father nodded and said, although you and she are both in the process of getting divorced, neither of you are actually done yet. People still have to face reality. I mused and said, the reality is here, it doesn't allow me to think too long term, moreover, I can't think long term either, so I don't have too many ideas right now, I'm just taking one step at a time. After a pause, I tentatively asked a question, if Shinjisha and I divorce things are each resolved, become a free agent, the two of us and each other have a good feeling, and formally start dating, what kind of attitude will you be? You already know my attitude, so why ask more? Shinjisha's father smiled faintly, patted my shoulder, and said, my idea is to respect my daughter's decision, it's just that, what you said just now is also very right, you can't think about this kind of thing in the long run. Shinjisha's father said here and once again pulled out a cigarette. I hurriedly took out my own cigarettes and handed him one, even though my cigarettes are a grade lower than his, but for a smoker, he had already let me have a cigarette before, no matter how high or low my cigarettes are, it is a polite response for me to let him have a cigarette. Shinjisha's father took my cigarette and lit it, said, I say this, it does not mean that I think that you will be able to come together with my daughter after you become free, it also does not mean that I'm making a statement to you to support you in pursuing my daughter, but it's because her mother looking for you to talk to you about this matter, whether it is for you or for my daughter, it is a kind of unfair behavior. Shinjisha's father said these words in a very awkward way, and after finishing, he asked, do you understand what I mean? Understand. I laughed and said, you were saying that you care about Shinjisha's attitude and thoughts, but the reason it would be so troublesome to say that lies in letting me know that I should not feel that you were supporting me just because you care about Shinjisha's attitude and thoughts. After a pause, I added, everything is about fate, let it be. In reality, this was exactly what I was thinking before. I couldn't think too far ahead because there were too many variables, and I could only take one step at a time and let everything happen as it would. It's not that I have a negative attitude, it's just the way it is. You have to know exactly what you're facing in order to be able to make forward-looking expectations. But the situation I'm facing right now is so complicated that I can't have any expectations at all. Shinjisha and I are now in the stage of divorce, this is the fact in front of us. Shinjisha's mother just found me to talk, politely expressed her attitude, this is also an indisputable fact. The two words let it be is the best response I can think of to face this situation in front of me. Hearing my last sentence, Shinjisha's dad had a satisfied smile on his face, once again patted my shoulder and said, I also have something else to do, I took the time to come over and chat with you for a few minutes, let's just talk here today, thank you for the coffee. After saying that, Shinjisha's father shook the coffees in his hand, turned around and walked in the direction of his car. I sent him to the side of the car, watched him get into the car to start the car away, and then drank the cup of iced coffee in his hand dry, and only then into the office building, back to their own work company. At this time has been close to noon hotel, I went directly to the company cafeteria to eat. After eating lunch, I returned to my workstation, the office chair will be adjusted to recliner mode, want to squint for a while. What I didn't expect was that the 2 cups of iced coffee in the morning directly led to sleepiness. Even though my eyes were closed, I could never sleep. My mind was also messed up thinking about the meeting with Shinjisha's mom, as well as the meeting with Shinjisha's dad. These two people had approached me for a chat one after the other, but their attitudes were very different. However, regardless of whether their attitudes were the same or not, one thing always remained the same, and that was that they both loved Shinjisha very much. You go to the manpower department in the afternoon. Shen2 came back from lunch, saw me lying on my workstation, and said, sign the list for our technical department's group building. I'm not going. I opened my eyes, looked at Shen2, and said, this is what Shen2 should do, what's wrong with letting me go? You think I didn't go? Shenhead shook his head and said, I've already been there in the morning. Chapter 70 Group Building Approval. Although the size of our company cannot be said to be very large, but it is not very small, but also allows the department can be a separate group building. And the most common department is the sales department. For no other reason, the sales department to run business, pull orders, bring profits to the company. When a month's performance is very high, the minister of the sales department will apply for the reunion. Although our technical department is not like the sales department, which brings the most profit to the company, it can also bring profit to the company. The reason I have said before, the company has some projects or orders, the other party's requirements are customized control cabinets and so on, such as Xiao Zhang came to me in the morning to talk about that single. This kind of business needs our technical department to produce drawings. I said to Zhang in the morning is also very clear, let him quote as more than 60,000, 120,000 to talk to the other side. But in fact, that a control cabinet, the cost of almost $30,000 or so is enough. Let Zhang quote a minimum of 60,000, means that the difference with the cost is 30,000, and this 30,000 profit is required to be counted in our technical department, belongs to our drawings of the design fee. In other words, I give the sales department of the small Zhang minimum 60,000 price, in fact, the cost price is 60,000 to the sales department. What price Zhang can negotiate a deal, that's his skill. 60,000 can also do this business, to provide each other with the requirements of the control cabinet, but the business will not have the profit can be counted on the side of the sales department. In the first 2 months, our technical department side of a dozen drawings, to the company has brought no small profit. Although there will be a bonus to our technical department, but, like the group building this kind of public money entertainment thing, little cute. I'm not going to apply for it. Moreover, our company has another advantage, that is, not in the weekend reunion, pure and simple workday to go out in style. Shenhead has long had this intention, but also in our technical department within the discussion a few times, the days of the group building has actually been set, just from the set date is still a long time, has not been to apply. Group building this kind of thing involves the workday attendance, must be approved by the Ministry of Manpower. As for the cost of building the group does not need to worry about, our practice of the Ministry of Technology has always been the intention of building a group, the bonus is not issued temporarily, with the bonus to build a group. And so after the reunion back, take the hair ticket to find the boss to sign, and then go to the financial reimbursement, and then the bonus to be sent down. After all, our company's group building is to spend money before reimbursement, which is actually the boss's little scheme, afraid of the group building when the waste of his money. Organize the group building with his own money first and then reimbursement, can have some checks and balances in this regard. There is no doubt that the practice of the head of our chan, the bonus is not issued temporarily first public funds for the reunion, reimbursement after the bonus is issued, is really a policy on the lower part of the countermeasures. Just, the group building to find the Ministry of Manpower approval thing, always as the Chen head of the matter, let me go is not appropriate. Previously, when head Chen went to the Ministry of Manpower for approval of the group building application, there hadn't been any problems. I'm not going. I still insisted on my opinion and said, this kind of thing is something that only head Chen, as a minister, can go and apply for a signature. I can't represent the technical department. You're really wrong this time, it has to be you. Chen head threw the group building application form directly on me, said with a smile, I went to find Li Shanwei to sign this time. She didn't even pick up the application form, and opened her mouth to ask why she didn't send you over. The reason I stated for not going was just a crowning official statement. In fact, when Chen head is not available, often our technical department people take the group building application form to find Li Shanwei approval signature. After all, on the group building application form, Chen too would sign his name first. The reason I really don't want to go there is that I will meet Li Shanwei again when I go to the manpower department. If she doesn't answer, Chen too will continue to give it. I said without hesitation, it's her job duty. Don't mess around with me here. Chen Tu said in a bad mood, you're almost catching up to Li Shanwei. She didn't take the application form and talk to me about a whole lot of things. I was really annoyed by her and had no choice, so I simply went straight to the cafeteria to eat. After saying this, Chen head took a step towards his office and said, look at her meaning, it must be you to sign, it's about our department's reunion, you'll see what you can do. Chen head and I chat in front of, has been the technical department of the colleague heard in the ear. His last words and story so loud, the technical department of a few colleagues heard, obviously understand the meaning of Chen head, immediately came over. They talked and talked to persuade me to go to Li Shanwei to approve the signature at the same time, but also did not forget to flirt with me. Flirting such as Brother Chen is so handsome, he must have charmed Li Shanwei, otherwise she wouldn't have done this, and so on, endless sentence after sentence from these guys' mouths. Come on, stop, I'll go. I said without a trace of anger, let me squint a bit, I'll go to her for approval and signing this afternoon. Hearing me promise, these guys let me off the hook, and each went back to his own workstation to take a lunch break and squint for a while. Around 2:30, I got up and stretched, went out of the technical department, and went directly to the human resources department to look for Li Shanwei. Sisterly, I still need to trouble you to give a signature. When I came to the human resources department, only Li Shanwei was alone. I directly sat down opposite her desk and placed the group building application form in front of her. What I have to say is that Li Shanwei still takes good care of her own department's employees. Like the lunch break, we are all in our own departments, in their own workstations to squint for a while. Li Shanwei's human resources department is next to the conference room, directly occupied the conference room. The human resources department employees are known to go to the conference room lunch break. Everyone has a folding crib or an inflatable crib, which is really great. The employees of the Ministry of Human Resources are all little girls. After occupying the conference room, other people are not good to go to the conference room for lunch break. Where is your technical department's group building scheduled for this time? Li Shanwei picked up the group building application form and looked at it, saying with a smile, without a detailed group building plan, how can I give you approval? This statement is purely picking a fight. Our technical department's group building can go wherever they want, so what's it got to do with approval? What's more, it's only the application form that is approved by the Ministry of Human Resources, and it doesn't need a detailed plan for the reunion. Besides, we really do not have a reunion plan. After all, although the company allows us to build individual departments, but the time limit is 1 day, which means that it is impossible to go far, just play around the matter. Sometimes, the sales department side in the issuance. Tickets appropriate case, and will even directly put a day off, hair. Ticket reimbursed the so-called reunion fee as a bonus. Sisterly, are you kidding? I looked around to see no one, whispered, we are not outsiders, you have any requirements to mention. 71 Chapter Drunkenness is not wine. I have said before Li Shanwei this person, relying on the boss as her relatives, in the company, although not to say that the authority of the blessing, but, in short, the hands of the right, but also like to rely on the hands of the right to card people card things. Therefore, she and the company's popularity is not too good. Whether our technical department, other departments also, the group building to find her approval, in fact, often encountered by her card things. And buy her card in fact is not difficult to solve, is to give her some benefits. As for what kind of benefits, that only she and the minister of each department know. Of course, this time the situation is still completely different from before. Because it's not like our minister, Chen Tu, wouldn't be able to do his job, looking for her approval to be stuck with her, and would definitely be heading in that direction as well. But Li Shanwei directly asked me why I didn't come, pointing out that it was for me to come over and talk. As for the reason is also very simple, is that she seems to me is really good. Although my heart is not willing to come over to her for approval, but after all, it is involved in the departmental group building approval, the matter of everyone's welfare, and by the Chen head so a rhythm, everyone flirted with me, of course, I have to come over. However, I also considered, in the company, she still dare not do anything out of the ordinary. Moreover, I had 2 private contacts with Li Shanwei, although I could feel that she had a good feeling about me, but she only reminded me implicitly, the meaning of which was clearly to let me understand, and take the initiative to respond to her. This undoubtedly shows that she is still thin-skinned. Based on this, she will never do anything out of the ordinary in the company. Of course, by out of the ordinary, I don't mean in terms of her behavior, but in the company, she won't make it clear, or blatantly say that she likes me or something like that. There were only Li Shanwei and I in the Human Resources Department office, and seeing that I lowered my voice to ask her, Li Shanwei poked her body forward, almost to my face, and lowered her voice as well, saying, "I want to go too." Huh? I couldn't help but be surprised. She even wanted to follow our technical department to go on a reunion? Can this be appropriate? She's the head of the Human Resources Department, what's the point of following our technical department to a group building? Damn it! Li Shanwei heard my surprised voice was not small, gently punched on my arm. "Lower your voice. Sister Li, this is not appropriate, right?" I lowered my voice and said, "You are the minister of the Ministry of Manpower, what's wrong with going out with our technical department for a reunion?" As soon as my words fell, a few little girls from the Human Resources Department went back to the office. Li Shanwei gave me a wink, and I understood, stood up and headed out. And with that, Li Shanwei also got up and went out of the Human Resources Department's office with me. "Go to the fire escape." Li Shanwei came out of the office, walked behind me, and said in a low voice, "You're addicted to cigarettes, so you just happened to be going for a smoke." Hearing Li Shanwei's words, I didn't say anything, walked over to the fire escape, pushed open the fire door and walked into the fire escape. Company this kind of place, all areas are public, slightly more private place is the bathroom. But Li Shanwei and I are a man and a woman, we can't go to the same bathroom to talk. The fire escape is the only choice. Of course, it's also a good choice, because I always go to the fire escape to smoke. After I entered the fire escape, habitually took out a cigarette and lit one, Li Shanwei followed into the fire escape, said, "It is because it is not appropriate, I cannot talk to Lao Chen, so I named you over, you go back to tell Lao Chen, I want to follow the technical department to go to the group building." I glanced at Li Shanwei and silently smoked a cigarette without saying anything. "You want to follow the technical department to go to the group building? You're afraid that you want to follow me out to have fun, right? This is clearly a drunkard's intention." But I couldn't say it yet. "Say something." Seeing that I was silent, Li Danwei urged a bit anxiously. "What do you want me to say?" With a speechless look on my face, I said, "Sister Li, you yourself know that it's inappropriate, how do you want me to tell Chen Tu about this?" After a pause, I added, "This is a departmental reunion, our technical department's reunion, you as the head of the Human Resources Department followed, how can it be appropriate?" "Oh." Li Shanwei suddenly realized, dragging a long voice, faces also suddenly realized look, and then said, "We said inappropriate, not a thing. What I say is inappropriate is that I'm not very good at opening my mouth with old Chen and saying that I want to follow. What you say is inappropriate is that it's inappropriate for me to participate in your technical department's reunion." I nodded and said, "Let's not talk about the fact that you can't open your mouth to Chen, just what I said. Think about it carefully, as the Minister of Human Resources, the group building of each department has to be approved by you. If you follow the group building of the technical department, how will the other people of the company look at you? How will the rest of the company look at you? They won't say that you're using your power for personal gain? Who dares?" After hearing my words, Li Shanwei immediately glared and said angrily, "You don't have to worry about this, I'm not stupid, I'll take a leave of absence and go to join your technical department's group building, and then I'll say that I have something to do on my leave of absence, which just happens to run into the same place as your technical department. I'll just say that I'm on vacation and just happen to run into your tech department." I listened to his jaw dropping, also directly speechless. Li Shanwei even thought of a good countermeasure. Then what can I say? She is the Minister of the Human Resources Department, but she has real power in her hands. I'm just a team leader of the technical department, in the technical department to speak to the ordinary employees to manage a little thing. What's more, I have a good relationship with my colleagues in the technical department, and I won't be angry at them at all, and giving them pressure to do their work is equivalent to having no power at all. Li Danwei has made up her mind, so I really can't persuade her anymore. Besides, Li Shanwei and the boss is a relative, this is not a secret. She really blatantly go to participate in the technical department of the reunion, or other departments of the reunion. It is expected that the boss will not take the parties. This point, from Li Shanwei and the company to do things to cause bad reputation, behind the back of the people are slandering her, the boss is enough to get proof. After all, the boss can't be ignorant of the things in the company. The big company, a little thing on the spread of the whole company. No, Li Shanwei bad reputation thing, the boss unless it is blind to not see. Then, Sister Li named me to come over, just want me to go back and tell this to Chen Head? I asked tentatively. Right. Li Shanwei said without hesitation, we are familiar with each other, so it's appropriate for you to convey this to old Chen on your behalf. In addition, I know that you and Lao Chen are on good terms, so you can't just relay it, you have to make an effort in front of Lao Chen to get him to agree that I should follow the technical department's group building to play for a day. After a pause, Li Shanwei added, the approval sheet is on my desk, if Lao Chen agrees, you come over and get it, if Lao Chen doesn't agree, you let him come over and get it himself. Chapter 72, Pit people do not bring this. After Li Shanwei said this, she left me alone to smoke in the fire escape and went straight back to the office of the Ministry of Manpower. What the hell? I was depressed after smoking this cigarette, put off the cigarette in the trash can behind the fire escape door, turned around and walked out of the fire escape, back to the Ministry of Technology to go. As soon as I returned to the technical department, although the colleagues in the technical department didn't gather around, they all looked at me with inquiring eyes. I signaled Head Chen's office, and everyone immediately understood that it must be Li Shanwei's request, and I had to go and report it to Head Chen. Immediately, these guys turned their heads and started busy with their own work. Obviously, they think that Li Dangwei only needs to make a request. I will talk to Chen Tu and Chen Tu will give some benefits according to Li Dangwei's request, and the group building will definitely be approved. According to common sense, their idea is correct. But the key problem is that Li Shanwei didn't follow common sense this time. No matter what, this matter had to be told to Head Chen first anyways. The door to Chen Tu's office was half open, so I didn't knock on the door and directly walked in. However, I closed the door with my hand after entering, and only then did I walk to the opposite side of Chen Tu's desk and sit down. What did she say? Seeing that I came back, but didn't bring back the approval slip, Chen Head immediately asked. She's going to follow our technical department's reunion piece for a day. I said helplessly, that's all the request, let me convey it to Chen Head, if Chen Head agrees, let me go over to her to get the approval slip, if Chen Head doesn't agree, then Chen Head will go by himself. Hiss. Chen Tu sucked in a breath of cool air as he listened, saying, she's making it clear that she's not following us, if I don't agree, letting me go over there, it's 100% an excuse not to give approval. Hearing Chen Tu's words, I helplessly spread my hands. In fact, before Li Shanwei left from the fire escape, her last words were this meaning, it was a warning to Chen Tu that he had to agree to her going with this technical department group for a day of fun. Chen Tu slowly furrowed his brows, obviously thinking about the specifics of the matter at hand. To be fair, Chen Tu was actually not afraid of anyone in the company. Even if Li Shanwei relied on the fact that he was a relative of the boss, Chen Tu was not afraid of him at all. Because Chen Head is the boss started this company when the company came to the company, is really the existence of the company's founding minister. Moreover, Chen Head is also skillful, real strength. Usually in the company, who see Chen Head have to give a few points of face, the boss is no exception, he has been polite to Chen Head. Time is not long, Chen Head's eyes looked at me, but also brought a trace of suspicion, said, our technical department or other departments, the group building is not once or twice, also did not see her follow along. This approval, she named you to go, still have to follow? Brat, tell me the truth, is this matter related to you? And don't talk tough in front of me, I believe what I saw, that day the two of you ate together in the corner of the cafeteria, everyone saw it. Hearing Chen Head's words, I couldn't help but reveal a speechless look. It's really just a big-ass company, a little thing and it's all over the place. The last time I ate with Li Shanwei in the cafeteria, 100% of the time, it would spread like wildfire. After all, everyone usually see Li Shanwei to avoid far away, including me. I suddenly eat with her in the cafeteria, to not have any rumors to see the ghost. Only, I also ate with her in the cafeteria so once, there is no other special situation was seen or something, rumors are also very quickly in the past only. Right now when this matter came up, it was too normal for Chen-tu to be able to think of my head, that is, this matter might be related to me. When did you get so close to her? Chen-head saw that I didn't say anything, frowned and said, don't mess around, she's a relative of the boss, not to mention that you're also married. Chen-head, where are you thinking, am I that kind of person? I sighed and helplessly told Chen-tu the details of what happened, including the fact that my last leave of absence was actually catching the scene of the divorce, and the subsequent events between Li Shanwei and I. Now that it's come to this, it's impossible not to tell. Otherwise, Chen-tu would definitely misunderstand. So that's what happened. Chen-tu nodded silently and said, in that case, Li Shanwei really does have her eye on you, and this is a chance to get close to you. Pretty much. I sighed and said, that's basically what I think, so, Chen-tu, I don't know what to say right now, and from the bottom of my heart, I want you to refuse. But this is our department's reunion, we've all been waiting for so long, and because I refused, resulting in the approval not being able to be approved, I can't bear it in my heart. Then what else do you have to say? Chen-head said dryly, of course it's sacrificing you one to make all of us happy, besides, she's just approaching you, it's not like anything will happen. After saying this, Chen-tu stood up and left. There was no doubt that he was going to the manpower department to look for Li Shanwei's approval. I knew this would be the outcome. However, it was also like what Chen-tu said, because Li Shanwei was interested in me, and if I asked Chen-tu to reject Li Shanwei's joining, it would result in Li Shanwei not approving it, and that would definitely be too much for me in my heart. However, I have my own thoughts in my heart. The big deal is that I won't go. Anyway, there's no requirement to participate in the department's reunion, right? I'll just take a day off at home and not come to work when it's time for the reunion. I got up and left Chen-tu's office, and just as I returned to my workstation and sat down, Chen-tu came back and immediately waved at me. I got up again and followed Chen-tu to his office. You have to be there when the time comes. Chen had signaled for me to close the door, and then said, she's already signed it, and I've also told her that the technical department is definitely all in for the reunion. What does that mean? I couldn't help but stare. Chen-tu, you took the initiative to say that to her? Isn't that nonsense? Chen-tu said without hesitation, it must have been me who took the initiative to say that. There's no way she could have said that, no? No, I'm planning on not going to the reunion and resting at home for a day. I said immediately. I just knew that you had this idea, that's why I said that to Li Shanwei. Chen had hemmed and hawed and said, if you don't go, no one will take care of her, making everyone unhappy. If you go, she will definitely stick by your side, so everyone will have fun. Chen-tu, pitting people doesn't work like this. I frowned and said, I've been honest with you, but you're good, you're backhandedly punking me? There's no way around it, it can only be hard on you. Chen-tu patted my shoulder and said with a gloating look on his face. Chapter 73, A New Project of Nongjialu. After saying this, Chen-head went out of his office and announced to everyone that the group building had been approved, and then began to solicit everyone's opinions on where to go on the day of the group building. Things have come to this point, I cannot say anything, can only be out of the Chen-head of the office, back to their own workstation to sit down. In fact, although this matter is considered to be a pitfall for me, but standing in the perspective of the Chen-head, he really does not have any good choices. After all, this kind of thing is the whole department to go out together, can't because of Li Shanwei's joining, spoiled everyone's fun, right? Besides, the Chen-head is already very clear about what is going on, almost do not even have to think about it will push me out to solve Li Shanwei this trouble. In Chen-tu's opinion, isn't the emergence and joining of Li Shanwei's trouble because of me? For me to be responsible for solving the trouble that started because of me, Chen-tu wouldn't even have any psychological burden. The colleagues in the technical department had already taken out their cell phones and were using the software to look for fun places nearby. As the head of our technical department, Chen-tu is actually the head of the group building, so every time there is a departmental group building to choose the location, he never participates in the selection. Because Chen-head know, once he chose the location, the department in front of him are subordinates, naturally will not put forward any comments. I remember very clearly, our technical department of the reunion, from the first to now I do not know how many times, Chen-head only put forward the opinion of the choice of location once. Unsurprisingly, everyone had no problem with Chen's choice of location that time. However, this is not to say that the previous situation, that is, after that one time, Chen-tu felt that it was inappropriate for him, as a minister, to raise the choice of location. In fact, the choice of location was only raised by Chen-tu on the 5th occasion of our technical department's reunion, and he hadn't raised his opinion on any of the previous 4 reunions. He didn't give any opinion on the previous 4 group builds. The reason why he proposed the location choice was because he had to go back to his hometown the next day, and the location he chose for the group build was actually somewhere on the way to his hometown. In this way, after Chen 2 finished the group building with us, we returned home while he drove back to his hometown. Seeing that I hadn't pulled out my cell phone to check out fun places nearby, Chen had walked over to my workstation and asked, "Not going to participate in the location selection?" "Go anywhere," I said with a smile. I also seldom had an opinion on the choice of location for a reunion, and everyone was used to it. At this point, they were discussing several locations. There was another reason why I was getting less and less involved in the choice of the group building locations, and that was because each group building was only for one day, and it was only to have fun around the neighborhood. And as the number of group builds increased, in reality, there was nothing much left to choose from in terms of places to play around the neighborhood. "Look, this farmhouse is good, and you can even camp," a colleague said while holding his cell phone to show everyone. "We only have one day for group building, camping is impossible." Another colleague, whose workstation was opposite to him and couldn't see his cell phone, said with a smile, "We still have to go home at night and get ready to go back to work the next day as cattle and horses." "Nonsense, the reunion is only one day long, it's not like I don't know." The colleague who spoke earlier immediately said, "This farmhouse is not far away, driving on an hour or so, we can play a day, camping at night, early in the morning to drive back is not just a matter of time, and don't go home, come directly to the company to casually wash up on the line." After a pause, he added, "Now this season, dawn so early in the morning to drive back completely no problem." The colleague who answered the call was interested, and immediately got up and came to his side, looking at the introduction of the farmhouse in his cell phone with a few other colleagues. "Yell, it's really good, this Nanjiale is by the reservoir, there were already fried food and barbecue to choose from, the camping introduction can be directly barbecued at the camping site, good, let's do this." The colleague who picked up the conversation said this, and the other colleagues all looked at Chen 2. "A farmhouse by the reservoir?" I couldn't help but be a little surprised in my heart. I had just gone to a farmhouse by the reservoir with Joe Lin for dinner, the drive was also about an hour, it couldn't be there, could it? The only difference was that I didn't realize that camping was possible there, right? "Give me your cell phone, I'll see what's going on," I said as I reached out. That colleague immediately handed me the phone, I took it and couldn't help but smile. "Hey, what a coincidence, I've just been there." "Brother Chen, when did you go? Was it fun? Was it good?" a coworker immediately asked. "I went for a barbecue, it tasted good." As I spoke, I flipped through the introduction of the farmhouse in my phone and said, "It's just that, when I went there that day, I didn't find that I could camp. There was originally an apple orchard, the owner transformed the apple orchard into a farmhouse, and now that the apple trees are hanging fruits, I can smell the fruity flavor in there." I looked through several photos taken by the merchants about the campsite, and it suddenly dawned on me that the poplar grove was bulging out and bisecting the area. Entering the grove of poplars and turning to the right, that's where I saw the angler fishing last time I was there. When I entered the forest and turned to the left, it was the campsite mentioned in the introduction of the merchant. The campsite looks man-made, because the reservoir is full of gravel and dirt, but the campsite is sandy and thick. At a glance, we know that the owner transported a lot of sand paved. The area is not small, according to the visual estimate of a few meters between the tents to see, it must be able to put more than 10 tents. Of course, it had to be the kind of tents that weren't very big. Since everyone is fine with it, then we'll settle on this farmhouse. Chen Fa spoke up, "Xiaosu, contact the owner and ask him, tell him that for our departmental reunion, we'll go to his farmhouse for a day to play, see if there's any discounts. Also, if you are planning to camp, ask the boss if he can't accommodate other guests on that day. It would be nice to have a bonfire party there." The colleague who made the suggestion was Xiaosu, who immediately agreed to speak out, and immediately called the owner of the farmhouse through the contact information on the software, and had a discussion with him over the phone. The negotiation went very smoothly. As I expected, the camping program was new to the owner, and the sand had just been paved, so no one had camped there yet. The owner guaranteed to give us a discount, and also guaranteed that if we camped on the day of the reunion, he would never accept any guests to camp there again. He would like to, but just on the camping program, no one to play is not it? Chapter 74 designated to a company. What specific concessions to give, the boss didn't say on the phone, only that he would wait for us to go there on the day of the reunion to talk about it face to face. However, the boss did say that he could provide some facilities, such as his farmhouse had fishing rods that could be used for us to fish for free. Before the reservoir was included in the water supply backup source, fish farming was allowed, and besides planting apple orchards, he also contracted for net box fish farming in the reservoir, and there were a few small boats that we could use if we wanted to go into the reservoir for boating. In this way, it adds a lot of fun to our group building. Just at this time, my cell phone rang a message tone. I opened to check. Is Lee Danwei sent a message? She asked me to group building location set down yet. I immediately gave her a message back, said that has been set in the farmhouse, but also can camping. Colleagues decided not to come back that night, camping over there, the next day early in the morning to drive back. At the end, I added, if you are not convenient, do not go, our technical department is all male. Lee Shanwei seconds back to the message, what inconvenience, you can still eat me not. Who the hell dares to eat you? After I saw this message, I directly do not return her message, the phone casually put back into the pocket. At this time, Xiao Su has finished the phone call, things are also so completely determined. Chen Head clapped his hands and said, the matter of the group building is settled, so do what you need to do. Chen Head, are we going to gather at the company the day after tomorrow, or are we going to set off directly on our own? Xiao Su asked while returning to his workstation. Each of us will set off, the farmhouse will gather, it's hot at this time of the day, let's go over earlier in the morning, you guys will be there before 7 o'clock. Chen Head laughed and said, I usually have a fishing hobby, you guys just leave me alone, I'll go fishing earlier. Not all of the colleagues in the technical department had cars, but those that did were the majority. Nowadays, young people want to open, such as Xiao Su, he actually just into the company less than 3 years, home from the company is not far away, and even have a bus straight through the door of his neighborhood to the company, there is no need to buy a car to commute. But he worked less than 2 years later, or paid a down payment to buy a car. However, the one he bought was a new energy tram, and the cost of using the vehicle was not much. Seeing Head Chen turn around to go back to his office, I followed him over and whispered, Head Chen, are you going to tell everyone about Li Shanwei going along? Is it ready to give everyone a shock when the time comes? After a pause, I added, also, everyone will gather at the farmhouse, what about Li Shanwei? Will you let her go by herself? It's not like you don't know she doesn't have a car. You go with her all the way. After saying this, Chen Head turned back, coughed, and said, by the way, there's something we have to notify everyone in advance. Hearing Chen Head's words, everyone looked at him. Minister Lee from the Human Resources Department is also participating in our group building this time. Chen Head said directly. Obviously, if it wasn't for me reminding him just now, Chen Tu would have really forgotten about Li Shanwei's participation. This wasn't an unjust accusation. The phrase that Chen Head had been harping on his lips for the past 2 years was that he was getting older and had a poor memory. Moreover, what he said in front of him was really easy to forget behind him. In any case, Chen Tu is also heading towards 60, almost retired, it is normal for his memory to deteriorate. Chen Head of this exit, our technical department of this department, the first is dead silence, then completely exploded, everyone has opened their mouths to ask why, as well as Li Shanwei went, will make everyone did not have a good mood. Xiao Su even said to go to the boss to say said. Okay, all keep your voices down, what's all the noise about? Head Chen, with a breezy look on his face, said, it's just one more person attending, what's the big deal? She's a relative of the boss, are you going to talk to the boss, are you preparing to have the boss stab you? Obviously, Chen Head's words behind this were meant for Xiao Su to hear. So what? Chen Head made up a look around, his eyes finally landed on me, said, by the day of the group building, you are responsible for accompanying Minister Lee throughout, including picking him up in the morning, me and the others are responsible for playing our own, you do a good job of accompanying him. After saying that, Chen Head turned around and went back to his office, and also closed the door of his office. As soon as Chen Head closed the door, all these colleagues in the technical department couldn't hold it in, he laughing mostly, Xiao Su was even happier with the loudest. Brother Chen, you have to eat with, drink with, play with, must take good care of Minister Li ah. Xiao Su this brat flirted with me, Chen brother that day to be 3. Accompanied. The moment Xiao Su's words left his mouth, he drew even more gloating laughter from everyone. I slapped Xiao Su on the back of his head and chided, you're the one who talks too much. Of course, this was a jokey move, I wasn't going to use any force. Little Su, just shut up. Another co-worker interjected, Head Chen didn't ask you to accompany Minister Lee, so you can just be happy. That's true ha. Xiao Su hemmed and hawed and said, Brother Chen, sacrificing one of you makes millions of families happy, little brother here thanks in advance. Hearing little Su's last sentence, everyone also smiled and thanked me. Of course, their thanks were actually flirting. I was also too lazy to bother with this group of guys. However, in my heart, I actually knew very well that Chen Tu would do this, that is, designate me to accompany Li Shanwei in front of everyone, actually to help me cover up the fact that Li Shanwei was interested in me. So as not to arrive at the day of the reunion, Li Shanwei sticking to my side all day, was everyone found abnormal. Although Chen Tu had screwed me over earlier, from his point of view, he had to do it. Now he's helping me out again, so it's kind of even. I sat down at my workstation, took out my cell phone and sent a message to Li Shanwei. We have to arrive at the farmhouse before 7 o'clock in the morning on the day of the reunion. Chen Tu asked everyone to go on their own. I'll go over to pick you up. I sent this message over, actually holding a trace of fantasy in my heart, hoping to see Li Shanwei reply that I do not need to go to pick up, she will go by herself. But this was impossible, that's why I said it was a fantasy. Li Shanwei's message quickly returned, okay, I'll wait for your call, camping, I'll live with you in a tent. Seeing this last sentence of the message sent by Li Shanwei, I was shocked and shivered, and my cell phone almost fell to the ground. I fished out the phone, shivering typed back a message, nonsense what, we are 2 lonely men and women live in a tent, or our technical department of the group building, so many people together, this shall not be spread all over the company inside the rumors of the wind, absolutely not. After I sent this message, Li Shanwei did not return my message. This situation allows me to breathe a sigh of relief, she should be me to convince. It? Chapter 75 Adventurous Mentality. The reunion was the day after tomorrow, which meant that there was still 1 day apart from tomorrow, so it could be said to have passed in the blink of an eye. There wasn't much else going on in these 2 days. The only thing I can mention is Shin Jisha's contact with me. Shin Jisha had contacted me at night for the past 2 days, and the time was relatively fixed, probably between 9:30 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. The reason was simple, she had been sent to live with her parents, and it was most convenient for her to contact me at night when she was in her own room. As for the daytime, she told me that she was very busy in the company these 2 days, so she didn't contact me. Shin Jisha's contact with me in the past 2 days was basically just idle chatter. However, Shin Jisha guessed that her mom might have approached me for a chat and asked about it. Shin Jisha and her mom, Xia Guanlan, and icy smart, a great wisdom like a demon, since she could guess that her mom had looked for me to talk about, naturally, she could also guess what the topic of her mom's conversation with me would be. Therefore, I did not hide Shin Jisha, or truthfully told her the situation. Shin Jisha asked me to pretend that her mom hadn't talked to me. In response, I didn't say anything. In addition, Shin Jisha should not have guessed that her father Shin Yanxiu in fact also looked for me to talk on that day, and simply did not ask the question. Naturally, I will not talk too much to say that her father also looked for me to talk. The next night, I told Shin Jisha about the group building to go to the farm thing, but caused her great interest and focus on the camping thing. After I said the specifics of camping, I could hear that Shin Jisha was actually a little disappointed. After all, this kind of camping site inside the farmhouse naturally lose some fun. In fact, it shouldn't be said so. Because camping is camping, camping is camping, camping is camping, each has its own characteristics. Shin Jisha should like camping this way. I'm positive about this bit of conjecture or analysis. Because Shin Jisha grew up as a good girl, since childhood has not done anything out of the ordinary, even if it is older, there must be hidden inside, and more eager to pay the action of the adventurous mentality. As expected, Shin Jisha's sentence proved my guess. Even going to the campground for a night, I think it would be very relaxing, but it's a pity that I can't go. Shin Jisha said in a rather envious tone, first of all, I wish you a happy reunion in advance. Actually, it's easiest for you to want to experience camping, it's just that you haven't thought towards that. I said with a smile, you have long had the conditions that others do not have that can be camped, that terrace of yours, buy a tent and you can camp, although it is worse than going to a campground, but it is still a much more convenient condition than others, moreover, camping on the terrace of the house is also a special feeling. That's right. Shin Jisha immediately said happily, when I go back, I'll place an order for a tent, and sleep in a tent on the terrace, to experience the feeling of camping in my own home, and then you'll help me hold up the tent up? No problem. I agreed with a smile and said, that terrace of yours with the wigwam and flowing water, the artificial landscape is small but beautiful, it must feel especially great. After a pause, I added, when there's a chance in the future, I'm going to go out camping, so if you're interested, you can come along. Yes, of course I'm interested. Shin Jisha busily said, however, since it's a camping trip, you must choose a place with a good natural landscape. Obviously, from Shin Jisha's busy interface back this time, it had also been confirmed that the hidden spirit of adventure within her already had an extremely strong motivation to put it into action. When you go out to travel, do you like to find tourist places with natural landscapes? Or tourist places with strong humanistic history? I heard another key point in Shinjisha's words, and asked with a smile, as for man-made tourist attractions, it's of little interest? Yes, man-made tourist attractions are not interesting at all. Shinjisha smiled and asked, are you also like this? Well, go out to travel well, I prefer natural landscape, the second thing humanistic and historical attractions, the reason why there is a primary and secondary points, because I know nothing about history, nothing too much feeling, can only produce a point of emotion to the ancient architecture. I replied with a smile. When there's a chance, we'll go out and travel together. Shinjisha said casually, it's getting late, I'm going to wash up and rest, you also rest early, you still have to get up early tomorrow to go to Nanjiale. After saying that, Shinjisha ended the call. And I also got up to wash up and went to bed early. After all, tomorrow morning, I still have to get up early and make a detour to pick up Li Shanwei before I can rush to the Nanjiale. I woke up the next morning after 4:30, washed up and casually ate 2 slices of bread, drank a carton of milk, and went out and downstairs before 5:30. Before I was about to leave, I gave Li Shanwei a call first, in case Li Shanwei hadn't gotten up yet. Out of my expectation, I called the phone did not ring twice. Li Danwei answered the phone, told me she had already gotten up and was washing up. I told her that she almost half an hour or so to the door of her neighborhood, and then hung up the phone, driving to Li Shanwei's neighborhood. Around 6 o'clock, I drove to the entrance of Li Shanwei's neighborhood. I just stopped the car, I saw Li Shanwei's footsteps hurriedly walk toward the outside. I lowered the car window, Li Shanwei saw me, waved her hand at me, accelerated her pace, almost running towards my car. Soon, Li Shanwei came to my car, pulled open the door and sat in the passenger side, buckling her seatbelt. Sister Li's sense of time is much better than the average woman. I drove forward, preparing to make a U-turn at the intersection ahead. What's that saying? Li Shanwei asked with a smile, could it be that the girlfriends you used to have, as well as your ex-wife, were not punctual? Anyway, if we say we're leaving at 6, how can we end up getting a 7 o'clock departure? The fastest we can get is 6:30. I laughed and said, correction, Jolin and I are not divorced, she's not my ex-wife. What's the difference with divorced? Li Shanwei blankly glanced at me, opened the lunchbox she had with her, pinched out a piece of sushi and fed it directly to my mouth, saying, open your mouth. I've had breakfast. I said hurriedly. Open your mouth. Li Shanwei said stubbornly. I was driving, so I could only helplessly open my mouth and let her feed the piece of sushi into my mouth. Is it good? Li Shanwei asked with an expectant look on her face. Tasty. I immediately nodded and said, where did you buy it? I haven't heard of a sushi seller in the morning? Hearing my words, Li Shanwei smiled happily. Chapter 76 Breakfast Sushi. Seeing this happy smile on Li Shanwei's face, I immediately looked back and asked in shock, Sister Li, you didn't make the sushi, did you? It's me who made it. The smile on Li Shanwei's face was even more complacent, but she was still a little unconvinced, saying, statement, you tell me the truth, are you guessing that I made it, so you deliberately said that, so that I would be happy? No, I'm being honest, it's really delicious. I turned the car around and drove into the oncoming road, also in the direction of the farmhouse, and said, it's the same flavor as the sushi I bought anyway. Otherwise, I wouldn't have mistaken it for the one you bought. As I've already said before, since Jolin and I met until we got married, I've always been the one cooking. So, the matter of stir-frying and cooking was a no-brainer for me. However, sushi is something that I've never done before. Stir-frying is just like anything else, you don't have to learn, it's not like if you can stir-fry, you can cook every dish. Sometimes I go out to eat, there are more delicious dishes, I will also copy at home to do their own, although the flavor can be 70% to 80% similar, or even up to 90% similar, but to be exactly the same as the restaurant to do the same texture, or cannot do. In addition, every chef has his own characteristics of cooking. The same dish, with the same ingredients and raw materials, 2 chefs do it, there is a difference in flavor. The sushi made by Li Shanwei, anyway, I didn't eat it much differently from the ones I bought outside. You're going to take a detour to come and pick me up, I'm afraid you didn't have breakfast, and, leaving so early, I won't be able to have breakfast, so, why don't you just get up even earlier, and do a little bit of your own to make it easy to eat in the car, and we'll both eat on the way. Li Shanwei said this and pinched another piece of sushi and fed it to me. I have already eaten a piece of sushi, it would be pretentious not to eat it again. I directly opened my mouth and ate the piece of sushi that Li Shanwei fed me, and while eating it, I said, then I won't be polite with Sister Li. I just ate 2 slices of bread, it's true that it's not much of a topping. However, Li Shanwei had just said that this was made for the 2 of us to eat on the way, so I couldn't help but just look down at the lunchbox she had brought with her. The reason was simple, we had to let Li Shanwei eat enough, didn't we? If I eat too much, she won't be able to eat enough. What about 2 layers? Seeing my gaze, Lee Shanwei uncovered the lunchbox and said, enough for the 2 of us. Saying this, Lee Shanwei pinched another piece of sushi and fed it to me. I smiled and nodded, opening my mouth to eat the piece of sushi she fed me, but because of the slight nodding motion, coupled with the fact that Lee Shanwei reached out closer to my mouth this time, I accidentally almost caught Lee Shanwei's finger. Even if I didn't. I also felt her hand pull out of my mouth. Sorry, didn't mean to. I hurriedly said, wipe your hands, the tissue is on your side. It's okay. Although Lee Shanwei said this, her cheeks were slightly red. She didn't eat in the morning either, and fed me a few pieces of sushi in a row. At this time, this kind of situation that makes her a little shy, I hurriedly digress and say, sisterly, you also eat you haven't eaten breakfast yet. I at least ate 2 slices of bread. As soon as the words left my mouth, I regretted it. I almost contained her hand, let her take a tissue to wipe her hand and she didn't wipe it, and now I'm persuading her to eat sushi. It's very suspected of being intentional. But once I said that, it's not easy to explain. Explaining it would inevitably make it darker and darker. At that moment, I simply chose to shut up. Humph. Lee Shanwei softly hummed, and then pinched up a piece of sushi and stuffed it into her mouth and ate it. Only, I didn't know if she was doing it to show that she didn't suspect me of being dirty, or if it was on purpose. She shivered her fingers a bit when she pinched the sushi and stuffed it into her mouth. I couldn't help but be even more speechless. I don't know if Chen Tu has arrived yet. I said without words. Chen Tu said that he usually likes fishing, so let's not worry about him, he'll rush over first thing in the morning to go fishing first. It's estimated that he should have arrived by this time. Lee Shanwei interjected, it's dawn at 4:30 now. Moreover, I brushed the short video also occasionally brushed to the fishing video. Some people even fishing all night, really cannot understand, also do not know what is the meaning of fishing. One of the few hobbies for men. I said with a smile. Lee Shanwei also laughed, casually pinching up a piece of sushi and feeding it to me again. Only, she was still pinching the sushi with that same hand. The key problem was, she had just shivered her fingers. When I hesitated for a second or two without opening my mouth, Lee Shanwei frowned at me and asked, what? Dislike. I didn't let her get the words out, and immediately opened my mouth and ate the piece of sushi she fed me. Because it wouldn't look good to let her get the words out. Also, that finger shaking she just didn't seem to be intentional, but rather meant to show that she didn't mind me being dirty. If I didn't eat the piece of sushi, it would obviously be rather inappropriate to let her get the words out. Seeing me eat this piece of sushi, Lee Shanwei only smiled and stopped talking. I'm almost full. I hurriedly said, I still have to save my stomach for lunch, sisterly, hurry up and eat. Lee Shanwei nodded, stopped talking, and ate the sushi she made. She got up so early in the morning, she must be hungry. She ate several pieces of sushi in a row before stopping and said, I'm full too. Sisterly, you don't eat much. I said as I glanced at the remaining sushi. The lunchbox she brought was a 2-layer one, with 1 layer of sushi being a little more than the kind of sushi you buy in a box, and she had eaten a little more than half of 1 layer of sushi. I left my stomach too. Lee Shanwei smiled and said, it's good to eat at the farmhouse at noon. I've had the barbecue at that nanjiale, it tastes good. I interjected, as for the fried vegetables, I haven't eaten it, I don't know how it tastes, we're going to play over there for a day, we're scheduled to eat fried vegetables at noon, and we'll camp out at night with a barbecue. You've been there? Lee Shanwei asked with some surprise. Right. I nodded and told Lee Shanwei about the day I went to eat with Joe Lin once. Of course, I didn't say why I ate with Joe Lin again. You're all getting divorced and you still go out to eat together? Lee Shanwei asked in shock. I'm looking for her for the divorce. I sighed and said, I can't let her keep dragging it out. That's right, it's not good to drag it out. Lee Shanwei nodded and asked, did you look for a lawyer? Found one. I casually said, I sent Joe Lin and I's divorce agreement to the lawyer, so she can look at the agreement first, I guess I should get back to me in the next 2 days. That's quite good. Lee Shanwei said, if this kind of thing drags on for a long time, I'm afraid that there will be trouble. Chapter 77, Getting on the Boat. At this time not much far from the farmhouse, I no longer with Lee Shanwei continue my divorce topic, said, sisterly, immediately arrived, you see outside that piece of apple orchard is. Lee Shanwei looked out the car window and could already see a large apple orchard by the reservoir. Only, although it was within sight and looked like it wasn't far, it still took more than 10 minutes to drive. Because this highway goes around the edge of the reservoir, within sight is a straight line, down the road is to go around in a bit of a circle. Even if the termination of this topic of my divorce, but also have to say a word, Lee Shanwei said, are very reasonable, is my divorce thing, the more delay may be more trouble. Just like last time, I and Jolin to this farmhouse dinner, not still be her to shiver a meal. Moreover, Jolin has clearly told me that she regrets it. This also means that the trouble is out in the open. What I said to Lee Shanwei is also the truth. I have already consulted a lawyer, or I should say that I have found a lawyer. This lawyer was no other than the lawyer who handled the divorce case for Shin Jisha. I sent her the divorce agreement between me and Jolin. She will give me a reply after reading it in the next couple of days. It should go the way of prosecution. After 10 minutes or so, I parked my car outside the farmhouse. This farmhouse is a remodeled orchard, and the apple orchard is planted next to the reservoir, a distance away from the road. Therefore, the current farmhouse, that is, outside the former apple orchard, is actually a large piece of wasteland. The owner of the farmhouse turned the apple orchard into a farmhouse, and the entrance was also renovated, and a large area of wasteland was leveled as a parking lot. Moreover, since it was already hot and the sunlight was extremely strong, the owner also erected some wooden poles around the area and put up a black sunshade net. Guests who come over for dinner can park their cars under the net to prevent the car seats from burning their asses in the sun. When I drove over, there was only one car in the parking lot, Chintu's car. I parked the car and walked into the Nanjiale with Lee Shanwei. The owner was having breakfast. I greeted the owner, saying that I was here for a reunion, and asked where Chintu had gone. He came early and went fishing by the reservoir. The boss said as he pointed in the direction of the poplar forest side. Seeing that I seemed to want to go over to Chintu, Lee Shanwei immediately said, "Statement, you don't want to go fishing, do you? I don't know how to fish, so you're just going to leave me here alone, huh?" I do want to go to find Chinhead fishing, but Lee Shanwei, this meaning is obviously do not want to go. I cannot throw her alone in this, is not? What's more, Chintu had already said that he wanted me to accompany Lee Shanwei. Otherwise, the other co-workers will not have fun because of Lee Shanwei's presence. You guys can row a boat to play inside the reservoir. The boss smiled and said, I have those boats sitting in the apple orchard. Yes, yes. Lee Shanwei immediately responded happily. I nodded and said, Boss, take us to see your boats. The boss stood up and led us towards the inside of the apple orchard. Boss, that shade net you got outside, I'm afraid it won't work in the sun in one summer, right? I asked as I walked, since you opened this farmhouse, why don't you use a tin plate or something like that can be used for many years? Isn't it more energy saving than replacing the sunshade netting once a year? It doesn't cost much either. I would like to. The owner smiled and said, that's it, it's been reported many times. Huh? Reported? Lee Shanwei asked with some surprise, why? I'm just jealous, why else? The boss explained, my apple orchard has been converted into a farmhouse, and the business is still good, so some people in the village are jealous. Outside the parking place is wasteland, I leveled the sunshade net, I'm not afraid of someone to report, but you said that kind of tin plate and so on cannot, that belongs to the illegal, have to let the demolition. After a pause, the boss added, sunshade net this thing, temporary pull up, I was reported someone to check, look at it also gone. So that's what happened. I couldn't help but say somewhat breathlessly. While talking, the boss brought Lee Shanwei and I to a corner of the apple orchard. A shed was built here, and at a glance, it also belonged to that kind of temporary construction. The boats that the boss had mentioned were piled up in the shed. One of the boats had a motor on it. After I saw it, I immediately asked, Boss, does that motor still work? The motor works, but not for you. The boss smiled and said, since the reservoir doesn't allow fish farming, these boats with motors aren't allowed to go into the water, so you can only row your own boat, and you have to be sneaky about it. After a pause, the boss asked me, do you know how to row a boat? No. I shook my head dryly. Then I'll teach you later. The boss said this and pulled a boat out, while sitting on it himself, and fixed the double oars to the fixed points on both sides. Watch it. The boss shook both oars to show me how to row the boat, while saying, both sides move at the same time, the boat will go straight, to turn or something, just row one side of the oar. After a pause, the boss said, I row like this, the boat is toward the direction of my back, change the posture is fine, you reverse the rowing strength, do not need to change the posture, the boat is toward the direction of your face to go straight, it is so simple, get it? Got it. I said with a slight nod. The boss came down from the boat, rummaged around in a box inside the shed for a while, and found 2 broken life jackets, and said, the safety measures have to be in place, otherwise, you can't go into the water. Seeing that the life jackets were so worn and dirty, Li Shanwei was obviously a bit resistant. However, there's not much to do here, and rowing in is already a good program, so although she was a bit resistant, she didn't say anything. While Li Shanwei and I were wearing life jackets, the boss dragged the boat towards the reservoir. Although the apple orchard is a sandy soil, the boat is not big, but so dragged forward, really also need a handful of strength. Nanjiale boss is not strong, but drag the boat walk easily, changes I can never do. Even if I usually have fitness, also 100% not as easy as the boss. This is the difference between long-time laborers and modern fitness people. When Li Shanwei and I put on our life jackets and walked to the edge of the reservoir, the boss had already pushed the boat into the water, clutching a rope connected to the bow and tugging on the boat. "Get in the boat." The boss signaled with a tilt of his head after seeing us walk over. Li Shanwei and I got into the boat, and the boss kicked off his slippers, stepped into the water, and pushed the boat towards the inside of the reservoir. Chapter 78, The Boat Swing. The boss pushed the boat until the water was no more than his knees before he stopped, and then with a hard push on this boat, Li Shanwei and I sat on the boat, and we floated towards the inside of the reservoir together with this boat. "Try rowing as I just taught you," the boss shouted. I immediately followed what the boss said and paddled with both hands at the same time. But I don't know whether it was because the strength of my two hands was not the same, or because my paddling movements were not right, under my control. The boat not only didn't move forward, but also vaguely showed signs of spinning in place. No, the oars don't leave the water so high, which is paddling you're doing, you're picking water. The boss stood in the water and corrected me. "Don't die hard, have a rhythm, take your time, you paddle once with both oars, the boat can run a long way, slowly don't rush, or you won't have the strength in a while." Hearing the boss's correction, after recalling what the boss taught me before over the shed, I took a deep breath and slowly slid the double oars. The boat didn't run in a straight line but swayed diagonally towards the front. Not bad, that's good, take your time to experience it yourself." The boss laughed and gave me a thumbs up, and then said, "I'm going back. When you guys get to the shore, if you don't want to get in the water, call me, I'll come over and pull the boat to the shore." "No, I'll paddle to shore when I get there and rope you to a tree," I responded loudly to the boss. The boss gave me another thumbs up and turned around to go back to the house at the entrance of the farmhouse, the lobby of the farmhouse. Rowing a boat doesn't have much technical skill, and once you learn it, you'll get more and more familiar with it. After I initially mastered the skills, I soon became comfortable, rowing the boat carrying Li Shanwei steadily toward the reservoir. Of course, my boating skills are no match for the owner of the farmhouse. However, I feel that I should be considered good in the novice. Although only in the morning, but at this time already 7 o'clock, the water does not have any shelter, sunlight plus rowing also belongs to the physical labor, my forehead quickly out of a layer of fine beads of sweat. Li Shanwei was originally sitting face to face with me, I rowed backwards, for her it was forward. "Stop first," Li Shanwei said at this time. "HM? What's wrong?" I asked as I stopped my oars. Li Shanwei waited until the boat stopped moving forward before she stood up and staggered towards me. Seeing this, I hurriedly extended my hand, but I didn't stand up. Both of them stood up and walked on the boat. The rocking would be even stronger. I sat down and pulled her instead, it would be more stable. Li Shanwei reached out and held my hand, sat down next to me, opened her bag, took out a small pack of toilet paper, yanked one out of it, and wiped the sweat on my forehead. "Thanks," I hurriedly thanked politely. Li Shanwei took out a parasol from her bag and opened it, saying, "I'll sit behind you and hold the umbrella for you, so it won't be so sunny. Let's play a little less, and then go back to the shore when the sun is a little higher." "Okay," I nodded and said. Li Shanwei sat on her stride and moved to the horizontal layer of the board behind me, hitting the parasol to cover both of us. I, on the other hand, continued to paddle the oars, and the boat steadily began to move across the water again. Although I couldn't feel much wind on the shore, but on the lake's surface inside the reservoir, I could feel that the wind was a lot stronger than the shore. The wind on the water surface of the reservoir in the early morning was still very cool. Coupled with Li Shanwei with a parasol cover the two of us, although I am still rowing, but really do not feel very hot. At the very least, I'm not sweating. It's just that the wind was fluctuating, and although the boat could move smoothly, it would sway with the water. "Sisterly, let's go towards Chen Tu's fishing side?" I suggested. "Yes." Li Shanwei agreed with a smile and said, "Destroy him and go fishing." I hemmed and hawed and paddled the oar on the right-hand side, and the boat was indeed turning around in a spinning fashion just like the boss said. Just at this time, a gust of wind blew, coupled with the boat spinning and turning, giving the impression that it was about to overturn. Li Danwei let out an ouch and hugged me tightly from behind. I can clearly feel the softness in her rapid heartbeat due to fear and nervousness. It's okay, it won't flip," I hurriedly said. But I couldn't do anything at this moment, because I was holding the oar with both hands. If I twisted my hands to shake off Li Shanwei, I would be more suspected of taking advantage of her. Scared me to death. "Turn your head slowly." Li Shanwei's voice was trembling, obviously frightened. But she still hugged me and didn't let go. At this time, the boat had already adjusted to the direction towards Chen-Tu's side, and I had to immediately paddle the oars to make the boat go towards Chen-Tu's side. And as I rowed the oars, the people would move with it. "Sister Li, I'm going to row the oars, let go of me," I reminded. "No, I'm scared, you let the boat move forward first, I'll let go of you when it stabilizes," Li Shanwei said without hesitation. I sighed helplessly, paddling the oars to control the boat to move forward towards Chen-Tu's direction, but the fact that I was swaying my body back and forth as I paddled the oars also made Li Shanwei understand why I asked her to let go just now. But even though she understood, she still hugged me and didn't let go. I could also feel that her breathing became a bit rapid. Even the breath she exhaled onto my back made me feel a hint of burning. "Sister Li." I couldn't help but whisper to her, reminding her to let go. I didn't find it surprising that she would react like this, and I even found it quite normal. After all, she's 35 years old. I've never heard of her talking to anyone since I joined the company. She's been empty for I don't know how many years. This kind of contact must be exciting for her. "Aha!" Li Shanwei answered and still didn't let go of me. Instead, she pressed her face to my back and said, "Don't talk, I'm still a bit scared, let me get back to my senses." "I Nima." She made me speechless with this excuse. "Are we still heading towards Chen-Tu's side?" I said rather helplessly. "As long as we're still heading towards Chen-Tu, I'll have to row the oars," and although I was asking her what she meant, I was reminding her to let go. I'm sure she understood what I meant. It wasn't as if she was a little cutie. "You paddle yours," Li Shanwei said softly. Hearing Li Shanwei's words, I couldn't help but be completely speechless. She understood the meaning of my words. But her reply was obviously wrong. The meaning was clearly for me to paddle and for her to continue hugging me. I was at a complete loss for words. What this and that? Li Shanwei simply wrapped one hand around my waist and said, "No one can see the two of us, so far away not to mention, the parasol blocked it." That's right, her other hand has been playing the parasol. Chapter 79 Empty, Lonely, and Cold. Just as there are some words that need to be heard to understand the true meaning of someone's words, there are some things that can only be implied, but not spoken. For example, right now. I knew exactly what was going on with her, but I couldn't remind her of anything else. Because she'd already replied very clearly to me to paddle me. Moreover, when it comes down to it, if I say anything else, it would be a direct revelation. At that point, I simply couldn't dare to imagine what the picture would be. This is not to say that Li Shanwei directly confessed to me that she likes me and wants to go out with me or something. If this is the case, I even refused. The big deal is that she and I tear face down. In terms of the current situation, if you get to the point of directly revealing the bottom, that's not tearing up the face, it has to be an enemy, me to get dead kind of. "Sister Li, be careful, I'm rowing towards Chen-Tu's side." I helplessly finally reminded a sentence, only hoping that Li Shanwei could restrain herself. "Humph." Li Shanwei just let out a nasal sound in response to me. And I could clearly feel that her nostrils spraying onto my back was still hot and fiery. I couldn't help but burst out in my heart and once again paddled my oars in the direction of Chen-Tu's side. How could I not have imagined that things would turn out like this? It was really too out of my expectation. Not long after, I felt what seemed to be a shiver from Li Shanwei, and also let out a long breath. I've been there before, how can I not understand what's going on? But at this time, I could only pretend that I didn't know anything, and continued to row towards Chen-Tu's side. To say that my feelings at this time, or even just now, there is really not a single distraction in my heart. In my heart, I only have incomparable sympathy and pity for Li Shanwei. Regardless of the man or woman, empty for a long time is to have control over their own time. This was the case with Li Shanwei just now. A 35-year-old woman. Hey! At this time, in addition to a deep sigh in my heart, it is really a mixture of flavors, do not know what feelings, but also do not know what to say. Moreover, she can be like this when she is lying on my back, guessing that the point of the Watsit is those two Watsits. I'm good. After Li Shanwei's breathing returned to normal, she suddenly came up with this sentence. I don't know. How can I say this? I could only remain silent, continue rowing, and gently coughed, prompting Li Shanwei to say this inappropriately. This is a ing truth, can it be appropriate? I had a bit of a hard time just now, but I feel better now. Li Shanwei reacted extremely quickly, and after hearing my cough, she hurriedly added this sentence. Well, how this small boat is swaying on the water, Sisterly might be a bit seasick. I interjected. Hearing my words, Li Shanwei was visibly relieved. Sisterly, let go of me, you're holding me, but you feel safer, I can't row the boat well. I reminded with a smile. Sorry. Li Shanwei spoke and busily loosened the hand holding my waist. I concentrated on rowing the boat, not even daring to return my head. Because I knew very well that Li Shanwei's face was definitely very red at this moment. It's not far from Chen Tu, I said to Li Shanwei at this time. Hearing my words, Li Shanwei looked forward and greeted loudly, Minister Chen. Chen Tu was fishing on the shore at this time and saw our small boat. Hearing Li Shanwei's words, he waved his hand in greeting at Li Shanwei. Although I didn't look back, I was able to feel the swaying of the boat. It should be that Li Shanwei also waved her hand to greet Chen Tu. That's why Chen Tu waved his hand to greet her. Seeing me rowing the boat straight toward his side, Chen Tu shouted, don't come over, I'm fishing here, don't spook the fish for me. It's a pity that there are not many rocks on the boat, or else I would have to give Chen Tu a couple of fish floats over there. I hemmed and hawed and said. Bad you. Li Shanwei giggled and said, let's row the boat over from Minister Chen's fish drift side. When you come out to play, you always have to have fun. Chen Tu was fishing happily, but how could I, as a hard laborer rowing the boat, let him feel so comfortable? At that moment, I quickly rowed the boat, straight towards the direction of Chen Tu's fish drift. When the boat was about to arrive at the position of Chen Tu's fish drift, I changed to paddle one side of the oar, and the boat rowed past Chen Tu's fish drift while turning around. This infuriated Chen Tu and stood up and chided, Brat, wait for me, see how I'll clean you up later. I laughed and rowed the boat away. Li Shanwei was also amused and giggled, saying, the atmosphere in your department is really good. And then, Li Shanwei patted my shoulder, pointed in the direction of Chen Tu, and said, look, your department's co-workers are here. I twisted my head towards looking back, and as expected, my colleagues from the department arrived. Two of the guys were holding fishing rods, apparently borrowed from the owner of the Nanjiale, also ready to fish with Chen Tu. And the other four guys, a person carrying a folding table, the other few are holding a matza. It is clear that they are ready to support the table and play poker on their side of the Chen head. Seeing me twisting my head to look back, several of them waved at me in greeting. Statement, because of accompanying me, you didn't play with them, you won't be angry, right? Li Shanwei asked at this time. What's not to play? What's there to be angry about? I shook my head slightly and said, Sisterly, don't think so much. It's not that I think too much, I know that I'm not well liked in the company. Li Shanwei said calmly, I also know that in your heart you should actually not want to accompany me. I couldn't help but listen with some speechlessness. You know all about these things yourself, why are you still doing these unappealing things? But I am really too bored. Li Shanwei said somewhat depressed, the company is not good, after work is also alone at home, you do not know that kind of emptiness and loneliness cold feeling. Li Shanwei's words, I'm still not very good interface. However, she can say this is not right, her loneliness and emptiness, I just really felt. If she wasn't empty and lonely for a long time, she wouldn't have rubbed the fire so easily. Why don't you say anything? Li Shanwei asked when she couldn't hear my response. Don't know what to say. I said truthfully. Feel free to say whatever you want. Li Shanwei said. Sisterly, you just said you live alone, aren't you single? I asked in surprise. Yeah, it's because I'm single, don't I live alone? Li Shanwei replied with some confusion. No, you didn't get my point. I said with a smile, or maybe I'm not asking the right question, I mean, since you're single, how come you don't live with your parents? Chapter 80 The Harmful Effects of Poisonous Chicken Soup. This question of mine seemed to poke Li Shanwei's pain point. She helplessly sighed deeply and said, don't mention it, it's not because my parents have been urging me to get married, I made some money some years ago, so I simply bought my own house and moved out. I nodded and said, I have to say, Sisterly is still very powerful. What's so awesome about me? Li Shanwei asked, stunned. You made your own money to buy a house, that's still not impressive? As I spoke, I twisted my head to look at her and said, the house I bought is still my parents giving me the down payment. To tell you the truth, if I were to save up the money for the down payment, I think I wouldn't be able to save enough even now. After a pause, I added, not really, as far as the current housing prices have fallen like this, I guess it's still enough. I said this truthfully, naturally it is very sincere. Li Shanwei, a happy look, said, you want to say this, I do not with you stubborn, my house is their own down payment, is also their own in the repayment of loans. Sister Li didn't buy on the high side, right? I asked with a smile. No. Li Shanwei smiled and said, you also know that I live in that neighborhood, is an old neighborhood, when the price of new homes how expensive I actually cannot afford to buy, bought a set of second-hand homes in the old neighborhood, the area is not big, just 70 square feet. Well. I nodded and said, the neighborhood where Sister Li lives, the location is very good. When I bought it at the time, the price wasn't exactly cheap. Li Shanwei interjected, although the price of the house has fallen now, but I bought that house is not a loss now, it's almost flat. Plus, I just live by myself, and I don't think about appreciation, even if the house price has fallen, I didn't think about it, so I didn't get upset about the house. After Li Shanwei finished saying this, she took out a can of Coke from her bag and opened it, handing it to me, don't row first, stop and drink some water. I was indeed a bit thirsty, so I stopped. However, I didn't take the Coke handed over by Li Shanwei, but asked, is there any more? Yes. Li Shanwei spoke, handing me the Coke again, and took out another can from her bag and opened it to drink herself. Only then did I take a sip of the Coke handed over by Li Shanwei and said, Sister Li is meticulous enough, this Coke is still ice cold. I took it out of the refrigerator in the morning, it's still a bit cold. Li Shanwei said with a smile, moving her body a bit, and sitting side by side with me on the horizontal board of this rowing position. Although I don't want her to sit side by side with me, but in this boat, she has already squeezed over, I can't say anything else, so I moved to one side to let her sit down. I heard that quite a few of our company's co-workers bought houses in high places. Li Singleway sighed, said, think about it is also quite disturbing, now the decline in housing prices so much, by a suite of assets at once shrunk by 1/3, but also backed by such a high loan. Li Shanwei did not say more, but shook his head, obviously feel that the thought of this kind of thing is disturbing. The technical department then has 2 colleagues bought in the high position, a long time ago. I also sighed and said, but you can't talk about this kind of thing. Besides, they also bought a house because of marriage, belonging to the just need, we can only be so open to them, don't think about the ups and downs, anyway, it's their own residence. It's just a powerless comfort. Li Shanwei bristled and said. They count themselves as good. I sighed and said, I sold the previous house and replaced it with a house with a terrace, and the original owner was in the same situation, but he was unemployed at the same time, and his wife didn't want to tighten her belt and live a hard life repaying the mortgage with him, and didn't want to face such a big financial pressure with him, and chose to divorce him. Ah? Li Shanwei asked in surprise, really? Really? I nodded and said, our company at least didn't lay off any employees, and their wives are all willing to pay off the loan together, it's really considered very good. Li Shanwei sighed deeply, looked at the water with a complex expression, and also reached out and lifted a string of water beads, said, in fact, if I had thought a few years ago, I got married, and this kind of situation arose, I would also inevitably choose to get divorced. Ha? This time it was my turn to be surprised. There's always a reason why I don't have a boyfriend at this age. Li Shanwei frowned slightly as she looked at me and said, it's because I would have been of this mindset before, and to put it bluntly, I was brainwashed by some of the remarks on the internet, which isn't chicken soup, it's poisonous chicken soup. Whoever believes it is a little cutie. And I became the cutie pie. I'm still single now. Li Shanwei said here, turned her back to me, her back leaned on my shoulder, said, don't move, I'll play with the water. After saying that, Li Shanwei took off her shoes, poked her feet out of the edge of the boat and stretched them under the water's surface, gently wiggling her feet, saying, it's so cool. I was very interested in the topic she just said, and said at that moment, sisterly, talk about that topic just now, the topic of poisonous chicken soup. It's not like you don't have access to the internet, what's there to say, it's enough for you to understand what's going on. Li Shanwei said with some regret and chagrin, being brainwashed by those poisonous chicken soup remarks, always feel that men are owed to women, so the face of men, always high and mighty, but not to fall into the end of such a big age is still single? Then you now have no regret did not listen to their parents urge marriage? I asked. Regret, nor do I regret. Li Shanwei thought seriously for a while, and answered, regret is really regret, the best age of a woman is just a few years, should find a person to get married at that time. I don't regret it because I was brainwashed at that time, even if I got married, it would inevitably end in divorce. That's really how it is. I nodded silently and said, "It seems that Sister Lee's mind has changed." "I'm curious, when did Sister Lee's mind shift?" "As I got older and older, and as I kept paying the mortgage, it slowly shifted." Lee Shanwei replied softly, being able to realize that it's not easy for men. Making money, paying off the mortgage, raising a family, like cattle and horses. Since Sister Lee's mind has changed, finding a date is definitely not a problem. I responded with a smile. "How is it not a problem?" Lee Shanwei had a gloomy look on her face and said, 35, ages here. "What was the situation at the matchmaking center that day? You didn't see it?" Older really is a woman's biggest injury. No matter what kind of conditions to make up for, older this one injury will be fatal. Lee Shanwei said this is the truth, but let me cannot interface words. In fact, although I have changed my mind, I am still unrealistic. Lee Shanwei added, "Until you accompanied me to the marriage agency that time, and told me the words that the manager of the marriage agency said, I was completely awake, no longer unrealistic, but to face the cruel reality." Chapter 81 What's Coming? Lee Shanwei's words made me have to sigh that sentence in my heart. Battle reports will lie, but battle lines won't. As of now, there are extraordinarily many various poisonous chicken soup remarks on the internet. There are no longer a few women who have been brainwashed by this kind of toxic chicken soup, thinking that they are awakened big women, but in reality, they are doing the punchline. This kind of woman, in reality, will be immediately honored as soon as any hint of it is detected. In other words, this kind of woman would not be able to find a date at all unless she was extremely well disguised. This is the case with Lee Shanwei, who was previously brainwashed by this kind of talk, and as for whether or not she is punched, it's specifically unclear. After all, I didn't have any overly deep contact with Lee Shanwei either. However, judging from what Lee Shanwei said to me, I'm afraid that she was also a master of boxing before. She has come to her senses. But the key problem is that she's 35 years old, and it's really not good for her to find a date. In terms of reality, her situation in the matchmaking center are already introducing her to divorced men with children in second marriages. The marriage agency is doing is the marriage service, can not just introduce so simple, high success rate as the marriage agency publicity selling point, but also as the marriage agency can be operated for a long time the most hard indicators. It can be seen that the matchmaking center side has introduced to Lee Shanwei divorced with children of the second marriage man. In fact, it also means that she really want to find a partner, and successfully married. The reality that she needs to face is so cruel. Actually, it's all Sister Lee's fault that she would be brainwashed by those poisonous chicken soup. I mused for a moment and said, most people nowadays are trapped in an information cocoon, such as brushing short videos. Once you stay on a certain video for a little longer, you will immediately brush a large number of short videos of the same type. This is caused by the algorithmic mechanism, and once you are exposed to something like toxic chicken soup, you will also be pushed this type of information all the time. You don't need to find reasons for me. Lee Shanwei thought for a moment and said, in the end, it's still my own stupidity, believing in those poisonous chicken soup. Of course, what you said is also a certain factor, but it doesn't account for much. Hearing Lee Shanwei's words, I diverged from the topic, no longer continue to chat on the topic of her being brainwashed by the poisonous chicken soup, but said, in fact, this factor, both the algorithmic mechanism of the problem, but also people's own factors, not to say that the aspect of being brainwashed. Lee Shanwei let out a nasal sound in confusion. Modern society is too fast-paced, the pace of life is fast, the pace of work is fast, and the pace of leisure and entertainment methods is fast. I smiled and asked, Sister Lee, think about it yourself, how long has it been since you've sunk your teeth into a complete reading of a book? No matter what type of book, expertise-wise or not, novels or not, even web novels. Hearing this question from me, Lee Shanwei thought for a long time before saying, I can't remember, it's been too long. Same here. I spread my hands and said, nowadays, not to mention a novel, even a longer article, fewer people can sink their teeth into it and finish it. So, in this algorithmic mechanism, plus the fragmented information era, the possibility of people being brainwashed has actually become much greater. After a pause, I added, for example, if a news story is now reversed at every turn, what about before it was reversed? Just that little word count, or a very short video, people will easily believe it, but when it's reversed, how many people will still pay attention? After I finished saying this, I took out a cigarette to light it, took a leisurely drag, and added, even when a very short word count, or a short video type of news appeared, there were people who sent out a long piece to disprove the rumor, but how many people can sink their minds to read the long text of the disproved rumor? That's true. Lee Shanwei agreed with my words, but her next words left me speechless again, only to hear her ask, this status quo, do you have any way to change it? Sister Lee, if I have a way to change this status quo, how capable do I have to be? still working in our company? I couldn't help but say, we're just talking about the current state of society. We're just the bottom of the barrel. How can we be that capable? Ha ha. Li Shanwei laughed when she heard my answer. To say what methods, we don't have a big level, but there are those for individuals. I thought for a moment and said, I'm not changing my bad habits, don't believe in fragmented news, want to understand what's really going on in a news, I'll spend more time digging more, and always continue to pay attention to the follow-up, don't want to understand the direct scratch and pull down. That's a good idea. Li Shanwei turned her head and smiled at me, then said, but, isn't it too big for the two of us to talk about this topic? Yes. I also laughed and said, chatting along with your things, today's group building, anyway, nothing is just chatting. Sit tight, let's go over there and hang out for a while, then it's almost time to come back. I said to the last sentence, pointed to the other side of the distance near the shore and said. Li Danwei immediately withdrew her feet and returned to sit on the horizontal board behind me. Only, this time, she didn't sit directly facing me, but with her back to me, directly coming with me back to back, and then leaning on me to give the two of us a sunshade. Sister Li, if you sit like this, I can't row the boat well. I said with a bitter smile. It's fine, you row slowly. Li Shanwei said, I'll just sway along with you, sitting directly opposite you, playing the parasol is a bit tiring. Okay. What can I say, at that moment can only be slowly toward the place I said rowing. Fortunately, I slowly rowing and need too much activity, she swayed back and forth with me and a little activity, but it is not very much in the way, that is, this rowing, the boat forward very slowly. However, this is not a problem. After all, at this time is only 8 o'clock in the morning, from the noon mealtime is still early. In any case, once Li Shanwei appeared in front of her colleagues in the technical department, it was bound to make them cautious, fearing that they would provoke Li Shanwei, the eccentric Minister of Human Resources, to get angry. Taking this into consideration, I planned to take Li Shanwei to play until after 10 o'clock, and then row the boat back to the shore, that is, as close as possible to the noon mealtime. This would allow Li Shanwei to spend less time in contact with her co-workers. The disadvantage is that I'd basically have to be with Li Shanwei all the time. But this disadvantage has actually long been doomed, to the already psychologically prepared me, it is also already not a problem at all. Slowly, the boat arrived at the center of the reservoir under my constant rowing of the oars. Li Shanwei murmured, statement, you know that I am interested in you. Li Shanwei's words did not continue, said here, but my rowing action is not help but a stagnation, heart, should come always still to come? Chapter 82 Whimsical. Sister Li. What do you want to say? I said as I stopped paddling and turned around, looking at Li Shanwei with an encouraging gaze. That's right. I was encouraging Li Shanwei to say the following words. Li Shanwei didn't continue because she was hesitating in her heart, unsure if she should say something like she likes me or something like that. And the fact that I would do this, that is, encourage Li Shanwei to say it, was actually well thought out. Li Shanwei is obviously interested in me, but she has not taken the initiative to say it, so that I want to completely reject also have no way to reject. After all, Li Shanwei did not clearly say that she likes me before, if I directly say to reject the words, the greatest likelihood is that Li Shanwei in their own face, will say something similar to my self-indulgent words. This kind of possibility is actually nothing to me. I have thick skin anyway. Just say that I misunderstood. However, there is another possibility, that is, if I say the words to reject her under such a premise, it will cause her to become enraged, or even harbor a grudge. This possibility is smaller, but it exists. The reason why I didn't dare to take the initiative to say the words of rejection before she explicitly expressed her liking for me was because I was worried about this small probability scenario. In other words, I didn't dare to bet on Li Shanwei's reaction. And after Li Shanwei clearly expressed that she liked me, it actually meant that she was psychologically prepared. After all, no one dares to guarantee that they will get a positive response if they confess, right? At that time, I then rejected Li Shanwei, put the words of rejection a little better, this matter may be the perfect end. Moreover, Li Shanwei's hesitation at this time actually indirectly shows that she is not mentally prepared to confess. You know I take care of you in the company, right? Li Shanwei chose to avoid facing my encouraging gaze, turning her head to look away and said. I don't know if Li Shanwei had read my encouraging gaze, or if she had read my encouraging gaze but guessed that I was thinking of rejecting her by encouraging her to speak her mind. But this evasive choice of hers still made me quite disappointed. However, the choice was in her hands, and there was nothing I could do if she chose to evade. Thank you, Sister Li. I nodded and said, I know that Sister Li has been taking care of me quite a bit in the company during this time. It's good to know. Li Shanwei said softly. Seeing that Li Shanwei stopped saying anything after saying this, I silently sighed in my heart before continuing to row the boat towards the front. Actually, the name Yunzhou Reservoir is something that happened many years ago. Li Shanwei took the initiative to digress and said, it must have been roughly 15 years ago, when Yunzhou Reservoir was renamed Yunzhou Lake. Li Shanwei looking for this topic is not good, because although I did not grow up in the city, but my family also belongs to the local, just below the townships of the countryside only. This side of the city has not been here before. I know that this reservoir was originally called Yunzhou Reservoir, is the establishment of the local organization after the artificial construction of a reservoir. The original intention or purpose of the construction was to store water to irrigate the farmland in times of drought. But with the development of the society, the fields along the irrigation route of Yunzhou Reservoir were basically built up, and Yunzhou Reservoir lost its original role of storing water to irrigate the farmland. From that time on, people from the surrounding villages were able to contract the reservoir for fish farming in net boxes. Then later, Yunzhou Reservoir was listed as a tap water reserve reservoir, fish netting was banned, but also renamed Yunzhou Lake, not to mention, but also in the city nearest to the shore of Yunzhou Lake, the construction of a Yunzhou Park. If I'm not a local, Li Shanwei's choice of topic is obviously no problem. But I'm a local anyways, she digresses and chooses this topic, obviously her heart is in turmoil. Sisterly, although my family is not from the city, it's from the rural areas of the townships below, but I came to the city a few times when I was a kid, and I know that Yunzhou Lake was originally called Yunzhou Reservoir. I reminded with a smile. It was inappropriate to continue chatting on this topic. I forgot about that. Li Shanwei realized over with a start and said with a smile, I thought you didn't know. After Li Shanwei said this, as if she suddenly remembered something, she said, by the way, the grass you sent me last time. Berries, you said that you grew them in your own home? Yes, my family has a planting shed, fruits, and vegetables. I said with a smile. Then, how often do you go home? Li Shanwei asked. It's hard to say. I shook my head slightly and said, after I got married to Jolin, apart from the annual festivals, I actually rarely went home. Now that I've come this far with Jolin, I've also gone home to talk to my parents, and I've thought about this during this period of time, and feel that the number of times I went home in the past was too few, so I'll probably go home for a day on weekends when I have nothing to do in the future. I was telling the truth with this. Since I last went home, I had occasionally thought about this issue, and after Jolin and I got married, I really hadn't gone home much except for the annual festivals. This is not normal. After all, my family is not out of town, just the local township rural below. Moreover, I still have a car, want to go home is just driving 2 hours. My plan is to not work on weekends from now on, and go home when I can, back on Friday afternoon, back by Sunday night, or rushing back to work early Monday morning. You were supposed to go home more often to see your parents. Li Shanwei affirmed my idea and said, statement, I'm home alone and I'm free on weekends, if you're free to go home on weekends, take me to your house, okay? Not waiting for me to say anything, Li Shanwei noticed that she said this a little wrong, and hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand me, I mean you take me to your home to have fun. A few colleagues in the Human Resources Department, they went to the shed to pick fresh fruits during the weekend. I think it should be the kind of place that you go to your home, right? Should be going to the kind of place that grows greenhouses at my house? I said, nowadays it's all the rage to go fruit picking, it's practically just for fun, and you can't buy much. However, it can drive the economy of the countryside, not to mention staying there, always have to eat a meal, right? That's what I mean, I also want to go play, but I can't get an appointment. Li Shanwei immediately said, why don't you take me along when you go home to play for a day, and I'll stay in a hotel then, there are always hotels in your area, aren't there? Yes, there is. I said rather helplessly, but, sisterly, you are giving me a problem. If you want to go back to my family's countryside with me to play, to pick fruits in the planting greenhouses and so on, it's not a good idea for me not to entertain you, right? It's not a problem if I don't entertain you, or if I have a spare room in my house and let you stay in a hotel, is it? At the very least, if my parents know that I brought my co-workers back and had to let them stay in a hotel, I'm sure I won't be good, and I'll be lectured 100% of the time. Chapter 83 The Shade of the Water. Although Li Shanwei gave enough reasons, colleagues want to go to experience the fun of picking fruits in the greenhouse. My family has planted greenhouse fruits, but in reality, what is the situation? Only Li Shanwei own heart clear. The most critical thing is that this topic is not Li Shanwei deliberately provoked. I have no way to distinguish Li Shanwei as holding other thoughts, or simply really want to go to my homestead picking fruit to play. I am not only unable to distinguish Li Shanwei as not holding other thoughts, but also directly do not want to distinguish, the best choice is to directly reject her. In this way, there will be absolutely no trouble to speak of. Or can also be said, I will be hidden trouble directly killed in the cradle. Li Shanwei still want to say something. I directly preempted and said, sisterly, you also have to stand in my point of view to consider it is not? You just said these. Li Shanwei interrupted me and said. Sisterly. I also interrupted her and said, it's not what I just said, what I just said to you is still the aspect of human nature. Next, I'm going to talk to you about another aspect. You say. Li Shanwei said with a slight bit of anger. Sisterly, no matter what, Jolin and I are not divorced yet. I said in a deep voice, moreover, now that we are in the divorce stage, if you want to go to my family's shed to pick fruits at a time like this, the ones who know is that you went to my family to have fun, but what about the ones who don't know? Behind my back, I still don't know what tongue will be chewed, what rumors will be created. When the time comes, it will make a very ugly situation, ugly for you, ugly for me, ugly for my parents. After a pause, I added, as for Jolin ugly or not to say, this kind of rumor spread to her ears, certainly is 100% to add a lot of trouble to my divorce. With my explanation, Li Shanwei's anger subsided and was replaced by an apologetic look, saying, statement, I'm sorry it's me who didn't think it through. It is said that the deep evidence is not afraid of the shadow slant. I sighed and said, but in reality, it's really just people's words. Aha! Li Shanwei nodded silently, and then pointed ahead, said, the trees over there have grown into the water, there is shade, let's go over there to cool off for a while and then go back? I followed the direction Li Shanwei pointed to. It was a corner location of Yunzhou Reservoir, and the bank was covered with patches of poplar forest. Moreover, this poplar forest was much denser than the poplar forest in the apple orchard. It should have been planted by the neighboring villagers. The most critical thing is that many trees at this time is to extend into the reservoir water surface more than 10 meters of the place to grow. Think it should be the original planting is the reservoir bank. With the rise of the reservoir water surface, the edge of the reservoir along with the outside of the expansion of the result. But so, the water over there is really shade. There are even a few large poplar trees because of soaking in the water and tilted, which led to the shade toward the center of the reservoir extended more, enough for small boats rowed over in the shade, but also do not have to consider the depth of the water under the shade of the problem. Although the boat is not big, or even can be said to be small, but also with 2 oars rowing, shallow water, although the boat will float in the water, but want to row the oars will touch the bottom of the water. I also no longer say anything, rowing the oars, controlling the boat toward the direction pointed by Li Shanwei. It didn't take long for the boat to reach the shade of the trees. I shortened the rope connected to the bow of the boat to the shortest distance and tied it firmly to the tree trunk. In this way, the boat had a fixed point and didn't worry about going with the current. Although this was a reservoir with relatively calm waters, it was only relative. Relative was the kind of pond that was very small. Because like Yunzhou Reservoir, such a large area, the surface of the water is bound to be not as calm and wave-free as a pond, but there will be water waves present. It is just the wind when the water wave is big, the wind is small when the water wave is small. In a word, if this small boat was not fixed, it would inevitably follow the waves. It's so cool. Li Shanwei lamented, it would be nice if I could lie down for a while, my back is a bit sore. As Li Shanwei spoke, she also reached out and pinched at the location of her waist muscles. Rowing into play is not bad, but this boat is really simple, very simple. Sitting place is horizontal about 20 centimeters width of the board only. Naturally it is not possible to be like the office chair as a backrest, sit for a long time certainly waist sore. Moreover, the boat and the water also sway with the waves, want to stand up to move around have to be careful. In fact, although the boat is small, standing up and moving around is still no problem. However, Li Danwei is too timid. Although I am bold enough to stand up and tie up the boat and move around a bit, I am also cautious. The reason is simple, just not used to it. Like the owner of the farmhouse used to raise fish in nets in the reservoir, rowing in and out of the reservoir every day, even in a small boat is bound to be as good as it gets. Then lie down for a while. I spoke and removed the horizontal board and said, there are 5 horizontal boards on this boat, horizontal is the seat, remove it and put it vertically, you can still lie down for a while. I removed all the crossboards except the one Li Shanwei was sitting on, and then laid them vertically between the bow of the boat and the one she was sitting on, just enough to half lie down. All that mattered was that the crossboards were a little dirty. However, this is not much of a problem. After all, Li Shanwei and I both wore life jackets before we boarded the boat, and although the outside of the life jacket was dirty, the inside was quite clean, so we could lie down on top of these horizontal boards. Li Shanwei immediately reached out and took my and her life jackets and spread them out, and lay down herself first. Comfortable. Li Shanwei immediately exclaimed, "You also lie down and rest." Although Li Shanwei and I wore life jackets before we boarded the boat, after the boss left, Li Shanwei and I didn't take off our life jackets after we rode in without much effort. It was just too hot to wear this thing on our bodies. Otherwise, I wouldn't have felt anything when Li Shanwei hugged me, and she wouldn't have been like that. As for the safety issue, I had also considered it. Before I took off my life jacket, I asked Li Danwei if she knew how to swim, and I knew how to swim. This was one of the reasons why Li Shanwei and I dared to take off our life jackets. Of course, before we went back, we had to put on the life jackets so that the owner of the Nanjiale wouldn't lose his temper when he saw us. Anymore, he was lending us a boat to play in, and people were taking responsibility. I have been rowing the boat, my waist, because rowing the boat will sway back and forth, but not too sore, just feel slightly tired. Hearing Li Danwei's words, I didn't make any pretense, so I also lay down. Only, I tried to get as close as possible to the side of the boat, keeping some distance from Li Shanwei. The most critical thing is, Li Shanwei lying down, the clothes will naturally fit her body. I stand or sit, are condescending to look at her, how is not appropriate. Chapter 84, Squinting for a While. The moment I laid down, Li Shanwei twisted her head to look at me, her eyes narrowed as well, and with a smile on her face, she said, "Thank you, I really had a great time today." I twisted my head to look at Li Shanwei, and then I looked up at the poplar tree above my head, and said, "Sisterly, it's still early in the morning, I haven't even eaten my lunch, the group has been building up all day, and I still have to camp, and you're saying thank you to me so early in the morning? What? Do you mean today's group building? What other unpleasant things will happen next?" Li Shanwei asked rhetorically, her face filled with a promising smile. "I don't mean that." I laughed and said, "It's just that I think sisterly is a bit early to say thank you." The trees were green, and the sunlight shone down through the gaps in the leaves, mottled but not dazzling. Breeze blowing, the boat along with the slight swaying, really let a person feel relaxed. There is quite a complete sense of relaxation. As soon as I completely relaxed, or can also be said to relax, my original little tired feeling, coupled with getting up so early in the morning, made me involuntarily yawn. "Sisterly, why don't we squint here for a while?" I proposed. "Anyway, it's still early to eat at noon, we all got up so early, squint a little, supplement your sleep, get up and go back to the boat to eat lunch, the group building a whole day, it's supposed to be for rest." I don't know whether it is because my proposal is exactly what Li Shanwei thought, or my yawn also infected her. Li Shanwei also yawned and said, "Then set an alarm clock, so as not to oversleep." After Li Shanwei said this, she yawned again, took out her own cell phone, and asked, "What time to set it?" 11 o'clock. I thought for a while and said, "Although I know how to row a boat, I'm not skillful enough compared to others, so I guess it'll take close to an hour for us to row a boat back." "Alright then, I'll listen to you." Li Shanwei said, set an alarm clock and said, "It's about 9 o'clock now, I can still squint for 2 hours. Well, no more talking, go to sleep." After I said this, I didn't say anything more, but slowly closed my eyes. Li Shanwei also let out a hum and didn't respond to me. Although I am tired and sleepy, my mind is a little uncontrollable, thinking about the current divorce with Zhou Lin. In any case, I and Zhou Lin divorced this matter, although it is the nail in the coffin, but it is indeed a problem. It seems that in the end, we still have to go through the prosecution process. Otherwise, in terms of Zhou Lin's attitude that day, it was obvious that she was regretting her bowels, which was a very bad sign for me, as well as the hidden danger that existed. Ruminating, my eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and I had the feeling that I couldn't open them. Knowing that I was a prelude to falling asleep, I simply emptied my mind and thoroughly felt the coolness of the breeze, as well as the slight rocking of the boat that felt like a cradle swaying. I closed my eyes and never opened them, and after emptying my mind for a while, I suddenly thought of that day when I came here to eat with Zhou Lin. And then, I uncontrollably thought of talking about marriage with Zhou Lin, and a scene appeared in my mind like a movie. I don't know why these images in my mind were uncontrollable, and finally locked onto the first time Zhou Lin and I met to stay in a hotel. What it meant for a man and a woman to stay in a hotel was naturally self-evident. The strange thing was that I was unusually clear about those images in my mind at this time, and even felt like I was there again, even the sense of touch was so real. I felt Zhou Lin lying on her side against me, one of her long legs lifting up to press against me, and one arm wrapped around me. And naturally, I wasn't that honest, wrapping my arm around her with the one that was pressed against her shoulder, while my other hand was touching the soft spot. And, feeling hard, I immediately took one of her hands and lowered it downwards, and soon felt her hesitation, and the response that followed the very short hesitation. It felt so real? Dreaming, huh? Only when you're dreaming can you feel so immersive. I couldn't help but laugh to myself in my heart. According to reason, this kind of dream is no longer something that a man of my age would do. Rather, it's only young boys who would have such dreams. I guess it's because it's been so long, and I've been empty for so long that I've been having such dreams. After realizing that I was dreaming, I cursed myself for being useless, having such a dream. The person who appeared in the dream was even Jolin? What a ing speechless ah. I tried to open my eyes, and then, I saw the green color of the poplar leaves, and naturally, I woke up, and it was time for the dream to end. People sometimes do realize that they are dreaming. This seems to be called a dream within a dream or something. I'm not sure what it is, but I do know that when a person realizes that he or she is dreaming, he or she can choose to wake up. Like what I'm doing right now, for example, and waking up. For no other reason, I really don't want to have any more involvement with Jolin. Even in my dreams, I don't want to have any more involvement with her. I just want to divorce her as soon as possible. I suddenly realized that something was wrong. Because even though I was awake, the real feeling of being there was still there. I broke out in a cold sweat. I was in a reunion, rowing with Lee Shanwei. I immediately turned my head to the side. Once again, I broke out in a cold sweat. I didn't see who the person resting on my shoulder was. I could only see her dark hair, but I knew in my heart that this person was Lee Danwei. I slightly raised my head and looked downwards, only to see that Lee Shanwei was just like Jolin in my dream. Her whole body was lying on her side towards me, and one of her legs was pressed against me. The hand that I had just dragged in my dream was Lee Danwei's hand in reality. The feeling of being there was still there. I hurriedly grabbed Lee Shanwei's wrist. "Sister Lee. What's going on here?" I spoke with difficulty. As far as the current situation is concerned, I can be sure of one thing, and that is that I was just dreaming, and the feeling of being in the realm of reality is actually the Jolin in the dream corresponding to the Lee Shanwei in reality. Hearing my words, Lee Shanwei didn't say anything, but instead shrank towards my arms. Seeing this scene, I was completely speechless. This Lee Shanwei is what woke up ah? The situation just now, in the end what is going on ah? There is still no room to explain clearly ah? For a moment, forgive me usually be able to control their own emotions very well, do not let the emotions around their own thinking, and even in a panic under the ability to control themselves as soon as possible, I was completely brain down, a blank. My brain is blank at this time, I don't know what to say. And Lee Shanwei shrink into my arms again. Just at this time, a burst of pleasant music sounded. Chapter 85 Breaking the Awkwardness. The sound of this music was no longer even pleasant to the ear at this point, it was simply heavenly to me. Not only did it make me quickly calm down, the most crucial thing was to break the silence at this moment. This music sound is not another sound, but the alarm clock set by Lee Shanwei before. In other words, it was already 11 o'clock at this point. And the ringing of this alarm clock meant that Lee Shanwei had to turn off the alarm clock, which also meant that Lee Shanwei and I had to go back, and even more so, it meant that the two of us couldn't maintain the status quo anymore. However, after the alarm clock's music sounded, Lee Danwei didn't take the initiative to turn off the alarm clock, but instead shrank even more towards my arms. Regardless of whether she was shy or something else, she definitely couldn't maintain the status quo anymore. At that moment, I first reached out my hand and moved her hand that was in a place where it shouldn't be and shouldn't have moved. With my action, Lee Danwei could no longer maintain the status quo with me. Lee Shanwei quickly turned her back to me, picked up her cell phone and turned off the alarm clock. I could even hear the subtle sound of Lee Shanwei sighing in relief. Obviously, Lee Shanwei actually didn't know how to face the current situation. However, the fact that her back was turned to me at this moment was the greatest benefit to alleviate the embarrassment. I immediately rolled over and sat up, cupping some of the water from the water under the shade of the tree and washed my face, allowing myself to quickly calm down while also quickly regaining my senses. "Sister Lee, the alarm clock has gone off, get up." I first said such a sentence as if nothing had happened. Lee Shanwei let out a hum and rolled over to sit up. However, when she rolled over and sat up, her back was still facing me. She should have heard the sound of me holding water to wash her face just now, and the first thing she did when she rolled over and sat up was to hold water to wash her face, just like me. The difference was that she was holding water from the side of the boat on her side. She is bound to need this cold lake water to wash her face. From her back to me, it is not difficult to think that her face should be very red. Moreover, when we rode the boat on the lake before, she just hugged me, all because of the empty for so long and feel, let alone just now that situation. I yanked out a cigarette to light it, and while smoking, I mentally sorted out the situation just now. Without a doubt, I must have fallen asleep and dreamed, and it was also most likely a dream within a dream. It's just that I wasn't sure what Li Shanwei's situation was. To put it bluntly, that is, I'm not sure whether Li Shanwei was awake and half lying on top of me, or not awake and half lying on top of me. This cigarette in my hand quickly went half, because I smoked very hard and fast at this time, and even almost choked themselves. However, this half a cigarette down, I also want to understand. Things out is out, always have to face, escape is useless. Since I can't figure out what happened just now, I'll ask for clarification. At this time, Li Shanwei is bound to be embarrassed, and I'm a big man, must also have to play the characteristics of thick skin, so as to resolve the embarrassment and solve the problem. At that moment, I violently smoked a few puffs and threw the cigarette butt onto the lake. The burning cigarette fell into the surface of the lake, issued a snort, a very slight sound, extinguished. Sister Li. As I spoke, I took the initiative to put my hand on Li Shanwei's shoulder, and slightly exerted force, signaling her to turn around and face me. Actually, it wasn't facing me, but rather for her to turn around and sit side by side with me. Li Shanwei sensed the force on my hand and turned slightly to look at me, then glanced away. Sister Li, you and I aren't children, it's not like this, right? I said with a smile, my tone extremely relaxed. I have already adjusted my state at this time. Li Shanwei and I are not children, we are both adults. What is there to be so shy and awkward? It's just a matter of that. Besides, it's not really happening. Hearing my words, Li Shanwei suddenly snorted a laugh. Afterwards, she turned her head to look at me seriously, and the two blushes on her cheeks were slowly disappearing. You are good at talking. Li Shanwei laughed and said, but, you're right, we're not children, I don't even know why I was so shy just now. After a pause, Li Shanwei added, it's really weird, I'm getting a feeling of teenage shyness. I originally wanted to tease her, a 35-year-old girl? But when the words reached my mouth, I wisely swallowed them back. After all, now that the internet's win comment is there, a 35-year-old teenage girl, a 40-year-old girl, it's not even a good thing to say. It was so hard to break the embarrassment, the atmosphere was still so relaxed, I couldn't ruin it. Sister Li, did I fall asleep? I asked after yanking out a cigarette again and lighting it. Well, you fell asleep. Li Shanwei said with a slight nod. I closed my eyes before I fell asleep and was thinking about something, then I didn't know when I fell asleep. Sister Li, do you know when I fell asleep? I asked seriously. Before you fell asleep you should have been thinking about divorcing Zhou Lin, right? Li Shanwei asked without answering. I asked in surprise, how did you know that? You're talking to yourself, you have to go through the litigation process. Li Shanwei smiled faintly and said, I was almost asleep at that time, and was woken up by you talking to yourself, and then, I also interfaced and asked you if you were going to sue Zhou Lin for divorce. I was talking in my sleep? I asked hesitantly. I don't remember that I have the habit of talking in my sleep. Moreover, for several years in college, living with my roommates, they didn't say that I had the habit of talking in my sleep. You should be in a situation where you seem to be asleep, almost asleep. Li Shanwei thought for a while and said, I asked you the question, and you even answered me with a and when I spoke to you again, you ignored me, and only then did I open my eyes and look, and realized that you were all asleep. Hearing Li Shanwei's reply, I nodded in realization. It seemed that I had indeed been dreaming within a dream, and what I thought of myself as thinking that I had to sue Zhou Lin for divorce as soon as possible had actually been almost asleep. And there's no need to say much about what happened after that. What with getting along with Zhou Lin, scene by scene like a movie, at that time I was afraid that I would have already slept like a dead pig. What happened after that? I once again looked at Li Shanwei and asked with a slight smile. Later. Li Shanwei also smiled a little and said, later, I also fell asleep. When I woke up again from my sleep, I was resting on your shoulder, and my legs were pressed against you, just half lying on top of you. Why didn't you yell at me when you woke up? I asked, crying and laughing. Chapter 86, Setting the Tone. Li Shanwei didn't immediately answer this question of mine, but instead looked at me provocatively and smiled, asking, you really want to know? Since I asked, of course I really want to know. I returned Li Shanwei's smile and said, one is to see that you sleep very well. From the alarm clock I set there are more than half an hour, thinking that you get up very early in the morning, so I did not have the heart to wake you up, want to let you squint a little more. Li Shanwei said at that moment. It's still Sister Li who understands me. I responded to her right away. I believed that this line of argument she gave was definitely true. However, from what she said, she had woken up at least half an hour earlier than me. Then again, resting on your shoulder is very comfortable, so I just went with it. Li Shanwei said again, with nothing but a calm smile on her face. I nodded silently. I believed her more on this one. After all, I was already sure that she had a crush on me. Coupled with that situation in the rowing boat in front of her, she saw me asleep, and the two of us were in a situation where we were both asleep. She rested on my shoulder, and woke up unwilling to leave from my side. There was nothing strange about it. Men and women are no different, both have wants and needs. It's human nature, and it's not something that's hard to talk about. As I said before, Li Shanwei and I are both adults, it's not like we're children. Then, I didn't continue, and made a gesture of grabbing her wrist, signaling the situation just now, before saying, I thought I was dreaming at the time. Or a dream within a dream. The heart wondered how so have a sense of reality, real to the real world. I don't know if Sister Li believes me when I say this. Believe, you called out Jolin's name, although the voice was small. Li Shanwei laughed and said, I heard it, and even looked up at you, and realized that you were frowning, but still sleeping. Even so, how can you be sure that I'm sleeping soundly? I asked curiously, Sister Li trusts my character that much? You tugged on my hand. Li Shanwei didn't say any more here, but I knew exactly what she was going to say. After seeing me reveal a crying and laughing expression, Li Shanwei rolled her eyes at me and said, although I believe in your character, but your behavior at that time, although not so much as to scare me, but still startled me for a moment. I gently shouted at you a few times, and you didn't respond, so I concluded that you were still asleep, and should have dreamed. Sister Li is really meticulous. I gave her a thumbs up and said with a face of admiration, if it wasn't for your discernment, I really wouldn't have been able to tell. Was that necessary? Li Shanwei skimmed her lips and said, didn't you just say that we are both adults, not children, so why? Aha! I nodded and said, let's go back to the shore to find them for lunch. Li Shanwei promised, carried a piece of horizontal board and laid it down, sat down on the opposite side of me, that is to say, gave me the rowing position. I picked up the life jacket and said, put it on right here. Lest we go back and be seen by the owner of the farmhouse. Li Shanwei smiled and put on the life jacket. I, on the other hand, after putting on the life jacket, untied the rope tied to the tree trunk and threw it on the bow of the boat, while then paddling the oars. The boat slowly slid out of the shade of the trees and headed towards the shore over there when we came. That seemed to be the end of what had just happened. But no matter what, when I was dreaming, I was always a little weak when I dragged Li Shanwei's hand to do that. Although it was said that she was also in the situation of falling asleep, and did not know how to pillow on my shoulder, which led to the emergence of this situation, but this kind of feeling of emptiness of heart still appeared. I thought about it, there is no other reason, or so many years of education, as well as up and down 5,000 years of Chinese civilization. Up and down 5,000 years of Chinese civilization or modern education, always in some situations, the party that will take advantage of the man points to the woman, the party that suffers a loss points to the woman. This is something in the bone, it is very difficult to change. It can also be said to be caused by the influence of the growing environment, almost the same thing. Like a similar situation in foreign countries, basically there is no who takes advantage of, who suffers from the argument. Even if men and women normal interaction, the current environment is foreign as you love me, and foreign always feel that men and women normal interaction, the man is to take advantage of the party, the woman is the party that suffers. But with some of the news propaganda in the past few years, some of the internet popular events continue to appear, this concept is being gradually disintegrated. No, it is disintegrating at a rapid pace. What the neighboring countries and countries to the west are experiencing, we will also experience without any surprise. This is an inevitable phenomenon of social and economic development. There are both good and bad phenomena, and what I am talking about is a bad phenomenon. At the moment, this phenomenon seems to be insurmountable. However, after looking at the long term, this phenomenon will inevitably disappear. Because it is always one side without responsibility to take advantage of the sky, one side of the bird hair cheap cannot take advantage of, but bear a huge responsibility. This is absolutely not work. Time will correct everything and will bring everything to a balance. Far from it. That being said, I was a bit vain, and I looked at Li Shanwei from time to time and smiled. This smile was naturally not so natural. After seeing me like this many times, Li Shanwei said in a good-natured manner, it's not like I'm accusing you of anything, why do you keep acting like this? After a pause, Li Shanwei said, when we came, because the boat shaking caused me to be afraid, I was holding you back, and then this thing, in my heart is considered to be the two of us even. I took advantage of you, you also took advantage of me, you suffered a loss, I also suffered a loss. I did not expect Li Shanwei will throw out such a speech. At the moment, jaw dropped, do not know what to say. After all, when rowing the boat to come, because the boat is not stable, she was afraid to hold me that thing, the two of us at that time, but very tacit understanding chose to shut up and not say anything. Although we said a sentence or two, it was no different from not saying anything at all. Don't owe each other, Lee Shanwei said in a deep voice, taking out the leadership aura of the Minister of Human Resources and directly setting the tone. Yes, Minister Lee said that we don't owe each other, so what else can I say? I laughed and said, then we don't owe each other anything. Hearing my words, Lee Shanwei realized that she must have just put on her company's style again, and couldn't help but to laugh. Okay, completely set the tone of things, let's not talk about it. What do you want to eat at noon? I digress, said, later back to the shore, I will go over to order food, order a few dishes that Sister Lee loves to eat. However, this is a farmhouse, don't tell me that Sister Lee wants to eat steak. Chapter 87 What to Do. Obviously, my latter words were a joke to Lee Shanwei. How could there be steak in a farmhouse? And Lee Shanwei definitely wouldn't ask for a steak in a farmhouse. The purpose of joking was naturally to liven up the atmosphere. Even if the atmosphere between Lee Shanwei and I was not dull at all at this time, and there was no more awkwardness, a relaxed atmosphere was always good. After all, today was out for a reunion. Even if I couldn't play with my colleagues in the technical department and had to accompany Lee Shanwei, a relaxed atmosphere would still put people in a good mood, wouldn't it? You just watch and order the food. Lee Shanwei said, I can't eat anything too spicy. There are so many people in the technical department for the reunion, there is always someone who can't eat too spicy. In addition, this farmhouse is not to focus on the Sichuan cuisine flavor, but mainly local dishes, where there is too spicy dishes. Lee Shanwei's words were practically the same as not saying anything. Or it can also be said that she intentionally said a meaningless request to answer me, so that I can order food a little better operation. I had already rowed to the middle of Yunzhou Reservoir at this time, and I was able to see Chen Tu and the others from afar. After seeing Lee Shanwei's boat and mine appear, Chen Tu stood up and waved his hand at us before pointing to the location inside the Nanjiale. The meaning of this was obviously to signal us to go eat. And after signaling, Chen Tu also began to pack up his fishing gear, and those few colleagues who were also fishing, followed Chen Tu to pack up their fishing gear together. Not far behind them, the colleagues who had set up a table to play poker, also began to pack up the poker game, ready to go back to eat. When Lee Shanwei saw this scene, her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Or should I say a bit of a frown. This was not to say that there was anything wrong with Chen Tu's actions, but rather, Lee Shanwei was worried in thinking at this time. What she was worried about was that she would have to sit with the people from the technical department at dinner later on, and since she was not well liked, she was afraid that it would affect the atmosphere at the dinner table. What she was thinking about was how to do at the dinner table later, so as not to let the atmosphere be depressing or even cold. Sister Lee, in the past, it was always our technical department that had their own reunion. After I saw the scene, I said, although Head Chin is the minister, he's quite close to us, you're also participating in the group building this time. When you get to the dinner table in a while, don't take yourself to be the minister of the manpower department. In that case, everyone is definitely going to be unaccustomed to it. I know. Hearing this from me, Lee Shanwei stretched her eyebrows and thanked me with a smile. Thank you for the reminder. My words were an explicit reminder to Lee Shanwei on how to behave when we arrived at the dinner table later. The main reason why she was poorly liked in the company was that she had always distanced herself from everyone, always presenting herself as the head of the Human Resources Department. Coupled with the fact that she also utilized this little power in her hand to make things happen, the personnel was naturally poor. But the root of the problem was that she had always taken herself as the Minister of Manpower. At this time, although it was not to completely solve the problem of her poor personnel, but in order to have a lighter atmosphere at the dinner table, she still had to solve it from the root, that is, not to present herself as the Minister of Manpower at the dinner table. Chen Head, they are on the shore, and the location is inside the farmhouse. Back to the farmhouse dinner pavilion is naturally very fast. Lee Shanwei and I were still in the reservoir at this time. In order to not let them wait too long, I accelerated my paddling movements and arrived at the shore 10 or so minutes ahead of schedule. The owner of the farmhouse didn't come over, so I took off my shoes and got out of the boat, tugged the boat to the shore, tied the boat to a tree trunk, and only then did I walk with Lee Shanwei towards the pavilion where the farmhouse was eating. As I walked, I made a call to Chen Tu and asked which pavilion the boss had arranged for. Since there were many of us, the boss arranged the biggest pavilion. Moreover, Chen Tu told me that they had already ordered the food and told me to take Lee Shanwei to order the food first before going to the eating pavilion. Obviously, Chen Tu was afraid that I would take Lee Shanwei to the pavilion and leave Lee Shanwei in the pavilion to order food. When we have a reunion, we usually order 2 dishes for one person, and whoever likes to eat what they want to order, without any pretense. Chen2 saying this to me also meant that they were still ordering according to the old rules of the past. Let's go, sisterly, let's both go and order. I said with a smile. Chen2 and the others have already ordered. They've all ordered, what else are we going to order? Li Shanwei didn't know that our technical department ordered food in this way, and couldn't help but say with some confusion, can't we just go directly over there? I immediately told Li Shanwei about the way we order food for our reunion, and at the same time, I also led her towards the kitchen of the farmhouse. So that's how it is? Li Shanwei said thoughtfully, our Human Resources Department's group building, I am directly randomly arrange 2 people to order food. In the future, I also learned from your technical department like this, quite civil. Main, who love to eat what, there will not appear to order the dishes, some people do not like to eat the situation. Soon, I took Li Shanwei to the kitchen of the farmhouse. After the waiter in charge of ordering food asked about the pavilion that was arranged for us, he took the menu and first told us the dishes that Chen2 and the others had ordered, so that Li Shanwei and I wouldn't order duplicates. Li Shanwei looked at it for a while and ordered 2 green dishes. I nonchalantly ordered 2 meat dishes, and then took Li Shanwei to the pavilion that was arranged for us. At this time it was already noon, the temperature had already risen, there was a breeze in the Nanjiale, but it was also a heat wave blowing on our bodies. I pushed open the door of the pavilion, and a cold breeze hit my face. Looks like we came back just in time, the temperature in here has dropped. As I spoke, I stepped aside to allow Li Shanwei to enter. At the same time Li Shanwei came in, Chen2 and the other co-workers stood up. Come, welcome Minister Li to our technical department's reunion. Chen had pulled out the chair beside himself and said, Minister Li, sit next to me. Everyone sit. Li Shanwei said this with a smile, and then came to sit next to Chen Head. Statement, you sit next to Minister Li. Chen2 pointed to my position and said, your task today is to play well with Minister Li. My position was also next to Li Shanwei. In other words, Li Shanwei was sitting in the middle of the 2 of us with Chen2 on her left and me on her right. This arrangement made it a lot easier for Li Shanwei. No matter what, Li Shanwei had a lot of contact with Chen2 and was considered an acquaintance. As for with me, it was a no-brainer, she was naturally willing to sit next to me, or one could also say that she let me sit next to her. Before Li Shanwei and I came in, the inside of the gazebo was heckling. At this moment, although the seats were arranged and everyone sat down, there was no sound of the previous heckling. The co-workers in the technical department didn't say anything for a while. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but get under the table and gently kick Li Shanwei's foot. Chapter 88 Playing in Tandem. After sensing my reminder, Li Shanwei didn't look at me, but instead looked at Chen2 and said, Minister Chen, I'm here today to play in the light of the technical department, so don't keep reminding everyone of my identity, how depressing is the atmosphere like this. After saying that, Li Shanwei looked around again and said, don't take me as a minister either, I'm just here to have fun today, you guys just talk about yourselves. Right. Head Chen nodded and said, Minister Li is just here to have fun today, so everyone doesn't need to be too formal. She just dipped into the light of our technical department, otherwise, she would still have to sit in the company today. After Chen2 exited with these latter words, everyone looked at Li Shanwei. After seeing the unabated smile on Li Shanwei's face, although everyone didn't chat about whatever she proposed, and even didn't say anything for the time being when they should have just said it, the look on everyone's face was relaxed. Seeing this scene, Li Shanwei lowered her head and came over to my side, which was obviously meant to whisper to me. I didn't hesitate to tilt my head over, only to hear Li Shanwei say in an extremely low voice, I intentionally wanted to whisper to you. I know. I smiled and nodded, and also replied in a low voice, the effect is good, don't worry, the atmosphere will lighten up in a while, especially after a few glasses of wine, just watch the show. Hearing my words, Li Shanwei had a clear picture in her heart, knowing that there are bound to be some drinkers in our technical department who talk too much. People behave in various ways after drinking. There is a drink very quiet go to sleep, there is a drink a lot of words, there is even a drink will make trouble. All kinds of performance after drinking are different. Our colleagues in the technical department, there are a few drink after talking too much. There are pros and cons to everything, it's not good to talk too much after drinking, it's easy to lose your words. However, drink just the right amount, talk a little more without losing words, can play a role in regulating the atmosphere. All in all, it is still a saying that everything is one size fits all, as well as only look at a single level is not good. Accordingly, to do things, grasp a correct degree is best. It is like after drinking more words, drunkenness is actually too much wine to lose words, which is too much. Drinking just the right amount of alcohol, but can suppress the wine, talk too much and not out of turn, not a problem not to mention, sometimes will play a positive role. Seeing me and Li Shanwei whispering, Chen had said nothing. Although some co-workers have odd smiles on their faces, they don't dare to speak out and flirt. This guy Xiao Su was a little bit blind, smiling brightly and opening his mouth to speak. Less dog's mouth can't spit out ivory ah. I immediately glared at her fiercely, and then signaled Li Shanwei with his eyes, making him swallow back the words that came to his mouth. Although I know that Li Shanwei at this time, even if by the small Li flirting with the relationship between me, also certainly will not be angry, but cannot let the small Li flirting out. Li Shanwei again, how to say, is the Minister of Human Resources. He flirted with me no problem. Once involved in Li Shanwei is another matter. Being reminded by me, Xiao Su was quick to see the opportunity, picked up the teapot and said, I'm pouring tea for Minister Li and Brother Chen. I want to open my mouth and ask, can I? Seeing this scene, Li Shanwei looked at Xiao Li and then at me. This kid and I are on good terms, but his mouth stinks, and he often flirts with me on account of his young age. I smiled and said to Li Shanwei, Sister Li, help me clean him up when you have the chance. I'll make a note of it. Li Shanwei nodded with a straight face. Li Shanwei's face was set, and when she said this, the other co-workers froze. But I knew that Li Shanwei was joking. Seeing Xiao Su's stupidity at a loss for words, I knocked on the table and said with a stern face, Didn't you hear Sister Li say that she took note of it? Don't hurry over to pour tea for Sister Li, you kid really want to be put in small shoes. I will. Sister Li, 2 words bite very heavy. Xiao Su immediately heard the doorway, hurry over to Li Shanwei pour tea, said, Sister Li, you cannot listen to Chen nonsense, I can respect him, I was joking with him, I pour tea for Sister Li, you cannot listen to the villainous slanders. Good guy, you dare to tell Sister Li that I am a villain? I pointed at Xiao Su, laughed and scolded, okay, you encounter problems in the future drawings design, let's come to find me ah. Brother Chen, brother, I was wrong. Xiao Li drooped his face and hurriedly poured tea for me, saying, I'm just a big comparison, how can Brother Chen be a villain? You are our team leader, wearing small shoes still needs Sister Li ah? You just give me to wear don't want. Little Li and I sew out, everyone instantly back to the taste, know that I am deliberately into Li Shanwei pad, so that she in front of everyone is not so formal. Everyone was formal in front of her, and she was equally formal in front of everyone. Count on your kid being smart. A colleague said, Sister Li is the head of the Human Resources Department, she is too lazy to give you small shoes, our team leader is your top boss, your kid is considered to be planted in the hands of the team leader today. All of a sudden, everyone was teasing little Li. Seeing this scene, Hedshin smiled and nodded his head at me, signaling that I had done a good job, and that the atmosphere had lightened up and was moving in an active direction. Li Shanwei also smiled and said, You guys talk about work all the time in your group building, huh? Chat, but less. Chen Head Interface replied, After all, it's a group building, it's just out to relax, but some of the more urgent orders inside the company, we will also chat about it during the group building. Minister Chen, you are less official with me, I just casually asked. Li Shanwei said, I'm not going to relay such official talk from you to him. Minister Li, your Ministry of Manpower has also had separate reunions many times, when you have reunions, you don't chat a few words about work? Head Chen asked rhetorically with a smile. Same as what Minister Chen said, come out to play, it's all about relaxation, occasionally the topic of conversation will talk a few words. Li Shanwei picked up her teacup and blew on it, taking a sip of tea and said, That's not the end, our technical department is also like this. Chen Head said smilingly, I'm telling the truth, not an official voice to take credit. Xiao Su, pour tea for Sister Li. I signaled Xiao Su to pour tea for Li Shanwei and said, Let's do it this way, those who are younger than Sister Li will call out Sister Li, and those who are older than Sister Li, it's not appropriate to call out her name, just call out Minister Li, so as to save everyone from calling out to her as Minister Li, making her uncomfortable. What do you all think? What else are you proposing ah? I shouted Sister Li. Xiao Su poured tea while muttering in a low voice, but the volume was to ensure that everyone just happened to hear. This kid is good, knows to play match with me. No wonder your team leader said you have a foul mouth. Li Shanwei laughed and pointed at Xiao Su, saying, Wait for your team leader to give you small shoes. Without a doubt, Li Shanwei was also playing match. Chapter 89, still going over there? In fact, no matter whether it was Xiao Su or Li Shanwei, as well as Chun Tu and the other colleagues from the technical department, all of them were playing along with each other in order to have a relaxed atmosphere for this meal today. But anything that was conducive to this meal moving towards a relaxed atmosphere, they would either actively or passively cooperate. The reason is very simple, no one wants to see the atmosphere of this meal depressing. In the workplace, you can't do it without some eyesight. It wasn't long before the waiters started serving the wine and food. Stir-fry in a place like Nanjiale, there was nothing fancy to speak of in terms of dishes, the main focus was on the freshness of the ingredients. Like stewed chicken or fried chicken, the ingredients used is the owner's own free-range chicken here. A guest ordered stewed chicken or fried chicken, killed now do. When the dishes are made from such ingredients, the requirements for the chef can be reduced by a few points. In other words, the same dish, the chef with the ingredients of the farmhouse here, then the chef level of other hotels even a little bit inferior, due out of the dish and the flavor of the difference is not much. If the level of the chef is the same, with the ingredients here in the farmhouse, compared with those restaurants that cannot kill the freshly made, the flavor of the dishes here will be better. And there is also a difference in the wine, not that the farmhouse here still brews its own wine, but the way of chilling the beer is different. Like in the city hotel to drink beer, chilled beer are used in the display cabinet refrigerator and so on, but here is the use of well water. Anyone who grew up in the countryside knows that well water is warm in winter and cool in summer. In fact, the temperature of well water doesn't change with the seasons as it feels warm in winter and cool in summer. Well water is essentially thermostatic, with very little change in temperature. Even in winter and summer, the temperature of well water does not change drastically. The reason why people feel that the well water is warm in winter and cool in summer is simply because of the difference in body sensation, that is, in winter the ambient temperature is very low, in summer the ambient temperature is higher, but the well water is basically maintained at a constant temperature. It will make people physical sense of the effect of well water warm in winter and cool in summer. In hot seasons like summer, the temperature is absolutely perfect for chilling beer with well water, or chilling watermelon. Especially the watermelon chilled with well water, eating it has an absolutely different taste from the watermelon chilled in the refrigerator. With the wine and food on the table, the meal began. All of us in the technical department can drink, basically white first, then some beer. Only Xiao Su and another younger coworker don't drink white wine, only beer. When Xiao Su got up to pour the wine, Li Shanwei directly said she didn't drink. Head Chen also said that if Li Shanwei doesn't drink, she doesn't drink, and asked for 2 bottles of fruit juice for her. When Xiao Su poured me a drink, I also said, I won't drink white today, have some beer. Then, Xiao Su. Just after uttering this one word, Chen Tu said, alright, you drink less today. Chen Head usually seldom like this, or can also say, our department group building or, occasionally get together for a meal. Chen Head is basically persuasion of alcohol. But Chen Head persuasion is not always persuade people to drink more, but he knows what everyone drinks, how much alcohol, appropriate persuasion, not to mention, will also play a supervisory role in the drinking, so that everyone drink good but not drink more. Chen Head today uncharacteristically support not let me drink white wine, everyone also suddenly back to the flavor. They have been fishing and playing cards all morning, and although Li Shanwei came, she was rowed into the reservoir by me, which didn't affect them at all. I drink less, and only drink beer, obviously still because of Li Shanwei. With me accompanying Li Shanwei, they can play how they want to play today, without any influence. Although the atmosphere at this time was already very good, and even if Li Shanwei was present, it would have little effect on everyone, but for everyone, it was better not to have Li Shanwei around if they could. Then we'll listen to Brother Chan and the minister. Xiao Su smiled, picked up a bottle of beer and opened it and handed it to me. After Xiao Su finished pouring the wine, along with Head Chen picking up the wine glass and saying a few opening remarks, the meal began. And as I said before, after they drank some wine, they talked more, and the atmosphere changed from relaxed to active. After 3 rounds of wine, the food was served. I'm still fishing this afternoon. Chen Tu said as he ate, I usually have nothing to do on weekends, but I actually fish, and since this reunion is here, I'll continue fishing in the afternoon if I have nothing to do. Me too. And me too. Several co-workers who, like Chen Tu, also like fishing opened their mouths to concur. These co-workers are all older than me and have been in the company longer than me. How many of us still play cards in the afternoon? Xiao Su was a member of the card-playing group, and turned his head to look at the few co-workers who played cards together in the morning and asked. Afternoon. Ask the boss which side of the underwater environment is safe, down the reservoir, right? Another younger colleague said, it's been years since I went down to the reservoir. The so-called down the reservoir is a more earthy kind of local saying, in fact, on swimming. The official term is swimming in the wild. That's fine. Xiao Su was still relatively interested in going down to the reservoir. However, he just agreed, and then immediately thought of Li Shanwei and I. This morning, I had brought Li Shanwei to row a boat into the reservoir. Brother Chen, Sister Li, are you two still going to go into the reservoir for boating this afternoon? Xiao Su asked tentatively. This if Li Shanwei and I still rode into the reservoir to play, they would have to choose a more hidden place if they wanted to go down to the reservoir, or Li Shanwei and I would avoid them. Sisterly, afternoon. I turned my head to Li Shanwei and asked. To be honest, rowing a boat into the reservoir in the morning is okay. For one thing, I have never rowed a boat, and then the morning is not very hot. In the afternoon, the sun was so poisonous that I didn't want to go boating into the reservoir to play anymore. However, if I don't go boating in the reservoir, it's not much fun. Hearing my question, Li Danwei came to my ear and whispered, "We'll go to the shade there in the afternoon." Hearing Li Shanwei's words, I couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. Come on, we'll have to paddle in again in the afternoon. I didn't doubt for a second that Li Shanwei had any other ideas. After all, what happened over there in the morning was too coincidental, and it would be impossible to go over there in the afternoon and want it to be coincidental again. You guys should play whatever you want, I'll row the boat and take Sisterly to take a cool ride. There's a shade on the other side of the reservoir by the corner of the bank, you can take a cool ride over there. I nodded and said to Xiao Su. I meant to tell Xiao Su that me and Li Shanwei rowing in to play doesn't affect them going down to the reservoir. Besides, this is not the old days. When I was a kid going down to the reservoir, that is, swimming in the wild, it was really bare ass. Now even wild swimming in the water comes with swim trunks. The group building was not an impromptu decision, the choice of this farmhouse was also set a few days ago. They wanted to go down to the reservoir, they must have thought about it a long time ago, and they were also bound to have brought swim trunks. Chapter 90 Give me a guarantee. As expected, after hearing this answer from me, Xiao Su and the guy who wanted to go down to the reservoir started muttering small talk. They didn't say more than a few sentences, but I could tell that they were asking if they had brought anything to go into the water. Looking at the situation, they might have prepared other things for going down to the water besides their swim trunks, such as a snorkel or something like that. If you guys want to go down to the reservoir, you have to be safe. I admonished it this time, if the owner of the farmhouse doesn't let you guys go down, don't go down. Sisterly and I were boating in the morning and he asked us to wear life jackets. Point taken. Chen Head nodded and said, we are out for a group building, playing in this nanjiale of someone's boss for a day, he is definitely taking the responsibility, if he really doesn't let you guys go down to the reservoir, you guys don't force him. Squatting a beat, Chen Head added, moreover, we must pay attention to our own safety. Okay, we'll ask after dinner, we do know how to swim. Xiao Su hurriedly assured, but if the boss really doesn't let us go into the water, we won't. Hearing what Chen Tu and Xiao Su and I said, Li Shanwei slightly frowned, and then stretched out again, not knowing what she was thinking. We ate this meal for almost 2 hours, and it didn't end until after 2 o'clock. After the meal, Xiao Su couldn't wait to go find her boss. Not long after, Xiao Su came back and said joyfully, I talked to the boss, and he didn't object very much, just made a request. What request? Li Shanwei asked curiously. Because we all know how to swim, he knows that we definitely aren't playing on the side when we go down to the reservoir, and it's also impossible to go down wearing a life jacket, so he requested that we must have a rope tied around our wrists and a life jacket tied to the other end so that we can go down. Xiao Su said with a smile. I was speechless for a while as I listened. This nanjiale owner is really good at solving problems, huh? Doing so satisfies the guests' requirements and also ensures safety. Then listen to the other boss. Chen Tu said without hesitation, if you guys want to go, go, I'm going to drink some water here and get ready to go fishing. As soon as Chen Tu's words left his mouth, Xiao Su and the few of them instantly went out with gusto. Going down to the reservoir to swim and play in the water was fun and cool at the same time, they didn't care if the sun was poisonous or not. Li Shanwei kicked me at this time. Obviously hinting to me that we've also had enough to eat and drink, so it's time to go out. I said to Chen Tu, Sisterly, and I are going to go play first as well. Chen Tu smiled and nodded, saying nothing. When I came out of the pavilion, I led Li Shanwei towards the boat. Li Shanwei, however, pulled me back and whispered, go ask the owner of the nanjiale, what's the situation under the water under the shade of the tree over there that we went to in the morning, can we get into the water? How? I looked at Li Shanwei in surprise and asked, Sisterly, you also want to go down to the reservoir for a wild swim? I brought my swimsuit. Li Shanwei lowered her voice and said. Undoubtedly, since she had prepared a swimsuit, it also meant that she had thought of the same thing as Xiao Su and the rest of them, and also wanted to go down to the water to play. Only, Li Shanwei wanted to go down to the reservoir, although she had also made preparations, that is, she had brought her bathing suit, the expectation in her heart was definitely different from Xiao Su's and theirs. To put it bluntly, Xiao Su and the others were almost certain that they would be able to go down to the reservoir. And even if Li Shanwei had made preparations and brought her swimsuit over, she actually had no bottom in her heart, and was actually not too hopeful about going down to the reservoir. The reason is also very simple. This is not a swimming pool in the swimming pool, under the reservoir swimming wild such things, the vast majority of men love to do also can do things. Women might want to go down to play, but thinking and doing are two different things. Okay, I'll ask. I nodded in agreement, and then went to find the owner of the Nanjiale. Li Shanwei hesitated slightly, took a step to follow me and said, "I'll join you, it's hot to stand here and wait." I smiled and said nothing, and at that moment took Li Shanwei to the owner of the farmhouse, and asked Li Shanwei the question that she was concerned about, which was how the underwater environment was under the shade of the trees over there. This question was not asked for nothing. Yunzhou Reservoir is artificially constructed. When the construction of explosives, there are a lot of places under the water is a deep pit, some places were just waist deep, or not more than the depth of the chest position, but, due to the existence of some deep pits, maybe a step toward the front, or toward the left and right, step into the deep pit to go. Even for those who know how to swim, it is very dangerous to take a step into a deep pit without being mentally prepared, or without thinking that the water is waist deep. Human life is sometimes tenacious and sometimes fragile. Many people who know how to swim may choke on a mouthful of water and pass out, thus causing a tragic accident. Moreover, there is that old proverb that drowning in the river can be watery. This actually means a warning not to think that just because you can swim, you won't get into trouble. Those who really don't drown are instead those who can't swim and never go into the water. This statement actually means the same thing as a gentleman who never goes under a dangerous wall. What's the smartest thing to do when you realize that something could lead to danger? It's not to do it. Instead of going ahead and doing it because you are in a position to think that there is absolutely no danger, or that the danger is very low. I came here to play is not intended to go down to the reservoir, naturally did not bring swimming trunks. And I actually do not agree with Li Shanwei to go down to the reservoir, but here is really not much fun. She and I can swim, and then in accordance with the owner of the farmhouse instructed, tied on the life jacket, safety measures are good, so that she will be appropriate to play it. However, I have also thought about it. Even if the underwater environment is okay, I have to agree with Li Shanwei, a little down to play for a while to come up, definitely not too long. First of all, because of the safety issue, and then at this time already 2:30, I rowed the boat to take her to the other side of the close to 3:30, in the afternoon before the sun goes down to return to this side, in the middle of the time is not much time. The owner of the farmhouse gave a positive answer, that side of the bank was originally flooded, and the underwater environment is not a problem. However, since those poplar trees were also flooded, so he suggested that if we went into the water, we should try to stay away from the poplar trees, so that there wouldn't be any plants growing underwater to entangle our feet or something like that. Okay, thanks boss, we'll take proper safety measures. I said with a smile, we don't all wear life jackets when we go in for boating. After saying that, I took Li Shanwei towards the small boat side and said as I walked, "Sisterly, after we go over there, you'll have to get on the boat after playing a little less, you'll have to give me a guarantee or else I won't allow you to go down there Chapter 91 Getting into the Water. Hearing this from me, Li Shanwei didn't express any objections, didn't even say anything, just covered her mouth and smiled. Not long after, Li Shanwei and I set off with the boat once again like we did in the morning, heading towards the shade of the trees over there. The difference is that at this time, the sunlight is strong, irradiation to the lake's surface even have reflection, than the morning to be much hotter, even if Li Danwei still give us to play the sun umbrella, but I did not take long to break out in a sweat. From afar, I can see that Chen Tu and a few others have gone fishing again. As for Xiao Su and the others, they didn't go into the water on the side where Chen Tu was fishing. The reason is very simple, they will definitely affect Chen Tu's fishing. I rowed close to the center of the reservoir, and was able to see the situation around the reservoir as far as I could, before I saw Xiaosu and the others. They were about a few dozen meters away from the location where Chen Tu was fishing, extending out to a corner location underwater. I thought that the underwater environment in that location should be relatively safe. I turned the boat around at this time, and once again rowed towards the location under the shade of the trees. This time, since I had a clear destination, it was similar to the time I went back, unlike the time I came in the morning, when I rowed aimlessly. In addition to the heat, I also want to get there as soon as possible under the shade of the trees to cool off. Anyway, the body is already sweating through, simply full paddling. In about 40 minutes, I rowed to the shade again. After I fixed the boat, Li Shanwei said to me, "Turn around, I want to change my clothes." Good. I turned around without hesitation, allowing Li Shanwei to change her clothes. There was no one on this side besides me, so I wasn't worried about being seen by others or anything. Rather than Li Shanwei knowing this, from the rapid ringing and rapid ending of the sizzling sounds, one could also hear that she was nervous. "All right," Li Shanwei whispered. "I'd better wait until Sister Li gets in the water before I turn around," I said with a smile. She had already changed into her bathing suit. I didn't know what style her bathing suit was. If this was a bikini, it would reveal too much. Since we've already avoided suspicion, let's avoid it completely. Although there were 2 accidents today, but after all, they are wearing clothes, it is not a big deal. She now changed into a bathing suit in the case, even if it is a conservative style of bathing suit, but also show a lot of it. Then wait a bit, I'll tie up the life jacket first. Li Shanwei did remember what I said before, and used a rope from the boat to tie the life jacket to her wrist before going into the water. Soon, I heard the sound of water made by her swimming and paddling. At the same time, Li Shanwei's voice rang out from some distance away, "There." Only then did I turn over, and what I saw was that Li Shanwei had already swum out some distance, and had to be about 5 meters away from the boat. At this time, Li Shanwei only had her head on the surface of the water, below her neck was in the water, no doubt she couldn't see anything. She is in that place, the water depth is definitely more than the height. The reason why her head is exposed in the water is that she is treading water. Treading water is a more common term, actually called standing swim, is one of the most practical swimming position. Its function is to use both legs to tread downward, so that people can float in the water. "Do you want to come down?" Li Shanwei asked with a smile. I didn't bring my swim trunks. I spread my hands and said, "Otherwise, I'd really go down to have some fun. I didn't expect it to be so hot." As I said that, I also wiped a bead of sweat from my forehead. In order to get to this side as soon as possible to cool off, I rowed the boat with all my might, and my body had long been sweating through. I cupped the water and washed my face. I felt a hint of coolness. The t-shirt on my body was hard to sweat through. I simply took it off, rubbed it twice in the water, held it as a towel and wiped my upper body. Soothing. Sweat was wiped, the breeze blew, immediately felt a burst of coolness, I could not help but say, and then the t-shirt once again rubbed a few handfuls, wrung out the water, folded a tree branch as a clothes support, and hung the t-shirt on a rope to dry. "You play." I sat down again and yanked out a cigarette and lit it. "You're in pretty good shape." Li Shanwei giggled and joked, before turning around and swimming towards the inside of the reservoir. "Don't swim too far. Estimate your stamina," I reminded loudly. "Got it," Li Shanwei said without looking back and quickly scurried out a few meters away. Looking at Li Danwei's swimming posture, it was clear that she had learned. By learned, I mean the kind of learning that was done specifically in a swimming pool, with a swimming coach to teach. Although I don't know compared to athletes, her swimming posture is standard or not, but I know that her swimming posture is far more standard than mine. I swim as purely wild origin, that is, as a child in the river, in the reservoir in the water, self-touch and learned, although also can swim, but the posture is absolutely not standard. Time is not long, probably just more than half an hour, should be less than 40 minutes, Li Shanwei swam back, hand grasping the boat, breathing a little short. Swimming is a sport that consumes more physical strength. She swam for a small 40 minutes without stopping for a breath. Her physical strength is already very good. "Play some more? Or come up?" I asked immediately after seeing this scene. "Come up to the boat and rest," Li Shanwei replied with a gasp. Obviously, she wasn't having fun yet, but her physical strength was almost exhausted, so she needed to rest for a while. "I'll turn around?" I asked as I looked at Li Shanwei with a smile. Hearing my words, Li Shanwei blankly glanced at me in an unfavorable manner, and took the initiative to extend her hand towards me, saying, "Pull me up." The reason I would ask this was simple, and it lay in the fact that I also knew how to swim. I know that when swimming almost exhausts your strength, it's much harder than usual to climb up to the boat. As far as Li Shanwei's current situation is concerned, if she wants to get on the boat and take a rest, she should need me to pull her up. "Let's talk first, I'll pull you up, don't say I took advantage of you." I jokingly took a precaution. She was wearing a bathing suit at this time, although I still didn't know what style of bathing suit it was, but once I pulled her on board, it was bound to be displayed in front of me. "I'm still afraid of you looking?" Li Shanwei immediately said. "Then you." I was going to say that when she changed her clothes, but also let me turn around, a recall, this cannot ask she changed her clothes but she must first take off, in order to change into a bathing suit. She had to take off her clothes before she could put on her bathing suit, which means that she was in a vacuum for a moment when she was changing her clothes, so she had to turn around. I slapped my forehead, "I've been drinking and my brain is slowing down, isn't it? What this and that, hurry up." Li Shanwei reached out again. I smiled and reached out to pull her wrist. She immediately clutched my wrist. I force, she a force. Li Shanwei is very smooth on the boat. Chapter 92 Intermission. Once Li Shanwei got on the boat this time, completely exposing herself to the water, I naturally knew the style of her bathing suit. In fact, I pretty much guessed it when her shoulder area was exposed to the water. Because the swimsuit on her shoulder area was 2 straps. With this style of swimsuit, the odds are that it's a bikini. I was right in my estimation, it really was a bikini. Li Shanwei's skin wasn't as white as Shinjisha's, but it was still whiter than most women. Then Shinjisha's reason is also very simple. Shinjisha, that is cold white skin, is too white, or some partial white race kind of white. Li Shanwei is yellow race white kind of white, already is quite white. Although Li Shanwei brought a bathing suit, but did not bring a towel, after boarding the boat, she sat opposite me in her bathing suit, more or less unnatural. If you don't mind my clothes getting wet, wear mine first? I said, pointing to the t-shirt hanging there to dry. Okay, give it to me. Li Shanwei said painfully. She was dripping wet at this point, so she definitely couldn't wear her own clothes or she would get them wet. I yanked off my own t-shirt and gave it to her, and she immediately put it on. I was quite a bit taller than her, and the clothes were naturally very large, and after she put them on it was like wearing a shorter nightgown, just the right amount to cover the parts that should be covered, avoiding that hint of unnaturalness. Li Shanwei put on my clothes. After that trace of unnaturalness disappeared, instead, she tilted her head to measure me, and joked about me. People spend money to see the mole brother, I save money today, your body is not worse than the mole brother. He, Sisterly still has this hobby? I laughed and joked back at her, saying, Sisterly, you usually hide deep enough? Li Shanwei didn't understand what I meant at first, and after seeing my eyes looking her up and down, she instantly understood what I was talking about, and also knew that I was joking about her in turn. She usually liked to wear the kind of loose version of the clothes, and not very show body. Today in the water-changed bikini, show in front of me but her real body. She belongs to the kind of body type proportionate, should have, but not very exaggerated kind of body. No one is allowed to say that to anyone else. Li Shanwei spoke, glanced at her belly, and also inhaled and closed her hand on her belly. I would only say it to people if I'm sick. I laughed and said, what are you doing? I've been eating a bit too much lately, and I've got meat on my stomach. Li Shanwei said with a somewhat deflated look. But pull back. I lit a cigarette and said, a woman originally has more organs than a man, it's only normal to have a slightly convex belly, then it's not a matter of having meat. Li Shanwei seems to have not expected me to say this, and said at the same time, I look at the short video platform, those dancing bloggers, that small waist surplus, that small belly flat. You open special effects better than them. I interrupted Li Shanwei, said, if there is that kind of body in reality, no need to think, 100% is on their own body with technology. After a pause, I added, to say that people are hard on themselves, but also women I brushed a female blogger before, the body is really good, but the comment area said that she is a surgical operation, said what took out the ribs underneath, the waist is only so thin, look at that situation is true. Li Shanwei was surprised, someone really did that? I just saw it, didn't go to ask for proof. I laughed and said, let's not talk about this, Sisterly learned to swim in a swimming pool, right? Swimming posture is very standard, not to mention, when I pulled you just now, I must have learned it on purpose too, otherwise, you definitely wouldn't have grabbed my wrist. Pulling someone out of the water like this is to grab each other's wrists. The reason for this is that with water on your hands, it's easy for your hands to slip off when you grab them. And most people actually don't know this if they haven't been taught it. Especially when someone who can't swim falls in the water, and someone goes to the rescue and reaches out to pull, the person who fell in the water tends to grab their hands, not their wrists. Well, over the years, I've enrolled in quite a few classes in my spare time. Li Shanwei said with a smile, swimming is what I enrolled in a class to learn, and now I've enrolled in a yoga class, probably because I'm getting older, and I don't really like some of the interest classes that are too strenuous. Yoga? Yoga is good, have to learn. This is something to think about in your heart, but you can't say it out loud. What's the arrangement for the evening? After Li Shanwei finished saying this, she added, I mean, what do you do at night? Waiting to eat? Li Shanwei knew that she was going to have a barbecue at night, and it was still over at the camping site. During lunch today, Chen Tu and us also chatted a few words about this, preparing to light a campfire over at the camping spot and then ask the owner of the farmhouse for raw meat skewers to grill themselves. That's why Li Shanwei added a bit more after asking. You said the opposite, at night I reckon it's me who grills it, and this group of eaters eats it. I said, Xiaosu will also bake, I reckon it will be the two of us baking and the others eating. Our technical department, group building or not, potluck or not, also had several times to eat grilled meat, barbecue, and so on. Basically, it's me and Xiaoli who do the work, and Shenhead and other co-workers are waiting to eat. It's really not that they don't grill, but their level is really bad, and they can't move without grilling. I don't know how to grill either. If you're in charge of grilling meat at night, I'll stay by your side. Li Shanwei interjected. Okay. I nodded. What else could I say? Today's mission was to bring Li Shanwei to have a good time, just complete it successfully. I wonder, isn't barbecuing something that you can do with your hands? I said somewhat breathlessly, of all the people, it's still just little Li and I who know how to barbecue. This is my true thought. My earliest eat barbecue is with my junior high school classmates. The two of us go to the barbecue store. At that time, the barbecue store is basically to let themselves grilled. Later, it slowly evolved into a barbecue store to grill a half-cooked, or 7 or 8 mature, their own slightly heated to eat. The first time I did it, I grilled it pretty well, and after that I ate more barbecue, so naturally I became more and more skillful. I don't know, anyway, when I grill, I don't move, as if I don't have the concept of flipping in my head. Li Shanwei spread her hands and said with a helpless face, it's not like I didn't try to learn, but I always forget to flip, and when I think of it, it's mushy. Ha ha. Hearing this explanation from Li Shanwei, I couldn't help but laugh and said, I guess that group of guys are just like sisterly, they also can't move without baking. It's not comfortable to always wear your wet clothes. I'll go down for another swim, then we'll go back. Li Shanwei tugged on my t-shirt and said, you can wash and dry it again. Just, the water in this reservoir is not clean. What will you do when you go back? Chapter 93. Suddenly. I have clothes in my car. I casually replied. Hearing my words, Li Shanwei revealed a dawning realization and asked, last time when you lent me clothes, there were clothes in the trunk. You usually keep clothes in your car? Tech goes out a lot. I explained, going out of town on business, not to mention, on our local, some of the purchase of our equipment, the warranty period will also be given to maintain the equipment, or even warranty. Occasionally there will be dirty clothes. I have developed the habit of putting clothes in the car for backup. Li Shanwei asked no more questions and went into the water to swim towards the distance. I washed my t-shirt, wrung out the water and then hung it up to dry. When Li Shanwei went into the water this time, she didn't run out of energy in a while like she did just now when she went into the water to swim. She controlled her swimming speed and also stopped from time to time to float on the surface of the water to take a rest. She went into the water to swim this time and swam back after about half an hour of fun. Moreover, she deliberately maintained her stamina. This time she didn't even use me to reach out and pull her on the boat. She climbed on the boat's gangplank and scurried up with one push. Did you bring a towel? I asked after she boarded the boat. Yes, in the backpack I brought. Li Shanwei said, the backpack is in your car. Better use my clothes. I handed her my t-shirt and said, wipe it off. Li Shanwei said thank you, took my t-shirt and wiped the water droplets on her body, mainly wiped her hair, while washing my t-shirt, said, I put my swimsuit in the small bag, thinking that it is unlikely to have the opportunity to go into the water. I did not think there is still this place. If I had known that I would have brought the backpack too. Li Shanwei said here, also gave me finished washing the t-shirt. In fact, it is also with the water in the reservoir rubbed a few handfuls of just, also did not use laundry detergent and so on, bring back certainly still need to re-wash. Tomorrow morning or I'll send Sister Li back, we'll move one step earlier. I took Li Shanwei handed over the t-shirt, re-drying, said, we a group of brown men, casually wash a hand on the line, they are even more intended to go directly to the company to wash work. After a pause, I continued, Sister Li this hair is wet, tomorrow morning or move a little earlier, go home to take a shower, change clothes, and then go to work. Thanks. Li Shanwei thanked me and said, you're so thoughtful. I need to go home and take a shower too. I laughed and said, after sweating all over, I used the water from the reservoir to wipe it off, it's not very clean after all. It's a good thing that they don't allow fish to be raised in nets here anymore, otherwise the water would carry a fishy odor. After going back in a while, give me your car keys, I'll go to the car to get something, the things I prepared for camping are in the backpack. Li Shanwei nodded and said, okay. I agreed without hesitation. At this time it was already more than 5 in the afternoon, but at this time of the year it doesn't get dark until more than 7, so we don't have to be in too much of a hurry to go back. What's more, my t-shirt was wet all the time, so I had to wait for it to dry out a bit before saying anything. Want to change your clothes? I smiled and looked at Li Shanwei and asked. She dried the water droplets on her body at this time, but she was still wearing a bikini. Only, she no longer had that trace of unnaturalness at this time, so she faced my gaze naturally and openly. And I didn't hide my gaze. She has been generous, we should look at it. The gaze again to hide would seem too unmanly. But if she were to change her clothes, she would have to turn her back. Change it. Save you from looking at me all the time. Lee Shanwei said jokingly. Then there's nothing I can do about it. I spread my hands and helplessly said such a sentence, turning around. I actually wanted to respond to Lee Shanwei's words jokingly just now, but when the words came out of my mouth, I changed it to responding to Lee Shanwei's words in such a serious manner. I have always believed that there is no pure friendship between men and women. Don't get me wrong, I think there is no pure friendship between men and women. It doesn't mean that I think men and women can't be friends. I've already said before that my definition of a true friend is basically a gentleman's friendship as light as water. If you don't have much contact with your friends, but when they are in trouble, you will definitely show up when you get the message and help as much as you can. That's what I think of as a friend. Moreover, this is also what I think of as a friend between men. As for heterosexual friends, my own definition is that they are more discreet and have more boundaries than same-sex friends. Usually nothing at all pressure, don't contact, so as not to let people's boyfriends or husbands misunderstanding. Of course, if I have opposite-sex friends, I also hope that my opposite-sex friends do the same to me, usually nothing to contact, so as not to let my girlfriend or wife misunderstanding. Looking at it this way, you can also understand what I said about there is no pure friendship between men and women, targeting the kind of so-called male girlfriends, female iron son. But I don't recognize any friendship between men and women who are in this kind of relationship. But there is an old saying, the same rice raises 100 kinds of people. There are people like me who don't approve of male best friends and female friendships, and there are people who approve of such relationships. For this kind of people with different opinions, do not have to argue anything. I do not recognize my, you recognize your, everyone well water offense as river water can be. Convincing others is a very tiring thing. Because it involves the cognitive differences in thought, and even different views. Seek common ground while reserving differences. 4 words were enough to explain everything. Lee Shanwei quickly changed her clothes. After she changed her clothes, she didn't call out to me, but directly came to my side and patted my shoulder, then sat down next to me. Statement, I have something I want to say to you. After Lee Shanwei sat down, she curled up her legs and stepped on the horizontal board in front of her, placed her elbows on her knees, rested her chin on her hands, looked at the water in front of her, and said softly, "Say whatever you want." I said casually, and reached out to touch the t-shirt drying there. It was still there, but it wasn't drying out too slowly, and it wasn't that wet anymore. "You can feel it, I have a crush on you, right?" Lee Shanwei said casually. I instantly turned my head to look at Lee Shanwei. The time before, she had gathered enough courage. It seemed that she just wanted to say this, but in the end, she swallowed it back. Now it was surprising that she just said this so casually. Lee Shanwei turned her head to look at me, and seeing my jaw-dropped look, asked, "Is it surprising?" "It shouldn't be a surprise, right? After all, I'm not well liked in the entire company, I'm cold to everyone, but I'm pleasant to you, can't you feel anything? It's not like you've never been in love. If you say you don't feel it, I really don't believe you." "Sister Lee has said so, do you want me to say I'm an elm?" I said with a smile. Chapter 94, Let Nature Take Its Course. Lee Shanwei was able to say this kind of confession type of words so easily, so naturally I was also able to deal with it easily. What's more, I had actually been looking forward to her saying such words and then having a good talk with her. However, I was still surprised in my heart. Surprised, or I just said, before she drummed up all the courage, have not been able to say out, how the afternoon and then come into the reservoir inside, underwater swimming, can be so easy to say this kind of words? Could it be that she swam in the water and got water in her brain? For a moment, a thought came up in my heart that was not in the realm of possibility. Immediately, I was a bit back. She went into the water this time, no matter how, she was wearing a bikini in front of me. Especially the first time she changed her clothes and wore a bikini in front of me, there was still a hint of unnatural. And after this second dip in the water and swim, even that hint of unnaturalness disappeared when she got back on the boat. This should be the reason why she was able to say this so easily. Environment and atmosphere affect people. She probably felt that the environment and atmosphere were suitable, and that's why she said those words. At this moment, there were just the two of us here. The environment was very quiet. And the atmosphere was, needless to say, relaxed and pleasant. What must be said is that what Lee Shanwei said was actually quite skillful. She was using a rhetorical question to express that she had a crush on me without saying anything else that went further. This kind of words belongs to the category of words that can be retreated or advanced. If you say it's a confession, you can look at it as a confession. If it's not a confession, it can be taken as such. Because where things go from here depends entirely on what she says next. If she says she wants me to be her boyfriend or something like that, it's 100% confession. However, if she says that she's just expressing her feelings without making any demands, then it's not a confession. As for how I would respond, it would still depend on what she said. I thought you were really just an elm. Lee Shanwei jokingly said this. There was no doubt that Lee Shanwei was also in a state of basic satisfaction with my response. No matter what, when she said that she had a good feeling about me, in her heart, she actually hoped that she could get a positive response from me. The so-called positive response, naturally, I also have a good feeling about her. What could be better than this kind of thing when two people are in love? And while I didn't give her this kind of positive response, I jokingly stated the fact that I sensed she had a crush on me, and she was sort of satisfied with that, which is to say, basically satisfied. I sighed and didn't say anything else. Is it because you think I'm too old? A hint of frustration flashed across Lee Shanwei's face as she asked, that's why you acted indifferent after sensing that I had a crush on you? These words were a bit more direct. Sister Lee, if you're going to say that, I can say anything. I mused, it's also the truth. Well, you say, I want to know what you think. Lee Shanwei nodded and said seriously. It's an indisputable fact that you're older, but you have no history of marriage. I smiled and said, it's not true that I'm younger than you, but I'm now in the stage of divorce, and will soon be a second marriage man. To say that the conditions are comparable, we are actually almost the same. After a pause, I added, even should say is more matches right, because you earn more than me. Hearing my words, Lee Shanwei's face revealed a smile from the bottom of her heart. Because what I said was exactly what she really thought in her heart. A second married man who earns less, and an unmarried woman who is a bit older and earns more, condition-wise, how could it all be a match? You go on, you haven't said what you think yet. Lee Shanwei urged. My idea is actually no idea. I sighed and said, Sister Lee, look at my current situation, in the stage of divorce, and there's a bit of trouble with the divorce, how can I think of anything else? That's true. Lee Shanwei nodded silently. Besides, you can't fully understand how I feel. I continued, a failed marriage, it's impossible for me not to have a blow, and I wasn't joking with you when I told you before that I wouldn't consider remarrying for a short period of time. These words of mine are just a polite reminder to Lee Shanwei, if you are in a hurry to find someone to marry, don't waste your time on me. Although I married for the second time, but my age is here, divorced and then look for a, and divorced a few years later and then look for a, in fact, the difference is not very big. I am 29 this year, in the marriage market and 30-something divorced men, pressure is not very different. Lee Shanwei is different, she is already 35 this year, and will be 40 in a few years. She really can't afford to procrastinate. If you want to find a partner, you have to hurry and get married as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be better not to look at all. In other words, Lee Danwei's current age is actually very embarrassing and dangerous. After Lee Danwei heard my words, she just smiled slightly, and it was a very calm smile, and she didn't say anything. I don't know her true inner thoughts, but, seeing her like this, I still decided to persuade her, and at that moment, I continued, Sister Lee, my mind is not in this area for the time being, and I know that you have a good feeling about me, but, I really suggest that you don't waste your time on me. If you want to find a person to marry, you still need to do it as soon as possible. I lit a cigarette and said, you're also the one who signed up at the marriage agency, you know that what I'm telling you is the truth, if you delay any longer, you'll really have a hard time finding one, and even if you can find one, you won't be able to find one that's relatively better. Let it be. Lee Shanwei smiled and said, I told you before, I already know where I'm wrong, and want to rectify this mistake, it's actually what you're telling me now, find a date as soon as possible, get married as soon as possible, I can still find a relatively better one. I let out a snort in response. But still, I don't want to force myself. Lee Shanwei crooked her body and leaned on my shoulder, saying, let everything go with the flow. Maybe this is the kind of life I have in my life. What does this say? I couldn't help but ask in disbelief, how did you suddenly have this thought again? It's not suddenly, in fact, has been thinking, just did not make a final decision. Lee Shanwei said softly, after spending time alone with you a few times, which made me feel very comfortable, I've been thinking about it, and although it was wrong, it felt really important. Until today, we get along with the whole day, I made this final decision, in order to correct the mistake, to make another mistake, after the marriage over the chicken and dog, it is not worth the loss, I do not seek to be satisfied, but at least to find the object of this matter, to get along with the feeling comfortable. Chapter 95 Businessman. When Li Shanwei said these words, although her tone was very light, it was permeated with a sense of determination. I shrugged my shoulders somewhat speechlessly and didn't pick up Li Danwei's words again. Li Shanwei gathered her hair and said, "You don't have to think too much, I already know how you think now, I won't make it difficult for you, moreover, I do plan for myself." I interjected, "Sisterly, I didn't quite understand what you meant by that." "What's not to understand?" Li Shanwei smiled and said, "I have a good feeling about you, and it's easy and comfortable to be with you, but you're in such a situation now that you won't consider remarrying for a short period of time if you're divorced, and I can't keep dragging it out like this, can I? So, I will continue to look for a partner, but my requirements are not so much, is to get along with very easy and comfortable on the line. As for you, if after your divorce, you have the idea of remarriage, I happen to have not found the right one, I hope you can consider me." I couldn't help but say somewhat speechlessly, "Sisterly, are you taking me as a spare tire?" "You said the opposite, it's me taking you as a spare tire, not me taking you as a spare tire," Li Shanwei said with a smile. I thought about it carefully, it seems like it's really like that, it's not that she's taking me as a spare tire, it's that she's taking me as a spare tire? This is not appropriate. I pretended to puff out my chest and said, "What virtue do I have that I dare to let Sisterly be my spare tire?" "Virtuous." Seeing my appearance, Li Shanwei said in a bad mood, "I have said, it is you who have the idea of remarriage, and I have not found a suitable one, I hope you can consider me, there is a little bit of the meaning of being a spare tire for you, and you really climbed up the ladder?" "Hey, hey, hey." I laughed and didn't say anything more. Li Shanwei sighed softly and said, "But I also have self-awareness, I know that even if you have the idea of remarrying, it is unlikely that you will consider me. Come on, let's go back." I reached out and yanked off my t-shirt, while rowing back, saying, "Sisterly, what happens in the future, no one can say, but what you said today, I'll keep it in my heart." I was speaking the truth, sounding sincere, and the look on my face was also quite sincere. Seeing this response from me, Li Shanwei also smiled from the bottom of her heart. To be fair, I had thought that Li Shanwei might get angry, or even annoyed or something like that, after she said something similar to confession, and I politely rejected it. But the fact proved that I thought wrong. Li Shanwei's thoughts at this time were really realistic and pragmatic. Even after saying that she had a favorable impression of me, after learning of my thoughts, she didn't go further and say more unrealistic words. Like I said, the future, who can say? Just as I had wrongly predicted Li Danwei's reaction, the future may also develop completely out of my expectation. When I rowed my boat and brought Li Shanwei back to the shore of the farmhouse, it was already almost 7 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, the sky had not yet darkened. However, it wasn't far from the darkening of the sky. And once the sky began to darken, it wouldn't take long for the sky to darken. After Li Shanwei and I got off the boat, I gave her the car keys, and she was going to get something from the car. I, on the other hand, went straight to the camping site side, and also told Li Shanwei to get her stuff and go straight to the camping site side. Over at the camping site, the boss had already pulled the wires and hooked up the lights. However, Chen Tu's intention was to light a campfire, so naturally, he wouldn't let the boss turn the lights on. However, the boss had also wrapped some colored lights around the trees in addition to the lights for illumination. At this moment, these colored lights were already turned on, adding some nice ambience to the campsite. Xiao Su and the others were carrying firewood from the boss's shed to this side, obviously preparing it for lighting the campfire. Seeing me return, Xiao Su immediately said, "Brother Chen, come and help, there's still quite a bit of firewood to take off." I laughed and scolded, "I rowed the boat for a day, I'm tired and don't want to move, you guys, this day, fishing, playing cards, and directing me to rush back, too unkind, right?" Chen Tu smiled and said, "That's right, hurry up and go get firewood, don't let your group leader toil anymore." At once, Xiao Su and the others heckled, but they didn't dare to flirt with me. Because they didn't see Li Shanwei, they didn't know what Li Shanwei did. The owner of the farmhouse brought over a few barbecue grills and said, "Charcoal and meat skewers, I'll have the waiter send them over, anyway, you guys light the campfire, and the charcoal can simply be ignited by yourselves. Please ask the boss to send over the tent and other things as well, right?" Chen Tu thought for a moment and said, "We're camping here tonight anyway." "Understood." The boss immediately smiled and said, "What you mean is, send over all the stuff, we won't come over to bother you tonight, and we'll come over to pack up all the stuff when you guys leave tomorrow?" "Yes, that's what I mean, come out to play, boss, since there's such a camping spot here, we'll have a good experience, right?" Chen Tu said with a smile. "No problem." The boss immediately agreed and said, "However, there's an unkind request, I'd like to come over and take a few pictures while you guys are barbecuing. just as a way to help me publicize it. Don't worry, I won't take pictures of your faces, I will also upload the code if I do, okay? Okay, why not? Chen had also smiled and said, we are all fastidious people, if we really shoot our faces, we don't need to code it, we are not invisible. Definitely won't pursue the boss for violating the right of portrait, don't worry. Thanks. The boss thanked him repeatedly, and then went to work. It must be said that the owner of this farmhouse is really good at doing business. After transforming his apple orchard into a farmhouse, he further utilized his own environmental conditions to develop new projects. When Li Shanwei came back, the boss brought the waiter and sent over the tents and other things. At this time, it was already dark. Chen Tu and I used the firewood they brought to set up a bonfire, and then lit the bonfire. I piled the charcoal that the boss had sent over next to the bonfire to ignite it. As darkness fell, the campfire, colored lights, and barbecue began to appear one by one at this campsite. The boss took his cell phone and clicked. Not bad, really good. The boss said while taking pictures. After taking pictures, he looked at the pictures he took and said, everyone, thank you for coming to camp here. I just launched this camping spot not long ago. You are the first batch of guests who came to camp. Tonight the beer is free, the meat skewers and whatnot. I'll give a 70% discount. Thank you for letting me take pictures to publicize it. This boss is really good at doing business. Li Shanwei said with a smile. Chapter 96 Who's Spare Tire. After the Nanjiale boss finished those words, Chen Tu led the thanks. Amidst some thank yous, the Nanjiale boss wished us a good time, and then left. I was already sitting next to a small barbecue grill at this point and started grilling skewers. And I was right in my prediction. The boss brought a few barbecue grills, only 2 of them were used, one was used by me and the other was used by Xiao Su. Xiao Su and I sat opposite each other, with a distance of 3 meters in between. Head Chen and his colleagues from the technical department, divided into 2 groups, sat around little Li and me. Head Chen and Li Shanwei, as well as 2 co-workers sat on my side, while the rest of the co-workers sat on Xiao Li's side. This boss earns quite a bit a year. Chen Tu heard Li Shanwei's words and interjected. Xiao Su said at this time, Chen Tu, we agreed with him before that he would give us a 20% discount on the total cost. You say, tonight he gave us free beer and 70% off meat skewers, tomorrow morning when we settle the bill, will he still give us 20% off? Definitely. Li Danwei replied, he specifically said that the free beer and 30% discount on kebabs tonight was to thank us for letting him take pictures for publicity. After a pause, Li Shanwei added, like our kind of group building form to camp, directly the camping site is full, this kind of opportunity cannot be seen often, although he gave some benefits, but to the benefits of the publicity he obtained, it's nothing at all. Sisterly, I think that as camping here can develop in the future, there should be many opportunities for photo publicity, right? Xiao Su asked with some confusion. You didn't understand Minister Li's words. Chen Head said with a smile, let's not say that we are the first batch of camping guests here, on our group construction is the real core, after all, we are a group of people are unified, want to light a campfire on the point, want to play other projects, it is not a problem. And in the future may develop up camping, but if it is a casual guest, there will be different opinions appear. Cooked. I distributed a few skewers of meat in my hand and handed them to Chen Head, and then to Li Shanwei, and then to my 2 co-workers, and said, those who want to eat dipping sauce prepare it themselves. I don't eat dipping sauce anyway, I'll just grill it and eat it at the same time. Chen took the meat skewers I handed him, and said while eating, different opinions make it difficult to have such a harmonious scene today, some people like to camp quietly, some people like to light a campfire to make it more lively, the campfire may not be able to light the center position, and the overall atmosphere is not so good. That's indeed how it is. As Xiao Su spoke, he also distributed the grilled meat skewers to his colleagues and said, open a bottle of cold beer for me. You guys ate on and drank on, I've only eaten on here, I haven't had anything to drink yet. A co-worker laughed and cursed, opening a bottle of cold beer for him. Seeing this scene, Li Shanwei also opened a bottle of cold beer for me. Come, raise a glass, no, raise a bottle. Chen Tu laughed and raised his beer bottle. Everyone raised the bottles of beer in their hands, and then drank the cold beer directly into the bottles. This feeling was quite boozy and quite good. There are mosquitoes, I'll spray some flower water for you, you're naked, it'll bite you all over your body in a while. Li Shanwei said, opened her backpack, from which she fished out the flower water, and sprayed me on my back and forehead, as well as on my arms. With this spray from her, my body was filled with the smell of floral water. Chen Tu and his 2 co-workers immediately moved to one side. Sorry. After seeing this, Li Shanwei said with an apologetic face, I didn't take into account that the smell of flower water is too strong. It's fine, it will fade in a while. I smiled and interjected, if Sister Lee didn't spray me with flower water, I'd have to be carried away by mosquitoes in a while. Sister Lee, I'm naked here too, I want it too. Xiao Su said cheekily. Hearing Xiao Su's words, Li Shanwei smiled and got up, and really went over to spray little Li with flower water. Li Shanwei's actions won everyone's favor. Or it could also be said that it made everyone's opinion of her change quite a bit. Xiao Su smiled and said, it's still Sister Li's heart, that's fine, a group of brown old men can't really do it, I guess no one thought to bring flower water, right? Anyway, I didn't bring it. I said with a laugh. A group of people, you look at me, I look at you, all shook their heads, also then all laughed. Chen Tu even said, Minister Li, you can confiscate this flower water. We all don't have it with us, so we'll all spray some when we're about to go to sleep, otherwise, we'll really have to feed the mosquitoes this night. Okay, remember to give me a development ticket, Li Shanwei said jokingly. Chen Tu smiled and said, then add it to the reunion fee, when the reimbursement is done, I'll have the statement send you the money for the flower essences. Okay, it's a deal, Li Shanwei said with a hammer. Obviously, Chen Head and Li Shanwei are joking, even if Li Shanwei is no longer a bad person, in the company again how cold face and so on, but also not to a bottle of flower water also have to invoice reimbursement is not. And everyone saw Li Shanwei show a side that usually cannot be seen, also completely relaxed, the atmosphere has become more enthusiastic up. Just at this time, my cell phone rang. I picked up my phone to check the message, it was a message from Shinjisha, it's very atmospheric. There was also a photo below, which was taken by the boss just now. There was no doubt that the boss had uploaded the photo after taking it. Shinjisha should have been looking at the information of this farmhouse, and after seeing the photo, she immediately sent it over. I took a photo of the barbecue grill, and after sending it to Shinjisha, I sent another message, I'm grilling kebabs for my co-workers, so I'll talk to you later. Shinjisha's message came back immediately, okay, you get busy first. I put away my cell phone and flipped the meat skewers on the grill. Although Li Shanwei saw me send the message, she didn't say anything. She was sitting right next to me, and I believe that she must have seen the message sent by Shinjisha, as well as the message I sent back to Shinjisha. And the fact that she didn't ask anything means that she meant what she said to me before. That is to say, although she has a good feeling about me, she won't drag herself, and will still look for a date when she should. In fact, it's really about temporarily not setting her sights, or focus, on me. The fact that she can think clearly and face reality makes it a lot easier for me. Eating a barbecue at this time of the year, or grilling it yourself, sitting by the grill, even if you are drinking a cold beer, you will still be sweating. After Li Shanwei saw the sweat dwelling on my forehead, she took out a modest towel from her backpack and carefully wiped away the beads of sweat on my forehead. Seeing this scene, Xiao Su seemed to want to open his mouth again like asking Li Shanwei to spray flower water on him, and also made the request to wipe away his sweat. Chen Tu immediately glared over with a fierce glance. Xiao Su revealed an incredulous look, his eyes darting back and forth between me and Li Shanwei, his face also wearing an incredulous look. Chapter 97, Making it Public. Li Shanwei's action of wiping my sweat came out of nowhere, I didn't have time to react even if I wanted to stop it. No matter what, Li Danwei's action of wiping my sweat in public is a little too intimate, and has already exceeded the scope of the relationship between co-workers. Like the act of spraying flower water on me just now, it is still within the scope of the relationship between co-workers. It's not about whether or not Li Danwei sprayed Xiao Su with flower water. But the action of spraying flower water is no physical contact, she wiped my sweat. This action is the actual physical contact. What made me even more speechless was Chen Tu's behavior. He fiercely glared at Xiao Su this time, he might as well have let Xiao Su continue to joke about Li Shanwei and let Li Shanwei wipe Xiao Su's sweat as well. That way, I wouldn't be so conspicuous. And with Xiao Su's jaw dropping, the other co-workers all immediately reacted, their gazes subconsciously darting around Li Shanwei's and my bodies. No one spoke for a while, and the silence was a bit uncomfortable. The only thing that remained was the very slight sound of oil bubbling under the charcoal fire, as well as the very slight crackling sound of the bonfire burning. The atmosphere of the scene was quiet and somewhat eerie. When Chen Tu saw this scene, he immediately looked back. He had obviously done something bad with good intentions just now, so he couldn't help but look at me with a slightly apologetic expression. At the same time, Chen Tu's gaze also secretly glanced at Li Shanwei. How could Li Shanwei not perceive the change in the atmosphere of the scene? Do you guys think that stating that you're married, this action of mine is slightly too intimate and inappropriate? Li Shanwei smiled and opened her mouth to ask, breaking the eerily quiet atmosphere. Moreover, this question of hers also succeeded in drawing everyone's attention to the question itself, that is, I'm already married, and it's appropriate or inappropriate for her to act in such a slightly intimate manner. Slightly intimate. Look, what a good use of words. After Lee Danwei finished saying this, Chen-tu knew what she was thinking, or how she was planning to resolve the embarrassment of the moment, smiled and looked at me, didn't say a word, and continued to eat the meat skewers leisurely. Li Shanwei, on the other hand, looked at me and asked, sooner or later, you won't be able to hide your matter, do you say it yourself, or should I say it? I'll say it. I smiled and said, it's not like it's something unseemly, I just want to wait until it's settled before I tell everyone. At that moment, I told my colleagues in the technical department about the fact that Zhou Lin and I had entered the divorce stage. Now, you guys understand, right? I said with a smile, the last time I took a leave of absence from work, it was actually when this divorce thing started. I didn't tell Chen-tu about it, and I didn't tell you guys about it, so none of you knew that I was going to get divorced. After saying that, I glanced at Li Shanwei, and then looked at everyone else, and said, as for sisterly knowing, it was because of the leave of absence. That leave slip had to state the reason for the leave of absence, and I had to write the reason. Sisterly was the first to know that I was going to be divorced, and she promised to keep it a secret for me as well. In fact, Chen Head has because of this group building, Li Danwei want to follow the thing, and notice a little wrong. I also had to explain on his blind suspicion of wrong, also told him I want to divorce the thing. In other words, at this point, Chen-tu actually already knew that I was going to get a divorce. And I still said at this point that Chen-tu didn't know either, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, these guys like to tease me, especially on behalf of Xiao Su. And many times, many things, with the flirting will surface more and more doubtful points. For no other reason than the fact that flirting is, in a way, also having a deep conversation on a topic. Brother Chen, what's going on? Xiao Su couldn't help but ask, how come Just Fine is getting divorced? I just told them that I'm currently in the divorce stage, and didn't state the reason why I'm getting divorced. What's the point of asking so many questions? Li Shanwei said with some displeasure, no wonder your brother Chen said that your mouth stinks. This question of yours is not clearly rubbing salt into your brother Chen's wounds? In fact, when Xiao Su asked that question, these colleagues of mine, as well as Chen-tu all looked at me. It showed that they all actually wanted to know why I got divorced. As for Chen-tu, although I told him in advance that I was getting divorced, I didn't say the reason for the divorce either. However, they weren't actually simply curious, but more out of concern for me. Li Shanwei's words were spoken with a tone of chastisement, plus even if she got along well with everyone today, it wouldn't change the fact that she was the head of the Human Resources Department. At this time, under some reprimand, Xiao Su smiled back, rather embarrassed, not knowing what to say. Chen Head wanted to open his mouth to dissolve Xiao Su's embarrassment. I grabbed in front of Chen Head, said, sisterly, you are wrong to blame Xiao Su, he will ask this. There is no meaning to rub salt in my wounds, but out of a colleague's relationship, although this guy's mouth is stinky, but the person is still very good. Ha, ha. Hearing my words, Xiao Su smiled apologetically at me. There's no need for everyone to make wild guesses. The reason for my divorce is complicated, and there's still no final word on it until now. I smiled and said, everyone doesn't need to ask anymore. When the day this matter of my divorce is resolved, I'll tell everyone what's going on. It's very complicated, I can't tell everyone now. The real reason for my divorce is naturally very simple, that is Zhou Lin cheated on her. But the development behind it has become complicated. Fang Shiliang is still in charge of it until now. As for the finalization of the tone is not way strong with strong, now is still in between. Hearing me say this, everyone laughed and didn't say anything, but this smile shows that they won't continue this topic. Li Shanwei, on the other hand, smiled apologetically at Xiao Su and said, I'm sorry, Xiao Su, I misunderstood you. It's fine, it's fine. Xiao Su hurriedly said, sisterly isn't from our technical department, it's only natural that she doesn't understand the interpersonal relationships of our technical department. Just at this time, I suddenly felt a chill on my back. I couldn't help but look up into the sky. Keeping that in mind, there was another chill on my back. Obviously, this was the feeling that appeared when rainwater dripped onto my back. It's raining. I looked at the night sky and said, don't rain heavily in a while, we haven't finished dinner here. Not a big problem. Chen-tu looked at the night sky and said, the darkness isn't that strong, I don't know where some clouds with rainwater have drifted in. If it rains, our camping tonight will be ruined. Li Shanwei frowned and interjected. Fortunately, after the rain dripped a little tighter, it immediately became smaller again, and it seemed to really be like what Chen-tu said, clouds with rainwater drifting in from nowhere. Chapter 98, Tense Next to Each Other. The matter of my divorce is limited to our department to Noah, who do not give me nonsense off. I urged at this time. Sister Lee has known for some time. No one inside our company knows. It shows that Sister Lee's mouth is very strict, not the kind of person who likes to spread gossip. In fact, Lee Shanwei in the company is a more gossipy person, like to listen to gossip, will also pass gossip. The reason why she hasn't been spreading the word to me about my divorce is that the underlying reason is still that she is interested in me. Don't worry, Brother Chen, I promise not to be a loudmouth. Xiao Su immediately said. It's you who are mainly talking. I laughed and said, your kid's mouth stinks and you're still not strict. Everyone knows, I have no one to talk to. Xiao Su said with a helpless face, our technical department usually has less contact with other departments, who do I talk to? Little Su behind this is the truth, our technical department usually seldom contact with other departments, occasionally have contact with the department, is the sales department. They talk about the business, pull the single, involved in customization issues, will come to our technical department to consult first. More than an hour, we eat and drink, but also the end of the evening of this barbecue. And then, everyone gathered around the campfire, directly in the camping site of the sand to sit down and chat. Just at this time, my cell phone rang. Message beep. I opened my phone and saw that it was a message from Shinjisha, asking if I was done with my work. I got up and patted my ass, walking a bit away from them while dialing a voice call over. Finished working? Shinjisha's voice came through the receiver. Just finished the barbecue. I smiled and said, everyone's sitting around the campfire over there chatting. Is it convenient to talk? Shinjisha asked. What's inconvenient about it? I immediately said, besides, I'm not over the campfire anymore, but to the side. Shinjisha teased me, didn't you say that your female co-worker was also there? Didn't she have a crush on you? Coldly. Something? Lee Shanwei. I smiled and said, you talk about her, I'd like to say something about her and me to you. Oh? Shinjisha was icy smart and immediately asked, what happened today? Yes. I smiled and told Shinjisha what Lee Shanwei said to me today. Of course, some unexpected situations, such as when rowing the boat, such as the matter of squinting for a while under the shade of a tree, I just gave it a skip. This kind of thing, it's impossible to talk about. Besides, it's embarrassing to talk about it. It's really a bit embarrassing to rub it in at this age. How did you respond to her? Shinjisha asked softly after listening. What can I respond to? I helplessly sighed and said, even whose spare tire this kind of words are pulled out, I can't continue this topic, after all, she herself also said, to hurry up to find an object, I can only be in the heart to bless her to find a suitable object to get married as soon as possible. That's true. Shinjisha smiled and said, when there's a chance, why don't you also take me to that farmhouse camping? What's not to like about that? I immediately agreed. Alright, enough talk, you go accompany your co-workers. Shinjisha hung up the phone after saying this. When I put away my cell phone and returned to the campfire side, everyone had already started setting up their tents. Only Lee Shanwei stood still. The reason was simple, she didn't know how to hold up a tent. I'll do it. I saw Lee Shanwei going to get the tent, and hurriedly walked over to help, but in my heart, I was saying, is there no one in this group who was willing to help? However, thinking about it, I also knew that they definitely wouldn't help. Because the Chen head in the dinner time, hard glared at the small Su at a glance, plus I am in the divorce stage of the matter said, everyone in fact can see that Lee Shanwei to me interesting. Only, everyone is to see through and not to say anything. This kind of tent thing, certainly is left to me to help Lee Shanwei. Nanjiale Boss Bai is not big two-person tent, and also is not the kind of need very troublesome support way of tent, is the kind of integrated, just need to shake open, the tent will naturally support. It's a one-piece tent that just needs to be shaken open and the tent will naturally hold up. The only thing you need to do is actually fix the four corners of the tent. After I took the tent and asked Lee Danwei which side she wanted to sleep on, I was able to quickly raise and secure the tent for her. The owner of the farmhouse didn't buy many tents, at least for us, it's not enough for us to sleep in a single tent. Of course, one tent for two people is still enough. In addition, the owner of the farmhouse had originally bought a two-person tent, so when faced with such a situation, we would definitely need two people to sleep in one tent. While I was holding up the second tent, they had already discussed who all would share a tent with whom. Except for Chen Tu and Li Shanwei who were sleeping alone, they were all two people in one tent. Hey, ditching me huh? I laughed and said, that's just fine, I'll sleep in a tent by myself. I picked up the last tent and prepared to prop it up and secure it for myself. Li Shanwei had been following me around, and when she saw me picking up the tent, she whispered, propping up the tent on my side, I sleep late at night, so if I really can't sleep, I'll look for you to chat. The place Li Shanwei chose by herself was a little farther away from everyone's tents. This was also understandable. After all, Li Shanwei was a woman, and it would be convenient to have her tent farther away from everyone. That's fine. I carried the tent and headed towards Li Shanwei's chosen place. Everyone had already seen through it, so it didn't matter if Li Shanwei's tent and mine were a little closer together. Besides, there was nothing for them to flirt with. It didn't take long for me to prop up my own tent and secure the four corners. Li Danwei's tent and mine were about 2 meters away from each other, and my tent was a bit further out, so Li Danwei's tent wasn't considered to be at the very edge. Although the tent was set up, everyone was still not sleepy. Then again, the tent wasn't very big, and it was actually a bit hot inside. It would have to wait until the second half of the night, when the edge of the reservoir cooled down, before the temperature inside the tent could possibly drop. I sat outside my own tent, lit a cigarette, and smoked it in silence. From afar, I could hear them chatting in low voices. Li Shanwei also sat outside her tent, looked at me and said, I'm sorry for letting everyone know today that you're getting a divorce. What's there to apologize for? I laughed and said, sooner or later, I won't be able to hide it, but it's me. I have to say thank you to Sister Li. During this period of time, you're the only one who knows about my divorce, and you haven't said anything about it. Chapter 99 Intuition. After hearing my words, Li Shanwei looked at me with some dissatisfaction and said, Statement, can you not always thank me? This seems too raw between us. After a pause, Li Shanwei added, moreover, this thing you just said, is it worth thanking me? I'm the only one in the entire company who knows your secret. I definitely need to keep this secret. I immediately wanted to retort to Li Danwei, weren't you the one who thanked me first? On second thought, she didn't thank me at all, she said she was sorry. Sorry and thank you are two completely different things. Moreover, although apologizing means apologizing is more formal and sorry is more casual. Generally speaking, there are only two kinds of casual apologies. One is when you don't know the other person well, and the matter is not very serious, so you can just apologize casually. The other case is that the relationship is more familiar, things are not very serious, casual apologies will suffice. In this case, a casual apology is equivalent to nothing. The reason lies in the prerequisite that the relationship is more familiar. Hearing Li Shanwei's words, and thinking about what she said before about being sorry, I also instantly understood that her saying sorry was based on the second situation. That is, she thought that her relationship with me was very familiar, so she felt free to apologize, and it was enough for me to understand what she meant. Under the premise of a very familiar relationship, I naturally wouldn't blame her for anything. As a matter of fact, I can't say that Li Shanwei and I are very familiar at this time, but I won't blame her for anything either. Only, Li Shanwei's dissatisfaction, which had also been made very clear, was that she resented me for being too raw to her. Sister Li, don't misunderstand. I thought for a moment and said, I don't mean to keep a very raw feeling with you like you think, it's just that a proper sense of boundaries is still necessary. What's that saying? Li Shanwei asked with some confusion. Li Shanwei and I's tents were separated by more than 2 meters, so talking like this was destined to keep the normal volume. And although the two of our tents were somewhat distant from the crowd, they weren't so far away. Otherwise, if they were chatting right now, I wouldn't have heard them. Although I couldn't hear exactly what they were chatting about, I was still able to hear what they were saying when they occasionally said one or two sentences at a slightly higher volume. I got up and moved my feet, coming to sit by Li Shanwei's tent and said in a low voice, Sister Li, you've seen the situation today. As soon as I said this divorce thing, everyone's gazes went back and forth between you and me, which means that they actually sensed something. You just straight up said that they might have seen that I have a crush on you, no? Li Shanwei directly asked this rhetorically, but actually said something affirmative. It's okay to say that. I nodded and said, so, we still need to have a sense of appropriate boundaries. You told me today, you have a good feeling about me, but you won't be dragging yourself. These two things are not contradictory under the premise that you really find a suitable object? At that time, once you give everyone an invitation, what will people think? My words were both to persuade Li Danwei, but also a little bit to plug her mouth with her words. After hearing me say this, Li Shanwei silently nodded, digressed, and asked, eating barbecue that meeting, you walked to one side to make a phone call, is that the one that sent you a message before? When Shinjisha and I sent a message, Li Shanwei was sitting next to me, and I was pretty sure at that time that she must have seen Shinjisha and I chatting. Yes. I nodded and said. It's a female, right? Li Shanwei asked with a smile. Yeah, I said with another nod. Wasn't it the woman? Li Shanwei followed up with another smile. Which woman? I asked in return. It's that woman who looks like a heavenly fairy. Li Shanwei said with a smile, the one we met at the mall. I remember it was called Shen Jixia. Hearing Li Shanwei's words, I was really shocked in my heart. She saw the chat between Shen Jixia and me, and also saw Shen Jixia's avatar, even though Shen Jixia used not her own avatar, but the natural scenery is the avatar of the chatting software, but can also guess that she is a female through these. But the key question was, how was Li Shanwei able to guess that it was Shen Jixia? A heavenly fairy-like woman? Li Shanwei's evaluation of Shen Jixia was not low, right? I wonder how Shen Jixia would feel if she knew about Li Shanwei's evaluation of her. Not speaking? That's it then. Seeing that I didn't answer her right away, Li Shanwei made a very certain judgment right away. It's her. I smiled and said, Sister Li, I'm curious, how did you guess it was her? Intuition. Li Shanwei thought for a moment and gave this two-word answer before saying, it's really just intuition, don't believe me. Believe it. I replied with a smile. Li Shanwei also smiled and asked, you're making progress with her? What is the progress that Sister Li is talking about? I asked in return. Dating or something? Li Shanwei asked tentatively. I thought for a moment, shook my head, and said, no. Although Shen Jixia and I had had many encounters, or one could say times when we were alone, it couldn't really be said to be a real date. Shen Jixia and I met, ate together and whatnot, more or less. The meaning of Li Shanwei's question was clearly referring to a romantic date, a date without other things mixed in, then it really hasn't been. Then what exactly is your relationship with her? Li Shanwei heard this answer from me, and became even more puzzled, and asked this question right away. Friends. I replied, if we say something more specific, it's like a relationship like Sister Li and I. Ha! Li Shanwei looked at me with a surprised face and said, you kid can be looked at by her? That can't be said, a little bit of good feeling. I hemmed and hawed and said, Sister Li, let's stop this topic, and then talk about it, we have to go in the direction of a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Hearing my words, Li Shanwei was amused and giggled. After laughing, Li Shanwei shook her head and said, statement, it's not that I'm hitting you, I don't mean to say anything bad about her either. In short, Shen Jixia this woman, I still have that opinion, we are not in the same class as her, you be careful of being hurt. Even if Li Shanwei had a good feeling about me, I didn't think that the words she said at this time were out of jealousy or a desire to destroy the good feeling between Shen Jixia and me. It also had nothing to do with the fact that she had given me a precautionary shot in advance, but that she was speaking the truth. Shen Jixia and I weren't in the same class of people, and that was something I knew very well. Well, I won't thank Sister Li either, because if you don't say it, I know it in my own heart. I lit a cigarette and took a quiet drag. Chapter 100 The Payment Behind. Although I answered Li Shanwei in this way and spoke the truth, whenever I thought of this fact, I still couldn't help but flash a trace of a fallen look in my eyes. I am also a ING commoner. How could I not be moved by a woman like Shen Jixia? If my own strength is enough, it can also be said that I am in a class with Shen Jixia. I would have taken the initiative to start the pursuit of Shen Jixia. A fair lady, a good man. This is nothing that can't be said. But the cruel reality was still in front of us. Perhaps you two are destined for each other. I don't know if Li Shanwei saw the silent look in my eyes, she reached out and patted my shoulder at this time. Don't think about this. I said back, what happens in the future, who knows what it will be like? As soon as my words fell, a raindrop fell and dripped onto my back. I couldn't help but look up at the sky. Li Shanwei also looked up at the sky with her, thinking that a raindrop had also fallen on her. Tonight this rain, it looks like it really can't fall, but it's just a few drops of rain that will be ticking down for a while. Li Shanwei said with a smile. Even at night, the night sky that rains heavily can be distinguished, the night sky that will rain heavily is as dark as ink. And the night sky at this moment, although it was not bright, it was not pitch black like ink, it was just the blackness of a normal night sky. It's really just like what Hedchen said, a few clouds with rain drifting in from nowhere. I interjected, I gotta get back to the tent, it's not raining, but it's gotta be ticking some rain for a while. As I spoke, I prepared to get up. Li Danwei directly let go of the figure, said, and can't get down, sit here and chat with me, I'll give you some seats out. Li Shanwei was sitting at the mouth of the tent, and she immediately moved to one side. Although this tent is not very big, but after all, it is a two-person tent, two people sitting in the tent mouth or without any problem. At this point in time is still early, 10:30 is not yet, everyone is still not sleeping. Even if I go back to my own tent will not sleep, then nodded, turned around and sat down, and Li Shanwei side by side sitting in the mouth of the tent. There was a wind by the reservoir at night, and it was quite a bit stronger than during the day. The tent of Li Shanwei and I was not far from the edge of the reservoir, just a few meters away. At this time, under the night wind, the water surface of the reservoir ripples surging, wave after wave towards the shore. The surging ripples are not big, even the sound of water waves surging to the other side, but the campfire is still burning, those colorful lamps are still bright, under the vague light, coupled with this ticking rainy weather, it really makes people feel very cozy. In fact, you guys, this reunion, it's not just me who stuck you guys. Li Shanwei said at this time, it seems like there is a single, to be handed over to your technical department for research. Minister Chen handed over the application for the group building at this time. I took it to find the boss, and the boss casually said a few words at that time. There is the meaning of wanting to let the technical department postpone the group building. There's still this? I asked in surprise, why didn't you say so earlier? Have you told Head Chen about this? No. Li Shanwei smiled and said, I was on the boss's side to persuade him, and it's not that bad for a reunion day. We have to talk to Head Chen about this, our technical department owes Sister Li a favor. I wanted to get up and go over to Chen Tu to tell Chen Tu about this matter, but after thinking about it, I still didn't get up, and directly took out my cell phone and sent a message to Chen Tu to explain the situation. Li Shanwei wanted to stop me. I directly said, Sister Li, you do not say, I know how you think. Li Shanwei didn't say this because it happened in the boss's office, and it was only known to her and the boss. She was afraid that no one would believe her if she said it. Or afraid that after she said it, everyone thought that she was making a fuss about the card group building. After all, Li Shanwei and the company is not good. But the group construction of such things, although it is to Li Shanwei's side of the approval of the signature, but Li Shanwei is also to give the boss to report. Only, basically did not appear the situation of group building is not allowed. Li Shanwei heard me say this, and after seeing me send a message to Chen He, she said, you tell your minister, I'm saying this now, I don't have the intention of asking for favors with everyone. After all, the group building can basically be viewed as the end of the road, right? I tilted my head and looked at Li Shanwei, silently waiting for her next words. Because it was clear that she wasn't done with her words. I'm actually saying it now because I want you guys to be mentally prepared. Li Shanwei laughed a bit and said, the boss seems to have a high regard for this order, otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned this. You're in the technical department, so you should know better than me. Aha! I nodded and said, generally speaking, when the technical department is used, most of the time, it's the repair and maintenance of the equipment that is sold, and if the new order is involved, it's the customized equipment, and we in the technical department need to come up with the design drawings. After a pause, I added, however, even if it's customized equipment that requires our technical department to produce drawings, it's always the sales department side that comes to butt heads with our technical department, and if the boss has said a few words to you about a new order that requires the use of the technical department, it means that this order is very important in his opinion. As I said these words, I sent what Li Shanwei said again to Chen Tu. Chen had sent me a message back, say thank you to Minister Li for me. At the same time that I sent the message from Chen Head to Li Shanwei to read, Chen Head also sent a message in our technical department's workgroup, to the effect that there might be a new order to go back to, which the boss is more valued, and it will be used in our technical department, so that all of us should have a clear idea in our hearts. Immediately after, Chen Head will also be this message as Li Shanwei to our technical department group building to find the boss to report. The boss said a few words of this kind to Li Shanwei. Li Shanwei persuade the boss is not bad group building this day. To us to report the group building until now to say this thing, is to avoid suspicion of her card everyone group building things sent in the group. At once, colleagues in the group have said to Chen Head to thank some Minister Li. After I showed these messages to Li Shanwei just smiled and said, you reply back in the group for me, just say everyone's thanks, I received it. I nodded and sent what Li Shanwei said to the group. The bastard Xiao Su immediately started kissing Li Shanwei's ass in the group. Okay, stop. Minister Li is no longer looking at my cell phone. You patted it for nothing, US kisser. After I sent this message in the group, I asked, Sister Li, did the boss say what the list is? It seems like it's a security company that involves some kind of uninterruptible power supply equipment or something. I don't really understand it. Li Shanwei spread her hands and said, specifically, let's wait for tomorrow's work. I guess the boss will look for Minister Chen. Chapter 101 Uncomfortable. Li Shanwei and I chatted for a while longer, and the time slowly slipped past 11 o'clock. Seeing that the other co-workers in Chen Tu had all returned to their tents to rest, I whispered at this time, Sister Li, everyone is resting, why don't we rest too? Besides, tomorrow morning we'll have to leave for home before anyone else. This matter had already been discussed between Li Shanwei and I. She had gotten out of the water at the reservoir today and had to take a bath. Therefore, I can only be with her to move one step earlier, first send her home to take a bath before she goes to work again. As for me, anyway, I had already moved ahead to send Li Shanwei home first, and I also planned to go home and wash before going to work. After seeing Li Shanwei nod her head, I immediately got up and went back to my tent. Nanjiale Boss launched the camping program, or very thoughtful. In addition to the tent, there are inflatable air mattresses used to sleep under the body. Of course, it's just that this air mattress is not very good. Otherwise, even if he laid a thick layer of sand here, sleep a night up is bound to be sore back. After all, this was the side of a reservoir, naturally damp. Sleeping in a humid environment for a night, or lying directly on the damp ground, even if there is such a layer of sand, cannot block the moisture into the body. I set an alarm for 4 in the morning, and then I put my cell phone next to me and slowly closed my eyes to sleep. At this time of the year, 4 in the morning is the darkest hour before dawn. It doesn't get light until 4:30 a.m. 4 o'clock alarm clock, and then Li Shanwei left first, about 5 o'clock to the home, after washing, eat breakfast, a little rest should go to work. Time is not long, a sound of sizzling rang outside my tent. Immediately afterward, Li Shanwei's extremely low-pressed voice rang out, statement, "Are you asleep?" "No." I immediately rolled over and sat up, also responding to her in a low voice, "What's wrong?" "Sister Li." At this time, Chen Tu and his colleagues from the technical department had all gone back inside the tent to rest, and their conversations could no longer be heard. The surroundings were silent, and Li Shanwei and I had to lower our voices to speak. Because even if we were talking at a normal volume, at this time, it seemed to be very loud because of the silence around us. "I can't sleep." Li Shanwei spoke and burrowed inside my tent, saying, "I want to stay in your tent." How come you can't sleep?" I asked, somewhat speechless. "It's possible that it's recognizing the bed." Li Shanwei said helplessly, "It's also possible that it's because I'm a little scared of being by this reservoir, surrounded by darkness, and I'm a little panicked in my heart." When Chen Tu and the others went back to their tents to rest, they turned off the colored lights as well. And the campfire burned out before they turned off the colored lights. It was really pitch black now. Although it didn't reach the kind of darkness where you couldn't see your fingers, it was still very dark. Li Shanwei had already entered my tent by now and sat down not far from me. "Okay." I sighed helplessly and said, "I'll go over and bring your mat over." Anyway, tomorrow morning, Li Shanwei and I would leave before dawn, and I guess everyone wasn't up, so Li Shanwei staying in my tent shouldn't be discovered by everyone. Moreover, even if everyone finds out, it's nothing. In terms of my character, my co-workers still trust me. Soon, I took the mat from Li Danwei's tent and spread it on the ground. After Li Danwei laid down on the mat, she let out a long breath. Obviously, she should have really been a bit scared before. "Sister Li, first things first, I have to drive in the morning, so let's not chat." After lying down on my own mat, I said, "I set my alarm for 4 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Well, you don't have to mind me, I'm just a little scared." Li Shanwei said back, "You hurry up and go to sleep." Hearing Li Shanwei's words, I no longer say anything more. I'm really a bit tired after playing all day today. I have to get up after a few hours of sleep, so I really just have to hurry up and sleep. Time is not long, I fell asleep in a daze. At 4 o'clock, the alarm clock went off right on time. I casually touched up my cell phone, then turned off the alarm clock, but I couldn't help but laugh bitterly and push Li Shanwei, saying, "Sister Li, it's time to get up, we should go." I don't know when, Li Shanwei moved her cushion to my side, and my cushion is completely next to each other, just like a spliced double bed. And Li Shanwei curled up beside me and fell asleep. 4 o'clock? So soon? Li Shanwei rolled over and sat up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, saying, "It feels like I didn't sleep for a while before you woke me up." "It's fine, you can sleep again in the car," I said as I got up and went out of the tent. Li Shanwei also got up with her, and only after I put her mat back in her tent did I leave with Li Shanwei. The surroundings were quiet. Head Chen and his colleagues from the technical department were still awake. Li Shanwei and I left the farmhouse and drove her back to the city. In the car, Li Shanwei slept again. I woke her up when I arrived at the door of her neighborhood. Li Shanwei didn't say anything more, got out of the car and said goodbye to me and went home quickly. I drove back home, washed up, ate breakfast, which drove slowly to the company. When I arrived at the company, Chen Tu and his colleagues from the technical department had already rushed back to the company, and they came to the company directly from the Nanjiale side. Just as Li Shanwei said before, the boss had just arrived at the company not long before he called Chen Tu and informed him to go to his office. Go, follow me to the boss's side, Chen-tu said to me as he came out of his office. I got up and followed Chen-tu's footsteps, walked to the end of the corridor, and knocked on the door of the boss's office. The door to the boss's office was hidden and there were voices talking from inside. After the knock, the talking stopped abruptly and the boss's voice rang out, "Come in." Chen-tu pushed the door and led me into the boss's office. "Minister Chen is here, sit." The boss gestured for Minister Chen and I to sit down across his desk. I came in and realized that Li Shanwei was also here. Besides Li Shanwei, the boss's wife was also there. She and the boss's wife were sitting on the sofa in the parlor area of the boss's office. The sound of talking just now should be the boss and the two of them talking. "Minister Chen, our business department has recently negotiated a new order." The boss went straight to the point and said, "It's a security company. This security company wants to expand its business and launch some security equipment that requires an uninterruptible power supply. Our technical department will have to butt in." "No problem." Chen had immediately agreed and said, "I don't know what the other party's specific requirements are." I sat next to Chen Head, feeling a little uncomfortable, as I felt the boss's wife's gaze locked onto my body the entire time. Even the boss, who was sitting across from me, would inadvertently fix his gaze on me when he was talking to Chen too. Chapter 102, Recommendation. I don't know if this is my illusion, but I just had this feeling at this moment, always feeling that the boss and the boss's wife were scrutinizing me. The boss didn't answer Chen-tu's question. Instead, he glanced at me and asked, "Minister Chen, did you bring statement here with the intention of giving this list a statement to be in charge of?" After a pause, the boss added, "This single, to have me personally approach Minister Chen to butt in. Minister Chen should know that I value it, right? I usually have basically no contact with my boss, at most I just say hello when I meet him." I also didn't know what he meant by saying this at this time, so I couldn't help but look at Chen Head. Chen Head smiled slightly and said, "Yes, this single, I intend to let statement be in charge of it, and it's precisely because I know that the boss attaches great importance to it that I brought him to meet the boss and recommended him to be in charge of this single." "Oh?" The boss picked up the cigarettes on his desk, handed Minister Chen and I one each, lit one himself, and asked, "Why?" Seeing the boss smoking, the boss's wife gave her an unfavorable blank look and got up to turn on the ventilation fan in the office. After seeing me take the cigarette and light it up, the boss's wife frowned slightly. "Boss, I'm an old employee of the company." Chen-tu took a deep drag on the cigarette and said, "And with my age here, it's almost time for me to retire, and it's time for me to recommend a successor for the company in the technical department." The boss didn't seem to expect Chen-tu to say something like this, and a look of surprise clearly appeared on his face. "Minister Chen, don't joke with me." The boss smashed his mouth and said, "You are an old employee of the company, you should know very well that our company has a rehire system. I have no intention of letting you go. When you reach the age to do the retirement, our company will do the retirement for you, and the rehire our company will also rehire you." Once the boss said this, Li Shanwei got up and walked over, and then also pulled a chair and sat down on my side. In this way, Li Shanwei and I, as well as Chen-tu, all sat opposite the boss. However, I was sitting in the center, with Li Shanwei on my left and Chen-tu on my right. Li Shanwei sat down in this position, making it seem like I was the main character of today's conversation. "Minister Chen, the boss is really planning to rehire you." After Li Shanwei sat down, she said to Chen-tu across from me, "I've been told this not once or twice." And the boss's wife also came to stand behind the boss at this time, reaching out to gently squeeze the boss's shoulders, and also said, "Uncle Chen, what do you mean by this today? Is it that you don't intend to rehire back to the company?" The boss and the boss's wife were not too old, not quite 40. They called out to Chen Head as Uncle Chen as well. After all, Chen-tu was already close to retirement, already in his 60s. "It's hard to say right now." Chen Head smiled and shook his head, saying, "The boss and the boss's wife also know that my family is not local, and my old partner and son and daughter-in-law all want me to go back to my hometown after retirement." I thought it was something. The boss heard the words of Chen Head, smiled and said, "Inside the company, I call you Minister Chen. Privately I am calling you Uncle Chen. The topic talked about here, and does not involve work. Uncle Chen, you listen to me." "Boss, please speak," Chen Head said with a smile. "You really want to retire, go home to stay not long, one is their own cannot stay, and then is usually get together less away from a lot of, once really every day together, need a long period of integration, not enough to be angry." The boss smiled and said, "My old man is like this, also retired, but resolutely do not live with us." I know the boss is telling the truth. Chen Head nodded and said, "I also don't know if this will happen if I retire and go home, so I just said it's not easy to say right now." After a pause, Head Chin continued, however, even if I return home, it's impossible for me to hold the position of Minister of Technology again. We have to give young people a chance, don't we? All retired still occupy the position to do what? The only advantage of me being rehired to manage the technical department is that the boss will pay less salary, and the boss is not bad at all, right? Chen Head, if retired after being rehired back to the company, still continue to manage the technical department, the company will not pay wages to Chen Head to pay social security. After all, Chen Head has already retired. In addition, Chen Head is still in charge of the technical department. It means that the technical department is still him as the minister. There will not be a new minister, do not have to pay social security. Naturally, the open salary is a little less. But Chen Head of this meaning, obviously even if rehired back, but also want to follow leisure, less rehired wages do not care about things. In this way, the technical department needs a new minister, the boss in addition to the normal opening salary, more Chen Head a rehired salary. This is not a matter, a little more salary is nothing. The boss smiled and said, when the time comes, rehiring Chen Head as a technical advisor is it? I'm also doing a double take. Chen Head continued, statement, is the person I recommended as the new head of the technical department, so I brought him over to butt heads with the boss about the new order. It seems that Uncle Chen has high expectations for him? The boss's wife asked with a smile, her eyes looking me up and down. This kid is down to earth and willing to learn. Chen Tu did not mince words in praising me, saying, I taught him everything I know, there's nothing to hold back. Moreover, with the development of the times, now out of a lot of new electrical equipment, I almost things, but the statement is young, learning to accept fast. The technical department in fact, to a considerable extent, has been relying on the statement to lead the support. Statement, say something. Li Shanwei kicked me at this time and reminded me. Say what? I glanced at Li Shanwei and said somewhat helplessly, Head Chen hasn't retired yet? I won't be able to become a minister, so let's talk about it on the day I become a minister. The way you guys are talking about this topic, it's as if after leaving this office door, Chen Tu immediately retired, and I immediately took his seat as the Minister of Technology. Hearing my words, the boss's wife laughed out with a pfft. Li Shanwei looked at me with a crying expression. The boss, on the other hand, looked at me with interest and said, in the past, we just met and nodded our heads to say hello, we don't know enough about you, I didn't expect to speak quite interestingly. Thank you, boss, for the compliment. I smiled and thanked, and then digressed and said, boss, let's get down to business, right? What exactly are this security company's requirements for new equipment? Actually, there are no specific requirements. The boss frowned when he heard my question and said, the technical aspect of it has to buttress the facial paralysis, but I can tell that the other party is trying to suppress the price. Chapter 103 Height. The boss couldn't pick up on that. Which buyer doesn't want to lower the price? It's the norm to want to suppress the price, isn't it? After all, there is no cutie in this world. Buy things to give more money is not it? That's a bit of an absolute statement. The kind of fake purchase disguised as a gift really will buy things to give more money. I couldn't help but look at Chen Head. But Chen Head was looking at me with a smile on his face, and he didn't have the intention of picking up the boss's words at all. Obviously, Chen Head just recommended me after his retirement, when the technical department minister not only is his real idea, but also from now on began to cultivate me to take the idea, with the boss face-to-face work. In fact, the fact that Chen Head brought me over to meet the boss together today has also made this clear. By not taking the boss's words right now, Chen Tu was clearly letting me deal with the boss on my own. The difference is that he is still present now. And when he retires, if I'm still working in the company, it'll be me alone facing the boss to butt heads. Boss, our technical department is only responsible for the technical side of things. I pondered for a moment and said, things like price pressures are the norm. No matter what, our company is the seller and the other party is the buyer. Hearing my words, Chen Head nodded, still not saying anything, but frowned slightly. From my understanding of Chen Head, the action of him frowning should be that he wasn't satisfied with my response to the boss just now. To put it bluntly, it was actually that my response should have been incorrect. But I couldn't figure out what was wrong with what I said. What I said is also the truth. The technical department is responsible for the technical aspects of things. As for the price, the other side of the price pressure or not, have nothing to do with the technical department, that is the business department to be responsible for the level. The boss heard my answer, smiled and looked at Chen Head, before saying, the price pressure I mentioned, is not the same as the price pressure you understand. Hearing the boss's words, it dawned on me. This company is all ing owned by the boss. The technical department is in charge of the technology, and the business department is in charge of negotiating the price. Why do I need to say this kind of thing? The boss must be quite clear in his mind. To be able to say price pressure from the boss's mouth means that this matter is not as simple as pure price negotiation as I understand it. Then please clarify, how did the other party pressurize the price? I hurriedly asked with an unknowing and inquisitive look on my face. Hearing my words, Chen-tu smiled and nodded before saying, "It's a bit like that." Well, it's a bit of a look. The boss also smiled and nodded. I couldn't help but cry and laugh. Li Shanwei sneakily kicked me under the table at this time and said, "Stupid, Minister Chen is a high-ranking person, the boss is looking for him to talk about business. Can it be a small business? It must be about the company's development. Pressing the price is also not talking about the price in the pure sense. This can't be blamed on my lack of reaction?" I spread my hands and explained to myself, I also didn't become the head of the technical department, and I'm not a company executive, so I don't have experience in this area. How can I hear the boss's string? If it was me talking to the boss just now, then I would have directly asked the boss how the other party was pressing the price. Hedshin smiled and said, "Although the people in the technical department are mainly technical, but when you reach my position and are in charge of a department, you are the top of the company, and the conversation has to be a little bit thorough. Did you feel that what Minister Chen and I said was too outrageous?" The boss smiled and asked through the interface, "Or at your age, it's disgusting? It's the whole need to understand the true meaning of other people's words thing?" "No," I hurriedly said, "although I'm young, but is also experiencing social beatings, these are very realistic things, who feel disgusted, can't accept, who go to touch a head on it, I don't want to hit the south wall." After a pause, I added, "I'm not so low that I can't understand the real meaning of other people's words, just that I haven't participated in the company's high-level meetings, and I don't have much chance to have a direct face-to-face meeting with the boss, and I'm still very unfamiliar with these. Just now is considered a lesson for you," Chen-tu said with a smile, and then looked at the boss. The boss knew that Chen-head was waiting for him to answer that question just now, which returned to the topic and said, "As I said just now, the other party is a security company, they are now starting to expand their business to do security equipment, technical aspects, and now they are just proposing an uninterruptible power supply as a lead." After a pause, the boss added, "There are definitely other aspects of technology that will be needed subsequently. As for the pressure, the talk is about shares." "Shares in a security company?" Hedshin nodded and asked, "Since the boss has found me to talk about it, that means that the boss must have investigated the security company, so I guess the boss feels that the matter of taking shares is appropriate?" "Right." The boss nodded and gave an affirmative answer. When I heard these words from Chen-tu, I was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. For Chen-head to be able to say these words completely proved what he and the boss and Li Shanwei had just said, that this was truly a meeting of the company's top management. Hedshin didn't just stand in the position of the Minister of Technology to look at this matter, but stood at the height of the entire company to look at this matter. Although it's not appropriate to say so, it's still important to say that Mr. Chen was actually looking at this matter from the same height as the boss. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been able to analyze that the boss felt it was appropriate and conducted an investigation into this security company? Then there's nothing more to say, the boss's vision has always been good. Hedshin interjected, "It's just that, how does the boss intend to get in on the shares? And how big of a stake do you want to take?" "Mainly technology." The boss smiled and said, "I just said, that security company expanding the business of security equipment, it is bound to need technology, the uninterruptible power supply is just a lead-in, so technology is the main thing. As for the equipment, what we can provide, we will provide it at cost, it's the auxiliary level. Involving the design piece, what about the patent?" Chen-tu was silent for a while, and asked, "Is it our own, or do we need to share it? This piece is not easy to determine right now." The boss frowned slightly and said, "It'll have to be negotiated." Chen had just asked this question, the starting point is mainly from the side of the technical department, the drawings designed by our technical department will apply for relevant patents. Of course, the patents are owned by the company. Even if these patents, basically cannot be used, but also must apply, because it will launch related products, that is, those devices customized by the customer. The other party is afraid that they will ask for sharing. Chen-head was silent longer this time, said, "After all, it's the boss who has a stake in someone else's company, it's about the design patents of the security equipment, they are asking for sharing or even the minimum requirement, it's highly likely that they will want the patents." Chapter 104 Deep Chat. Hearing this from Chen-tu, the boss nodded silently and once again picked up the cigarettes on his desk, handing them to Chen-tu and me. "What do you think?" The boss asked as I took the cigarette. I'm not talking about what the other side's reaction is, Minister Chen has just analyzed it. What I'm asking is your opinion on the technology patent. Smoke less. The boss's wife couldn't help but say something when she saw the boss lighting another cigarette. Minister Chen is here, I can't let the cigarettes go? The boss smiled back. It could be seen that the boss and the boss's wife had a good relationship. I'll make tea for you, smokers drink more tea. After Li Shanwei said this, she got up and walked to the side, opened the cabinet in the boss's office, and familiarly took out the tea leaves and made tea for Minister Chen and I. That's my rainy day longjing. The boss saw the box of tea that Li Shanwei took out and said with some heartache, that's all there is, you put in less. Cheap. Li Shanwei said without looking back, just put more. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but be shocked in my heart. Although the entire company knew that Li Shanwei and the boss had relatives, no one knew exactly what kind of kinship. In terms of today's scene, it was definitely a very close kinship. That's right, the boss is also too stingy, what? You don't want to give me, a bad old man, some good tea? Chen Tu also laughed and joked. It's not that, it's my old man who asked me for this rainy day dragon well, I was going to take the time to send it to him, I can't even be bothered to drink it. The boss smiled and explained, it's out of season, you can't buy this tea anymore. I'll send Minister Chen some next year. Soon, Li Shanwei brewed 3 cups of tea and handed them to Minister Chen and me. The other cup was for the boss. As for her and the boss's wife, it seemed that they didn't drink tea because she didn't brew it. With Li Shanwei being such a close relative to the boss, if she and the boss's wife drank tea, then they would definitely have brewed 2 more cups. Not brewing it would only mean that the 2 of them didn't drink tea. Sis, do you want some coffee? I'll go back to my office to get it. Li Shanwei looked at the boss's wife at this time and asked. No, it's not good to drink coffee in the morning. The boss's wife smiled and shook her head and said. Hearing this from the boss's wife, Li Shanwei didn't go back to get the coffee, and sat down again in the previous chair, which was on my left-hand side. I don't think there's any talk about this patent thing. I answered the boss's question at this time, even if the customers who look for us to customize their equipment are not users of high-volume equipment, we have designed drawings and applied for patents, they are basically put there, and it seems that there is not much possibility of realizing them, but the whole society is moving in the direction of paying for knowledge. After a pause, I added, from a long-term perspective, the patent piece cannot be negotiated, it must belong to our company. After I finished my opinion, I looked at Chen Tu again and asked, Minister Chen, what do you mean? I do feel the same way. After finishing this, Chen Head shook his head and said, but you also said just now that the patents we applied for the drawings we designed are actually basically sitting there, and patents that can't be realized aren't much use. After saying that, Chen Head looked at the boss and said, Boss, this matter still has to be your own idea, statement, and I can only offer suggestions though. When I heard these words from Chen, I came back to my senses, like this kind of thing can only be the boss's idea, our opinions are actually not important. However, the boss still asked for my opinion. According to this situation, even if I didn't ask Chen Tu, the boss would still ask Chen Tu's opinion. The boss makes the final decision, and asking the question is not a casual inquiry. Rather, he wants to weigh his decision against the recommendations of the relevant departments to see if there is any conflict. The matter of technology patents, of course, we have to refer to the opinion of our technical department. In addition, when I heard these words from Chen Tu, I actually almost understood what the boss and Chen Tu were thinking. The boss actually thinks that the technical patent piece can be used as a negotiation condition. However, what the boss is unsure of is what point to talk about, that is, what is the bottom line on our side. Chen Tu also wanted to use the technology patent to realize, although his last words were to let the boss to make the final decision, but in fact was telling the boss, he agreed to use the technology patent to realize, but also agree with what I said. In this way, it is only left to Chen Head's analysis at the beginning, the other side must want technology patents, the bottom line should be technology patent sharing. And Chen Head think our company can also take the technology patent to talk, the bottom line is also the same technology patent sharing. Because this can be done to realize technology patents, but also to ensure that the right to own technology patents. As for the realization of the way, is to share the shares of the agreement. The boss wants to account for the other side of how many shares, that do not have to think about it, is the boss of a person to think about things. As expected, I analyzed it correctly. After the boss heard these words from Chen Tu, Chen silently smoked a cigarette and didn't say anything else. Only after a cigarette was finished did the boss say, since this is the case, then the technology patent piece is finalized, it can be talked about, but the bottom line is patent sharing. The technology sharing piece, does it mean we have to provide technical services for free? Chen head nodded and said, Boss, the other party does security equipment, although it only proposes an uninterruptible power supply lead, but since it's a lead, it means that there are follow-up actions. I'm afraid, the other party's idea is still relatively big? The other company's intention is actually very obvious. There are many companies doing security equipment in the market now. The boss nodded and said, they want to have their own products instead of purchasing them at low prices and then reselling them. Being a second-hand dealer is not as stable as being the source. Not to mention the expansion segment linked to their company's basic business? After a pause, the boss added, as for the technical service, free of charge is certain, but I mean to implement our company's system, maintenance and warranty all according to R2, and only we can provide equipment. Not the equipment we provide, we do not care. Boss, there is one thing that needs attention, I said after hearing the boss's words. Oh? Note what? The boss didn't expect me to raise a caveat and asked with interest. Is the other party taking the consolidation route? I said, if it's the integration route, then we can become the supplier of the relevant chain, which involves whether we are providing the whole set of equipment or designing the relevant parts, which are two completely different situations that need to be treated differently. Hearing my words, the boss's face showed an unexpected look, and immediately said, tell me in detail, I haven't really thought about this level. Chapter 105 Risks. The fact that I would bring up this place to get the boss's attention was after much deliberation. After all, Head Chen has already made his words clear in front of the boss today, that is, after he retires, he will recommend me to be the head of the technical department. Bring me to see the boss today to buttress this business exemption, but also to let me start today, more contact with the boss. The boss is bound to take Minister Chen's recommendation very seriously. Because by the time you reach the position of Minister of Technology, you are already at the top of the company. At this level of the company, in fact, character is the most important. It's just that the technical department also needs to be technically sound. Like other departments, the boss's more important is the character. The so-called character, to put it bluntly, is actually worthy of the boss's trust. This point, Li Shanwei is the best proof. She is in the company's ability to work in general. People are not good, but still sitting in the seat of the Minister of Human Resources. What is the reason? It is not that she and the boss is a relative. The boss absolutely trusts her. Chen Head at this time has not yet retired, and I am not the technical department head. Even if Chen Head retired, the boss may not let me be the technical department head, and have another candidate. But in front of Chen too, I have to be worthy of his recommendation and try to show it in front of the boss. Besides, at the level of minister, the salary is already confidential. I am now the team leader of the technical department. The salary is still public, is more than the other colleagues in the technical department. The salary of the team leader position, just a few $100s. There is also the design of drawings to take the performance pay, to be a little more than them. The other is not much difference. As for the salary of my colleagues in the technical department, it is also completely open. But when it comes to the level of the minister, the salary is kept secret, and no one knows how much salary is offered. Plus what I saw today, that is, really become a minister, is the company's real top to see, minister of this level of wages, I'm afraid quite high. Or there are other perks or conditions or something like that. Although I am a social animal, but there is a chance to move up the ladder, how can I not seize it? Maybe if Head Chen retires, the boss will really let me be the head of the technical department, and I'll be able to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, right? People always have to move forward one step at a time. Since I've already thought it through, facing the boss this question, naturally it is easy to answer. I immediately said, Boss, let's not talk about this security company, let's talk about our current business. You are familiar with your own company's business, the customized equipment that is customized with us, designed by the technical department. The vast majority of them are control-type equipment. Hearing my words, the boss nodded silently. This meant to obviously signal me to continue. This type of equipment was designed by us, the patent is in our hands, or the overall equipment. I continued, that is to say, before this security company appeared, what our company did was all specialized in its own specialty, and all of it was overall equipment. This security company is going to expand its security equipment, and it is dominated by the direction of others, not us. This raises the question, is the other party going to customize the entire set of security equipment with us? Or is it customizing the overall control equipment of the security equipment? Or even just want drawings from our company? Want accessories? Of course, these latter possibilities all came to my mind temporarily, and I couldn't think of how specific, but the other party's expansion of the security equipment business isn't really a good match for our company, and we aren't a security equipment manufacturer. And this security company has two options, one is a second-hand dealer, the other is. The boss waved his hand, signaling that I didn't need to say any more. Drink water, the boss said as he pointed to the teacup in front of me again. It was true that I didn't need to say any more when I said this, because this topic had already been talked about just now, by the boss and Chen too. That is, the boss and Chen had speculated about the other company's meaning. The probability is that this security company wants to launch their own brand, because they are expanding based on the basic business of their own security company. There are a lot of companies on the market that sell overall security equipment. They should not have the idea of purchasing people's equipment and then selling it. That's why they looked for our company for the so-called customized equipment business. There is also the fact that this business involves the issue of equity participation, which also shows the other party's intention to develop. Minister Chen, what do you think? The boss looked at Chen too and asked. I haven't considered this either. Chen had frowned and said, the lights went dark. One is the problem of equipment customization that the boss said. Then again, when the boss said that, I naturally went to consider the piece of our equipment customization, didn't look at the problem from the other party's point of view, stating what he said just now. It's more reliable to think about things from the other party's point of view. The boss nodded, but his gaze was still looking at Chen Head. Chen Head knew that the boss was waiting for him to give a solution, so he smiled and said, it's a good solution, we can be a part of the other party's supply chain, but it's fine for us to be based on our own company, that is, we only provide the overall equipment. After a pause, Head Chen added, since the other party approached us, it means that they should have investigated our company and thought that our company is able to fulfill their requirements. That gives me an idea. The boss said with a smile. Boss, you still need to prepare for the worst. I, however, offered a different view at this time, or rather poured cold water on the boss. How so? The boss looked towards me and asked the head. Li Shanwei quietly kicked me after I said those words, as if it was a reminder for me to say those words. Of course, this reminder should be a reminder for me not to pour cold water on the boss. But my words were already out, what else could I do? It could only be to continue speaking. Looking through all this information combined, this security company's ambitions are not small. I voiced my opinion, whether they can get through the supply chain or not is a big question, rather than whether we can be a link in their supply chain is the important point. After a pause, I added, so the worst thing the owner should do is fail to negotiate. The boss has investigated this company, I suggest that the boss deep into the analysis of the risk problem. If the shares, the other supply chain cannot be reached, this business cannot be expanded, the future will not be a problem? If something goes wrong, the boss has shares in it, will he be implicated? Chen Head nodded at this time, and interfaced with such a sentence. Hearing the words of Chen Head and I, the boss's complexion slowly gazed up. You, although thunder and lightning is not considered a flaw, you are a bit fussy. The boss's wife said at this time, Minister Chen and statement's words, I think they are pertinent. Chapter 106 Candidates. This matter of chatting actually involved the issue of risk. This was also the reason why the boss's wife had been silent all this time, and spoke, or commented, at this time. There's no way to do business without facing risks. The boss lamented, patted the back of the boss's wife's hand, and said, however, you all can rest assured that I'm not someone who develops and invests blindly, and as for risk, I'm willing to face it, but it has to be within a manageable range. Hearing the boss's words, the boss's wife smiled and said no more. Obviously, the boss's wife was afraid that the boss was hot-headed, and had a mind to recognize this kind of cooperation with this security company, or to take a stake in this security company. The boss's wife's worry was not empty. After all, this time it was a shareholding, not a simple customized equipment business. The business of simple customized equipment was a small business in the eyes of the boss, and there was no need for him to talk to Head Chen face to face. Our company is still growing steadily. Chen Tu said at this time. This was obviously said to the boss's wife to reassure her. I didn't agree with Chen Tu's words, but I wouldn't say anything. The reason, as I said before, was that I could clearly feel that the company's customized equipment business had been decreasing significantly over the past 2 or 3 years. The fundamental reason is related to the economic environment. Many customized equipment customers, customized equipment with a few years bad, out of the warranty period, will choose to directly replace the new set. And these 2 or 3 years, out of the warranty period of customized equipment, more maintenance, less replacement. There will be such a situation, in fact, shows that the customized equipment customers in the savings route. The fear is the open source and cut back on that. Of course, over the years, there have been more companies doing the same business as us, and the competition has gotten a little bigger, which is one of the reasons. But it's not as heavy as the first reason. Shinjisha's mother defined my conversation. I was honest with her. Although I am currently working in this company, but society is in an era of drastic changes, I cannot see the very long-term things. The long-term development of the long-term development will not have an expectation. What I can do is to plan for the worst for myself, and the worst thing I can do is to become unemployed and work as a mechanic in the future. This, and I want to seize the opportunity to go further. That is, after the head of Chen retired to become the head of the technical department is not a conflict. Who would give up the opportunity to climb up the ladder is not it. Even if I become the head of the technical department today and the company closes down tomorrow, what's done is done. As an individual, if you don't work hard to climb up the ladder, you'll never have a chance to change. As for climbing up, the company went bankrupt. That is also human unstoppable things. Stalled is stalled. Boss, how far has this matter advanced? Chen had picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea and then asked. It's been on my side for about 10 days. The boss also took a sip of tea and said, the main reason it's been pressed on my side is that I've arranged for someone to investigate this company to see their strength first. 2 days ago, I was thinking of having a chat with Minister Chen, but you guys applied for the group building, so this matter was temporarily pressed. After a pause, the boss added, it's scheduled to meet with the other company for the first time in the afternoon. Hearing this from the boss, Chen too and I subconsciously glanced at each other, and then both glanced at Li Shanwei. Obviously, Li Shanwei still made the matter of the group building too simple. Or rather, Li Shanwei must have contributed a great deal in the matter of our group building being approved, because it changed the boss's plan. According to what the boss said, it should have been when we applied for the group building that he had to talk to the minister in detail about this matter, in preparation for today's first meeting contact. But the matter of our group building, Li Shanwei gave the application down. It became this morning the boss and Chen had to chat in detail, in the afternoon, directly with the other side of the first meeting contact. Time was rushed too much. If I had known, I wouldn't have made things difficult for Minister Li. Chen too sighed and said, I was the one who asked Minister Li to try to get the group building approved. It's all trivial. The boss waved his hand and said, even though it was rushed, it left me time to think carefully for 2 days. The boss's wife, however, smiled. Obviously, she was still satisfied with Chen Tu's undertaking of Li Shanwei's favor. Sister Li, let head Chen treat us some other day, and we'll have the entire technical department accompany us to properly say thank you. I said with a smile, because of the matter of the group building, it makes it difficult for Sister Li. No. Li Shanwei smiled and said, this time I followed you to go with the group building, as you return the favor. Li Shanwei was able to say this in front of the boss and the boss's wife, indicating that the matter of her following us for the group building was not hidden from the boss or anything like she said before. It's even less likely that she'll just find an excuse to fool the boss. With this kind of kinship, what else is there to say? Let's not talk about this. The boss stopped the topic and said, let's put it this way, I originally set with the other side is to bring someone over to have a first contact face-to-face meeting with them, and they are actually very clear that this kind of thing is something that needs to be contacted many times and negotiated face-to-face many times, so for today's meeting, I'll discuss it with them and change the way a little bit. After a pause, the boss added, I won't show up, it's not good to show up instead. The technical department will come out and talk to them mainly about technical matters, equipment matters, and nothing else should be involved, so that we can specifically find out the intentions of the other party. What does Minister Chen think? Feasible. Minister Chen thought a little, said, and, the technical level, equipment level, is the need to talk about the big head, this piece of clear, the other are good to talk about. The candidate well. The boss murmured and didn't say anything. Hearing the boss this, Chen had smiled and said nothing more. And I also understand the meaning of Chen Head's smile at this time. The boss obviously doesn't want Chen Head to step in. As for why, I wasn't quite sure. The boss's next words solved my doubts. I only heard the boss say, if I don't show up, it looks a bit underappreciated, and sending two top brass over there, it looks overappreciated. After a pause, the boss said, how about this, Minister Chen don't show up, and let Minister Li bring the statement over, how about it? It's fine. Head Chen nodded right away and said, Minister Li can directly tell the other party that although statement hasn't become a minister yet, I, the minister, have already recommended him, a future minister, together with Minister Li from the Ministry of Manpower, it's enough and appropriate. Then it's settled. The boss clapped his hands, let's think about what other notes we need to take, I'll treat you at noon. Chapter 107, Coincidence? I didn't expect that my boss would arrange for Li Shanwei and I to have this contact interview with the other company. However, since the boss had made such an arrangement and head Chen was okay with it, I couldn't say anything. Next, naturally, we have to continue to talk about the contact interview, to see if there are still omissions, before the contact interview with the other party to check the gaps. Near noon, the boss got up to take us to dinner. Did not eat in the company's cafeteria, but out of the company, near to find a good restaurant, and asked for a private room. When I left the boss's office and passed by the technical department, I went in to get a pen, as well as a notebook. The boss ordered the food, and while it was being served, they were chatting, while I was off to the side with a pen, organizing this morning's conversation in my notebook. That is, the things that need to be talked about with the other person, but with attention. When I finished writing, my boss casually said, "Show me what you wrote?" I smiled and handed the notebook to the boss. After the boss read it, he nodded with satisfaction and said, "You have a good memory, and have organized it quite completely." And then, the boss returned the notebook to me, opened his bag, took out a stack of information from it, handed it to Li Shanwei, and said, "While no food is being served, you guys take a look at each other's information." Li Shanwei received these materials to view, just only looked at the first look, the face changed, quietly kicked me under the table, said, "Statement, come over to see together, save time." When Li Shanwei was reading this information, I was sitting there without moving, intending to wait for her to finish reading and hand it to me to read on the line. After all, the information is not a lot, it looks like just a dozen pieces of printing paper. I didn't expect Li Shanwei to let me go over to see, she said so. I naturally moved my chair, came to her side, and went with her to see these materials. I also had the same situation as Li Shanwei. After only reading the first page of the information, I was completely dumbfounded. No, exactly should say, just read the information on a few lines of words, just completely ing frozen on the spot. The full name of this security company is called Rock Security Group Limited. This is nothing to be surprised about. The key is that the composition of the shareholders at the back states the names of the shareholders, and the two shareholders are Shen Jixia and Li Linchuan. I didn't look any further after seeing this, or I could also say that I was frozen in place after seeing this. Shen Jixia's security company. No, exactly should be said to be Fong Shiliang's security company. He net body out of the family, even this company also became Shen Jixia's. Now becomes Shen Jixia's security company. Now it's Shen Jixia's security company. How can it be so coincidental? I couldn't help but be a bit speechless. Sister Li, turn the page, right? I said after coming back to my senses. Li Shanwei nodded and silently turned the page. I also temporarily put this matter in my mind for now, and then went with Li Shanwei to look at the situation of Shen Jixia's security company. In fact, this information was no longer of much use to me, whether I looked at it or not. Because Shen Jixia had probably told me about this security company before. At this time, what these materials recorded was not much different from what Shen Jixia had told me. If I were to say the difference, it would be that it was a bit more detailed than what Shen Jixia had said, but there was no essential change. For example, Shen Jixia told me before, the homepage is now the security guards, and this information is written in detail with which companies, units, enterprises granted security has reached cooperation. These companies, units, enterprises with granted security sent security guards. The situation of this granted security, with the boss said no difference, is the information on the detailed point. I said after Li Shanwei flipped to the last page. Well, the operation of this granted security is still very smooth. Li Shanwei interjected at this time, however, since it's expanding into a new business segment, it should have developed to a bottleneck, that is, the business of expatriate security, reaching its head, right? That's how I see it too. The boss said with a smile. Although I had a different opinion, I didn't say anything. Because it involved what Shen Jixia had told me. Granite Security's expatriate security business could actually still continue to develop, but it was only suspended because of Fong Shiliang's arrest. The reason why it is suspended is because Shen Jixia told me that Li Linchuan, the vice president of the company, is also very well connected. Like this with units, enterprises, and what to reach cooperation, that is, signing the agreement to send out security guards, by the Rock Security to do this piece of business things, in fact, is to talk about connections. To put it bluntly, it is the relationship business. People with connections can get it, and people without connections are hard to get it. As for Li Linchuan did not continue to develop this piece of business, Shen Jixia also mentioned to me so a few sentences. In short, this Li Linchuan is afraid of with my previous judgment of him the same, white boy, no good heart. The waiter at this time to send food up, Li Shanwei also returned the information to the boss. You cannot drink during working hours, the boss is no exception. He would like to drink with Minister Chen, But the boss's wife did not agree, straight said that she wanted to drink after work in the afternoon and then have dinner with Minister Chen, then drink. How could Chen head drink with his boss during work hours, especially when the boss's wife said so? Therefore, no one drank, and the meal was just dinner, and naturally ended quickly. After eating, our group went back to the company. After all, one had to wait until the afternoon working hours to go to Granite Security, that is, Shinjisha's company. One couldn't run over there in the middle of the day. After returning to the company, I habitually went to the fire escape to smoke. I just lit the cigarette, the fire escape door was pushed open. The one who came in was no other than Li Shanwei. I knew you would come here to smoke. After Li Shanwei said this, she immediately said, statement, this security company is Shinjisha's, I only just learned about it, you have to believe me. What's the point of saying this? I asked with a smile. I'm afraid you won't believe me. Li Shanwei said without hesitation. Why wouldn't I believe? I asked back with a smile. I was there when you went to the boss's office. Li Shanwei said with some bitterness. Sister Li, just don't think about it. I hurriedly said, the boss gave the information to you at the dinner table, and after you read the information at that time, you immediately let it go over to see it. Doesn't this make it clear that you haven't read the information? Seeing that I didn't look like I was joking, Li Shanwei sighed in relief. Statement, what are you going to do? Li Shanwei no longer dwelled on whether I believed her or not, but asked this question. What to do? I asked in disbelief. It's this contact interview. Li Shanwei said without hesitation. Chapter 108 Researching for a Better Life. I looked at Li Shanwei with a funny face and said, what's wrong? Sister Li, are you assuming that I have some special relationship with Shinjisha? I want to talk about favoritism in this contact interview? Hearing my words, Li Shanwei's face turned slightly red. Without a doubt, that was what she was thinking. Sister Li, you've complicated things. I said with a smile, I take our company's salary, of course we have to stand in our company's position to speak, moreover, we talk to the boss of those, I have written down, we are not really able to clap the board to make the decision, everything is still the boss to take the idea, if we talk with the boss to talk about those are not the same, that's not for themselves to find trouble it? That's true. Li Shanwei said with a snort, relieving her embarrassment. Sister Li, go back and take a rest, I'm also going back to the office after this cigarette. I said at this time, when it's time, I'll go to the manpower department and yell for Sister Li to leave. Okay, I'll wait for you. Li Shanwei didn't say anything more and turned around to leave the fire escape. I sat down on the steps of the stairs and sighed silently in my heart. In fact, I was somewhat distressed at this time. It wasn't because of the question Li Shanwei had just asked me, which was the matter of the contact interview. This question, that is, this matter, my answer to Li Shanwei was the truth. I'm on the company's payroll, so I always have to contribute to the company and be on the company's side. It's impossible for me to loosen my tongue during the contact interview just because I'm acquainted with Shinjisha. Even if Shinjisha and I broke through our friendship, it was still the same. Because the boss is the one who can make the final decision. With Shinjisha's side of the contact interview, the conditions cannot be loosened, I do not have this power. In addition, Li Shanwei is a relative of the boss, even if I have the power, I can't show favoritism in front of her. The reason I'm a bit distressed is that I can't figure out whether this matter is a coincidence or not. Shinjisha actually knows the company I work for. Otherwise, when the two of us met for the first time, she wouldn't have been able to ask me out on the pretext of talking about business. But now it's her company that wants to work with our company, or in the form of a shareholding. Is she looking for our company to cooperate on purpose, or is it purely coincidental that she is looking for our company to cooperate because of our company's business counterparts? Also, I didn't expect that this morning, Chen Tu would call out to me to meet the boss together. In the past, there were some bigger businesses that the boss would personally ask about, but it was always Chen Tu who went to meet the boss alone and came back to give us the business to do. It was a coincidence that Mr. Chen took me to see the boss and recommended me to be the head of the technical department after he retired. Because of this coincidence, the boss finally decided on the candidate. It was Li Shanwei and I who went to contact Shinjisha's side for an interview. These are all coincidences. If you analyze it according to this logic, it should be a coincidence that Shinjisha approached our company for cooperation. But I always have a very awkward feeling that it is not so. Thinking about it, I couldn't figure out why it was so awkward, or the reason for the awkwardness was there. A cigarette finished, I put out the cigarette and casually lit another one. Although my eye addiction is not small, but basically will not smoke a cigarette and then renew one. This time, I renewed one because I was really distressed. What exactly is wrong? I gently slapped my forehead and asked to myself. Suddenly, a bright light crossed my mind. Shin Jixia had previously made a suggestion for me to resign and go to her company to help her. And I had refused at the time. However, Shin Jixia had told me that after she took over Fang Shiliang's company, she had actually been facing great difficulties. And the reason she made that suggestion was because she wanted me to go over and help her share the pressure and help her solve the difficulties together. But I feel that I can't offer much help to her as a technical person. She wouldn't be borrowing the matter of cooperation to try and get me into her company, right? This thought popped up in my mind. However, it was dismissed by myself in the next second. It would be too troublesome to do so. I was thinking about this until I finished my cigarette, but I didn't realize what was going on. Maybe I was overthinking it, and it was just a coincidence. I also no longer think about what, after throwing away the cigarette back to the technical department to rest for a while. When it was time to go to work in the afternoon, I went to the Human Resources Department, called on Li Shanwei, and drove to Shin Jixia's Granite Security. No matter what, there's always a contact interview. When we meet and talk about it, maybe we'll know what's going on as well. Manpower is sometimes poor. What you can't figure out, you can't figure out even if you break your head. Go to the gas station first. Li Shanwei said after getting into the car. Go to the gas station for what? I asked in surprise. Gas. Li Shanwei pointed at the car and said, "Isn't this your car? Let's go to the contact interview, this is for the company, of course we need to refuel and develop. The ticket is good for reimbursement. Pull back, round trip is only 20 kilometers. I shook my head and said, it doesn't take much gas. If I tell you to go, you go, what a lot of nonsense. Li Shanwei glared at me fiercely and said, this is the company's rules and regulations. The reimbursement should be reimbursed. I won't give you more, just $100, I'll make the call. Alright, listen to Sister Li. I look at Li Shanwei said as serious, cannot help but cry and laugh and said, thank you Sister Li. I followed what Li Shanwei said and first went to the gas station to fill up $100 of gas, open the hair ticket to her before driving to Shin Jixia's security company. It's not that I'm talking about you, when there's something like this in the future, you have to refuel. Li Shanwei took the hair ticket, said, it's not that taking advantage of the company, but as an individual, take the company, can't suffer. Yes, keep in mind Sister Li's teachings. I said with a smile. From our company to Shin Jixia's security company, it was only about 10 kilometers. Near Shin Jixia's security company, Li Shanwei made a call out. Soon, the call was connected. What came through was none other than Shin Jixia's voice. Hello, this is Shin Jixia, who is it? Mr. Shin, I'm Li Shanwei. Li Shanwei first said her name before saying, our boss should have contacted Mr. Shin to explain the situation, right? Minister Li. Shin Jixia smiled and said, your boss has already told me, I'm waiting for you in the company right now, calling me now, are you guys arriving? Yes. Li Shanwei glanced at me and said, we'll be there in 5 or 6 minutes, I came with statement. Statement? Shin Jixia's voice was clearly surprised as she asked, he's what your boss said, the future head of the technical department? Chapter 109 Old Friends Reunited. Although Li Shanwei didn't turn on the speakerphone, the volume of her earpiece was adjusted to a higher level, and I could hear what Shin Jixia said. From Shin Jixia's unexpected tone, she didn't know that it was me that our company came over for a contact interview this time. Yes. Li Shanwei gave Shin Jixia an affirmative answer. The minister of our technical department is old and is about to retire. He recommended statement to our boss to take his place, and the fact that our boss can introduce statement to Mr. Shin like this means that the boss's side also agrees that statement is the next step to become the minister of the technical department. I see. Shin Jixia smiled and said, then I'll wait for Minister Li and Minister Chen's grand entrance in the company. You're welcome, Mr. Shen. Li Shanwei immediately said. The two of them hung up the phone after a few more brief words. And at this time, I happened to drive to the vicinity of Shin Jixia's security company. I drove off the road and turned outside Granite Security and parked my car in the parking space, then got out of the car and walked into Granite Security with Li Shanwei. The lobby of Granite Security was not small, it had to be about 60 square feet. The company's hall was large, plus the decoration was also very good, it looked quite grand. May I ask if this is Minister Li and Minister Chen of the Hangyuan Power Company? The receptionist saw Li Shanwei and I come in and immediately greeted us with a quick step. In fact, Li Shanwei would make this call when she was almost at Shin Jixu's company, and that was the intention. It was to inform Shin Jixu that we were about to arrive, so that Shin Jixu could make arrangements to bring us to meet her. Otherwise, when we arrived at Shin Jixu's company, we would still have to identify ourselves and so on, which would be troublesome and would also make our side look cheap. This was also a common tactic in the business world now. Yes. Li Shanwei nodded and said. Please follow me. Mr. Shin has informed our front desk that when Minister Li and Minister Chin come over, he asked me to take you two to the conference room. The receptionist politely and with respect made a pleased gesture. Li Shanwei and I naturally followed her in the direction of the elevator. The full name of the company I work for is Hanyuan Power Electric Equipment Company. Generally speaking, it is our company that is referred to as Hanyuan Electric Power. The receptionist pressed the elevator and led Li Shanwei and I into the elevator, then pressed the floor button for the 5th floor. This office building where Granite Security was located was only 5 floors high. In other words, Shin Jixu's office should be on the highest floor. This office building, is your Granite Security's independent office building? I asked at this time. Yes, this 5-story office building is all our Granite Security's own. The receptionist wore a professional smile and answered my question. When Li Shanwei and I heard her answer, we couldn't help but look at each other. Our company's size was not big, but it wasn't small either. Even so, our company had only rented 1 floor of that office building, and I didn't expect Granite Security to have its own independent office building, which was even 5 floors. This is also a symbol of Granite Security's strength. Soon, the elevator arrived at the 5th floor, and the receptionist led Li Shanwei and I to the middle of the corridor, stopping at the doorway of a conference room with a conference room sign, and she gently knocked on the door. Please come in. A man's voice came from inside. The receptionist opened the door to the office and stood at the doorway, saying, Mr. Shin, Mr. Li, Minister Li and Minister Chen from Hanyuan Power are here. And then, the receptionist made a pleased gesture, signaling Li Shanwei and I to go in. As Li Shanwei and I walked into the office, Shin Jixu and Li Linchuan had already stood up and immediately shook hands and exchanged pleasantries with Li Shanwei and me. In fact, when the receptionist knocked on the office door and a man's voice of please come in came out from inside, I guessed that this man should be Li Linchuan. And when the receptionist opened the door and called out to Mr. Li, it obviously confirmed my guess. I didn't realize that the two of you are the Minister of Human Resources and the future Minister of Technology of Hanyuan Power. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Linchuan smiled and said, This isn't the first time we've met, we saw each other in the mall last time, so today can be considered a reunion of old friends? Yes. Shin Jixu said with a smile, a reunion of old friends. When Shin Jixu said this, her gaze was looking at me all the time, and her face was also smiling. Obviously, with this look, Shin Jixu was clearly saying that she and I were old friends reunited. I couldn't help but be a bit speechless and didn't say anything for a while. Li Shanwei smiled and said, Yes, a reunion of old friends. Come, 2 ministers, let's sit down and chat. Li Linchuan was full of smiles and made an invitation gesture. This was a modest conference room, and the conference table wasn't big either, it could sit 6 people at most. The 4 of us were seated opposite each other, neither crowded nor empty. Besides Shin Jixu and Li Linchuan, there was also a female employee in the conference room. Only, when we came in, this female employee was busy making tea with her back to us. When we were relatively seated, this female employee also made tea and served it to us on the conference table. Statement? After the female employee saw me, she called out my name in a single breath, her face filled with a stunned expression. Lin Chantang? I'm speechless, it's actually the Lin Sungtang that I met last time when I accompanied Li Shanwei to the matchmaking company? You work at Granite Security? I couldn't help but ask. Yes. Lin Sungtang placed the teacup in front of me and said with a smile, I work at Granite. You told me it's the front desk of the company? I pointed to the teacup in front of me and said, This isn't a front desk job, is it? Why do I think it should be a secretary's job? Mr. Shin has asked me to be her secretary. Lin Chantang spat her tongue at me mischievously and said, It's just recently. What about you? You work at Hanyuan Power? Yes, he doesn't just work at Hanyuan Electric Power, the minister of their technical department is about to retire and recently recommended him to our boss to be the minister of the technical department as well. Li Shanwei interjected, so, he came over this time as the future minister of technology. Congratulations on your high promotion. Lin Chantang rushed with a raised eyebrow and smiled, rather ambiguous. Didn't hear the word future? I waved my hand and said, Minister Li is joking with you, don't take it seriously, I'm just accompanying Minister Li over today. That's not the right thing to say, today is me accompanying you over. Li Shanwei immediately said, we came here today to talk about technical matters, I am a Minister of Human Resources who doesn't know anything, you are saying the opposite. Li Shanwei was worthy of being a veteran in the workplace, and in 2 sentences, she brought the topic to the point. Shen Jixia watched me and Lin Xiantang's conversation with interest and didn't say anything. The smile on Li Linchuan's face, however, slowly disappeared. Chapter 110 Robbers. I could probably guess the reason why the smile on Li Linchuan's face disappeared. He actually should have been faking a smile when he saw me. And the fact that I actually knew Lin Songtang as well was the reason why the smile disappeared from his face. Shen Jixia had already told me before that this guy, Li Linchuan, wasn't very honorable. And coincidentally, Shen Jixia didn't know how she saw Lin Songtang and actually promoted Lin Songtang from receptionist to her secretary. What's even more coincidental is that I know Lin Songtang. The smile on Li Linchuan's face disappeared and was replaced by a thoughtful look. I guess that he was guessing whether Shen Jixia's promotion of Lin Kandang had something to do with me. Front desk and secretary to the boss, this is a world of difference. Although the position of secretary in the workplace does not seem to be a high level, the power is not big, but in fact this position is extremely important. The boss's schedule, what work arrangements, and even in a good or bad mood, the secretary can be aware of. To put it less politely, working in the workplace, the secretary of the boss is the existence of the leaders of each department to maintain a good relationship, thus showing the special nature of the position of secretary. Shaolin, how did you guys meet? Shen Jixia saw Li Linchuan's expression and asked seemingly without thinking. As soon as she said this, I knew that she was trying to dispel Li Linchuan's doubts. As expected, the moment Shen Jixia said this, the look of doubt in Li Linchuan's eyes disappeared. However, his gaze was directed to Lin Songtang, obviously also waiting for Lin Songtang's answer. I met statement at a marriage agency. Lin Songtang replied somewhat less favorably. Little Lin, how old are you? And you're running to a marriage agency to find a date? Li Linchuan said in shock, then looked at me and asked, Minister Chen, you also went to a marriage agency to find a date? No. Lin Songtang waved his hands and said, I went to the matchmaking center to find a date, Minister Chen is not. But Lin Songtang stopped when he said this, and his gaze involuntarily looked at Li Shanwei. The day of the matchmaking center, Lin Kandang was witnessed with her own eyes, that is, she witnessed the beating of Li Shanwei, she did not know whether to say it or not. After all, this matter involves Li Shanwei again. But I don't indeed wasn't going on a blind date, Lin Songtang had no choice but to say stop here. Statement that day was to accompany me to the matchmaking center for a blind date. Li Shanwei said lightly, I'd become an older leftover woman, I still don't have a date, so I signed up at the matchmaking center, and it just so happened that I met Shaolin at the matchmaking center that day. So that's what happened. Li Linchuan said with a smile. This secretary of Mr. Shen, Shaolin, was quite proactive and insisted on getting acquainted with the statement. Li Shanwei said with a smile at this time, it seems that she even stole her personal information and gave it to the statement. I mentioned this matter to Li Shanwei later, and I didn't expect her to say it at this time. And as soon as she said this, Lin Songtang immediately made a big red rag. In fact, Lin Kandang's character was quite cheerful, and would blush at this time entirely because of the occasion and the people present. If this was a private occasion, Lin Kandang would not blush. At this time, the situation was a business interview between 2 companies, and there were also 2 bosses of her company present, so she was still young, and it was normal to have a big red face. What's embarrassing? Li Linchuan said with a smile, Minister Chen is such an excellent person, our Shaolin taking some initiative shows that she has a good eye. Hearing Li Linchuan's words, Lin Kantang gave her a grateful glance. Undoubtedly, Li Linchuan's words dissolved the embarrassment for Lin Songtang. Mr. Shen, Mr. Li, if there's nothing else, I'll go out first. Lin Songtang said at this time. You just stay here. Shen Jixia pointed to the chair behind me, the one that wasn't in front of the conference table, and said, sit there and listen, and by the way, add tea and pour water for us. Okay, Mr. Shen. Lin Kantang promised and immediately walked to the chair behind me and sat down. I didn't see it, Minister Chen is still very sought after. Shen Jixia looked at me with a smile and jokingly said this. That's just stating the divorce, I'm still keeping him a secret. Li Shanwei interjected, if his divorce matter, in our company openly, more dare not say, just within our company, 3 or 5 girls chasing him, certainly still have. Li Shanwei this word out, Li Linchuan revealed an unexpected look, he should not have expected my marriage problems. However, he is not good to interface to say anything. Because this matter involves my privacy, if he interfaces, it will look low. Mr. Shin, sisterly, we should be catching up on old times, should we not continue this topic? I coughed and said, the more we talk, the further away we go. Today is to come to contact face to face to talk about business matters, my personal life problems. It is not suitable for this occasion as a topic to talk about. This topic had to be stopped. Minister Chen is right, this topic stops here, let's talk about business. Shinjixia smiled, and after saying this, she asked, your boss asked the two of you to come over, you should have already talked to you beforehand, right? Li Shanwei looked at me. Obviously, she meant for me to open my mouth to deal with Shinjixia. After all, today, we were mainly talking about some technical matters, and it was only right that I should take the lead. Talked about it. I nodded and interjected, Mr. Shin, Mr. Li, our boss asked us to come over today, so many higher levels, that is, content that involves the boss's level, let's not talk about it for the time being, let's mainly talk about some technical aspects, right? That is, what kind of technical services does your company need, what kind of equipment do you need? What I talked to your boss earlier was the uninterruptible power supply. Li Linchuan interjected, for this kind of uninterruptible power supply equipment, what kind of program can your company give? There are a large number of uninterruptible power supply devices on the market now, with prices ranging from low to high. I said directly, I've already asked our boss, your company didn't give any specific requirements, so we can't give any specific program from our side. So, Mr. Knight's question is too broad, so broad that I can't answer it. I need Mr. Knight to give specific requirements before I can give a specific plan. After a pause, I added, for example, what kind of power supply is an uninterruptible power supply? Dual power switching? Or is it one-way power supply, and the other way is a power failure power supply? That's the minimum distinction. Both kinds. Li Linchuan leaned toward the office chair, looked at me and said, for these two situations, you give two programs, your company's equipment, separate design, and distinguish it from the market equipment. Chapter 111, Blanketed. Hearing these words from Li Linchuan, I couldn't help but frown. With regards to the technical side of things, it wasn't just Li Shanwei who didn't understand, Shinjixia similarly didn't understand either. I wasn't too sure how much Li Linchuan knew about technology, but I was certain of one thing, although he seemed to be talking about technology and equipment at the moment, he wasn't actually talking about that at all. His words are still not much different from before, very broad. It could be said to be so broad as to be vague. I even felt that Li Linchuan was being deliberately difficult. For a moment, I frowned and didn't say anything. Seeing that I kept silent, Li Shanwei coughed to remind me. I just twisted my head and glanced at Li Shanwei, still not saying anything, and my frowning brows didn't stretch out. Minister Chen, why aren't you saying anything? Shinjixia, however, looked at me with a smile and asked, could it be that your company's technical prowess isn't too good? Mr. Shin, I'm not the owner of the company, it's not quite appropriate for me to directly answer positively to the question you asked. I looked at Shinjixia and interjected, however, I think that since you have approached our company for cooperation, you must have also had some understanding of our company, and how our company's technical strength is, you should have had an understanding of it. After these words of mine came out, Li Shanwei nodded silently. Obviously, she felt that it was correct for me to respond in this way. Shinjixia laughed and said, that's not true, we have had some understanding of your company, and feel that your technical strength is still very good. After a pause, Shinjixia then asked, then why didn't Minister Chen say anything when he answered the question I just asked? Or, I'll ask in a different way, why didn't Minister Chen answer Mr. Li's words anymore? I'm afraid that if I answered truthfully, it wouldn't look too good. I said faintly. It won't. Shinjixia said without hesitation, moreover, I also have to listen to the truth, because this involves the cooperation between the two companies, and it's only important that everyone is honest with each other. Without a foundation of honesty, nothing can be discussed. As for the terms of cooperation, that can be negotiated, but the foundation must be reached first. I agree with Mr. Shun's words. Li Shanwei nodded and interjected, statement, just be honest. Since you all say so, then I'll be honest. I pondered for a while and said, I think no one in your company understands technology, Mr. Li shouldn't be from a technical background, the words he said were grandiose, but there wasn't any substance. If we continue to talk like this, it's a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for our company, and there's no need to even talk about it. What do you mean by that? Li Linchuan immediately grimaced, looked at me and said, even if I'm not from a technical background, is it hard to understand what I'm saying? What you said is not hard to understand, but you didn't talk based on what I said. I said lightly, I have just said very clearly, I am from a technical background, and I want you to put forward the requirements of specificity, while your words are crowned, too vague, and have no practical significance. You. Li Linchuan instantly became angry. Mr. Li, don't get angry first, let him finish. Shen Jixia saw that I hadn't finished my words and immediately interrupted Li Linchuan. Hearing Shen Jixia's words, Li Linchuan could only swallow the latter words back into his stomach. Take the dual-circuit power switching that Mr. Li said. I went on to say, this is not a technical difficulty, the dual-circuit power supply involves merely automatically switching to the other circuit when one of the power supplies suddenly goes out. However, there are many practical problems involved. The first is whether the dual power supply can be used either way at will, or is it the main use of one way and the other as a backup? Li Linchuan heard me say this and wanted to speak again. I directly waved my hand, didn't let him speak, and continued, these two situations can use the same kind of automatic switching equipment, or can use another kind. There is a big price difference between the two. There are both mature complete sets of equipment on the market, and our company can also design them. Minister Chen, to be honest, I don't understand the technology, just what you just said. Is it possible to be more specific? Shen Jixia asked immediately after hearing my words. Of course. I said without hesitation, dual power supply is very common. A lot of places need to use dual power supply to ensure that the power is normal, such as hospitals, such as some large shopping malls and so on. And the first case, you can use any one of the way. Switching equipment does not have to be divided into primary and secondary, only need to be used in the detection of the power failure of this power supply, will be instantly switched to the other way of the power supply, and will not then detect the previous sudden power failure after the power return to normal, the secondary switching, that is, switching back. To be more specific, this actually involves billing. I said here, picked up a teacup and took a sip of tea before continuing. This can be used at will any one-way power supply. Two power supply using any corresponding account can be used for electricity billing. Then, Shen Jixia thought for a moment and asked, the ones that are divided into primary and secondary, is it because their main use is one account to settle electricity consumption expenses? Yes, Mr. Shen understands correctly. I nodded and said, our company has sold a device of this kind before, although it is a dual power access, but the other party is divided into primary and secondary, the main use of one of the way, the other way is the emergency use when the main power supply is cut off, and once the main power supply is restored to the power supply, it has to be switched to the main power supply. After a pause, I added, of course, this customer on the automatic detection of the main power supply, restoration of power supply, and automatic switching of this system, feel a little expensive. They chose the original way, that is, after the main power supply power, manual switching. Shen Jixia nodded as if she suddenly realized, and didn't say anything else. I then continued, therefore, this is actually a lot of technical problems, and the technical aspects are to solve practical problems, that is, to cope with the actual use of the scene. To say, Mr. Knight just said is really too space general. If I follow what he said, listing the market products and our company's design, today and afternoon do not have to do anything. I said here and no longer continue, just spread my hands to show that I am helpless. It's not that I don't want to answer Li Linchuan's question, it's really that his question is so spacey in general, so vague that it's too big that I can't answer it specifically. I'm sorry, Mr. Shen, I didn't expect it to be like this. When Li Linchuan heard my words, he immediately apologized to Shen Jixia. As Mr. Shen also knows, I don't know about technology, so I asked that question just now because I thought that what I said was already specific enough. Chapter 112 Opposition. As soon as Li Linchuan said this, Li Shanwei couldn't help but frown. However, Li Shanwei did not say anything. Obviously, the reason for Li Shanwei's frown was that both Shen Jixia and Li Linchuan didn't understand technology. Although Li Shanwei also doesn't understand technology, but I am from a technical background, and I am also the future head of the technical department, and today's contact interview, Li Shanwei also said at the beginning of the meeting that it was me who would take the lead. Therefore, our side is no problem, and Shen Jixia's side, that is, the rock security side, does not understand the technology with come to understand the technology to talk about the technical aspects of things. Obviously there is a problem. But this is precisely the reason why Li Shanwei can't say anything. Because Shen Jixia and Li Linchuan are the two old bosses of Granite Security, their identity is here, even if they do not understand technology, but they come out to contact the interview, give enough face not to mention, but also fully explains the other party's sincerity. Minister Li, don't misunderstand, we really didn't expect that the technical level would involve so many things. Shen Jixia saw Li Shanwei frowning and immediately said to her, this is something that we have not thought about well. Li Shanwei just nodded, but didn't say anything. The reason was simple, she had nothing to say. Shen Jixia, as Granite Security's boss, had apologized to her, so what else could she say? Mr. Shen. I interjected, I have something I want to say. If it has nothing to do with this contact interview, I can't say it's completely unrelated. The relevance is relatively small. I don't know if I can say it. Minister Chen, please speak. Shin Jixia made a gesture of invitation, rather businesslike. I nodded and said, our boss has talked to us about this project of your company before, that is, this cooperation, and you have investigated the strength of our company. So what I am going to say next is the situation of your company, but I feel that it should be something that doesn't involve your company's secrets. Hearing my words, Li Linchuan looked serious. Shin Jixia nodded, signaling me to continue. From the information we got from our boss, you are going to expand a new business segment based on your own basic business, which is the security equipment segment. I went on to say, this is for your company, although related to its own basic business, but it is a completely new segment, and which involves the technical aspects. My opinion is that your company should form a technical department. Even if it does not form a technical department, there must be a relevant technician to do so. Li Shanwei was drinking water. When she heard my words, she directly sprayed out a mouthful of water. Thanks to her timely reaction, immediately twisted her head to the side, otherwise, Li Linchuan sitting across from her would be out of luck, and would inevitably be sprayed with tea all over his head and face. For a moment, I actually felt some pity in my heart. Spraying this grandson's head full of tea is good. Minister Chen, this is a very good suggestion of yours. Shin Jixia looked at me and said with a smile, however, haven't you considered that if I adopt this suggestion of yours and form my own technical department, what else would I do to cooperate with you? The words that Shin Jixia said were also the reason why Li Shanwei would spray out a mouthful of tea. Not afraid. I shook my head with a smile and said, the reason I made this suggestion is because I hope to quickly buttress the talks between our two companies. Minister Chen seems to be very confident? Shin Jixia asked with a smile. Yes, the accumulation of technology is not something that can be done in a day or two. I said bluntly, moreover, but any company leader with vision knows that technicians are the artery of the company, and will generally pay close attention to the situation of the technicians. Mr. Shin wants to poach people to form a technical department. This is not a good road to take. Even if it works, it will take a long time. Mr. Shin's side will not be able to make it in time. Oh? Shin Jixia smiled and said, you go on. Mr. Shin can recruit technical personnel to come in, but the technical personnel that can be recruited can reach the level of talking to our company about technology, but can't do what Mr. Shin wants. I went on to say. Statement, words don't say too full. Li Shanwei immediately interjected, Granite security is still very strong, don't talk nonsense. Li Shanwei's words appeared to be criticizing me, but in reality, she had a smile on her face, which clearly meant that she agreed with what I said. And it wasn't until this time that Li Shanwei understood what I meant by giving Shin Jixia's advice. It was for Shin Jixia to hurry up and recruit people who understand technology, or at least be able to talk to us about it. Seeing this scene of Li Shanwei pretending to criticize me, Li Linchuan's face became even more ugly. Of course, the main reason why his face looked so ugly was still because of my words. My words just now were actually equivalent to having forced Granite security into a corner. We know technology, and you don't have anyone who knows technology. There is a natural difference. Talking to us about technology is simply a descending blow to them. It's like this, we have a project. Shin Jixia thought for a moment and opened her mouth. But Li Linchuan interrupted her and said in a deep voice, Mr. Shin, we agreed before, these are not to be talked about at the negotiation table. It was agreed, but didn't Mr. Li also pat himself on the back and guarantee that you would be able to take care of things when talking about the technical level? Shin Jixia asked rhetorically, since Mr. Li can't handle the technical level negotiation, what's wrong with us taking this project out and letting the Hanyuan power side give a proposal? Mr. Shin, knowing people is not enough. Li Linchuan shook his head to express his disagreement, not to mention the fact that it involves the company's interests. How can we talk to Hanyuan Power about our project just because we are negotiating for cooperation? Mr. Li, you held an opposing view when I proposed to expand the new segment business. Shin Jixia slammed down her face and said, as the old boss, I personally talked about the relevant business, which made you dumbfounded. After a pause, Shin Jixia added, I wanted to come up with this project before, so that Hanyuan Electric Power to give the program. The purpose is to use this program to test the real strength of Hanyuan Electric Power, and you hold objections. The reason is that you can take care of the technical aspects of the shallow talk. Shin Jixia said here, took a deep breath and continued, now what? Hanyuan Power came, in the face of the technical level, you are directly blind. I would like to ask Mr. Knight, you have been opposed, but you can't do anything right. What do you want me to do? Granite still want to develop? Shin Jixia's words, dislike Li Linchuan speechless. And I completely understood what was going on through Shin Jisha's words. Expanding new business was Shin Jisha's idea, but Li Linchuan had been opposing it. Chapter 113 Locked Up? Originally it was a contact interview between the two companies, that is, a business negotiation, but I didn't expect it to evolve into this situation where Shin Jisha questioned Li Linchuan. Li Shanwei glanced at me with a surprised and complicated look on her face. I, on the other hand, had a calm face. Because I wasn't surprised that this situation had arisen at all. After all, Shin Jisha had long talked to me about how she had taken over Fang Shiliang's company and had encountered great difficulties, and had even uttered the words that she wanted me to quit my job to help her. Although Shin Jisha didn't say in detail, and I didn't ask her in detail what exactly the difficulties she encountered were, it was roughly related to Li Linchuan. The arrival of Li Shanwei and I this time was an opportunity for Shin Jisha. In the face of such a good opportunity, even in front of outsiders, Shin Jisha would never miss it. However, this also shows from a certain aspect that Shin Jisha is dissatisfied with Li Linchuan. But the Rock Security also have Li Linchuan shares. Shin Jisha temporarily take him there is no good way is also. Even, do not rule out, or should say Shin Jisha in the company, may always face this situation, that is, she has any decision, Li Linchuan this vice president always opposed the situation. Although Shin Jisha took over Fang Shiliang's shares and became the boss of this Rock Security, the decision-making power is still in her hands, to put it bluntly, that is, she has the final say. However, Li Linchuan, the vice president, always raised objections, which obviously had a great impact on Shin Jisha's authority as the old boss. This was one. Secondly, Shin Jisha if always time and time again in Li Linchuan raised objections, direct pressure Li Linchuan must follow her to do, also is not very realistic things, because Li Linchuan this vice president is a company shares, not no shares only position of the kind of vice president. In the end, Granite Security internal staff, see the boss and vice president do not agree, will inevitably be in the back of the discussion not to mention, will also make the hearts of the people on edge. Granite Security, however, before it was Fang Shiliang and Li Linchuan in the company, Shin Jisha is not in the company. Even if you put aside the relationship between Fang Shiliang and Li Linchuan, Granite Security under the leadership of the two of them, the development is still very good. For this reason, the staff of Granite Security definitely knew Li Linchuan better, and Li Linchuan was also more convincing than Shin Jisha, the old boss who had suddenly replaced Fang Shiliang. In the face of such a situation, Shin Jisha's best way to break the ice is to lead Granite Security to continue to develop and achieve certain results. Especially on the projects that Li Linchuan opposed, achieving results is even better. In this way, Shin Jisha will be able to convince the public, and then you can target Li Linchuan, let him out of the game, completely a person in control of the Rock Security. Things to do little by little, the road to walk step by step. In addition, Shin Jisha does not have any other choice. If Shin Jisha directly tough to ostracize Li Linchuan out, the whole Rock Security will be in chaos, the staff may lose confidence. Li Linchuan jumped out to open another security company, these staff may even leave to jump to Li Linchuan new security company to go. The bottom of the workplace is okay, we are just cattle and horses and social animals, at most the top boss wears small shoes and so on, which is compared with the game between the top of the workplace, the pressure of nothing counts. Mr. Shun, I have reservations. Li Linchuan was silent for a while before he spoke these words. Hearing Li Linchuan's words, Shin Jisha didn't say anything more, but nodded and turned to Li Shanwei and I, saying, both of you, wait a moment, I'll talk to your boss on the phone. After Shin Jisha finished speaking, she took out her cell phone and made a call to our boss. During this call, Shin Jisha talked to our boss for half an hour. Although I couldn't hear what our boss said, from Shin Jisha's relaxed tone and the way she smiled all the time, it wasn't hard to tell that they were still having a pleasant conversation. Moreover, I could still hear what Shin Jisha said, and could probably guess how our boss replied to Shin Jisha. Shin Jisha's approximate meaning was that through today's meeting, he found out that his side's technology was insufficient and needed our company's strong support. And explained the specifics, Granite Security side of a new business, and the other side wants Granite Security to give the program first. Shin Jisha decided to sign a contract with our company and let our company give the program. However, the specific cooperation of this project, or Granite Security, our company in the contract is required to specify this point. This means from the legal level, to eliminate our company and Shin Jisha's partner direct contact, to put it bluntly is to cut off our intention to secretly contact Shin Jisha's partner. In addition, Shin Jisha also said some from the human behavior, as well as the company's reputation, is still the meaning of this, must ensure that our company to give the program is given to the Rock Security. Our boss should have agreed to it, because the smile on Shin Jisha's face got wider and wider as the conversation went on. In that case, the program is coming from the technical department. Shin Jixia spoke, glanced at me, and said, and since Statement is the future head of the technical department, can I understand that the program is actually coming out of Statement? After pausing for a few seconds, waiting for our boss to answer, Shin Jixia laughed and said, in that case, then I have an unkind request, why don't you just let Statement be by my side? This project, let the Statement at my side to complete, the contract and so on, we should sign how to sign how, I and the Statement know for a long time, if not, I 24 hours to lock him at my side, also save me worry about what? Well, good. After Shin Jixia finished these words, she handed me her cell phone and said, your boss wants to talk to you. I was a bit speechless, so I could only take the phone and said, boss, this is Statement. Little Chen. The boss's voice rang out, you're friends with Mr. Shen? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I only realized that Granite was Mr. Shen's company after seeing Granite's information. I explained, but even if we were friends, I could only talk about things on a technical level, and it couldn't affect anything, so I didn't tell my boss about this. In the future, if there is such a situation again, you have to tell me first. The boss said, you've heard what Mr. Shin requested just now, you'll help Mr. Shin for a few days, you don't have to come to our company recently, and help Mr. Shin get this project done first. This project involves our cooperation with Mr. Shin, we must pay attention to it. If you need support, you can call the technical department anytime, including your minister. Chapter 114 Intentions. I couldn't help but be a bit speechless, the boss's words were clearly a promise to Shin Jixia's unfeeling request just now. No, this is not an unkind request, this is an unreasonable request. Boss, this isn't too good, right? I said with some tears and laughter, why do I even think this is inappropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it. The boss retorted without hesitation, you're helping Mr. Shin with this project now, you're helping our company negotiate with Mr. Shin, what's inappropriate about it? Give the phone to Mr. Shin. What else could I say? I could only helplessly give the phone to Shin Jixia. Shin Jixia smiled and chatted with our boss for a few more sentences, and then ended the call, put down the phone, looked at Li Shanwei, and said, Ministerly, your boss will call you later. As soon as the words fell, Li Shanwei's cell phone rang. Because Shin Jixia had already said so in advance, Li Shanwei didn't go to one side to answer the phone, but instead answered the call in front of Shin Jixia and Li Linchuan. However, Li Shanwei simply said a few words to the boss before hanging up the phone. Statement, the boss said that you stayed behind to help Mr. Shin with the project that Mr. Shin said. Li Shanwei said, I'll go back to the company and bring someone over tomorrow to buttress the signing of the contract. I couldn't help but be even more speechless and asked, Sisterly, the boss means for you to go back now? Go back alone? I'll just stay behind? Right. Li Shanwei nodded her head without hesitation and gave me an extremely positive answer. Hearing Li Shanwei's words, Shin Jixia smiled even more broadly, and Li Linchuan's face became even more gloomy as the bottom of his mom's black iron pot stained with oily mud and grease. Mr. Li. Shin Jixia looked at Li Linchuan at this time and said, I know you're worried about this project leaking, or to put it bluntly, you're afraid that this side of Hangyuan Electric Power will secretly contact and snatch this project, although this is unlikely, but I have to admit that there is this possibility. Li Linchuan slightly frowned at Shin Jixia, not knowing what Shin Jixia meant by this. But then, I talked to their boss, and Mr. Li should have seen what was going on. Shin Jixia smiled and continued, in addition, I know Statement, so I do intend to bring him with me and monitor him closely to ensure that no information about our project is leaked. Mr. Shin, what do you mean by that? I was completely speechless and said, how can I still be closely monitored? Let's not even talk about whether or not this matter is illegal, this matter can't be realized. Realized. Shin Jixia leaned towards the back of the chair and said, I'll take you home, take care of your meals, you'll follow me to and from work, and give me your cell phone for safekeeping. Not to mention me, Li Linchuan and Li Shanwei, after hearing Shin Jixia's words, all of them were directly jaw-dropped, their mouths open so wide that they could be stuffed into an egg. Lin Kaitang was sitting behind me, so I couldn't see what her expression was. However, I think she must have the same expression as Li Linchuan and Li Shanwei. Mr. Shin is really good at this. Li Linchuan came back to his senses and said with a smile, if Mr. Shin can do this, then I'm really speechless. Wait. I waved my hand and said, Mr. Shin, no matter what your project is, we don't have the need to complicate simple things. All you need to do is to hide the name of the project's party, and everything will be solved, right? Even if it's one step back, I stay in your company until I give you a technical program, I don't have to do what Mr. Shin said. Li Shanwei also nodded silently, obviously agreeing with my words. Mr. Shin, I also think you're being a bit forceful. Li Shanwei shook her head and said, Statement isn't an employee of your company, this really isn't a good idea, and from Statement's point of view, it feels quite bad. Statement. Shinjisha first nodded, and then stared at me with a burning gaze and said, Then tell me, are you feeling rather bad? Do you want me to take you home? In the latter sentence, Shinjisha aggravated her tone. Obviously, there was another layer of meaning in Shinjisha's words. And I immediately understood the other layer of meaning in her words. This is simply the meaning of bringing me back to her home to meet her parents in disguise. Of course, it was cloaked in a layer of work. But in reality, with Shinjisha's parents' intelligence, no matter what kind of reason Shinjisha used to bring me back to her home, the result would be the same. They could definitely see Shinjisha's true intentions. Are you sure you want to do this? I asked with a bitter smile. Of course, otherwise, why would I say that? Shinjisha looked at me calmly and said, I have to make Mr. Lee completely at ease before I can do that. Undoubtedly, Shinjisha's latter sentence, again, meant something, that is, it also had another layer of meaning. And this layer of meaning was obviously referring to the fact that Li Linchuan was chasing her. Alright, since Mr. Shin insists, then I'll agree. I nodded and said, feelings or not, hard feelings or not, let's not mention it. The words I said afterward were both to Shinjisha and to Li Shanwei. After all, Li Shanwei's words were actually still speaking for me, and since I promised, I had to make a response to Li Shanwei speaking for me. As expected, hearing that I agreed and gave this response, Li Shanwei smiled rather helplessly and didn't say anything. Shaolin, you'll drive my car in a while and send Minister Li back to their company. Shinjisha said directly after I agreed, Minister Chen will stay. Then Minister Chen has to look at the project requirements first. Li Linchuan said at this time, I'll go get ready, Minister Chen has just said to hide away the name of the project party, I think it's better to do what Minister Chen said. Shinjisha smiled and nodded, agreeing. Li Linchuan then said, I'll arrange for 2 people to accompany Minister Chen out of the program, and arrange a separate office for them to use temporarily? Just here. Shinjisha nodded and said, Mr. Li, don't arrange for 2 people, just arrange for 1 person, we don't know the technology on our side, we can't help too much, just provide good service to Minister Chen during his work. After a pause, Shinjisha added, Mr. Li arranged for a person, I also arranged for a person on my side, just Shaolin it, the girls are more careful. Good. After finishing this, Li Linchuan nodded, stood up, and said, I'll go prepare the information related to the project requirements, and prepare to give Minister Chen a look over. After saying this, Li Linchuan got up and left the conference room. However, I can see very clearly, although Li Linchuan's face color can't be seen, but the cold look under his eyes is very thick. Chapter 115 Project Information. After Li Linchuan went out to the conference room, Li Shanwei also stood up and offered her farewell. Shinjisha then looked at Lin Sungtong, she had already said before, or she could also say that she had made arrangements for Lin Sungtong to send Li Shanwei back to our company. Lin Sungtong immediately stood up and said, Minister Li, I'll send you back to the company. Li Shanwei nodded, and then smiled at me, saying nothing as she followed Lin Sungtong out of the modest conference room. Only Shinjisha and I were left in the conference room. I yanked out a cigarette and asked, Can you smoke in the conference room here? Shinjisha didn't say anything, but pushed an ashtray in front of me. I lit the cigarette and took a drag, sighed, and asked, As far as this? As far as. Shinjisha nodded and gave me a short and firm answer. I only said this one word and didn't say any more, because I believe Shinjisha understood what I meant. By this word I was referring to Li Linchuan. What Shinjisha is doing right now has actually gone beyond the work level, because she made it very clear that she wants to take me home. And Li Linchuan to her decision-making has been opposed to the situation, and may also be interested in her. Shinjisha has already in the work level to show her what the old boss insisted on the side. Today in front of Li Linchuan's face, using the work to take me home, is actually doing it to Li Linchuan. And this level involves the life level. This also means that Li Linchuan may have intervened, or hard intruded into Shinjisha's life. Everything today was a coincidence. Shinjisha is seizing this coincidence, from the life level to Li Linchuan to counterattack. To put it bluntly, when I said the word I was actually asking Shinjisha if it was what I thought, that Li Linchuan had interfered with her life in addition to her work. It's what you think. Shinjisha nodded and said. Shinjisha only answered this sentence and didn't say anything more. I also then nodded, not continuing this topic. And I also understood the reason why Shinjisha didn't say any more. This was a company and there were many people. When Shinjisha saw that I was no longer speaking, she playfully winked at me. Obviously, she was expressing to me that the two of us had a heart-to-heart. I smiled and quietly nodded, then said, let's wait for Mr. Lee to come over with the project requirements, the information that should be hidden away, you all hide it away, just leave me with the technical requirements part. As soon as my words fell, Lee Linchuan came in with a piece of information, and following him was a young man about my age. This young man was sharp-looking, the type that was geared towards making people feel uncomfortable just by looking at him. Little Wang, you'll stay here with Minister Chen, and you'll try to fulfill whatever requests he has. After Lee Linchuan came in, he immediately said, also, regarding the project information, if Minister Chen has anything else he needs to know, you should try your best to provide what you can. This young man called Little Wang immediately promised to speak out. I directly ignored him, but looked at Lee Linchuan and asked, Mr. Lee, is the project information ready? It's ready, I just don't know if it meets Minister Chen's requirements. Lee Linchuan smiled and handed me the piece of information in his hand. I took it and roughly flipped through it. This should be a complete piece of information, however, when Lee Linchuan printed it out, he erased a lot of things. However, I didn't really care about that, what I cared about was just the technical requirements part of this project. Mr. Shen, should we not disturb Minister Chen's work? Seeing that I didn't say anything as I looked through the project information, Lee Linchuan turned to Shen Jixia with a smile and said. Shen Jixia frowned slightly and didn't answer immediately. I understood in my heart that before Lee Linchuan went out to the conference room, he had said that he would arrange for 2 people to come over and accompany me in my work. This was said in a grandiose manner, but it actually meant sending 2 people over to keep an eye on me. And Shen Jixia responded at that time, she wanted Lee Linchuan to arrange for only 1 person, and she would arrange for Lin Sangtong to be here. As for Shen Jixia's reason for arranging Lin Sangtong, it was definitely not to keep an eye on me, but to keep an eye on the person that Lee Linchuan had arranged to come. Wait a minute. I opened my mouth and said, there are some things involved here that I need to inquire about. Mr. Shen, Mr. Lee, did you set up a special project team for this project? And who is the person in charge? At least the person in charge must be called over. This project is something that Mr. Knight and I are jointly responsible for. Shen Jixia interjected, just ask if you have anything to ask, Mr. Knight and I both happen to be here and can answer you face to face. The gates. I immediately pointed to the item in the project about the replacement of gates and said, there are finished products on the market for this thing, and the price isn't too high. Is this project intended to purchase finished products for the other party to replace, or are we going to make our own? This project should be too late. When Lee Linchuan heard my question, he mused and spoke, what we intend to do is to purchase the finished product and then label it with our own brand. Then the intention should have been to make your own brand? I asked with a smile. There is no doubt that Lee Linchuan's answer is this, meaning, gate this thing belongs to is a kind of security equipment. They should be intended to solve the problem from the source, that is, to find the whole supply chain, and then find the foundry for processing the whole factory. But this project should be more urgent, it is too late to do so, at present can only buy finished products, paste their own brand, the first shot before. Behind, and then make up for the short board, that is, to negotiate with the supply chain, and then find the OEM factory. This is a very routine operation. Many of our family life products, air conditioners, TVs, etc., many of them are so, not to say that which brand of products, the components inside are their own. However, these products have their own core technology, even if other brands want to compete, but also with the same supply chain, cannot fight the price war. The reason is that the core technology in their own hands. And like some manufacturers, there is no core technology, can also play their own brand. Only, there is no core technology manufacturers, the so-called brand is actually nothing at all, is completely assembly plant only. Supply chain, technology, are readily available, just integration, labeled with their own brand, this is not an assembly plant is what? That integration technology, in the eyes of the real strong technology manufacturers, nothing counts. Yes, the intention was to make our own brand. Shen Jixia immediately said. This piece, what are Mr. Shen and Mr. Lee's intentions? That is, the branding intentions in the future? I nodded and asked. Chapter 116 The Test. As soon as this question came out of my mouth, Lee Linchuan's brows tightened as he said, Minister Chen, it's not appropriate for you to ask this question, is it? After a pause, Lee Linchuan added, what you're chatting about now isn't something on a technical level, but involves our Granite's development strategy. His words are not false at all. The questions I'm currently asking, there's almost nothing that involves technical stuff, but rather, I'm asking about Granite's later intentions, that is, Granite's development strategy. Mr. Knight is right about that. I smiled and interjected, however, the question I asked involves the cooperation between our 2 companies. With equipment like gates, our company can provide less technical support. Immediately afterward, I changed my words and said, if Granite wants our company to provide this kind of technical support, we can do it, but, slightly beyond our scope of ability, our company needs time to carry out the relevant design. Hearing my words, Shinjisha immediately interjected and asked, statement, just say what you have to say. Mr. Shin, our old boss asked Minister Lee and I to come over, we should have had a brief communication with you as well. After I said this, I pointed out the point I wanted to make, about the equipment piece. Your boss had a few words with me. Shinjisha nodded and said, he means to provide the overall control equipment. Yes, the control system for this gate equipment is different from the equipment we've done before. I looked at Shinjisha and Li Linchuan, and said, the point I want to make is here, this piece, is what Granite needs to talk to our boss about. And now the situation is here, the project is rather urgent, you are ready to buy the finished product for labeling, there is not much technical support to speak of at the moment, I'm just reminding you too that you need to think clearly about your development strategy behind you, whether or not it's associated with our company. Then thank you Minister Chen for the reminder. Li Linchuan said with a smile and a nod after hearing me say that. I smiled, pointed to the project information, and said, a lot of the equipment in here are finished products, and they also don't have much to do with our Hengyuan electric power, such as the replacement of the cameras, it doesn't make much sense to make an effort in this area. After a pause, I continued, it's not that I look down on Granite security, but this piece in the country has already had the industry's big guns, in terms of Granite's volume, can't afford to play this piece of technological research and development investment. We don't have the intention of our de-investment in this piece. Li Linchuan sat down and said, this piece in the project, the other side has requirements, we follow the requirements, procurement of branded cameras, and then replace it. The focus of your Hengyuan power should be on the project's uninterruptible power supply, right? Yes, I see. I nodded and said, the other party's requirements are very clear, it has a dual-circuit power supply, however, the dual-circuit power supply is a laboratory power supply, only part of the power supply can be used, and can't satisfy the overall dual-circuit power supply, so the other party is trying to get you to provide a solution, whether it's a dual-circuit power supply that is good, or equipment equipped with uninterruptible power supply that is good. Not bad. Shinjisha said with a smile and a nod. This is a test for Granite. I spread my hands and said, it's not even about technical support anymore, it's about giving the program and explaining the cost of the two programs, as well as comparing the advantages and disadvantages, the final decision is still in the hands of others. Minister Chen really hit the nail on the head when looking at the problem. Li Linchuan said with a smile. Correct you a little. Shinjisha interjected at this time, the cost piece, you don't have to care, you only need to give the program and clearly express the advantages and disadvantages of the two programs in comparison. After a pause, Shinjisha added, the equipment for this piece, Hengyuan Power should be able to provide, right? It can. I nodded and said, my own company can provide the relevant equipment, I am still very clear in my heart. Then about the cost of the equipment, you take it out separately. Shinjisha thought for a moment and said, because this project as a whole involves a lot of things, after all, it involves construction replacement equipment, many aspects are costly. It's also like what you said, it has to be given a proposal that is recognized before we can quote. So, the quoting thing will be operated by us, Granite as a whole. Nothing on my end then. I nodded and said, little Wang, right? Please bring me a working computer. Xiao Wang didn't respond, but instead looked at Li Linchuan. Only after seeing Li Linchuan quietly nod his head did he get up and go out. Not long after, Xiao Wang brought a laptop back and handed it over to me. As I opened the computer, Li Linchuan smiled and said, Minister Chen, this is also a test from our Granite to your Hengyuan Power. Mr. Li, please elaborate. I asked as I turned the computer on. For these two programs, Hengyuan Power provides the equipment, we want it to be cheap and have the core technology. Li Linchuan made the request. I thought about it and said, it's not that difficult, it just takes some time. In addition, our side is still providing the overall control equipment. The overall equipment piece, Mr. Shin has already communicated with your boss. Li Linchuan nodded and said, just do what Mr. Shin communicated with your boss. I only hope to have an advantage over the products on the market. Don't worry, Mr. Li, I will let Mr. Li see the strength of Hengyuan Power. I said without hesitation, involving the cooperation between the two companies, and also in-depth cooperation, I believe that our boss will definitely give a very sincere price, which will have a great price advantage over the products on the market. And what I can guarantee is that the components of the equipment, surely all reliable quality, and thus the overall equipment out, is also bound to be reliable quality. In fact, our constant source of electricity is somewhat similar to what I said before the integration of resources. The components we use are all existing mature products on the market. Only, the integration program that we play is to completely go with the technology of this set. The role of the components will play the effect that we want after we design and integrate them into a complete set of equipment. Without the accumulation of technology, it is impossible to make this kind of design. Moreover, there are millions of options for matching the components to realize the desired effect, because there are quite a lot of components with the same function on the market. The most important thing is how to choose the components with reliable quality and the best effect after composing the whole equipment. As for the cost price, I definitely won't tell Li Linchuan, nor will I tell Shinjixia. That's for our boss to know. The boss will definitely consider how much profit to add to the cost price to granite, will not give the other side of the equipment at cost price, even if the two sides will become a shareholding partnership in the future. Chapter 117 Suggestion. Seeing me full of confidence, Shinjixia smiled from the bottom of her heart. She knew that if I could behave so confidently, then there must be no problem. Li Linchuan nodded and didn't say anything more. Just then, Lin Sungtong came back. Shinjixia stood up and said, "Minister Chen, work at ease. If you need anything, talk to Shaolin." "Okay, Mr. Shen." I nodded, while then smiled at Lin Xiantang. Shinjixia then walked out of the conference room, while Li Linchuan didn't linger much and also went out of the conference room. That little Wang was sitting not far away from me. I pointed to the seat across from me and said, "Little Wang, you sit across from me." "Why?" Little Wang asked with a puzzled look, a little less than happy. "I need my company's colleagues to send me some information related to the components, as well as the drawings of similar production tablets that our company has previously designed over. This belongs to as our company's trade secrets, so it cannot be seen by you." After I finished saying this, I looked at Lin Sungtong and said, "You too, sit across from me." Lin Sungtong smiled, didn't say anything, and went to sit across from me. When Xiao Wang saw this scene, although he was reluctant, he had to stand up and walk across to me to sit down. I immediately made a phone call to Li Shanwei, told Li Shanwei about the situation, and asked Li Shanwei to go to the technical department and convey my request to the technical department. It was obvious that I did this in a roundabout way. Because I could have directly contacted Head Chen, or other colleagues in the technical department, and directly asked them to transmit the information I needed to me. But I have to go around this circle. The reason is simple: the ones who came over to contact the interview today were Li Shanwei and I. At this time, when this situation occurred, even though the boss promised Shinjixia, the boss didn't know exactly what I did here. The boss did say that he would fully support me to help Shinjixia take this project, but what I did, it is best to let the boss know. Let Li Shanwei go and convey to the technical department. She would understand what I meant, and would definitely tell the boss about my moves on this side of granite. It didn't take long for Head Chen to send over the information I needed. I also started my work. Without realizing it, it was time to leave work. Lin Chantang said at this time, "Brother Chen, Mr. Shin sent me a message saying that she's off duty and asked me to take you to her office." "Okay." I spoke, saved the information, turned the computer off, and then looked at Xiao Wang and asked, "I can take this computer with me, right?" "Yes." Little Wang nodded and said, "This computer he brought, there was nothing in it, so there was no problem for me to take it away." I got up and followed Lin Kandang out of the conference room to go to Shinjixia's office, while Little Wang also got up and left the conference room, heading in the direction of the corridor entrance. Shinjixia's office was a bit further in, separated from the conference room by a few offices, or divided into inner and outer suites. The outside was the office of Lin Kandang, the secretary, and the suite inside was Shinjixia's office. "Mr. Shin, Minister Chan is here." Lin Sungtong knocked on the open office door and said to Shinjixia, who was sitting behind the desk. After Shinjixia saw me, she immediately got up and waved at me, signaling me to enter her office. As I walked into Shinjixia's office, Lin Kaitang closed the office door. I walked over to Shinjixia's opposite side and sat down, casually placing the notebook computer on Shinjixia's desk. Shinjixia took out an ashtray from her desk drawer and pushed it in front of me. I lit a cigarette, took a drag, and said, "Just don't get all pretentious with you, just now I've been working and haven't been smoking." "See?" Shinjixia smiled and said, "I passed by the conference room and saw that you were working very seriously, very involved." After a pause, Shinjixia asked, "How was it?" Since I said it, I definitely did it. I smiled and said, "It's not difficult to give a proposal, and my side is also based on the design drawings, only, the piece of drawings of the design will definitely not be given to you, but to our boss." "That's good," Shinjixia said with a sigh of relief. However, it's not a dual power supply program, it's not really of much significance. I flicked the ashes of my cigarette and said to Shinjisha, that kind of uninterruptible power supply, there are also called EPSs on the market, there are also called UPSs, there's actually not much of a difference, you should have seen it before, the most common one is the supermarket checkout counter. See Shinjisha puzzled look, I know she does not understand what is going on. At that moment, I explained to Shinjisha, you should have never encountered a supermarket blackout, otherwise you should have seen it before. After saying that, I searched a small uninterruptible power supply device to Shinjisha, continued, supermarket blackout nothing to save the information, is the cash register, need a certain amount of time to ensure that the normal down, so this very small uninterruptible power supply, to support a half an hour, or even a dozen minutes of time will be enough. So that's how it is. Shinjisha smiled and said, I haven't really encountered a situation where the supermarket lost power when I went there. Basically, it's rare to see it anymore, there's nothing to say about this piece of our infrastructure. I said directly, this kind of uninterruptible power supply is actually energy storage, it will be switched at the moment of the power outage, and it will be automatically switched back after the power returns to normal, but the price difference between this thing according to the different lengths of the sustainable power supply time is very big. After a pause, I added, really encountered a certain power line problems, need to overhaul the time, this kind of uninterruptible power supply is not very meaningful, not to mention too much, is a power outage of 6 or 7 hours, can be powered for 6 or 7 hours of equipment, the volume is also quite huge, need to be placed in the equipment room separate equipment. Although power outages of half a day are now almost rare, and you don't see them once in a few years, you can't rule out the possibility. Moreover, in the event that it is a problem with the lines, or equipment such as transformers, the longer it takes for repairs to restore normal power supply. This is the reason why places similar to hospitals and other places must be equipped with dual power line access. So, you don't look favorably on the second set of options at all? Shinjisha understood what I meant. Yes, although I will write out the advantages and disadvantages of the two options, as well as the cost of the equipment required for you, I still recommend that you mainly push the dual power supply access option. I said with a straight face, I think that this project, since the other party has asked for it like this, is testing you guys, it's a kind of comprehensive test, completely giving the decision to the other party, it's not good for your side not to maintain a program. Chapter 118 The more you describe it, the darker it gets. The cigarette in my hand burned to the end when I said this, and I snuffed it out in the ashtray. Shinjisha stood up and stretched, her perfect figure showing in my eyes as she moved. Let's go, come home with me. Shinjisha said as she looked at me with a smile. I didn't say anything and stood up, walking outside with Shinjisha. This was already set in stone, what else did I have to say? Do you want to take that laptop? Shinjisha said with a smile, I did say that I'd monitor you 24 hours a day, which means that you'll need to stay at my house at night. Going to play this big? I asked as I stopped in my tracks. Of course. Shinjisha said with a straight face. I'll take it then. I turned around and walked a few steps, picking up the laptop, before I retraced Shinjisha's steps and walked together towards the outside of her office. However, I was silently sighing in my heart. Because I didn't know what kind of situation I would be in when I went to Shinjisha's house, I didn't know what kind of situation I would face. Therefore, I didn't have any mental construction to prepare for it. Shaolin, it's time to get off work. Shinjisha came out of the outer room and said to Lin Kantang. Okay, Mr. Shin. Lin Xiantang hurriedly got up and responded. I nodded slightly to Lin Santang and went out with Shinjisha, taking the elevator downstairs out of granite security. Shinjisha gave me her car keys and let me drive her car. My car, on the other hand, was thrown in the parking space outside granite security. I followed Shinjisha's guidance and drove all the way to the Platinum Joy Qingyun neighborhood. This neighborhood is a medium to high-grade neighborhood. There are two types of households, one is a large flat, one is a stacked colocation, both have a large area, 180 square feet to start with. Shinjisha told me that her family is a large flat, 240 square feet. Good guy, the area of a house is as large as 3 houses for an ordinary person. The car was parked in the underground parking lot. Shinjisha took me to the 10th floor by elevator. A 1 staircase, 1 family house is cool, the elevator goes straight to your door. Door locks are intelligent. Shinjisha walked to the door, face recognition verification passed, the door locks automatically opened, she took me into her home. Shinjisha changed slippers at the door and took out a brand new pair of slippers for me. I stood in place, and as far as my eyes could see was the antique and pure Chinese decoration, grand and unparalleled, yet with the warmth of home at the same time. Baby is back? Shinjisha's mom, Xia Guanlan's voice rang out. Immediately afterward, Xia Guanlan walked out from the room inside, and when she saw me following Shinjixia back, she was first stunned, and then she looked at me with a scrutinizing gaze. My dad hasn't come back yet? Shinjixia asked casually. Not back yet. Xia Guanlan changed into a smile and first answered Shinjixia's question, then asked, Baby, this is? Mom, act a little more reliably too. Shinjixia directly said, Statement, my neighbor, it's not like you haven't seen it before. Moreover, didn't you even talk to him privately? Hearing Shinjixia's words, Xia Guanlan steeply frowned and looked at me, a very thick trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Auntie, I didn't say this. I hurriedly waved my hand and said, I don't know how she knew, I definitely didn't say this to her. My dad also talked to him. Shinjixia said, It was my dad who told me, if you have any anger, take it out on my dad. What? Xia Guanlan frowned and said, Your dad also looked for him to chat? Statement, don't just stand there, come and sit down. Shinjixia pointed to the sofa in the living room and said, What's up with you bringing him back today? Seeing Shinjixia's behavior, Xia Guanlan directly said, To give me and your father a surprise, or a shock? That depends on your own feelings. Shinjixia saw me standing in place with some difficulty, simply walked to my side, pulled me to the sofa and sat down, saying, My mom is not a man-eating tiger, what are you afraid of? I'm not afraid, I just feel a little awkward. I said with a helpless face. You child, have you talked about your own mom like that? Xia Guanlan said slightly angry. Just at this time, the door lock made the sound of opening. Shinjixia's father, Shin Yanxiu, came back. Uncle! I hurriedly stood up to greet him. I would appear in Shin Yanxiu's home, he was obviously also very surprised, obviously showed a surprised look, then immediately returned to normal, said, Sit. After saying that, Shin Yanxiu changed his slippers and also came to sit on this side of the sofa. Xia Guanlan said at this time, Old Shin, you come over, I have a few words to ask you. Where do you have so many words to ask? Shin Yanxiu frowned and said, There's a guest at home, I have to chat with the guest first? Dad, you go and talk to my mom first, the statement will stay at our house tonight, you have plenty of time to talk. Shinjixia made me a cup of tea and said to Shin Yanxiu. What? Xia Guanlan was completely unsettled this time and said, Staying at our house? What's going on here? Alright, you should stop making more and more descriptions one after another. I really can't help it, said, You're completely adding fuel to the fire, Auntie, don't stop her from talking nonsense, this is how things are. At that moment, I told Xia Guanlan and Shin Yanxiu all about the cooperation between the two companies and Shinjixia's operation. They are Shinjixia's parents, Shinjixia do this in the end, what is the meaning, let them figure it out. I'm not going to get caught in the middle. No righteousness. Shinjixia said with feigned anger. Xia Guanlan calmed down after hearing my words, and even sat down beside Shinjixia, looking at me and saying, It was my daughter who specifically named you to go to Granite to talk about cooperation, right? You're just paranoid. Shinjixia rolled her eyes and said, Purely by coincidence, today I will bring him back, also purely by coincidence to meet him under the moment. Afterward, Shinjixia looked at Shin Yanxiu and said, Dad, today I dislike Li Linchuan to the point where he was speechless, so I can be considered to have gotten out of a bad mood. Hee, that's good. Shin Yanxiu said with a smile. This is all thanks to statement, he comes from a technical background, after arriving at Granite, in 3 or 2 sentences, he forced the pretentious Li Linchuan into a corner. Shinjixia giggled and said, It's completely a descending blow, crushing all the way. Hearing Shinjixia's words, Xia Guanlan was speechless. I come from a technical background, he doesn't understand technology, if I can't speak to him here, then I'll simply find a block of tofu and crash to death. I said helplessly, You can't compare me to Li Linchuan like this. Chapter 119 Oppression and Resistance. Shinjixia said more or less with personal emotions, Compare me with Li Linchuan, or from the technical level, so what is comparable? Hearing my words, Shin Yanxiu smiled. Really quite self-aware Xia Guanlan nodded at me and said. When Xia Guanlan talked to me last time, I said that I was a very self-aware person. It was as if she felt that me saying that just now confirmed this point that I had said to her earlier. In reality, I also knew that Xia Guanlan's words were meant with some sarcasm. However, since I promised Shinjixia, I naturally wouldn't leave halfway at this point. Moreover, if I really proposed to leave at this time, it would be very embarrassing, I would not be able to get off the stage, and neither would Xia Guanlan. At that moment, I pretended that I didn't hear the mocking meaning in Xia Guanlan's words. Or it could also be said that I gave full play to my own thick-skinned strengths. Mom, why are you saying that with a stick in your mouth? Shin Jixia interjected, that's how I compared it, what's wrong with that? It's that Li Linchuan who took it all in stride, saying that the technical matters would definitely be fine, and that he would definitely be able to negotiate with Han Yuan power. After a pause, Shin Jixia added, but what happened? In front of the statement, he would just say some irrelevant empty words, and it doesn't work at all. Xia Guanlan frowned at Shin Jixia's dislike, but she didn't say anything else. She didn't know whether it was because Shin Jixia was her daughter or because Shin Jixia's words left her speechless. I have an opinion with my daughter. Shin Yanxiu said at this time, that Li Linchuan gives me the feeling that he is not down to earth, he doesn't work on the ground, and if he doesn't have connections, it's hard for people like him to move an inch in society. Your words are really twisted. Xia Guanlan was exasperated by the two of them and said, when did this society stop talking about relationships? He has a relationship and doesn't use it to compete with the bottom people, that doesn't make him a little cutie. What's wrong with that? Mom, you can't keep talking in favor of Li Linchuan just because he is your student's classmate, right? Shin Jixia got a little angry and said, what did my dad mean by that? Isn't he saying that he's not down to earth? You're deliberately sidetracking the topic, no fun. You child. Xia Guanlan smiled helplessly and bitterly. Statement, what do you think about that Li Linchuan? Shin Yanxiu pulled out a cigarette and handed me one and asked. No smoking. Xia Guanlan said this not to me, but to Shin Yanxiu, because Shin Yanxiu had already taken out a second cigarette and clamped it between his fingers at this time. But this word, there is no difference with saying it to me. Smoking people just me and Shin Yanxiu, she does not let Shin Yanxiu smoke, I cannot smoke? Smoke yours. Shin Jixia from the coffee table under the touch out of the ashtray in front of me, but also to the ashtray poured a little water, to avoid me popping ash will run everywhere. Just smoke. Who is afraid of hua? I lit up the cigarette right away, and smoked a mouthful. This could make Xia Guanlan angry, obviously glaring at me. Shin Yanxiu, on the other hand, after hesitating for a few seconds, said, the statement came to the house as a guest, I accompanied the guests to smoke one. After saying this, Shin Yanxiu also lit the cigarette in his hand and smoked it beautifully. You guys are trying to piss me off, aren't you? Xia Guanlan pinched her waist and fumed. Menopausal old ladies are really scary. Shin Jixia was really a master who watched the fun, and added fuel to the fire at this time. This is considered to have completely ignited Xia Guanlan's anger. She turned around and walked to the side, taking a chicken feather duster over. I thought Shin Jixia saw the scene, how also have to hide. Which no, Shin Jixia directly stand up, and Xia Guanlan came to a confrontation, a stubborn face looking at Xia Guanlan, seems to be waiting for Xia Guanlan's hands of the chicken feather duster fell on her. I clearly saw a very obvious hesitation in Xia Guanlan's eyes. What for? Shin Yanxiu stood up, snatched the duster out of Xia Guanlan's hand and said, how old is your daughter, and you're still doing this? There is no doubt that Shin Yanxiu is giving Xia Guanlan a step down. Otherwise, if she didn't draw down the duster in her hand, she couldn't hang on to her own face. And pumping it down, the consequences were afraid to be even more serious. Because Shin Jixia's attitude today, it is clear that she is singing with her mom Xia Guanlan, or can also be said to be dissatisfied with Xia Guanlan for a long time. Seeing Shin Jixia's behavior today, I couldn't help but think of the saying, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Humph. Shin Jixia hummed softly and sat down on the sofa. Chen Mo, sit down and talk. Shin Yanxiu said to me at this time, tell me what you think about Li Linchuan. Xia Guanlan took a chicken feather duster to whip Shin Jixia. I naturally couldn't still sit there steadily, and when she walked over and Shin Jixia stood up, I stood up with her. If Shin Yanxiu hadn't blocked Xia Guanlan just now, giving her a step down, then I definitely would have done this thing he just did. Only, I definitely couldn't say what he said, but could only persuade Xia Guanlan to calm down. Xia Guanlan followed the step down given by Shin Yanxiu, and then took a seat on the sofa next to him, but glared fiercely at Shin Jixia to show off his authority. This person, I'm not very good at expressing an opinion. I said after a moment of contemplation. Why? Shin Yanxiu immediately asked. I've only met him twice, it's too arbitrary to express an opinion. I shook my head and said. It's fine, just say it casually. Shin Yanxiu smiled and said, even if it's the first time we meet, there has to be an impression, right? To say an impression, then I don't have a good impression of this person. I immediately gave an account of that meeting with Shin Jixia and Li Linchuan at the mall, and then said, this person's first impression on me is that he is small-minded. In this meeting today, I only saw that he has been opposing Shinjisha's decision-making, and from the work level, he is the vice president, and also the vice president who has been in the company since its inception, but Shinjisha is the old president who has just been in the company for not long, and this also makes me feel bad. After a pause, I added, without going to guess why he did this, but the result of him doing this is clear at a glance. Many people in the company, in fact, are not convinced by Shinjisha, and privately more convinced by him, which leads to Shinjisha in the company is difficult. Shinyenshio nodded and asked, what do you think should be done about my daughter's current situation? It's not appropriate to ask me this question. I smiled and said, Shinjisha has her own ideas, and moreover, she has already begun working on solving the difficulty she's facing right now. Chapter 120 Too Much Filter. Hearing my words, Shinyenshio looked interested and said, she settled her, it doesn't affect you to say what you think. My opinion, or rather, if I were in Shinjisha's position, I would definitely do the same as her. I interjected with a smile. Xia Guanlan snorted coldly at this time and said, you know what my daughter thinks? The reason I will appear here today, which I have already stated, is the program for this project. I looked at Xia Guanlan and said, this project is Shinjisha's decision, a decision made in spite of the opposition of Li Linchuan, the vice president, and once this project is made, it will bring benefits to the company, no matter how big or small. It is always Shinjisha's development of the company, which sets the direction, or a viable path. Based on this, the company will begin to serve Shinjisha. Shinjisha's authority in the company will be unquestionable, even if it could not be done at that time, as long as the development of the late smooth will certainly be able to do. No one can no longer block her decision of the boss. At that time, that's when Li Linchuan rolled away from granite. First hold back, then convince the public, then strike back. I concluded, that's what Shinjisha thinks, and that's what she's doing. My daughter told you, right? Xia Guanlan asked with a slight smile, but this smile, any way you look at it, looks like it's mocking me. Whatever you think. I got a little annoyed and said, I'm only doing my share of the work, giving Shinjisha a detailed and feasible plan. As for her situation in Granite Security, it has nothing to do with me. I'm a person from Hongyuan Power, not a person from Granite Security. Look through the door. Shinjisha once again chimed in for me, stating that it's not a college student who just left campus, and has already been in the workplace for so many years. How can I not see this matter clearly? After a pause, Shinjisha added, not just the statement to see clearly, the entire Granite Security staff, including Li Linchuan, who cannot see how I think. It's just that this is a Yang plot for me, not a conspiracy, and Yang plots are insoluble. The entire Granite Security staff is waiting to see the outcome of this project. Especially Li Linchuan, I'm wondering if he'll secretly use any underhanded tricks to sabotage this project. Shinjisha's face clouded over when she said this, and continued, Mom, if you help Li Linchuan speak again, you'll be completely on the opposite side of me. I hadn't quite understood before why Shinjisha had to bring me home in the name of work today. Moreover, it also kept confronting her mom, Xia Guanlan, after bringing me home. Even when Shinjisha had just said that Li Linchuan was a classmate of Xia Guanlan's student, I had never thought that things would be this serious. From Shinjisha's words, it could be heard that Xia Guanlan seemed to have always been on Li Linchuan's side. Auntie and Li Linchuan? I asked tentatively. My mom is a university teacher, and she has a student who was high school classmates with Li Linchuan. Shinjisha replied, so, my mom always helps Li Linchuan, and even lets Li Linchuan come to the house for dinner. Hearing Shinjisha's later sentence, I completely understood. Shinjisha's mom was giving Li Linchuan an assist. She's encouraging Li Linchuan to chase after Shinjisha? Work, life. On both levels, Li Linchuan is interfering with Shinjisha. No wonder Shinjisha is so rebellious. From the perspective of Shinjisha's mother, Xia Guanlan, if Li Linchuan chased Shinjisha to her hand, she would be a family in the future. She won't think that what she did was wrong. Moreover, she may even think that she is doing the right thing. She is for the good of Shinjisha. However, Xia Guanlan overlooked a problem. The starting point of her thinking was that Li Linchuan could catch up with Shinjisha. Once this starting point of thinking was not valid, then everything she thought about was all in the air. This matter. I looked at Shinjisha, then at Xia Guanlan, and said, I'm on your side. Auntie did it without thinking. Are you teaching me to do things? Xia Guanlan asked with a glare. Didn't mean that. At this age, Auntie, to use an old saying, has eaten more salt than I have eaten rice. I waved my hand and said, it's just that, by mixing work and life, there will be a logical deviation when thinking about the problem. Auntie might as well think about whether I'm right in this sentence. This matter isn't a day or two old. Shin Yanxiu put the cigarette into the ashtray, the burning cigarette met the water, issued a snort sound annihilation. Guanlan, my daughter and I, every time we talk to you, this topic cannot continue. Today the words here, and the statement of this outsider said, you are not to listen to what he said? Xia Guanlan frowned at Shin Yanxiu. Shin Yanxiu continued, you feel that my daughter and I are on the same front against you. Today, the statement is here, also expressed pretty much the same opinion as us. If you still can't listen to it, then we really have nothing to say. You say. Xia Guanlan looked at me, nodded and said. As far as what I just said, it's not okay to mix work and life. I continued, I won't speculate on what auntie means, I just think that work is something to be left at the company to be resolved and not brought to the house. Life is something to be solved at home, don't bring it to the company. After a pause, I added, whether a man is reliable or not, it's not what he says, but what he does. Some men are just silent, but the things they do are there for people to judge, whether the man is reliable or not. And some men are all mouth and talk, but can't see what he does. This kind of man, from my point of view as a man, is unreliable. Shin Jixia pushed the teacup towards me at this time, apparently signaling me to take a sip of water. I smiled at Shin Jixia, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, also leaving Xia Guanlan some time to think. Only after a few minutes did I say again, it's not good to look at people with colored glasses, it's easy to become prejudiced. Hearing my words, Xia Guanlan glared at me again. I'm not talking about me, it doesn't matter how auntie looks at me, I'm a thick-skinned person. I spread my hands and said, what I mean to say is, isn't auntie's filter on Li Linchuan a little too heavy? So much so that she thinks that Li Linchuan is a pretty good person? My student's high school classmate, that student of mine is still very reliable. Xia Guanlan admitted it and said, he told me that Li Linchuan is a good person, so of course I believe my student's words. If you want to put it that way, it's kind of like that. Hearing Xia Guanlan's words, Shin Jixia and Shin Yanxiu looked at each other, and both had easy smiles on their faces. Chapter 121, Concern is Chaotic. Judging from Shin Jixia and Shin Yanxiu's behavior, the two of them should have chatted with Xia Guanlan at home about Li Linchuan's matter. It was also likely that they had talked more than once. However, the result was bound to be that they failed to persuade Xia Guanlan. At this time, Xia Guanlan was able to admit that she was looking at Li Linchuan with a filter. For Shin Jixia and Shin Yanxiu, it should be a milestone that they failed to chat with Xia Guanlan before. The reason why it was a milestone was because chatting to this stage was actually still not enough. Auntie, your current situation is actually mixing work and life to look at Li Linchuan. I continued, and also viewing him with a filter. You might as well think about it the other way around. What did Knight Linchuan do? Xia Guanlan let out a puzzled snort. It's whether he responded to auntie in the same way. I explained, the only way he can live up to the filter auntie gave him is if he responds to auntie in the same way, the way he mixes work and life. That goes without saying? Shin Jixia bristled and said, Li Linchuan is what you say, work and life are separate, he has always been against my decisions in the company. But in life, he acts like a good old boy in front of my mom, I really feel disgusted. It's right to separate work and life. Shin Yanxiu struck while the iron was hot and said, Guanlan, but for him to do this is stating what he just said, it's not right anymore, because the way you treat him, you never mix work and life. That's why I don't have a good impression of him. If you put it that way, it is indeed the case. Xia Guanlan frowned slightly and nodded his head as he said, quite a bit to himself. One sentence is enough, this person's current approach is two-faced. Shin Jixia said without any good sense of humor, Mom, if you don't believe me, try giving him a call, he'll definitely use the words that work and life have to be separated to put you off. Unlikely, right? Xia Guanlan was still a bit unconvinced. Absolutely. I immediately said, he doesn't even have another excuse to use. Then I'll give him a call and ask. Seeing that both Shin Jixia and I spoke with such certainty, Xia Guanlan immediately took out his cell phone to call Li Linchuan, quite a bit unconvinced or wanting to prove himself. Just ask him directly why he keeps singing against me in the company. Shin Jixia said before Xia Guanlan dialed the number. Xia Guanlan didn't say anything else, and when he did, he made a phone call to Li Linchuan, and also asked him why he sang against Shin Jixia in the company, as Shin Jixia said. Of course, Xia Guanlan said it more euphemistically, unlike Shin Jixia who was so blunt. Auntie, it's like this. Li Linchuan said on the phone, Mission just took over the company, she is not familiar enough with the company yet, I know that me singing the opposite tune with her in the company may cause your displeasure. But, I have to do this, I have to be responsible for the development of the company. After all, although Granite Security is only doing basic business, it has a large number of employees, so it has to consider feeding its employees. Work matters are official matters, as for private matters, what she says is what she says, that's life level matters, work and life, I think they should be kept separate. Auntie, do you think so? Li Linchuan finally ended the conversation with this question. Yes, you are right. Xia Guanlan smiled when she heard these words from Li Linchuan and said, it's Auntie who is old and confused, work and life, indeed, should be separated. Alright, Xiao Chuan, that's it for now. After Xia Guanlan said this, she hung up the phone very dryly. And then, Xia Guanlan casually placed the phone on the coffee table and said, wash your hands for dinner. Xia Guanlan got up first, washed his hands and went to the dining room. Shen Jixia and Shen Yanqiu looked at each other again, and both of them had a bright smile on their faces. Keeping this in mind, Shen Jixia and Shen Yanqiu both looked at me, and Shen Jixia even said, I knew that bringing you home would definitely work. I've talked to my mom a few times, but I couldn't convince my mom. Let's go, wash your hands for dinner. Shen Yanqiu said with a smile as he got up. After Shen Jixia and I and Shen Yanqiu washed our hands, we also went to the dining room and sat down at the table. Have a drink? Shen Yanqiu asked as he looked at me with a smile. No. I shook my head and said, I'm planning to run through the framework of that project first tonight, drinking delays things. Then let's eat straight away. Xia Guanlan said as he served me a bowl of rice. Thanks. I took the bowl of rice and thanked her, and then asked, Auntie, such a big house, didn't hire a nanny? She's not used to having outsiders at home. Shen Yanqiu smiled and said, for so many years, your aunt did all the housework herself. That auntie is really amazing, a university teacher, with such a good job, and such good family conditions, she still takes care of all the housework. I said sincerely. Household chores, nothing more than cleaning under the health, frying vegetables, and laundry cooking and so on. Xia Guanlan said, take some time to do, just now the young people are lazy, not to mention other things, let's say washing clothes, now all automatic washing machine, can cost what? Spread out the era of hand washing, it is not a heavenly thing? Can only say that times are different. I shook my head with a smile and said, people's concepts are different. The table was set with 4 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meat and 2 veggies plus a purple cabbage and egg flour soup, which could be described as nutritionally balanced. Moreover, the flavors were quite good. I didn't accompany Shen Jixia's dad to drink, and he didn't manage to drink either. From this, it was evident that Shen Jixia's mom was usually still very strict in her control at home. It seems that this matter of Li Linchuan, I really did it wrong. Xia Guanlan ate her meal and took the initiative to mention this topic, saying, in the future, you can do whatever you want in the company, mom won't nag you anymore, and won't mention him in front of you. It still has to be an outsider who can talk about you. Shen Yanqiu said with a smile. It's just a matter of the authorities being confused and the onlookers being clear. I said with a smile, moreover, the 3 of you family members chatting about this topic at home, with uncle and Shen Jixia on the same front, it's definitely going to give auntie the feeling of being in the same boat. It's mainly because I look at Li Linchuan with a filter. Xia Guanlan shook his head and said. In reality, Xia Guanlan had never been an uninformed person. On the contrary, Xia Guanlan was still a very sensible person. It's just that this matter of Li Linchuan, and it can also be said that this person involved Shen Jixia, and she actually cared. Although I know this point, but did not mention this point. Because once this point is mentioned, I'm afraid that through this point, more things will be extended, although not to say that it will cause them to quarrel, but there is a great possibility that it will cause them to be unhappy. Mom, if you just mind my business less, this won't happen. Shen Yanqing said at this time. Chapter 122 Choking Each Other. Hearing Shen Jixia's words, I couldn't help but be a bit speechless. She still picked this topic. The reason why I didn't mention this and didn't touch on this topic was because both Xia Guanlan and Shen Yanqiu had both approached me for a chat. And chatting with the husband and wife duo, a different situation had arisen, and that was enough for me to know that they had different attitudes on Shen Jixia's matter. Xia Guanlan's concept has always been to control Shen Jixia, even if she is already 30 years old, but in Xia Guanlan's heart, she is always her daughter, always her child. Shen Yanqiu has a different point of view. He believes that Shen Jixia is older, that is, his own children are older, their own things should be their own master. In fact, it is too common for parents to have such different attitudes towards their own children, and it can be said to be a common phenomenon in our country. The only thing that surprises me is that in terms of Shen Jixia's family conditions, it's not the bottom of the social ladder at all, and it can already be said to be the existence of a high social class. Such a level of family, there is still the existence of this problem. The vast majority of families, in fact, is still the bottom of the social family. The real income is very high, social status is very high, is always a minority. This has been the case for the last 5,000 years. This topic, or can also be said that Shin Yanxiu and Xia Guanlan's different attitudes toward Shin Jixia's matter, different from Li Linchuan this matter. This is a deeply rooted concept that is very difficult to change. Because of this, mentioning this and extending it to this topic would cause them to argue. In addition, Xia Guanlan or Shin Yanxiu, they all know very well that Shin Jixia and I actually have mutual feelings for each other. And since I'm in their house right now, talking about this topic would make me uncomfortable and even embarrassed. Especially because of the current situation, that is, this topic was brought up by Shin Jixia's instigation, it was even more so that the spearhead was vaguely pointed at me. Unsurprisingly, Xia Guanlan should think that Shin Jixia bringing up this topic was actually because of me, or because she had a crush on me. To put it bluntly, Xia Guanlan would think that Shin Jixia was fighting for their approval of me. As expected, Xia Guanlan smiled slightly, gave me a rather meaningful look, and said, "I rarely mind your business." "You mind enough," Shin Jixia said with some dissatisfaction. "I and Fang Shiliang. Don't mention this topic," Xia Guanlan said in a deep voice. Shin Yanxiu also nodded and said, "Your mom is right, don't mention this topic, let bygones be bygones, people need to look forward." Shin Jixia, I think it's better not to talk about the topic you want to talk about now. I smiled bitterly and said, this kind of topic is suitable for people who don't have me as an outsider present, you family of three chatting, onto your uncle, no matter what kind of attitude they hold, in short, in a word, their starting point is for your own good. You are good at talking. Xia Guanlan looked at me with a smile and said, it's no wonder that my daughter has a crush on you. Gotta. I'd better stop talking. Because Xia Guanlan's words clearly had the meaning of pointing me out. Mom, you shouldn't always look at statements with prejudice. Shin Jixia frowned and said, he can talk, it's not what you mean, your words are obviously ambiguous, referring to the negative statement that the statement can talk. It's whatever you think it is. Xia Guanlan said with a smile. I'm full. Shin Jixia pushed the rice bowl and walked over to the living room sofa to sit down and drink tea. I really shouldn't have come. I couldn't help but say helplessly. That's how they are as mothers, I'm not surprised anymore, eat your food. Shin Yanxiu said as he ate, when I came back, didn't you also see my daughter choking with her mom, now it's just the other way around. This is also true. In the beginning, it was Shin Jixia choking Xia Guanlan. Now it is actually Xia Guanlan who is choking Shin Jixia. Only, as far as the current situation is concerned, it seems that Xia Guanlan is still better, right? Directly, Shin Jixia was so angry that she didn't eat. However, it cannot be said so, after all, Shin Jixia also choked before Xia Guanlan took the chicken duster. Xia Guanlan smiled and gestured with his chopsticks, saying, eat, regardless of her. I'm also full. I pulled the last bite of rice from my rice bowl into my mouth, stood up and left the table, and also went to sit down on the sofa side. However, I was the one who didn't continue chatting with Shin Jixia about the topic at the dinner table, but instead opened the laptop that I brought back and started writing about this project of granite security. This is my job, of course it is easy to do. Shin Jixia sat on the side and didn't bother me, only adding hot water to my teacup. Shin Yanxiu and Xia Guanlan didn't come over to the living room sofa side after dinner, so I worked my ass off. When I felt a little sore in the waist and stood up to stretch, I realized that it was already around 9:30 p.m. Progress isn't slow. Shin Jixia had actually been keeping an eye on my progress. Not fast. I shook my head and said, I just first organized the feasibility, advantages and disadvantages comparison of the two options, and I haven't written anything specific yet. After a pause, I pointed to the document on the computer and said, you didn't see the front side about the technology and equipment, I didn't write it at all. That's the harder part, and of course, my specialty. Let's see. Xia Guanlan walked over at this time and sat down on the sofa. Shin Jixia handed her the laptop, and Xia Guanlan put on her eyes and carefully went to look at the comparison of the two scenarios I had written down. Xia Guanlan looked very carefully and earnestly. However, the more she looked, the more relaxed her face became, revealing a smile at the back. Without a doubt, she was still satisfied with the comparison of the two scenarios I wrote down. It's not much of a surprise, because it doesn't involve technical aspects, it's just a comparison of the advantages and disadvantages and whatnot, and I used easy to understand vernacular. Even people who are not technically savvy can do it at a glance and understand it. Some people write something looks very professional, a variety of technical terms, even if peers look tired, not to mention people who do not understand technology to see, definitely not understand the cloud. This kind of purely pretend. The real technical level of things, with technical terms, but also have to try to do so that people understand at a glance, which is the real level of technical personnel. Of course, this is not my experience, but what Shen Tu taught me. According to the comparison of the advantages and disadvantages of the two programs you wrote, it seems that you are preparing to mainly push the dual circuit power supply as a program? After Xia Guanlan finished reading, he took off his glasses and rubbed them and asked me. I nodded and said, mainly pushing this program is what Granite should do, so, in the end, Shinjisha will have to push this program. Chapter 123 Relationship Program. Xia Guanlan placed the laptop on the coffee table, looked at me and asked, in the previous part about the equipment, how come you only listed a title and nothing else? That part is more troublesome and the most important. It can't be written in a moment. I replied, the main thing is that there will be many different programs that can be paired with such a device, and I need to specifically weigh the price of the components, the quality, and pair up the simplest and most practical, and cost-effective program. According to you, you are not going to make several sets of equipment programs out, but intend to give only one set of equipment programs? Xia Guanlan asked as he grabbed the key point in my words. Yes. I nodded and said, that's what I would say to Auntie, and to Shinjisha, and such a proposal is both because I know Shinjisha, and also because the way the two companies are cooperating is by entering into a shareholding. After a pause, I added, after all, matching components together like this is a rather time-consuming and energy-consuming thing, and if it's just the kind of customization business our company used to have, looking at it from our company's point of view, it's actually something that doesn't pay off. Understood. Shinjisha, hearing my words, interjected, customers who used to look for your company to customize complete sets of equipment, you just give a set of solutions that can be solved to achieve the desired effect of the customer, right? Right. I said with a smile, the first consideration is the customer's needs, to meet the customer's needs can be, and then there is such a business, the customer has a psychological expectation of the price, our business department to talk to customers about business, will first know the customer's general psychological expectation of the price, our technical department only need to be based on the two conditions, as soon as possible out of the equipment drawings to design the program on the good. The simpler the program your technical department comes out with, the fewer components the equipment needs to use, the lower the price of the components, isn't the profit bigger? Xia Guanlan asked with some puzzlement, listening to what you mean by this, it seems as if your technical department will not consider it in this direction? It's not that it won't consider it, but it doesn't matter if it can be considered, and it doesn't matter if it can't be considered. I explained, any industry, any kind of product is the same, the price is too low, often means the quality is not reliable. When I said this, I picked up my teacup and took a sip of tea, and added, expensive things are not necessarily good, but good things must be expensive. No one would refute this statement except for some unreasonable barbs. Shinjisha and Xia Guanlan both smiled after hearing this. This program that mainly pushes the dual power lines, it doesn't look like it's strong enough at the moment. Xia Guanlan looked at me with a smile and said, not enough strength? I asked with somewhat less understanding. Although I haven't given the specific equipment composition scheme of the two programs, I also just wrote a comparison of the advantages and disadvantages of the two programs, and in the end, it is also for Shinjisha to go with the project side to push this program. However, about how Shinjisha may push this program, I actually simply wrote a few comments, sort of give Shinjisha as a focus to think about. Xia Guanlan would say this, obviously because he had seen those few opinions that I had written later for Shinjisha to use for thinking. Mom, he doesn't know what's going on, he can't answer this question of yours. Shinjisha said at this time. Xia Guanlan asked in confusion, what's going on? He's even coming up with a proposal for your company, how can you say he doesn't know what's going on? I brought him home today, and it's all related to this matter. Shinjisha took a sip of tea and said, Li Linchuan is worried that Heng Yuan Power knows about the project side and will directly contact the project side to snatch this proposal from us. The project information he showed to the statement was smeared, only a little bit of the requirements, and pressed the specifics of the project side. After a pause, Shinjisha added, I brought statement home, and at that time, I told Li Linchuan that I would bring statement with me, and bring it home, and monitor statement 24 hours a day, so as to avoid the situation that he was worried about. Xia Guanlan frowned straight as he listened and said, isn't this nonsense? You guys are talking to Heng Yuan Power about taking shares, and Heng Yuan Power's boss is a little cutie. Would you ruin this kind of cooperation of taking in shares because of a project? Your cooperation is not only the development of granite, but also involves the development of Hanyuan power. How could a boss be so short-sighted? Auntie, the reasoning you're talking about is something a 3-year-old child would understand. I interjected at this time. Our boss told me on the phone that he wants me to fully cooperate with Shinjisha and do a good job on this project, and if there's anything I need, just ask him. Even if I'm too busy to do it on my own, he can send the other colleagues from our company's technical department over to help me. This is already enough to see our boss's sincerity, but it's not possible that Li Linchuan is deliberately singing the opposite tune to Shinjisha, with his personal preconceptions, or his personal intentions. Of course he'll do it. I don't mean to denigrate Li Linchuan when I say this, but I really do think so. Other than that, I can't think of any other possibility that would make her do this. Moreover, he erased some information, although it doesn't have much effect on me to come up with a technical equipment program, but, accordingly, some of the advice that can be provided to Shinjisha from the technical level, the equipment level, so that it's easier for her to go and negotiate with the project side is the advice or opinion that I can't bring up anymore. I said these words in one breath, and this was the most I had ever spoken in one breath in front of Xia Guanlan. You say it in front of me. Xia Guanlan's face turned a bit not so good, nodded and said, the situation of the project, which he erased, I can tell you. After a pause, Xia Guanlan continued, and I just asked you that question. In fact, there is a reason, just in the project information written, the project side, although it has a dual power line access, but it is the main use all the way, standby all the way. The most critical thing is, standby all the way, in fact, only for a small portion of the region to use. This. I looked at Shinjisha in dismay and asked, how does Auntie know the information of the project side? Did you show it to Auntie? This project was given by a friend of my mom's. Shinjisha smiled and said, what's so unusual about her knowing? Moreover, this project party is a college, and my mom knows that college quite well. Since that's the case, then Li Linchuan still keeps opposing you? He's a cutie. It doesn't work? I couldn't help but say somewhat breathlessly. He doesn't know that this project is from my friend. Xia Guanlan said indifferently, I didn't tell him that. Chapter 124, Welcoming a Solution to a Problem. How could I not expect that this project would be a relationship project? Since it's a relationship project, there's absolutely no way that it will fall to the side. It's only possible that it will be given to Shinjisha's granite security. It's just a matter of which program will be finalized for this project. Even in terms of the total cost of the project side would not make things difficult for Shinjisha. He shouldn't be this stupid, right? I hesitantly said, I think Li Linchuan, this person is still very smart. Auntie is a university teacher. Since it's a project of a university, and it's Shinjisha who got it, he should think that there's a possibility that it's related to Auntie, right? If he can't even think of that, then he's really a cutie pie. He's a cutie. He thought of it and even called to ask me. Xia Guanlan picked up his teacup to drink tea and said, it's just that, although this project was given by my friend, before it was given, I wasn't actually notified. This friend of mine and I don't have the matter of exchanging interests, and it was only after I knew that my daughter had taken over this project that I called to ask this friend of mine, the main reason being that the security business of this college had been given to Granite a long time ago. The fact that my daughter would take over Granite is also something that this friend of mine didn't know. This project is mainly a remodeling. Granite is equipped with this strength. A small part of it only involves equipment that fits my daughter's development plan for Granite. Xia Guanlan glanced at Shinjisha when he said this. Shinjisha smiled and nodded, saying, my mom is right, this project is just that. It was only after getting the project first that I realized there was this relationship. Xia Guanlan put down his teacup and said, if it was me who got the project for my daughter through a relationship, I would have nothing to hide and would have told Li Linchuan. It's not a project that I got through a relationship, it's a project that I got normally, and I naturally wouldn't show this layer of relationship, so he would really think that there's nothing to do with me, and naturally he wouldn't have thought that there would be a layer of relationship in place. I nodded in realization and said, so that's what happened. In retrospect, it's really a good thing that I didn't tell him that there was this layer of relationship, thanks to the fact that I got the project normally. Xia Guanlan frowned and said, Li Linchuan, this person, I really looked away. On the basis of what you guys have said today, he has a small smart, not a big wisdom. If he knew about this layer of relationship, he must have been eager to seek for profit, and will definitely look for me to say a few words to my friend. Forget it, let's not talk about this person. Xia Guanlan looked at me and said, continuing with the topic just now, the small area backup power supply I mentioned is that college laboratory equipped with power supply, understand? Understood. I immediately interfaced, although it is a dual-channel power supply access, but the daily main power supply, the second line, is dedicated to the laboratory. That is, in fact, only the laboratory is a dual-channel power supply. The other office buildings, teaching buildings, dormitories and other electricity are still only the daily power supply that way, and does not have a dual-channel power supply access. Right, that's it. Xia Guanlan said. As for why this is the case, because I know the project, had asked my friend a mouth, as if because the second power load has been almost full, cannot be provided as a second power supply for the entire school, can only fall back and choose to give the laboratory equipped with dual power lines. This is all routine operation. I interjected, Auntie, isn't it true that there is some requirement for electricity on the lab side? It's not really a requirement, but there are two conditions that must be met if you want to maintain this dual power supply program. Xia Guanlan looked at me and said, one is the load problem that I just mentioned to you, and then there is the lab side equipped with dual power supply is to not break the power, the equipment in your program. You need to make sure that there are problems that do not affect the lab's electricity. Xia Guanlan's words seemed to be very awkward. However, in reality, it was not awkward at all. It was just a request made by a person who did not understand technology. It is often the case that when someone who does not understand technology makes a request, it will make another person who does not understand technology sound a little awkward. But to someone like me, who is technically inclined, it would be immediately clear what she meant by that. The load issue, this is the need to do a power usage calculation, as well as the load factor of the second power source available for comparison, to figure out the redundancy, whether or not it is enough for the equipment in my program, as well as the other electricity used in the renovation. Both the use of dual power lines, but does not affect the laboratory power, in fact, refers to all the equipment in my program. Everything needs to be from a safety point of view, that is, any problem in the use of the second power supply cannot be affected by the laboratory power safety. That is, any failure, causing any problem, the equipment side to be able to realize the automatic cutoff, so as not to affect the laboratory side of the electricity. For example, leakage, such as short circuit, and so on. All of these will cause the power switch safety action, which is often referred to as tripping. At that moment, I explained these two levels in detail to Xia Guanlan. The first level, naturally needless to say, have to go to the site visit and make calculations in order to know whether it can work. As for the second level, it was nothing at all. All that is needed is for the equipment in the program I provided to have a lower safety value than the one adjusted in the lab, and then it can be completely realized. The safety value is commonly referred to as sensitivity by people who don't understand technology. For example, our home leakage protector master switch, do not understand the technology, will say that the home of the master switch is too sensitive, or not sensitive, and so on. In reality, it's a matter of safety value. Different models of leakage protection devices, its safety value is different, the trigger conditions are naturally different, so it will give people this sensitive and insensitive feeling. Of course, the safety value of the leakage protection device, some of them are factory fixed value, cannot be adjusted. And there are many that are adjustable. These are all good to fix. The only problem is that if I were to fix them, then I would have to go on the ground to the project side, which screwed up school, to see the field equipment specifically. I spread my hands and said, this means that I thoroughly know the specifics of this project. Li Linchuan's side is afraid that it will make a mess. You're still following my daughter to the company tomorrow. Xia Guanlan got up and said, I will pick you up from the company tomorrow. If you follow me, he won't know what I'm taking you to do. It's getting late, rest early. Xia Guanlan looked at Shen Zhixia and said, you take the statement to the guest room. Chapter 125, Tiptoeing Around. After Xia Guanlan said this, she went back to her and Shen Yanxiu's room. Where's your dad? Only then did I ask Shen Zhixia in a low voice, why haven't I seen him? You were too involved in your work just now. My dad went to the study after dinner. This should be in the bedroom getting ready to rest. Shen Zhixia said with a light smile. I nodded with a sudden realization. No wonder I didn't see Shen Zhixia's dad, Shen Yanxiu, so it was that he went to the study after eating. However, what Shen Zhixia said is also the truth. I work that will still be very focused. Didn't notice Shen Yanxiu went to the study is also normal. Let's go, take you to the guest room. Shen Zhixia said this and took me to her family's guest room. This house of hers wasn't just big, the design was quite reasonable, and there were quite a lot of rooms. It's not like some of the houses that have been launched in the past few years. The area is big enough, but the design is extremely unreasonable. Just a few rooms, more than 200 square meters, 3 rooms and 2 halls design, pure waste of area. Large area should be designed with more rooms. In this way, each individual area is not very large. Even if the population is small, living will not feel how empty. And the kind of household design that had a large area but just a few rooms was quite unreasonable in my opinion, and a family with a small population living there would feel empty and unpopular. Across the street is my room. After Shinjisha brought me into the guest room, she pointed at the opposite bedroom door and said to me, "What's the point of telling me this?" I joked, "It's not like I dare to sneak around and touch your room in the middle of the night." "So, you're just saying that because you don't dare?" Shinjisha immediately caught the loophole in my joke, looked at me with a smile, and said, "If you have the chance, you really want to touch my room?" Her smile was like that of a cunning little fox. I wanted to make a few jokes with her, but her home, I couldn't help but glance towards the door, worried that her parents would hear. I still swallowed back the words that had reached my mouth. "My parents live in the innermost bedroom, they can't hear." Shinjisha seemed to have seen what I was thinking, and whispered to me, "Forget it, here, it's just a joke." I said with a smile, "You'd better hurry back to your room, I'm going to wash up and rest." The guest room also came with an independent bath inside. This house of Shinjisha's family was genuinely quite good. The toiletries are all there, and they're all brand new as well, so just unpack and use them. Shinjisha finished saying this, exited the guest room, and went back to her own bedroom on the opposite side. After I closed the door, I went to wash up, while later lying on the bed to rest. Only, I didn't sleep immediately, but closed my eyes and was thinking about the equipment composition scheme of those two programs. Think it through in your head before you put it down on paper, and the more carefully you sort it out, the faster you can write it when it hits the paper. Whenever I get a custom equipment job, it's the same thing. Think it through in my head, write it down, and then finally go out to the site and assemble the equipment and commission it. Granted security this project, the boss is very important, and is Shinjisha's company, how I have to pay attention to it, the equipment provided, both independent design, but also has to be the optimal. The so-called optimal is not the most expensive, but the most appropriate. Electrical equipment this thing, it does not have to be the more expensive the better, the most suitable is the best. Or can also say, no matter what things, the most suitable is actually the best. Like our company previously received a customer customized equipment orders, the customer is a small factory owner, is also customized a production line control equipment. That production line control equipment he first purchased is also a complete set, is with the production line with matching to the reason why we will customize, is that the production line equipment manufacturers closed down, he wanted to buy the original cannot be bought. As his factory is not big, the budget is also very limited. In this case, if you want to meet the customer's needs and achieve the effect that the customer wants, you can only buy some cheap components and design and assemble them. However, cheap also means average quality. We told this situation to the customer did not have any opinion, as long as it does not exceed his budget, how can? Later, we gave this customer customized equipment, because the components are too cheap, the quality is very general, out of the warranty period often have problems. And the customer is not dissatisfied at all. Every time we send people over to the maintenance costs are never ambiguous. Why? Inside the components are cheap, maintenance is also cheap. From this we can see that the customer only recognized the cheap, suitable for him, to meet the expectations of the cheap product is the most suitable for him is the best. And some big manufacturers, or other customers not bad money, often more important stability, warranty is only a minimum period, they want the effect as a long time to run stably, not to let the problem, but as little as possible. After all, no matter any kind of components, there is aging time. In fact, any product is slowly aging. Just when I closed my eyes thinking about the equipment program, the door of the room issued a snap, a very slight sound. Immediately, a figure tiptoed in, quietly closed the door, and tiptoed to the bed, giggling on the bed. Although the lights were turned off in the room, it wasn't dark to the point of no return. What's more, Shinjisha was wearing a white silk halter nightgown, which really stood out in the darkness. "What are you up to?" I asked in a very low voice. At this moment, Shinjisha had already burrowed into my arms, and her body was emitting a faint fragrance that was the scent of shower gel. Beneath the scent of the shower gel there was also a trace of a special aroma hidden underneath, that was her unique body scent. "You didn't fall asleep, huh? I thought you were asleep." Shinjisha pillowed my arm, exhaled like orchids and said in my ear, "Even if I'm asleep, you have to wake up when a big living person drills into my arms." I said somewhat speechless, "This is in your home, you are too bold. The key is your mom's attitude, clearly does not want to see us together. If your mom finds out." At this hour, she would have already fallen asleep. Shinjisha interrupted my words, said, "Statement, we are not children, are adults, were you so much taboo? Don't we have an agreement?" I said helplessly. Yes, there is an agreement but now, this is not a violation of the agreement between us? Shinjisha rightfully refuted me. I really was her. This rebuttal cannot say anything, and no substantive things, really did not violate the agreement between the two of us. Chapter 126 Future Son-in-Law? Shinjisha refuted me dumbfounded, slightly raised his head to come to my lips and kissed me sloppily. What is this? I asked with a smile, a slap in the face and a sweet date? Obviously, I was being analogous with that. She didn't slap me. What I meant was that she first retorted me dumbfounded and then gave me a kiss. Isn't this a typical slap and give a sweet date? Sort of. Shinjisha also smiled and said, It's been a while since I've seen you, and I wanted to chat with you. Today you went to my company, and until just now in the living room, it was all about work. After a pause, Shinjisha added, From now on, don't chat a word about work. Okay, I'll listen to you. I first agreed, and then said, Be honest, it's hard to stir up the fire, we're not inexperienced people. I will say the latter sentence, because Shinjisha pillowed in my arm hand, fingers gently in my chest convex. I felt a little itchy as I drew circles around the bumps on my chest. But, still, I am not a brat, and know that this itchy feeling will soon disappear because of adaptation, and the next thing will be ruffled up. Which knows, Shinjisha just let out a soft playful laugh, and the movements of her hands didn't stop at all. However, Shinjisha sidetracked the topic and asked, How's the progress of your divorce? It's that lawyer you commissioned, you didn't ask? I asked back with a smile. I've been too busy lately to ask. Shinjisha said, The time for my divorce from Feng Shiliang to go to court hasn't arrived yet, but it's coming up. My divorce case with Zhou Lin has been filed and is also waiting for the court date. I said helplessly, I didn't expect to end up going this far. Originally thought that I could get an agreed divorce with Zhou Lin. If it was an agreed divorce, I should have gotten a divorce certificate by now. When is the court date? Shinjisha said this, her fingers changing to her palms, exploring all the way down my body, still slowly exploring towards the bottom. More than 20 days from now. I counted the time and said, It's only just been filed a few days ago. I lay on the bed and didn't move a muscle, not daring to provoke Shinjisha, because as far as her drilling into my arms was concerned, it was already warm and soft in my arms, making my mind a little unstable. If I make a slight move, it's bound to start a prairie fire in an instant. To that time, can be difficult, I will not ask for trouble. Although I have been turning on the air conditioning, the room is full of cold air, but at this time I also feel a little bit of heat. From this, it can be seen that Shinjisha's killing power, that's really not ordinary. However, Shinjisha is not honest, I can't let her do whatever she wants, and at that moment, I reached out my hand and grabbed her strange hand, saying, It's going to cross the line Shinjisha smiled cheekily, and backhandedly held my hand. Holding it is better than her being dishonest and making fun of it. I sighed in my heart. Which knows, I just sighed such a sentence. Shinjisha raised her left leg and directly pressed on my body. Shinjisha brought me back to her home tonight. I didn't have any change of clothes, much less pajamas, and after taking a bath I was only wearing boxer shorts. Even at home, I don't actually have summer pajamas. It's summer, and I'm a big man, so what kind of pajamas do I wear? It's the norm to wear a pair of half pants and a bare bladder. But today, I don't even have a pair of pants. Shinjisha wore a halter nightgown, she raised her leg and pressed on me. I immediately felt a smooth and delicate feeling. I couldn't help but turn my head and look at Shinjisha. Shinjisha seems to anticipate that I want to open my mouth to speak. When I twisted my head, slightly raised his head up, directly to the words I wanted to say blocked in the mouth. The sweet and fragrant feeling appeared in my mouth once again. After I savored it, I gasped slightly and said, It's not like you don't have a hard time, what the hell? I'm happy to. Shinjisha looked at me with watery eyes and said. Although the lights were turned off, but when they were close, they could still see the colors on each other's faces. Especially Shinjisha's eyes, watery and bright and frightening. I couldn't help but flex my own arms and hugged her tightly. Shinjisha seemed to be very satisfied with my actions, pillowed on my chest, silently did not speak again. I also felt this beauty and stopped talking for a while. Many times, when Shinjisha and I were together, even when we were silent and didn't speak, there was always a very comfortable feeling, even when the two of us were just sitting together, unlike now. For example, when we were on the terrace before, we were also silent for a while, but it felt very comfortable. I can't help but think of the things I wanted to work on before in the middle of my mind. Perhaps, Shinjisha is the woman who is most suitable for me? Soon, this calmness was again disrupted by Shinjisha's quirks. She was using the bends of her legs to make quirks. Because of that agreement, I always didn't want to get pissed off. But this time, Shinjisha's repeated weirdness made me change my mind. Is it okay to always make me feel bad? Silently, I stretched out my claws. Shinjisha slightly trembled for a moment, and then leaned towards my side again, and also slightly raised his head, his eyes somewhat confused to look at me. Without saying a word, I lowered my head and came up. Then, it was all over. What can I do? Can I still just wear my pants to work tomorrow? I couldn't help but say somewhat breathlessly. Whatever, who made you so unproductive? Shinjisha succeeded in her mischief making, and had a look of smugness to the extreme. You managed to kill and not bury Ah? I got up speechless and went to the bathroom to wash my clothes. Shinjisha lying on the bed, exactly lying on the bed, hands resting on the cheeks looking at me, a pair of feet also warped, but also a little bit, looks really naughty to the extreme. I looked at Shinjisha a glance, heart cannot help but feel 1,000 emotions, and she is not a class of people, what virtue, and how can let her pendant? This is also the reason why I actually have been reluctant to break that agreement with Shinjisha. There are some things, to cherish when, from the heart hope each other good. If you can't get together, I'd rather leave myself with a kind of regret in beauty than to have one. Or you can also say, don't care about the long time, only care about once have. I do not agree with this sentence. In fact, I am not unaware that my kind of thinking seems to be a bit out of touch with this era. However, I have never been able to change this kind of thinking of mine, or one could also say that it is an opinion. My mom will go to the company tomorrow to look for you, guess what she'll say? Shinjisha asked as she rolled over, a more smug look on her face. Can she still say that I'm her future son-in-law, can't she? I said jokingly. You're right. When Shinjisha heard this from me, she sat up from the bed in a single bound and said, how did you guess? Chapter 127 Rebellion and Menopause. I couldn't help but be speechless for a long time with my jaw dropped. I had merely made a casual remark. I guessed, my ass. I couldn't help but say, I just made that up off the top of my head. After a pause, I asked, your mom wouldn't really say that, would she? Whether she would really say that directly, I can't guarantee it. Shinjisha thought for a moment and said, but what I can guarantee is that she will definitely ensure out that you are our family's future son-in-law. Oh. I nodded with a sudden realization and said, it still has to be so in front of Li Linchuan, right? Aha. Shinjisha smiled and nodded, giving me a very positive answer. Your mom is really funny. I finished washing my boxer shorts, found a hanger to prop them up, and hung them in the air conditioning vent. Shinjisha looked dumbfounded. Hanging them here, they'll almost dry out in one night. I smiled and said, it won't delay me from wearing it in the morning, so I won't have to make another trip home. Really? Shinjisha said, crying and laughing. It's getting late, hurry back to your room and rest. I said as I put on my long pants. Shinjisha didn't continue to pester me, and got up, saying, well, I also need to go back to my room and take another shower, and I also need to wash my clothes. As she said that, Shinjisha looked down at the hem of her skirt, and on her way out, she also glared at me fiercely and said, bad you, it's all your fault. Of course I knew what she meant by bathing and washing clothes. After all, it's not like she didn't feel it, and there were definitely traces left behind. Isn't it true that you have to shower and wash your clothes? However, this is really unreasonable of her. What do you mean by breaking me? What do you mean it's all my fault? It's obvious that she's the one who's been acting weird and bad. How wrong am I? Forget it, I'm not a big fan. The night was silent. The next morning, I didn't wake up until about 7:30 a.m. In fact, according to my routine, I woke up as early as 6 or so. It's just that, when I'm at home, I usually wake up at 6 or so in the morning and get up to go downstairs for a run, then return home to eat before going to work. But last night, I was staying at Shinjisha's house, so it wasn't that convenient to go down for a run, so I simply squinted for a while after I woke up, and didn't get up to wash up until nearly 7:30 a.m. After I washed up and went out of the room, Shinjisha's mom, Xiao Guanlan, had already made breakfast. A family version of sandwiches, plus milk. Although it looks simple, this home version sandwich made by Xiao Guanlan is much better than the one sold outside, with bacon, ham, eggs, and vegetables all present. I'll go over to you around 10 in the morning or so, and at noon, we'll eat together. Xiao Guanlan said to me while I was eating, you go back to Granite to pick up my daughter at noon. Okay, auntie. I nodded and agreed. After breakfast, Shen Yanxiu and Xiao Guanlan went out to work while Shinjisha and I went downstairs together. Yesterday, I drove Shinjisha's car back, and my car was directly thrown in the parking space outside Granite Security Company. Shen Yanxiu and Xiao Guanlan went out first, and when Shinjisha and I went out, they had already gone downstairs. Shinjisha went out and took my arm, just like a young couple. Although we did not break the agreement last night, but more or less there is still a little progress, for Shinjisha this intimate behavior, I naturally will not refuse. While waiting for the elevator to go up, Shinjisha pouted at me. I laughed, came to her lips, gently kissed. Shinjisha smiled sweetly at me, her eyes squinting like a curved moon, and it was obvious that she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Shinjisha and I talked and laughed and went to the underground parking lot, and I drove Shinjisha's car to carry her out of the district, and went straight to Granite Security. What I don't know is that although Shin Yenshio and Xia Guanlan went downstairs first, they didn't actually leave the neighborhood, but sat in Shin Yenshio's car, taking in the scene of Shinjisha and I leaving together. Old Shin, your daughter's soul, is really hooked by this statement. Xia Guanlan said with a helpless sigh as he sat in Shin Yenshio's car. Guanlan, what do you mean my daughter's soul was hooked away by the statement? Shin Yenshio laughed and said, speak as if it wasn't your daughter. Go! Xia Guanlan said without a trace of anger, is that the point of my words? You! Shin Yenshio started the car, drove out of the parking space, towards the outside of the neighborhood, said, I've told you, don't meddle in your daughter's affairs anymore, you always don't listen. It's not that I don't listen, but the conditions of the statement family are just too bad. Xia Guanlan glanced at Shin Yenshio and said, he's not a good match for our daughter. Feng Zhiliang is a good match. Shin Yenshio said calmly, but what's the result? We won't go into the specifics of what happened in this matter, in short, it caused harm to our daughter, right? Xia Guanlan sighed and nodded silently. I still have that point of view, my daughter has been obedient since she was a child. Shin Yenshio said, we would like her to live her life peacefully, happily, but how can anyone really plan their life without any little accidents? The joy of life lies in the unknown, from the incident of Feng Zhiliang, I think this sentence is quite reasonable. As parents, is there anything wrong with us giving her a gatekeeper? Xia Guanlan said somewhat breathlessly. Of course there's no problem, but what we should be doing is giving her advice. Xingyan corrected his color and said, as for whether she accepts our suggestions or not, that's her thing, the final decision is also in her hands, don't always take her as a child. Don't you realize one thing? What is it? Xia Guanlan immediately asked. Your daughter has been talking back to you more and more lately, just like she's entered a rebellious period. Shin Yenshio said with some emotion, other people's children are rebellious in adolescence, our daughter in adolescence, you do quite well, and her communication is very smooth, so that I did not notice our daughter's youthful rebellious period. On this situation now, I think that our daughter into the youthful rebellious period, even if she is the age of the pendulum here, but the lack of growing up experience, and then she has come back in a circle. Hey, Olchin, what you said really does have some truth to it. Xia Guanlan thought for a moment and couldn't help but say. So I think you should still talk to your daughter openly and honestly. Shin Yenshio thought for a moment and said, there's a sentence I said, and you don't get angry. Say it, I'm not angry. Xia Guanlan said with a smile. I think the current situation in our family is that our daughter's late arrival at the rebellious stage has bumped into your menopause, that's why you two have been choking each other. Shin Yenshio said. At that moment, Xia Guanlan glared at Shin Yenshio, and his face was gloomy. Chapter 128 Bad Mood. Without a doubt, Xia Guanlan was angry. Shin Yenshio saw Xia Guanlan's face change, and immediately said, Hey, Xia Guanlan. I said I wouldn't get angry, you can't turn your face so fast. Hearing Shin Yenshio's words, Xia Guanlan laughed out with a pft. Maybe, what you said today, I will seriously consider it. Xia Guanlan's eyes softened as he looked at Shin Yenshio and said, Old Shin, have you ever felt that I'm too overbearing at home? What if you want to get angry? I'll say no. Shin Yenshio smiled and said, if you don't get angry, I will say that there is a little bit, but these are not things, your domineering is only reflected in the small things, we have a big thing in the family, you have not been domineering. Shin Yenshio was telling the truth, Xia Guanlan was indeed overbearing at home, but this overbearingness was only in the small things of life. When their family really had something big, Xia Guanlan wouldn't be so overbearing that he would take the idea alone, but rather a family of 3 would discuss it. Here it is. Xia Guanlan smiled and reminded Shin Yenshio. After Shin Yenshio stopped the car, Xia Guanlan got out and reminded Shin Yenshio to drive slowly before walking towards the school where she worked. When Xia Guanlan went to the office, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that what Shin Yenshio said today was somewhat reasonable. She simply greeted her colleagues and said that she was a little uncomfortable, and that she wanted to go to the hospital to take a look. And then, Xia Guanlan left the school and went directly to the hospital. Of course I didn't know about these things were said by Xia Guanlan to Shen Jixia and I during lunch. I started to get busy writing the program after arriving at Granite Security. Around 10 o'clock, Xia Guanlan came to Granite Security. Li Linchuan accompanied Xia Guanlan, with a bright smile on his face, also acting extremely enthusiastic. To put it mildly, there was no difference between a son-in-law and a mother-in-law. Little Chen. Xia Guanlan's voice sounded at the door of the conference room. I stopped what I was doing and got up. Auntie. I've already spoken to my daughter, stop what you're doing and accompany me out. Xia Guanlan said to me. As soon as these words left his mouth, Li Linchuan's face instantly became ugly. After Xia Guanlan came, he didn't tell Li Linchuan what he came to do at all. How could Li Linchuan not think that Xia Guanlan came to find me? Okay. After I said this, I saved the document and handed the laptop over to Lin Sungtong, saying, there is a proposal inside that I haven't finished writing. You keep this computer safe. If you don't feel confident, hand it over to Mr. Shin. Okay. Lin Sungtong promised out and took the laptop in my hand. As it happened, Shen Jixia also walked over at this time and directly said, put this work computer in my office. Yes, Mr. Shen. Lin Chantang agreed and took the computer to Shen Jixia's office. I asked Statement to go out with me to run some errands. Xia Guanlan said to Shen Jixia, we'll have dinner together at noon, and let Statement drive back to pick you up at that time. Okay. Shen Jixia agreed and added, then you can find a better place. That's for you to say. After Xia Guanlan said this, he signaled me and turned around to walk outside. I immediately followed Xia Guanlan's footsteps. Xia Guanlan hadn't spoken to Li Linchuan the whole time, and Li Linchuan's face became even more ugly. Coming out of Granite Security, I drove Shen Jixia's car and carried Xia Guanlan towards that college. Xia Guanlan lamented in the car, this Li Linchuan, he's really something that can't become a success. I gave Xia Guanlan a somewhat puzzled look and asked, Auntie, what's that saying? I've been in contact with him a few times before, and never noticed. Xia Guanlan stopped here and thought for a moment before continuing, it's not right to say that. It's not that I didn't pay attention, but I didn't treat him with such an attitude before. Today, I didn't talk to him, his face changed, he couldn't hide anything in his heart, he couldn't become anything great. Oh, Auntie means this. I smiled and said, as I said, I don't know much about him. However, the fact that he would be acting like this is normal in my opinion. Why? Xia Guanlan asked, you don't know him, how did you make this judgment about him? At a glance, I can tell that his family conditions must be very good. There must be some social connections as well. I explained, I don't know if he's that kind of cockney type, but surely I can see the beginnings of this. People who grew up with smooth sailing, family, and then a little bit of coddling situation, haven't suffered any wrongdoing. The heart surely can't hide what's going on. After a pause, I added, my father most often told me a sentence, that is, people, teach will not, things teach people, a teach will. You don't know the depth of the pit until you've fallen on your face, and if you haven't been beaten up by society, you definitely can't do the joy and anger thing. That's true. Xia Guanlan said with a smile. Auntie, are you not feeling well? I noticed Xia Guanlan's forced smile and couldn't help but ask. In fact, after Xia Guanlan arrived at Granite today, her face didn't look very good, and she looked a little less than happy. Only, she was able to hide it very well. Not uncomfortable. Xia Guanlan looked deeply at me and said, I didn't expect that the person who could tell that I was in a bad mood was you. Even my precious daughter didn't see that I was in a bad mood. Did something happen? I asked cautiously. Nothing. Xia Guanlan waved his hand and said, turn right up ahead and you'll be there. I'll have a good chat with you and my daughter during lunch. I drove and turned right, and traveled more than 200 meters ahead to this college. Xia Guanlan had an appointment with her friend, so we drove directly into the campus and parked the car in the parking space used by the school staff. And then, Xia Guanlan took me directly to her friend's office. This friend of Xia Guanlan's, who was about the same age as her, was a man, and his position was the vice president of this university. As a matter of fact, a project like this should be something that only the principal can manage. After all, the cost of this program was already not considered low. However, the principal of this college was about to retire, and in the past half a year, he was no longer in charge of much of anything, and was slowly transferring the power in his hands to the hands of this flavor of vice principal. In other words, this vice principal friend of Xia Guanlan was next in line to be the principal of this college. Old song, he's stating, technical origin. Xia Guanlan said directly, about that project you gave my daughter, he'll have to come over and take a look on the ground in order to give your school the best plan. No problem, what help do you need from my side? Old Song, the vice principal, immediately asked with a smile.